Meet Ujin, just a regular 19-year-old guy living on Earth. But on that fateful day, out of nowhere, he gets summoned to another world called Alphen. In this new world, Ujin had to fight his way straight to the absolute top. But once he became the strongest god-tier being, his only wish was return to his hometown. The year he finally made his return was 2021 in Seoul, right in front of Mito High School, his old school. But the first thing he sees after his return is a bunch of punks bullying some poor student. Damn, it has been 20 years and literally nothing has changed, has it? Out of nowhere, a strange voice whispers right in Seo Hyuk's ear, making him jump out of his skin. He instinctively takes a few steps back to get away, trying to put some distance between himself and this weird stranger. But Ujin just steps closer, checking him out from head to toe with a super excited look on his face. The school uniform hasn't changed at all, but Seo Hyuk totally creeped out by this guy. Who is this beggar? Wait, did he just say beggar? How dare a little punk like you talk so rudely to your Senyujin sneeps? And yes, this weird-looking guy, messy hair who suddenly showed up is our main character, Ujin. Hearing him talk like that, the thugs actually pause for a second. Honestly, Ujin just wanted to give these kids a life lesson and tell them to settle things peacefully instead of throwing hands. But obviously, Seo Hyuk is not about to listen. Even though Ujin literally calls himself their senior, the punk keeps his arrogant and disrespectful attitude. Hey, nobody cares if you're a senior or whatever. Mind your own business and get lost. You're just a weirdo sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Hold. Or do you want a junior to shut your mouth with a punch? Ujin stays quiet for a few seconds, totally shocked. He mutters to himself, wondering if kids these days are just completely blind. I mean, the way Seo Hyuk talks to a senior who is 20 years older than him is just too much. But that stupid kid has absolutely no clue what he's dealing with. He keeps poking his fist into Ujin's chest, telling him to get lost before he gets beaten to a pulp like Jeon lying on the ground over there. Hey Junior, if you keep being this rude, I might just have to snap your arm off. Ujin finally loses his patience and grabs Seo Hyuk's moving arm. Seo Hyuk's first reaction is to shake him off, and then he winds up to throw a straight punch right at Ujin's face. But guess what? He completely misses. Crazy part is, Ujin didn't even look like he was trying to dodge. He just straight up vanishes from his sight in a split second, only to reappear a few meters behind him. Better know your limits while I'm still being nice. Honestly, you should be treating a senior like me like a god. But I guess trash like you only learns through a good beating, huh? Seo Hyuk is completely lost, unable to comprehend how Ujin dodged his punch like some sort of ghost. But while he's busy scratching his head, Ujin raises his right arm and starts chanting some weird language that nobody understands. It literally sounds like magic. As soon as the chant ends, Ujin snaps his fingers. The thugs watch him, swallowing hard from the sheer tension. But after that finger snap, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds pass and absolutely nothing happens. And just like that, the high schooler's opinion of him completely flips, thinking Ujin is just some crazy lunatic. Wait, why isn't my spell working? He mutters to himself. Seo Hyuk lets out a heavy sigh, his anger boiling over. Seriously, why is everyone trying to play him today? First, Four Eyes Nerd was acting like he was untouchable, and now some random beggar shows up acting like a total idiot. Seo Hyuk doesn't say it too loudly, but the word total idiot definitely reaches Ujin's ears, and he is not happy. After a moment, he lets out a sigh. Sigh, looks like spells aren't going to help me here. With that, Ujin reaches his hand out. When his finger is just a few centimeters away from Seo Hyuk's forehead, he gives him a hard flick. And no way, that simple forehead flick packs a crazy amount of force. Seo Hyuk gets blasted backward. Everyone there is completely jaw-dropped. Nobody can believe their own eyes. I mean, Ujin literally just used a single forehead flick to knock out a big guy like Seo Hyuk. Then he slowly turns around to face the rest of the thugs, smiles straight out of hell and asks, "Alright, who's next for a flick?" And it doesn't take long at all. Ujin easily clears out the entire gang of thugs with nothing but forward flicks. Talk about MC diff. Jeon can finally breathe a sigh of relief, looking at Ujin with pure adoration. Because in his entire life, Jeon has never seen anyone this cracked. Even if Seo Hyuk's gang were just high school punks, they actually knew how to fight. Meanwhile, Ujin is just enjoying the satisfying feeling of teaching those spoiled brats a lesson, completely ignoring Jeon's stare. Only when Jeon gets up and shyly walks over to thank him that Ujin snaps out of it. Ah, no need to thank me. But hey, what's today's date? Jeon is totally dazed by the question. Seeing this, Ujin asks him again. He literally asks for the exact date and gets the answer that today is May 10th, 2021. As soon as Jeon finishes speaking, Ujin gasps out loud and starts muttering, "Wait, I was summoned in 2016. And after 20 years, shouldn't it be 2036 right now? Sigh, what is going on?" Well, on second thought, maybe this is actually a good thing. Jeon has absolutely no idea what Ujin is rambling about, but Ujin doesn't bother explaining anyway. After scratching his head for a bit, Ujin just walks away. Before leaving, he tells Jeon to stop wandering around so he doesn't get wrecked by thugs again. Jeon just stares at Ujin's weird back, wondering who on earth this guy could be. After walking a few steps, Ujin raises his hand, starts flicking randomly, and yells out a teleportation spell. Of course, nothing happens. Jeon keeps watching him closely and concludes that since Ujin is this weird, he's probably not just some senior who got held back. Right after calling Ujin crazy, Ujin suddenly turns around, scaring Jeon half to death. Jeon panics even more as he sees Ujin walking straight back to him. But Ujin only asks, "Hey student, what's your name?" Even though Jeon is super nervous, he answers honestly that his name is Jeon. Alright, Jeon. Ujin's tone suddenly goes dead serious. Do you have any cash? It looks like I rushed back a bit too fast, and now I can't use any of my magic. The more Jeon listened to Ujin, the paler his face became, like he didn't even flinch when he got beat up by those Hugh thugs earlier, but right now, Jeon was genuinely terrified, because he had no clue how he got tangled up with this runaway mental patient. But Ujin, he completely ignored his friend's stressed-out face. He just kept going on, endlessly explaining that he was actually summoned to another planet, but then suddenly got teleported back to Earth for some confidential personal reasons. And apparently, during the teleportation process, his mana management system glitched. Otherwise, if it had worked smoothly and normally like it was supposed to, Bond, right in front of his own house. The more Jeon listened, the more his head hurt from this absolute information overload. And of course, he didn't believe a single word of it. Just to shut Ujin up and stop this crazy talk, Jeon finally reached into his pocket and handed him 2,000 gold. And, as it turned out, this nerdy guy was way too kind to a crazy person, because he actually gave Ujin 5,000 gold and even left his phone number so they could stay in touch. After leaving, Ujin couldn't help but praise Jeon, thinking what a sweet kid he was. He then started walking back to his old house. On the way, Ujin kept feeling incredibly lucky that only 5 years had passed on Earth. Since it had only been 5 years, that would make him just 24 now. His parents would be just slightly over 50, and they would definitely still recognize him. But as he passed by the subway station, Ujin suddenly saw fully armed soldiers deployed everywhere. Being his naturally curious self, he called over 2 schoolgirls nearby to ask what was going on. Why are those soldiers guarding the entrance? Did some kind of accident or disaster happen? 2 girls looked at each other, totally confused, and then burst out laughing. Ah, having guards at a dungeon entrance is totally normal, mister. Haha, did you just cross over from North Korea or something? They kept giggling as they walked away, leaving Ujin standing there completely bewildered. He had no clue what they were talking about, but whatever. The most important thing right now was getting home. Ujin decided to stop walking and just take the subway instead. Spotting another station entrance with no soldiers guarding it, he headed down, but the entrance blocked off by a locked iron gate. Ujin was baffled. What is this? Why is it locked? Did something really happen here? He cautiously looked around and suddenly spotted a ring of keys resting on the windowsill of the empty guard booth near the entrance. No one was inside. Ujin just grabbed the keys and unlocked the gate himself. Once inside, he realized it seemed completely abandoned. Dang, I probably shouldn't have come in here. Ujin sighed, but just as he turned to leave, a status window suddenly popped up in front of him. It read, "Warning, you have entered the dungeon at exit number 1 of the circular station." Sudden pop-ups scared the living daylights out of Ujin. So what those schoolgirls said earlier was about a real, actual dungeon. Just then, the status window warning changed. This time, it announced that the dungeon generation was complete, and standard monsters were about to be summoned. Ujin was starting to get a real headache now. He never imagined there would be literal monsters lurking under a subway station. Only 5 years had passed, and what on earth happened to Earth? He had absolutely no idea. Right then, Ujin just wanted to get the hell out of there. But this time, the locked gate wouldn't budge at all. When Ujin touched it, a new notification flashed, stating he didn't own a return stone. Oh my god, so it wasn't locked for no reason. Ujin realized he had just jumped straight into a trap. Since it was like this, he definitely couldn't leave this dungeon without finding that return stone first. Ujin turned to look at the silent, dark station, sudden chill running down his spine, making him shiver. He didn't know if it was just his imagination, but Ujin could feel that monsters were actually about to show up. And right as the thought crossed his mind, sudden footsteps echoed from the distance. Ujin's hair instantly stood on end from the sheer tension because he knew something was heading his way. Suddenly, a massive roar erupted, but it came from right behind him, being ambushed from the shadows. Luckily, Ujin's reflexes and physical agility were top tier, allowing him to dive to the side immediately and avoid deadly strike. Having barely survived, Ujin finally got a clear look at the thing. It was a beast that looked like a dog, but its entire body was blood red, with an insanely ferocious face, basically a rabid wild beast. Instinctively, Ujin reached his hand forward to cast a spell, but then remembered that due to the glitch, he couldn't use magic right now. Meanwhile, the rabid dog lunged at him once again, and just look at those razor-sharp, drooling teeth. If he got bitten once, he'd be cooked. Since he couldn't attack, Ujin had no choice but to keep dodging. The gap between them closed rapidly, and at close range, Ujin finally recognized the beast. It was a rabbit, a species supposed to exist only in Alphen, but here it was on Earth. He had no idea why, and there was no time to think, because he couldn't just keep running forever. Ujin had to fight back. Fortunately, he spotted an iron bar lying on the ground, and in a split second he snatched it up. With a weapon in hand, Ujin's confidence instantly surged. Alright, let's take care of this thing first, then worry about the rest. So when the rabbit lunged again, Ujin drove the sharp iron bar straight through its throat. One shot, done. The battle was decided in a single move. A smug, victorious smirk appeared on his face, just like when he wiped out those thugs with a single flick. Hey, even without magic, a trash rabbit like you is way below my level. He thought he was good, but plot twist. Ujin heard even more footsteps. A whole pack of 4 or 5 rabbits suddenly appeared. Well, looks like they're ready to jump him, but Ujin didn't look stressed at all. Holding the iron bar, he wiped out the entire pack in the blink of an eye. Ujin secretly hoped there were only low-level mobs like these in the dungeon, because if high-rank monsters spawned, he'd be in serious trouble. Right after clearing the pack, a new notification popped up, announcing he had leveled up, and he was finally able to check his status window. Kang Ujin is currently at level 1, with no rank on the Gyeonggi leaderboards yet, and his class is Necromancer. Basic stats include 15 strength, 13 durability, 17 vitality, 15 intelligence, along with mana, stamina, and recovery. His healing and control stats are currently at 0, and he has 99 unallocated stat points left. On top of that, he only has 2 level 1 skills, Summon Synthesis Box and Achievement Store. Now Ujin finally gets why he couldn't use any magic after being summoned back to Earth. It's not like his powers just vanished, he actually got nerfed all the way back to level 1. Total newbie again. This was definitely a tough pill to swallow, but since Ujin is the type to always move forward in life, it didn't take him long to adapt. Honestly, with monsters crawling all over Seoul right now, getting stronger was his only real option. So, Ujin starts digging into his status screen. His class is Necromancer, and there is a bracketed note next to it that says Inherited. Both of his skills are also labeled as inherited skills. Honestly, Ujin is pretty lost. All these terms like Inherited, Synthesis Box, and Achievement Store make absolutely no sense to him. So he starts messing around and clicks on his skills. First up is Summon Synthesis Box, which pops open a brand new interface. Turns out this skill lets him combine different materials to craft new items, or extract core components from existing ones. Next, Ujin clicks on the Achievement Store. It has 3 main categories: skill books, equipment, and consumables, with prices listed for everything. This system never existed in Alphen, so it feels completely new to him. It looks like he can use his points to buy these items, just like online shopping. After checking things out, Ujin realizes he needs some skills right now. Since his main goal is to find a return stone to get out of here, he is going to need a detection skill. And if he runs into any monsters along the way, tracking and summon skeleton soldiers should be more than enough. Patches. Each skill costs 10 points. Since Ujin is just a newbie, no matter how he does the math, he is still short on achievement points. If that is the case, he has to start by tweaking his stats first. Since he has 99 free stat points to burn, Ujin dumps them into all of his attributes. After some careful planning, his stats are all jacked up and his free points are down to 0. Ujin can't wait to test out his new strength. He grips the iron bar in his hand and swings it a few times. Man, this feels night and day compared to before. It is not bad at all. Even though he hasn't bought any skill books yet, this should be enough to handle the monsters in the dungeon. With his plan set, Ujin kicks off his first dungeon raid since returning to Earth. Right now, he has 5 achievement points. To find the return stone, he needs the search skill, which costs 10 points. To get that, Ujin needs to take down at least 5 more rabbits. So instead of waiting around, Ujin goes on the hunt. In no time, his targets show up. Wanting to get out of this trash dungeon as fast as possible shows absolutely no mercy. After fighting until he is completely out of breath, Ujin finally reaches level 3. But the most annoying part about these rabbits is how they just keep swarming in endless waves. He has lost count of how many he has killed, but he knows he finally has enough points to unlock search and tracking. Ujin uses it immediately to scan for a return stone, but Lady Luck isn't on his side. There isn't a single stone nearby. This means he has to go deeper. Standing at the top of the stairs, he can already see a massive horde of rebits waiting below. Even though they are not super strong, their sheer numbers are pretty insane. He isn't sure if taking on this whole swarm solo is a smart move. After giving it some thought, Ujin decides not to risk it. Going in solo like a headless chicken just isn't his style, so he decides to buy another skill. The one he had his eyes on earlier, Summon Skeleton Soldier. Uses monster corpses to summon a skeleton with 5 strength, 8 stamina, and 5 vitality. Each summon costs only 1 mana and 1 control. After learning the new skill, Ujin dumps 10 more free stat points into both his mana and control. Next up is the moment every Necromancer lives for, summoning his undead minions straight from the underworld. At his call, a squad of skeletons rises. Even though they are just low-level soldiers, should be enough for this raid. Ujin sends his newly summoned skeleton army charging right into the horde. Honestly, he knows that, with current stats, they won't do much damage to these monsters. But what Ujin really needs is for them to act as meat shields and slow down those fast rebits. While they tank, he can easily strike whenever there is an opening. Plus, the fresh rebit corpses can be used as sacrifices to summon even more skeletons. Just like that, the battle is completely under Ujin's control. Winning this is basically just a matter of time. Ujin gets more hyped as he fights, his iron bar quickly getting stained red with rebit blood. Before long, the entire horde is wiped out. He uses his search skill again, and this time he finally spots the glowing return stone that will take him home. But just then, station security guard finally shows up where he was supposed to be. He panics when he sees the chained lock on the subway entrance has been broken, asking himself if a civilian snuck in. Starts stressing out, completely blaming himself for leaving his post like that. After that, quickly pulls out his phone to call the rescue team. But just as he dials, the portal light flashes and Ujin appears right in front of him, totally unharmed. The guard is relieved out of his mind to see the kid is okay and immediately asks if he isn't awakened. Meanwhile, somewhere else, sketchy-looking guy named Woondae shows up with a backpack stuffed full of bloodstones. He can't help but laugh out loud with pure joy, muttering about how he hit the jackpot and cursing those damn guilds. He grumbles that while some of them had to risk their lives to get these stones, the guilds just walk around and take a massive cut of their hard-earned money. He thinks it is totally unfair, believes only idiots would report this to the Officials Association, since selling them on the black market will make him 1,000 times more cash. Heh. But Woondae's plan wasn't going to go that smoothly. Just as he was soaking in the hype of getting rich, bypassing the law and racking up mad cash, when a sharp female voice echoed from behind. "You filthy rat, just how much did you steal?" Yoonjae jumped out of his skin, spun around only to see a smoking hot, drop-dead gorgeous figure emerging from the dark alley. That was Yeon Hee, the main strike team captain of the War Guild, and she was also the one sent to drag Yoonjae straight to hell for daring to steal bloodstones from the War Guild's dungeon. Seeing Yeon Hee show up, Yoonjae was shaking in his boots. Getting caught red-handed was already bad enough, but of all people, why did it have to be this absolute monster of a woman? But with a backpack loaded with cash, Yoonjae wasn't about to just give up and surrender like a good little boy. At this point, running was his best bet, so he started looking for an opening to make a break for it, kicking things off with a surprise attack. He knew damn well his strike wouldn't take her down, so his only plan was to bolt the second Yeon-hee dodged. But plot twist. The moment he turned around, before he could even take 3 steps, her stone-cold face was alreadying him down. "Have a nice trip to the afterlife." That was the last thing Yoonjae heard before Yeon-hee's blade sliced him to ribbons. He collapsed on the spot, his body covered in deep cuts. A new alert from the War Guild's security team at Gwakian Station Exit 1. It reported that an unregistered gate had suddenly popped up and needed immediate on-site verification, causing her face to instantly twist in annoyance. Another bold little rat? The bold rat Yeon-hee had in mind was none other than Kang Ujin. Right now, our boy had zero clue how big of a mess he just made, entirely focused on figuring out which bus number to take to get back home. On his way back, Woojin couldn't stop overthinking. There was no denying that ever since dungeons and monsters showed up, this was no longer the Earth he used to know. Was this planet slowly turning into Alphen, the world he was so used to? Woojin had no idea what the hell had happened over the past years, and right now, his only real concern was whether his family was still safe. Guided by his old memories, Woojin finally made it back to his neighborhood. But here is where the problem started. He was absolutely sure he had the right spot, but his house was completely gone, replaced by a massive corporate building. Did my family move somewhere else? Woojin muttered, letting out a heavy sigh. It was already getting late, so he figured he would resume the search for his family tomorrow. After all, Woojin hadn't eaten a single thing all day, and his stomach was throwing a full-blown tantrum. The fastest way to fix that was a quick run to the convenience store. Even if it was just onigiri and instant ramen, it was more than enough to keep Woojin happy. Now that dinner was sorted, it was time to find a place to crash. He really didn't want to go to a bathhouse, but he didn't have enough cash to spend the night at an internet cafe. Am I seriously going to have to sleep at the subway station? Woojin grumbled, but he immediately shut that idea down because that area was currently crawling with monsters. While Woojin was sighing his soul away, someone else was having an equally massive headache right outside the store. And that was none other than Jaemin. Because he had handed over 5,001 to Woojin this morning, this poor young guy didn't even have enough money left for a decent dinner, forcing him to drop by the store for some cheap cup noodles. And boom, the two ran straight into each other again. For Woojin, it was like finding a literal lifesaver, while Jaemin was clearly not thrilled at all. Oh, wow, I was actually just about to call you. Talk about a spiritual connection, I knew it. Looks like I don't have to freeze to death on the streets tonight. Woojin wrapped his arm around Jaemin's neck with a huge grin. What do you want from me? Woojin didn't answer, instead asking if Jaemin's parents were home. Immediately put the kid on high alert. Why do you want to know that? Well, some things happened, and I need to talk to them. My parents passed away, Jaemin replied. Hearing this, Woojin was hit with a wave of mixed emotions. He felt genuinely sorry for the kid, but at the same time, he also realized he might have just scored a place to stay. So you live all by yourself? Jaemin nodded, and as if he was just waiting for that nod, Woojin instantly latched onto him, demanding that Jaemin take him home to crash. Of course, he promised to pay rent, though where he was going to get the cash was still a mystery. For now, he slapped 301 into Jaemin's hand, the leftover pocket change from his convenience store run. And it didn't take a genius for Jaemin to realize this was literally his own money that Woojin extorted from him this morning. Seeing the kid hesitate, Woojin resorted to a little physical intimidation, successfully securing a spot to crash at Jaemin's place. The next morning, he headed back to his old high school and met his former homeroom teacher, Min Jun. The second the teacher saw Woojin, he recognized him instantly, but was totally shocked to see him alive. 5 years ago, after he vanished, everyone assumed Woojin was a goner. Haha, well, I did take a quick trip to the underworld before clawing my way back, he replied half-jokingly. But seriously, Teach, I'm dealing with some complicated stuff, so do you mind if I take a look at the student records? Meanwhile, back in Jaemin's classroom, Soo-hyuk's gang of bullies was glaring at him with pure hatred. Even though Woojin had absolutely handed them their own teeth yesterday, trash-tier thugs still hadn't learned their lesson and decided to take all their pent-up anger out on Jaemin today. So, while a female classmate was happily chatting with Jaemin, Soo-hyuk walked right up, rudely shoved her aside, and threw his arm around Jaemin's shoulder, pulling him close. Yo, you little dog, you got pretty lucky yesterday, didn't you? Out of nowhere, some random psycho drops from the sky and saves your life. But hey, Jaemin, shouldn't we finish what we started yesterday? I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't start trouble with me in class, Jaemin replied coldly. But through Hyuk's warped perspective, this calm attitude just looked like flexing, which made him absolutely furious. Even though they were right inside a school classroom, Soo-hyuk didn't hesitate to aggressively grab Jaemin by his hair, launching into a barrage of nasty insults. You still don't know your place, you piece of trash? If things kept going like this, Jaemin was about to get his face caved in. But right at that exact moment, a familiar voice echoed, making the hairs on Soo-hyuk's neck stand straight up as they instantly froze. Well, talk about perfect timing. But the moment he saw him, Soo-hyuk started shaking like a leaf. How could he ever forget the absolute lunatic who rambled nonsense and literally flicked his forehead into oblivion yesterday? Every single one of you, out, Woojin said with a terrifying grin plastered across his face. Knowing they didn't have a choice, Soo-hyuk's gang slowly followed him up to the rooftop. Jaemin, of course, went along, and a few nosy classmates tagged behind to see the drama unfold. They had no idea who Woojin was, only knowing he was a former senior who used to attending his school, and everyone thought he was straight up crazy for declaring war on Soo-hyuk's gang. Today, Ujin even gave those little punks the chance to strike first, still couldn't land a single hit on him. Watching those clumsy swings, Ujin just sighed. Seriously, whether on Alphen or Earth, trash like this is literally everywhere. He meant those arrogant clowns who get a tiny bit of muscle and start flexing like they are top tier. The way Soo-hyuk strutted around acting like he was the boss reminded Ujin of an annoying jerk named Sis from the Alphen Association. That guy was a brutal killer, straight-up monster who sold his soul to the devil. He craved Ujin's territory and got the association to back him up. While Ujin's mind was on Sis, his body was casually dodging every single strike. Best part was how effortlessly he dodged. Meanwhile, Soo-hyuk was swinging wildly with all his might, yet hitting absolutely nothing. made him absolutely furious. In the end, he decided to skip the solo fight and ordered his entire gang to jump Ujin. But Ujin, not surprised by this cheap move at all. And the only way to deal with trash like this is to make them pay 10 times over with absolute overwhelming power. Just like how Ujin dealt with Sis back on Alphen. This time, as the whole gang of thugs rushed him, Ujin finally stopped dodging and decided to strike back. The entire fight was zero effort. Ujin, using raw physical strength, was more than enough to make these punks the dirt after just one hit. Watching his crew get wiped out one by one, Soo-hyuk started shaking. Now he was all alone. Even though he was terrified, Ujin's trash talk pushed him, so Soo-hyuk recklessly charged anyway. But the end for this arrogant guy who did not know his place was already set in stone. He just all bark and no bite to Ujin, destined for a humiliating beatdown. Right after cleaning up these little punks, Ujin suddenly saw a familiar figure rushing through the gates of Maido High. Even from a distance, he immediately recognized her as his mother. Just like that, a miracle happened. Ujin was reunited with his mother. The moment he held her in his arms, feeling her body shaking as she sobbed, could barely hold back his own tears. They talked about so many things. According to Ujin's mother, 5 years ago, right after he vanished, dungeon outbreak occurred worldwide. In an instant, every subway station on Earth became a dungeon. Ujin's father also lost his life after getting caught in that outbreak on his way to work. And his mother had to force herself to keep going to protect his little sister, Sua. Even so, family business was not doing well to begin with, so after Sua fell ill, their finances plummeted. Up until now, 2 of them had to struggle day after day just to survive. After meeting at the school, Ujin's mother took him home. She had to go pick up Sua, so she told him to stay put and not wander off. After his mother left, Ujin's mood grew even heavier. He looked around the room, which was not even big enough for a family to sit together. And at that exact moment, Ujin could feel the crushing weight of responsibility his mother had to carry all by herself. He noticed a box taking up a whole corner of the house. Inside were his father's belongings that his mother could not bring herself to throw away, and it was like he could completely understand why she could not let them go. It shattered Ujin's heart into pieces. Not long after, his mother returned with his little sister. Looking at the unfamiliar face in front of her, Sua seemed a bit tense. Even though their mother introduced him as her big brother, Sua still looked highly skeptical. Ujin knelt down to match his sister's eye level and gently patted her head. "Sua, our little girl has grown so fast. Still remember your big bro? I used to change your diapers when you were in a crib, you know." Sua's face instantly flushed red, and she protested that she did not wet the bed anymore. After that, their mother gave the 2 kids some space to catch up while she went to cook. That was the first family meal Ujin had enjoyed after years of wandering. That night, the 3 of them squeezed into the cramped room. His mother and sister had fallen asleep long ago, but Ujin just could not drift off. He remembered 20 years ago when he was first summoned to the planet Alphen, a place structured like a simulation game. Back then, Ujin had to fight harder than anyone else just to survive among brutal monsters and resist becoming a part of Alphen. In the end, Ujin became the ultimate, highest-level necromancer, and before even seeing the fruits of his long journey, he returned to his home planet without a single regret right after meeting that administrator. Bud, because Ujin wanted to see his family again. He just wanted to find that simple happiness once more. But as you can see, after returning to Earth, planet had completely changed. This very change caused Ujin's father to lose his life and left his family bankrupt. This drove Ujin to step up as the breadwinner in his father's place, and to do that he had to make money. After all, he had survived on Alphen and had experienced things that were far worse than this, so he felt the current situation was not entirely hopeless. At least, as long as it was for his family, he could definitely pull it off. The next morning, the first thing Ujin did was get a new phone. He started researching the concept of awakeners, just like what the security guard at the station called him yesterday. Believing Ujin was just a civilian who stumbled into the dungeon, that guy was scared out of his mind, but seeing him completely fine, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He just wondered why Ujin went into a cleared dungeon with no bloodstones left, and then he had to fill out his information at the database portal. This opened up a path for Ujin. He needed cash, and the only way to make it fast right now was to become an awakener. No sooner said than done. He texted his mother letting her know he would be moving in with a friend while studying for the entrance exam. And that friend was, of course, Jeon. Honestly, leeching off Jeon again made him feel a bit guilty. But with no other choice, Ujin could only promise himself he would repay the kid later. However, after calling the number Jeon left him, Ujin heard an unfamiliar voice. "Hello, this is the secretary from Dongjin Employment Agency." Ujin stood frozen for a few seconds. After confirming the caller was not Jeon, he realized he had been totally pranked by that cheeky brat. Ujin never lets a grudge go, so of course, Bro obviously couldn't just let this slide. Later that night, Jeon heads back home after school. Honestly, he was actually feeling a bit bad for not thanking Eun yet for saving his skin yesterday. But hey, thanks to Eun, those trashy thugs stopped breathing down his neck. And honestly, looking closely, Eun just seems a bit deadpan. He's not actually a bad guy. Jeon decides to find the perfect moment to say thanks. Too bad that moment came way faster than he expected. The second he unlocks his front door, Win, chilling on his couch, eating sunflower seeds like he owns the place. Bro, how the hell did you even get in here? Jeon almost has a heart attack on the spot. Win just shrugs and says, hey, I saw you type in your passcode earlier. Bye is completely shameless. Jeon's face turns dark and he screams, bro, this is literally breaking and entering. Eun just replies, hey, I tried calling you first to let you know, but some random guy picked up instead. Eun casually drops the fact that Jeon gave him a fake number, making him sweat bullets. But since Eun is basically here to freeload, decides not to press the issue. Instead, Eun gets straight to business. He tells Jeon that he's actually an awakener, though he hasn't officially registered yet. But honestly, that makes perfect sense. Jeon finally figures out why this guy is so ridiculously OP. But since Eun just transmigrated back to Earth, he's still totally clueless about how things work here. So he asks Jeon, by the way, do Awakeners make bank? Jeon is like, duh, obviously. But it all depends on what dungeons you clear. And just like that, class is in session. Teacher Jeon is about to school this clueless returnee. First things first, Eun needs to register with the association to get his official license. That's the only way to get dungeon access. After that, he has to join a guild or maybe work freelance for the association or the bureau. But Eun is definitely not the type to take orders from anyone, so he asks if he can just solo run the dungeons. Can I just go in there and smash them solo? Jeon tells him it is technically possible, but it's pure suicide. The smart move is still to join a guild. He tries to talk some sense into him, but Eun isn't having it. He already did some quick research and knows these guilds require annoying entrance exams. That's a massive waste of time, and bro needs to skakikis as fast as possible. Jeon sighs sigh, at least join a raid party. You can't just solo this. Dungeons are no joke, man. After nagging some more, Jeon tells Eun to download a dungeon app, but the moment he sees Eun's, he can't help but roast him. Bro, are you using an ancient relic or what? Eun tries to defend himself, claiming it is the newest model in the shop, but Jeon drops a major reality check. He reveals that this absolute brick of a phone came out 4 whole years ago. Eun goes dead silent. He remembers the salesman's overly hyped face touting it as their best seller. The guy told him it was indestructible, which is why all the top awakeners use it. Turns out it was all a fat lie, just to get rid of some dusty leftover inventory. Win internally vows to absolutely obliterate that salesman. While he's busy planning his sweet revenge, Jeon successfully installs the Dungeon Forum app on his brick. Now Eun can easily look up dungeon info and book raid slots right on his screen. So I just take this prehistoric brick, find a dungeon, and smash it? Easy enough, Eun says. Bro, are you listening to me? You need to get your rank evaluated first. You are literally going to get yourself killed. Jeon is practically begging him, but Eun couldn't care less. Already scrolling through the forum when he spots a major catch the entry fee. Even the lowest trash tier dungeon costs a whopping 10,001 to enter. So basically, you have to spend money to make money. The second Eun realizes this, face goes completely pale. Hey, Jeon bro, let me borrow some cash. Now it's Jeon's turn to look like he's seen a ghost. Another night passes and the next morning, Eun shows up at the evaluation center. And let me tell you, his Necromancer class is about to absolutely traumatize everyone in the room. The moment he summons a skeleton soldier with glowing red eyes, the whole room goes dead silent. From the observation booth, a voice mutters, "No way you're a necromancer?" Win just stands there looking chill. Yep, the examiner adjusts his glasses, sweating. He's seen tons of awakeners, but this is his first time seeing a necromancer in the flesh. Suddenly, a hologram goblin spawns in the test room. The examiner explains, "We rank summoning classes based on the summon's actual combat power. Can you show us what your summon can do against that target?" Eun looks up at the projector, pretty surprised. Oh, a hologram simulation? He rubs his chin, checking out the digital beast. Now this is interesting. He smirks, waving his hand. Go, skeleton soldier. Show them what you got. With a screeching battle cry, the skeleton charges forward. Cut to the waiting room, where the results are finally in. You got F rank. Eun reaches out to grab his official card. Got it. He looks at the card, totally clueless. So, is F rank good? The staff member hesitates, sweat dropping. Not really. Actually, it's the absolute bottom. Your summon's combat power was way lower than we expected. But hey, it's a rare class, so some party might still pick you up. Plin just stares at the card, completely unfazed. Who cares about some stupid ranking system? As long as he can enter dungeons, he's golden. Card has all his details. Name Kang Ujin, class Necromancer. Talk about a major underestimation. Next, we cut to 7 of a subway station. He pulls up the dungeon forum on his phone. Dungeon name, Exit 7 Silum Station. Difficulty, 2 stars. Taps to read the details. This looks like the perfect playground for today. Just then a random guy approaches him. Putting his hands on his hips, the guy asks, "You soloing this? Want to join our squad?" Win blinks, turning around. It's Bae Du-soo, an E-rank veteran miner trying to recruit him. We've got 7 people right now, so we have 1 slot open. But Ewan immediately shuts him down, leaving the guy totally confused. Yeah, no thanks. I'm more of a solo run kind of guy. Du-soo can't believe his ears. Wait, you're just going to throw your entry fee down the drain like that? Besides, the amount of bloodstones you can farm is heavily capped per person anyway. While Ewan just stands there looking completely clueless, Du-soo sighs. Yeah, you're definitely a newbie, aren't you? Steps in closer, whispering, "What rank are you even?" Win answers without breaking a sweat, F rank. But Du-soo still doesn't give up on the pitch. Bro, do you seriously have zero clue about how this works? Why don't you jump into our party and get some easy experience? I'll carry you. A little while later, Awakeners are heading into Gate 7 dungeon under the watchful eyes of the association. Ujin watches them and realizes that the entry fee is split equally among the party members. You go solo, you have to pay a whopping 800,000 won per hour. That is a straight-up ripoff. He suddenly remembers Dosu's explanation from earlier. Single run only allows a maximum of 8 people. If you want to play solo, you have to pay the entry fee for all 8 slots. And to mine the absolute maximum amount of bloodstones, your best bet is to roll with a squad. Ujin can only sigh and think it over. Since he has 0 experience right now, tagging along with them might not be a bad idea. Just then, Guy walks up right next to him and nervously asks, "I am so stressed out. How about you?" Ujin tries to reassure him, telling him that as a man, even if things are sketchy, you should never show fear. Meet Sunggu, an F-rank fireball mage. He smiles back and says, "Man, you seem pretty confident." Ujin thinks to himself that this guy was probably scouted by Dosu just like him. Word on the street is he awakened 2 months ago, immediately dropped out of school, and is now trying to grind as a part-time awakener. Right then, a dungeon raiding party limps out of the portal, looking absolutely battered. Sunggu stares at them in shock and mutters, "Wait, did they get wrecked in there?" One of the injured raiders screams, "A hobgoblin spawned in there." Another guy is completely shocked. "No way, how is that even possible?" Dosu just scoffs in mock pity. Man, are they seriously whining about that? They are just wasting their energy. He turns back to explain to his squad, "Look, sometimes monsters that are not on the official list will spawn. At the end of the day, a hobgoblin is just a 2-star monster. As long as we play it safe, we can easily crush them." Dosu shouts in front of the dungeon portal. "All right, let us move out." Next thing we know, they are inside, standing on a messy subway platform. And right on cue, a pack of hideous goblins pops out. Sunggu instantly charges up his skill and screams, "Fireball!" He fires it straight at the monsters in front of them, causing a massive blinding explosion. Immediately, Dosu steps up, raises his hand, and yells, "Open fire!" The moment the command drops, burst of flames erupts, burning the monster's eyes. Blood-curdling screams echo everywhere. Seizing the moment while the goblins are blinded, the rest of the team charges in to attack. Boardsman unleashes a clean horizontal slash, slicing a goblin right in half. At the exact same time, Ujin's skeleton soldier thrusts its sword forward, instantly taking down another goblin. As they reach the stairs to the 2nd floor, they start hyping each other up. "Sunggu, your fireball is actually pretty cracked." The whole squad then stares at the skeleton soldier in awe. Skeleton is way faster than it looks, right? Honestly, it is way too strong for an F-rank summon. Ujin just chuckles to himself, remembering how he dumped all his into upgrading this exact skill. Looks like all that grinding paid off big time. Meanwhile, Dosu is using his dagger to carve into a dead monster. He pulls out a glowing mana crystal. With a huge grin, he says, "A 2-star dungeon never disappoints. The quality of these stones is actually insane. A crystal this size has got to be worth at least 200,000 won apiece." Ujin looks over, totally shocked, and wonders, "Pillar. Wait, a tiny little crystal like that is worth 200,000 won? No wonder all these awakeners are literally risking their lives to dive into these dungeons. At this rate, that 100,000 won entry fee is practically pocket change." Dosu smirks with greed written all over his face. They just started, and they are already making bank. He looks at the bag of crystals, feeling incredibly satisfied. A trash 1-star dungeon could never compare to this gold mine. Dosu's eyes widen, literally bloodshot with pure greed, totally convinced that this 2-star dungeon is a literal gold mine. Soon, loud cheers of encouragement echo through the dark tunnels. "We are going to reach the final floor in no time. Let us give it everything we have got." Suddenly, a pack of monsters appears right in front of them, forcing the squad to halt. They have that classic green skin, but this time they are absolutely shredded. jacked hobgoblin holding a magic staff steps forward. The entire party panics and screams, "Look out, it is a hobgoblin!" Dosu raises his hand to hold them back, trying to calm everyone down. "Chill out, guys. Just stick to our usual formation." Meanwhile, Ujin is silently watching the situation, feeling a bit uneasy. He speaks up bluntly, "Wait, shouldn't we be a little more cautious here?" Dosu turns around and gives Ujin a condescending smile. "Relax, I already memorized all of their stats. These guys mostly rely on magic. The rest of the team stays quiet, listening to Dosu's strategy. Since Jongchun has shield abilities, we can easily block its spells. Once that is done, we will burst it down instantly. Here, an easy win." Ujin just rolls his eyes in his mind. Well, since the squad leader has spoken, guess he will just shut up and watch. On the monster's side, the massive hobgoblin, its face dark with malice, raises its staff high. Dosu barks out orders. "All right, shield up, block it." A team member steps up and deploys a thin barrier in front of them. The orb on the staff starts crackling with intense lightning. A massive bolt of electrical energy slams directly into their barrier, but thankfully, it gets deflected, bursting harmlessly into the air. Having successfully blocked the opening move, the team gets completely hyped up. "Yes, it worked! Charge!" Dosu instantly casts his Firefire spell, aiming right for the giant hobgoblin's eyes. The swordsman rushes in for a quick slash, but his blade gets blocked by the monster's heavy staff. Right next to him, Sunggu summons another fireball and hurls it. Ujin, who is still holding back, watches the fight with a bad feeling. This is looking sketchy. Out of all the countless monsters he encountered back on Alphen, hobgoblins were definitely on that list. Unlike regular brainless goblins, hobgoblins are highly intelligent, meaning they can easily cast magic. But here is the catch. Their magic is not even the most dangerous thing about them. As soon as the fire spell fades, the massive beast raises its hand. Out of nowhere, a whole pack of goblin lackeys spawns, clutching weapons in their hands. At the exact same time, even more goblins crawl out of their hiding spots in the shadows. A party member yells out a warning. "Wait, these guys look different." Suddenly, one of the goblins puts a blowpipe to its mouth and shoots a dart. Jongchun gets nailed right in the neck and immediately screams, "Ah, it hurts." What the hell is this? His entire body starts shaking as he cries out, "My body!" The guy next to him panics. "What is wrong with you? What happened?" Before he can even get an answer, a blunt object is thrown straight at Jongchun's head, knocking him cold. After landing the hit, the sneaky goblin instantly retreats back into hiding. The archer draws his bow, cursing, "You dirty coward!" Ujin remains completely calm, whispering to himself, "Just as I thought." The scariest thing about a hobgoblin is not its beefy physique or its magic. It is their insane ability to command. This coordination comes straight from their superior intelligence, which is way higher than any normal goblin. A highly organized goblin army marches forward. Ujin looks at his squad and realizes they made a fatal mistake by assuming the commander of an entire goblin army was just some basic one-star threat. Only now does Dosu finally realize they are completely cooked. He screams at the top of his lungs, "Everyone run. Get the hell out of here." The entire party turned around and ran for their lives. The massive wave of monsters was so overwhelming that nobody even dared to look back, leaving only Sunggu standing there with a fireball crackling in his hand. While the squad ditched him, he chose to fight to cover their rear. Those sneaky goblins used dungeon junk as shields, wearing the most punchable smirks on their faces. Daegu screamed out his orders. "It is no use, fall back." Sunggu anxiously asked, "But what about Jongchun?" Looking at his teammate on the ground, Daegu yelled back, "He is already dead. Are your eyes just for decoration?" He kept running with the others while ordering a full retreat. Meanwhile, the hobgoblin leader's eyes flashed with a creepy, sinister grin. The magic staff in its hand kept crackling with wild lightning. In a flash, it blasted a surging current of electricity straight at the fleeing party. Sunggu got hit, his body instantly paralyzing as he screamed in pain. Daegu saw this but just yelled to the others, "Run, leave Sunggu there." As the cowards ran away, the goblins closed in on him with weapons drawn. They parted to both sides, making way for their boss, the hobgoblin. Wu Jin was hiding nearby, his lips curling into a scheming smirk. He finally stepped out, pulling his weapon from the system inventory while muttering to himself, "Been a minute since I last hunted goblins." Wu Jin summoned his skeleton soldiers, smirking as he gave the command, "All right, let us go, my minions." The goblin boss let out a deafening screech, pointing its finger directly at him. Wu Jin locked in, thinking to himself that dealing with a mob of goblins led by a hobgoblin was definitely not going to be a walk in the park. The moment that thought crossed his mind, he charged straight forward, shouting for his summons to attack. But those goblins were no pushovers, rushing ahead to clash head-on. Wu Jin kicked off the ground and leapt into the air. While his skeleton squad kept the trash mobs busy, he cleared the distance in a single bound, suddenly appearing right over the shocked hobgoblin. Talk about MC diff. Instantly, the boss raised its staff as lightning crackled again. Wu Jin gritted his teeth, determined to end this boss right now. In a split second, weapon pierced straight through the hobgoblin head. Wu Jin smirked in satisfaction. Did you really think I would just stand there and wait for your cooldown? The moment he spoke, the magic spark on the staff completely died out. System flashed a level up notification. You have reached level 6, and a subtle golden aura instantly enveloped his entire body. Wu Jin looked at his palms with a smug smile. Soloing is definitely way better than carrying a trash party. Right then a faint groan echoed as a trembling hand struggled to move. Startled, he looked over at where Sunggu was lying with a confused expression. Wu Jin asked, "Wait, you are still alive?" The guy weakly trembled and rasped out, "Please save me." Keeping his skeptical look, Wu Jin sat down next to him and asked bluntly, "What is in it for me if I save your trash life?" Lying there, Sunggu managed to squeak out, "I won't tell anyone, I swear." He weakly added that he was now a D-rank awakener. Hearing that, Wu Jin scoffed, "Like I give a damn." Sunggu panicked, "Then what do you want me to do?" Rubbing his chin, Wu Jin thought it over for a second. He smirked, holding up 2 fingers. "This should be about enough." Sunggu asked, completely puzzled, "What does a peace sign mean?" But next thing you know, a dagger was slicing through the green-skinned goblins as swift hands reached inside to rip out their magic crystals. Sunggu stuffed the loot into his front backpack, wiping away his sweat with a sigh of relief. Finally, that is all of them. Wu Jin, standing a bit further away, asked, "Did you grab everything?" He called back, "All done." Sunggu stared blankly at the guy in front of him, thinking to himself, how the hell is this dude only an F rank? He looked him over. Realizing that his ability to solo 2-star monsters was already easily on par with a D-rank awakener, it was pure god mode. Sunggu watched Wu Jin's skills in absolute awe. Not to mention his insane skeleton summon skills and his knack for finding bloodstones. He recalled everything that just happened, totally baffled, and on top of that was his ability to pull some weird essence from dead monsters to instantly heal himself. When you looked at how smoothly he chained his skills together, he might even be C-rank tier. Sunggu frowned, his mind racing with questions, especially since this guy literally registered as an awakener just 3 hours ago. Grabbing the bag of loot, Wu Jin asked, "How much cash can I get for all these bloodstones?" He replied, "At least around 800. Staring happily at the loot, he said, "Definitely worth the 100,000 investment, huh?" Wu Jin narrowed his eyes, staring hard as he asked, "All of this belongs to me, right?" Sunggu nervously stammered out, "Of course it is." Internally, he was totally dumbfounded. He just could not believe how incredibly obsessed this guy was with money. Honestly, paying 2 million to get saved was actually a steal. Turns out that peace sign Wu Jin made earlier was actually him demanding 2 million to save his life. Paying that much for his life was a massive bargain for him. His voice echoed through the dungeon again, "And where is the return stone?" "Awesome, let us get the hell out of this place." 2 of them silently walked forward. Suddenly, a system warning popped up, blood detected. Wu Jin raised his hand, signaling him to halt. Sunggu was a bit confused, but he still complied. Wu Jin dialed in his focus, warning him there is an ambush. Looking up, he calculated that if all the monsters were already dead, then that meant after a brief pause. He yelled out, "Hey, you cowards, stop hiding in the shadows and show your faces already." The moment he spoke, the old teammates stepped out, looking down at them with incredibly guilty faces. They walked down and saw goblin corpses piled everywhere. Daegu gasped in shock, "What on earth is this? Did these 2 seriously wipe them all out?" Wu Jin turned and warned, "They are planning to stab us in the back the moment we get close." Sunggu anxiously asked, "So what do we do now?" While Wu Jin's face darkened, Sunggu looked over with a very worried expression. Wu Jin stared at his former teammates, asking bluntly, "Hey, you guys just ran away with your tails between your legs. So what are you doing showing your shameless faces back here?" He smirked mockingly. "Aren't you guys supposed to be waiting at the barrier right now? What wind blew you all back here?" Daegu closed his eyes, frowned, and let out a forced laugh. "What are you saying? We are comrades." He tried to explain himself. "We only planned to regroup and come back to fight once we caught our breath. We did not expect to see all the monsters already wiped out." Daegu eyed the heavy backpack resting on Wu Jin's shoulder, his gaze turning sharp and probing as he asked, "Just how did you defeat them all anyway?" Wu Jin let out a sarcastic laugh. "Cut the crap, do not play games with me." He unslung his backpack and continued, "You guys probably planned to make a run for it the second you got the return stone, but saw all the monsters dead and got greedy, right?" Without a shred of hesitation, Wu Jin dumped every single bloodstone from his bag onto the cold floor. His eyes flashed a deadly crimson red as he issued a cold challenge. "If you are feeling brave, come and try to take them." In the dark dungeon surrounded by goblin corpses, Daegu's voice rang out, "It seems like you have got the wrong idea here." He forced a bitter laugh, explaining, "We are not stupid enough to try and steal from you, the guy who practically wiped out this entire horde. That monster was way too strong. We had to run. Ujin just stood there, completely unfazed as Du kept on blabbering. Look, we came back to apologize for ditching you and Sunggu, but our own lives were on the line, man. What did you expect us to do? We literally just came back to grab the return stones. Then this clown kept trying to act all thankful, saying they were so grateful the two of them cleared the monsters, so now they could take their friend's body back. Ujin's eyes went totally cold, but he didn't say a word. Stared at the guy's shady face, wondering if he was just overthinking things. Was the whole ambush idea just in his head? Ujin scratched his head and sighed. Did 20 years of surviving on Alphen make him paranoid? He wasn't on Alphen anymore. This was Earth. But right as that thought crossed his mind, Dosu suddenly unleashed a flash of fire to block his vision. The trash turned around and barked at his crew, "Do it now." The archer instantly let an arrow fly, nailing Sunggu right in the shoulder. Bro groaned in pure pain. Ujin's eyes widened as he tried to look over, but Dosu was already rushing him with a sword, laughing like a maniac and yelling, "Don't take it personally. We Awakeners are all the same." He lunged forward, aiming to run Ujin through. A wicked smirk plastered across his face as things were about to get bloody. Cut to another dungeon where a group of Awakeners was walking out after a successful raid. They greeted the girl waiting for them. "Captain, great job out there." Jeon High smiled and replied, "You all did amazing." Right then, her phone started ringing, and the voice on the other end reported, "Captain, we located the intruder. His name is Kang Ujin." She paused. "You actually found him? Who even is this guy?" The agent replied, "It's hard to get a read on him, but we did find out he literally just registered as an Awakener today." Jeon High completely shook. "Wait, today? Then where is he right now?" Cut back to the dungeon. Right after the sneak attack, Desu was wearing a smug grin, but his smile instantly faded when he looked at Ujin. The MC just held his head, laughing hysterically. "Man, you're way too impatient," he mocked. Ujin casually grabbed Dosu's blade with his bare hand, making the guy shake in pure terror. "Sinking to sneak attacks is a really bad look," Ujin muttered coldly. Without wasting a single second, blammed Dosu straight into the ground. The floor shattered to pieces as the guy let out a pathetic shriek, spitting up blood. Ujin ran a hand through his hair, smirked, and said, "Oh boy, why does everything always go exactly how I predict?" He pointed his finger at the rest of the trash squad and asked, "Yo, weren't you the one who just said Awakeners are all the same?" Suddenly, dark shadows began rising from the dead goblin corpses. Ujin's voice echoed, "Traitors who get blinded by a few bloodstones are honestly so pathetic." Trash crew completely lost their minds, screaming, "What the heck?" The goblin bodies or Ujin just raised his hand, commanding his newly summoned skeleton soldiers, "Time to punish the bad kids." Dusu sat on the ground, jaw dropped in absolute shock as he watched his team get absolutely demolished by the skeletons. Screams of terror echoed throughout the dungeon. Ujin casually picked up the sword Dosu had dropped. Leaving the rest of the trash to be handled by his skeletons, he walked straight up to Dosu. Wincing in pain, Dosu tried to stutter out, "Wait, we can negotiate." Ujin just looked at the blade in his hand and scoffed. "Negotiate? What's the play here? Trying to buy time for your magic to cool down?" Before Dosu could even reply, Ujin plunged the sword straight into his chest, silencing his screams for good. A moment later, the Betrayal squad was completely wiped out. The dungeon went dead silent again, with blood staining the floor and bodies scattered everywhere. Sunggu was kneeling on the floor, completely stunned, watching Ujin grumble. "Damn, these guys must have some cash on them, right?" Sunggu was shaking with anxiety, thinking, "This is insane." Wiped out 5 whole people without blinking an eye. Meanwhile, Ujin was casually looting Dosu's pockets, complaining, "Man, these guys are totally broke." Sunggu was too paralyzed to speak, so Ujin whipped around and growled, "Why are you acting like a mute?" Startled, Sunggu clutched his wound and stuttered, "Right, right!" Ujin walked up to him and asked, "Your life was on the line because of me, wasn't it?" Still terrified, Sunggu quickly squeaked out, "No, not at all." Hearing that, Ujin immediately raised the stakes. "Fine, then double the pay." Sunggu blinked in utter confusion, letting out a weak, "Huh?" Ujin's face instantly went dark as he muttered coldly, "Hey, I literally saved your life twice now, so let's keep things professional, okay?" Dusu's lifeless body laid right there as Ujin continued, "Now let me check that shoulder. Let's get you some quick first aid." Sunggu quickly and politely bowed, "Thank you so much." Cut to outside the gate, an association agent was taking notes. He looked up, totally startled when he saw Ujin walking out of the dungeon. The agent asked in disbelief, "Wait, why are there only 2 of you?" Ujin nonchalantly replied, "Oh, the other guys got deleted by monsters." The agent froze for a second. He stared at the massive backpack slung over Ujin's shoulder and questioned him, "Then how did you manage to secure so many bloodstones?" Ujin glanced back and smirked. "Even if you're on your deathbed, you still gotta get that bread, right?" The agent sighed, handed him a report form, and said, "Please fill this out before you leave. There's a chance the association will contact you later to investigate this incident." Cut to the exchange center. Ujin walked out after cashing in his loot wearing a smug grin. He thought to himself, unbelievable. Just one dungeon run and I secured 13 million won. While Sunggu quietly trailed behind him, Ujin was busy doing the math. Plus the 4 million won for saving Sunggu, that makes it 17 million in total. Chuckled to himself as he walked, thinking, next time I'm definitely going solo. Behind him, Sunggu was looking absolutely stressed out. 4 million won even if I smash my piggy bank, I'm still way short. Should I take out a loan? Or maybe I should ask him for a discount. Ujin's voice suddenly snapped him out of his thoughts. Hey, Sunggu. He pointed finger at him and said, you already know I absolutely despise people who break their promises, right? Sunggu stuttered back. I'll keep that in mind, sir. Ujin walked off, casually waving his hand. I'll be waiting for your call. Sunggu could only stand there and sigh. Guess I have to get a loan. Suddenly a terrifying thought flashed in his mind. Wait, he's not going to demand another 4 million won, is he? Cut to a phone store covered in flashy banners and ads. Inside, the employee was yawning his head off. He stared out the window, complaining, man, there's literally 0 customers today. Right at that moment, a loud crash startled him. Ujin had kicked the door wide open, making the employee scream, what the hell do you think you're doing? Without wasting a single breath, Ujin marched right up, grabbed the salesman's collar, and lifted him straight off the ground. The guy's face contorted in sheer terror as he thought, how is this dude so freakishly strong? Before he could even process what was happening, Bowen literally pulls up and serves this scammer staff guy a massive face slap. Bro is absolutely stunned, scowling and screaming, what the hell do you think you're doing? But before he can even finish his sentence, Bowen unleashes a relentless barrage of slaps. Every single slap completely deforms the guy's face. He starts shaking, absolutely terrified, thinking, this dude has actually lost his mind. This keeps up, I'm literally going to meet my ancestors. Wait, isn't this that targeted violence stuff I saw on TV? The guy's face is now a swollen black and blue mess. He whimpers out a weak, I'm sorry, please spare me. Ewan finally stops, his long hair shadowing the absolute rage in his eyes. He slams the scammer straight onto the cold floor. Bro lets out a painful shriek. Ewan's voice drops to a chilling whisper as he calls his name. The guy instantly drops to his knees, trembling. Yes, sir, stares him down, dead serious, and says, I absolutely despise scammers, especially the ones who love to talk absolute trash. The staff guy is completely lost and stammers, wait, what scam? He's totally panicking inside. I don't even know who this guy is. What the hell is he talking about? Then, Ewan shoves a phone right into his face and demands, you sold me this phone yesterday, remember? Scammer immediately recognizes it and realizes, oh, it's that trash phone I sold to that total weirdo yesterday, that absolute clown. Flashes back to yesterday, handing over that absolute garbage phone with a fake salesman grin saying, I'll give you a special discount, only 900,000 won. Back then, Ewan didn't know any better and actually smiled, totally satisfied. He had thought, wow, technology today is way more advanced than 5 years ago. The staff looks at the terrifying beast in front of him and thinks, wait, is this really that same clueless loser? Meanwhile, Ewan scowls and asks, what's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Cut to a beautiful sunny day with some upbeat music playing. Win scrolls through his phone, amazed, damn, this is so clean. Even the color of the chassis on this new model can change. He walks down the street, muttering, that damn phone seller. If we were still back in Alphen, I would have permanently broken his legs. Bro should be thanking his lucky stars. Right then, a group of strangers approaches from behind. They call out, hey, Kang Ujin. Flynn turns around, totally confused, only to find himself surrounded by a bunch of guys in black suits. A woman's voice cuts through the air. Your awakened class is an F-rank Necromancer. But seeing how you cleared the Gagawa dungeon, all by yourself, your actual combat power must be around E rank. At that level, you could easily blend in with a bunch of F-ranks and wipe out your entire party. Junhee steps forward, glaring at him. Just a trash-tier rookie, yet you've got some real nerve, don't you? Win doesn't even flinch. He keeps a straight face and spits back, who the hell are you anyway? Chuckles, her sharp eyes gleaming behind her bangs. Her red lips curve into a smirk as she says, allow me to introduce myself. Exuding absolute confidence, she continues. I am Jeon, captain of the Vermilion Bird Squad from the Hwarang Guild. Win has no idea what's going on, but as he secretly activates his detection skill, a wave of tension hits him. He can feel it. The aura radiating off Jeon is insanely thick. In his mind, he has to admit this chick is absolutely cracked. Ewan casually looks at them and asks, so what does a big shot group like you want with me? Jeon smirks, oh, nothing much. Just looking for a filthy little rat who dared mess with our guild's dungeon. Hearing this, Ewan's face goes completely dark as he lets out a cold laugh. Filthy rat, huh? Ewan stands right in the middle of them, completely unbothered, and mocks. You guys seriously brought a whole squad out here just to catch a single rat? He grins, adding, man, I guess the Hwarang Guild isn't all that after all. No wonder your dungeons are so trash. Before he can even finish his sentence, a massive hand grabs Eun straight by the face. Boom! Bro gets slammed headfirst into the ground, shattering the pavement. The guy, Minsuk, scowls and warns, watch your mouth, trash. Our guild is not something someone like you can talk trash about. Eun is absolutely fuming. He roars, you bastard, before grabbing the guy's wrist and forcing his hand off his face. Eun leaps up and twists the guy's arm so hard that Min-sik screams in agony. Seeing her lackey getting folded, Jeon-hee's eyes narrow as she decides to step in. In the blink of an eye, blitzes forward and delivers an insane, gut-wrenching kick straight to his stomach. Eun gets launched back, sliding across the dirt in pure agony. But she's not done yet. Jeon-hee steps right up to his writhing body, lifts her leg, and drives her heel straight down onto his head. Crash! The ground completely shatters, and Eun's face is literally buried in the rubble. He groans in agonizing pain. Eun grinds his teeth, thinking, damn, she's too fast. With her boot still pinning his face to the dirt, he can't even budge. Jeon-hee looks down cold-bloodedly and says, hey, Kang Ujin. She continues coldly, let me give you a little advice. You might be slightly better than your average trash F rank, but you'd better not get cocky. Stop flexing those basic skills of yours. Keep playing around, especially on Hwarang Guild territory, and you're dead. She stares at Ujin's battered, trembling body and delivers her final warning. If you value your life, you'll remember this very carefully. That, Jeon-hee and her squad cold-heartedly walk away. Ujin grinds his teeth in pure rage, wiping the dirt off his face. He lies there laughing to himself, damn, it's been a hot minute since someone literally stepped on my face like that. Under the crimson sunset sky, Ujin mutters in absolute annoyance, Jeon-hee and the Hwarang Guild, I won't forget this. Cut to Jemon's apartment. After hearing the story, Jemon is completely shook. Jeon-hee from the Hwarang Guild? Yeah, Ujin nods. Is she really that big of a deal? What do you know about her? Jemon sighs, are you kidding? Of course she is. She's literally one of the top 10 A-rank hunters in the entire country. He adds, and the Hwarang Guild is one of the big three. You've got the KH Guild, Ham Guild, and Hwarang. They're on a completely different level. They hold massive power over the economy and politics. Basically, they run the country. Jemon looks at him, totally puzzled. But seriously, what did you even do in that first dungeon to make them hunt you down just to warn you? Ujin scowls. Hey, what do you mean trouble, kid? Once I get my original power back, I'll wipe the floor with the entire Hwarang Guild. Literally bursts out laughing. Man, your confidence is seriously on another level. Bro, you're literally F rank. Ujin snaps, you little brat. He then falls silent, getting serious. Real talk, even if he ranks up, fighting someone outside a dungeon is a massive disadvantage. Especially since his Necromancer skills are still super limited. Right then, Jemon whines in the background, but seriously, why does it have to be skeletons? Ujin ignores him, tossing a gift bag over. Just take this and shut up. Jemon looks inside, totally confused. Wait, why is this perfume? Ujin smirks, why the face? I'm just paying you back the money I borrowed. Jemon quickly waves his hands. No way, this is way too much. Just pay me back what you actually owe me. Plus, I don't even need this kind of stuff. You've already helped me out so much anyway. But Ujin insists, man, just take it. Don't make it weird. A look of genuine gratitude crosses Jemon's face. Jemon stares at him, softly saying, Hyung Ujin just takes a sip of his drink and grins. Just consider the extra as my rent. No more arguments. Realizing he can't win, Jemon's smile, pin. Well, fair enough. But deep down, Jemon starts sweating, thinking, wait, does this mean this crazy dude is planning to crash here forever? He looks at the former powerhouse who's currently just grinning like an idiot. Drink is so fire. Jemon looked at him and asked, wait, didn't you find your mom already? Ujin snapped back, you idiot. My old house is tiny, so I am staying with you until I save enough for a new place. Jemon asked, wait, are you still short on cash? How much more do you need? Ujin just froze, totally embarrassed. No, it is not that. Jemon's eyes suddenly lit up when he looked at the table. He stared at Ujin in disbelief. Wait, when did you get a new phone? That is the latest model. Super curious, Jemon asked, can I see it? Ujin handed it over without hesitation, saying, yeah, it works pretty well. Holding the phone, Jemon gasped, no way, this is the premium red edition. Jemon went on to explain, since bloodstone crafting technology is barely used yet, this thing must have cost an absolute fortune. Are you filthy rich or something? Eating his fried chicken, Ujin replied, nah, I just won it in a giveaway. He recalled the moment he totally wrecked. Phone store employee and added, it was a once-in-a-lifetime kind of event, you know. Just then, Jemon shrieked so loud it made Ujin jump. Holy crap, bro, you are on a whole different level. While Ujin sat there wondering what was wrong, Jemon was glued to the screen, counting how many zeros were on it. Dude, let me see this. On the screen was a bank deposit notification. 40 million won deposited. Total balance, 51,230,000 won, sent by Hong Sunggu. Jin gasped in pure shock. Wait, 40 million? He frowned and muttered, that absolute psycho. I told him to only send me 4 million. Cut to Angel Cafe. Sunggu walked in, spotted Ujin, and immediately bowed down to greet him. Boss, are you doing well? Ujin held up his phone and snapped back. We literally said goodbye a few hours ago. What doing well are you talking about? What is this? Sunggu's face went pale as Ujin grilled him. Do you think I am some kind of beggar? I told you 4 million was enough. Inside, Sunggu was trembling. Boss, please spare my life. He recalled the terrifying memory of Ujin stripping Dosu naked. If he didn't pay him enough, his end would be exactly like the other members. Sunggu bit his lip, sweating bullets. He suddenly dropped to his knees right in the middle of the cafe and begged at the top of his lungs. Boss, please spare my life. Ujin looked incredibly embarrassed and hissed. Are you completely out of your mind? But Sunggu kept screaming in terror. I swear I'll pay you the rest later. Just give me a little more time. Seeing this, the other customers started whispering and judging. Wait, is that guy a thug? Is he a loan shark? It looks like that poor kid borrowed money from a gangster. Grimacing, Ujin growled. If you do not want to die, sit your butt down right now. Sunggu jumped in fear and quickly obeyed. Boss. The second he sat down, he started rambling. Bro, I am so sorry, but I have not figured out how to get the full 400 million won yet. I promise if you give me just a little more time, I will pay every single cent. Completely caught Ujin off guard, and he blinked in confusion. Wait, 400 million? Sunggu nodded with a totally innocent face. Yes, sir! Ujin sighed, thinking to himself, this idiot completely misunderstood me. I told him 4 million, but he thought I said 40 million, and now he thinks it is 400 million. Yeah. Ujin's eyes gleamed as he grinned. Damn, kids these days are incredibly generous. Looking at the honest, terrified guy in front of him, decided, hey, if he wants to play this game, I will play along. Clasping his hands together, Ujin flashed a sly smirk and asked, all right then, how long should I wait? Put to the next morning. Ujin was taking a peaceful stroll in the park. From a distance, Sunggu waved from a car, shouting, Boss, over here! Once they got in, Ujin wondered, how is my new underling so happy on day one? Sunggu smiled and replied, hey, underlings have the right to be happy too, boss. This made Ujin chuckle in amusement. He recalled the night before at the cafe, where Sunggu sat like a good boy listening to Ujin. Since making 400 million won is basically impossible for you right now, how about you pay me back by teaming up? You will just give me the money you make. Ujin had asked him, that means you have to stick with me 24/7. You down with that? Sunggu had agreed without a single doubt. No problem at all. Just give me a timeline. And I can even act as your manager, Ujin asked. A manager? Sunggu replied excitedly. Yes. From choosing and booking dungeons to selling the bloodstones, I can handle everything from A to Z. I can drive, too. Basically, I'll be like your personal guild support division. Ujin deadpanned, so a lackey then. And hearing that completely petrified Sunggu, Ujin added, basically, you're working your butt off because you have zero cash, right? Sunggu cried inside. Is absolutely right, but damn, that truth hurt. Then, he rubbed his hands together eagerly and replied, you are totally right, boss. Ujin smiled in approval. All right, deal. He laid out the terms. We will work together for 1 year. Working with zero pay is too cruel, so I will hook you up with a salary. Sunggu grabbed Ujin's hand, deeply moved. Boss, thank you. Thank you so much. Ujin let out a wry laugh and replied, hey, I am the one getting a sweet deal here. Back to the present, their car was speeding down the highway. Ujin looked at Sunggu, feeling pretty satisfied. Sure, he returned the extra money, but he ended up scoring a top-tier assistant. Ujin threw in another offer. Just do your job well and guide me through this, and you will get 10% of the profits. Hearing this, Sunggu blushed with pure gratitude. Boss, you are the GOAT. Ujin then asked, so, did you find that dungeon I asked for? Sunggu answered seriously, yes sir, just like you wanted. 3-star dungeon with the absolute highest monster spawn rate. It is at Gwangbok Exit 3, home to the Rocky Swarm, which are insect-type monsters that look like giant, disgusting cockroaches. Next thing they knew, the two were standing inside the dungeon. Looking up, Ujin muttered, damn, these things are seriously endless. Sunggu chimed in, make sure to stay close behind me, okay? Carrying his backpack, Ujin replied, got it. He looked at his system screen, thinking, I will dump all my stat points into command. Right on cue, a system alert popped up, stating the number of skeleton soldiers he could summon had increased to 10. Ujin smirked in satisfaction. If the enemy wants to swarm us, we will just bring our own army. He instantly summoned his skeletons and ordered, all right, boys, let's absolutely wreck this place. Cut to a bit later at the staircase. The Rocky Swarm sensed pure danger and screeched non-stop. They were absolutely terrified of what stood right in front of them. Was an army of skeleton soldiers holding sharp weapons high. With zero wasted movements, they skewered and completely wiped out the Rocky. Right at that moment, Sunggu ran down to report, boss, I grabbed all the bloodstones on this floor. Ujin praised him. Nice job. Keep that energy up. But looking at the battlefield, Sunggu gasped in utter shock. What the actual hell? Did you wipe them all out already? He thought to himself, normally, a rocky dungeon takes at least 2 hours to clear, and my guy did it completely solo in just 15 minutes. Meanwhile, Wujin plopped down catching his breath and muttered, I need to rest a bit. He sat there crunching the numbers. Now that I am level 7, my achievement points have skyrocketed. A new skill popped up on the screen, let us see. Fire Fist attacks the opponent with a burning punch. Level limit 7, 10 mana and 20 achievement points needed. Wujin swiped to the next skill. Water Ball strikes the target from a certain distance with a sphere of water. Level limit 7. He looked totally disappointed. The level 7 skills were straight trash, nothing useful at all. But then, a piece of information caught his eye, making Wujin freeze. Huh, what is this, a skeleton witch? I can unlock this at level 10, but why not grab it early? The details showed skeleton witch, level limit 10, 20 mana, sacrifices a monster corpse to summon a skeleton witch with 5 strength, 5 durability, 5 vitality, and 5 mana. Operational range scales with strength. Attack speed scales with durability. Damage scales with mana. Mana cost 1, control cost 1. Just then, Sunggu walked over and said, Boss, we are all cleared, and the return tone is up. How long have we been in here? He immediately replied, 27 minutes, boss. Rubs chin, calculating. We have a 4-hour pass. Wujin then walked up the stairs and said, we can run this 7 more times, let us go. Sunggu nervously replied, oh my god, I am coming. Cut to the Bloodstone exchange counter. The clerk handed the bank book to Sunggu and announced, 53.2 million won has been added to your balance, sir. He replied, ah yes, thank you so much. Then Sunggu's face froze in absolute disbelief as he stared at the numbers, totally shocked. In his mind, he was screaming 52.3 million won. He stared at the printed balance, totally mind-blown. Making over 50 million in just 30 minutes? At this rate, 400 million won is practically in the bag. His hands were literally shaking. With my cut, I will get 40 million. Back in the day, I had to struggle through 1-star dungeons for 2 whole months just to scrape together 30 million, and now I am pulling in 40 million won a single day? Sunggu blurted out, this is absolutely cracked, boss. Turned to Wujin, his face practically glowing with gratitude. Boss, you are literally my savior. Wujin smirked and replied, do not get too hyped up yet. Still have 7 more runs to go, so save the celebration. Sunggu followed closely behind Wujin, completely hyped. This was a total cheat code, and securing this assistant gig was the best decision ever. Cut to the Hammer Guild headquarters, where only one guy was left in the office. He was happily humming along to some music, totally in his zone. He was grinding some coffee when his phone rang. He picked up and said, Support Team 4 Leader Min Chan speaking. The voice on the other end replied, Yes, Leader, it is Hai Min. He asked, What is going on? Over on his side, Hai Min was standing by the window and answered, I just got an urgent report. This morning, 2 Awakened bought a 4-hour pass to clear a dungeon, but these guys are acting super weird. On the other end, Min Chan sounded totally unbothered. People die in dungeons every day, so what is so strange about that? Hai Min quickly clarified, No, they actually made it back completely in one piece. Crazy part is how fast they are clearing it. He continued, their first run took only 30 minutes and the next one was done in just 11 minutes. Oh my god. Walked out of the dungeon again in exactly 9 minutes and 47 seconds. Suddenly, Hai Min turned to yell in the background, Yo, I won the bet! Pay up! Mint was confused. What on earth are you guys doing over there? He laughed. We were literally betting on whether they could speedrun it in under 10 minutes. Leader, you seriously need to look these guys up. Hai Min added they claim to be F rank, but after seeing this live, I can confidently say they are on a whole different level. This immediately caught Min Chan off guard. Rank? No way. He immediately booted up his computer and said, Hold on a second, let me run a search, and I will call you right back. Hai Min agreed. Sounds good, Leader. Good luck. Min Chan rapidly clicked his mouse, scanning the database until his eyes went wide. What on earth is this? Looking at their profiles on the screen left him completely speechless. One guy literally registered as an Awakened yesterday, while the other only sent up 2 months ago. Name, Kang Ujin Awakened Ability Necromancy. Rank. Name Hong Sunggu. Awakened Ability Fire Manipulation. F rank. Min Chan stared at the screen, his mind racing. These 2 rookies literally Budrun and cleared a 3-star dungeon by themselves in just 10 minutes. He let out a smirk, thinking, a rank? Even if the evaluation system glitched, there is no way they are that low. They are easily C rank at the bare minimum. Rookies starting off with C rank power have a massive chance of scaling all the way up to A rank. Ren Chan grabbed his jacket and stormed out, absolutely hyped. It has been ages since I saw a rookie with this much raw potential. Cut to the Hwarang Guild headquarters, where Wujin and Sunggu's files were displayed on a massive screen as a deep voice asked, So you are saying this guy is the one who raided our dungeon? Another guy nodded. Yes, that is the word from our contact inside the bureau. He kept digging, and the assistant beside him read out the file, Hong Sunggu. Age 21, an F-rank fire mage, nothing out of the ordinary. The real threat here is definitely Kang Ujin. He stared at the screen and added, an F-rank necromancer who literally speedruns dungeons like it is nothing. The man looked up and asked, what do you think team leader Lee Yun-wee? She flashed back to when she first encountered Wujin, then muttered knew he was not some average F-rank trash, but I did not expect him to be this cracked. Yun-hui added, completely puzzled, combat power is easily C-rank level. The man rested his chin on his hands and continued. This means there are only two possibilities. Either he completely sagged his rank evaluation, or his power is scaling up at an absolutely insane rate. Yun-hui looked over, highly skeptical. Has there ever been an awakened who grew that fast? If he really was F-rank, his power must have jumped 2 or 3 ranks literally overnight. He gestured with his hand and replied, actually, there has been a case just like this, an awakened who shot up from F-rank straight to A-rank. The screen flashed with the silhouette of a massive muscular man as he is explained, a hunter whose entire growth process was completely hidden in the shadows until he became South Korea's top-tier powerhouse. Yoon-hui gasped, wait, are you talking about Kong Chun? Smirked mockingly. No way. There is no way this kid can even compare to Kong Chun. The man smiled and ordered, I would not be so sure about that, but digging up some dirt on him will not hurt either. This man was one of South Korea's top 3 guild masters, the leader of the Hwarang guild, Lee Songgo. He gave the command, keep tabs on him, find out who this guy really is. Cut back to the dungeon, Sunggu was still grinding away. He gripped his short sword. He cleanly stabs right into the dead Reiki's head. Next, he cracks open its hard shell. Boom, a bloodstone pops right out. Sunggu snatches it and tosses it straight into his backpack. But honestly, grinding all alone is exhausting. Sunggu sighs, thinking, sure, the cash is sweet, but if I keep this up, I'm literally going to die. Like, who actually dies from mining too much? Still, he stands up and calls out to Ewan, boss, can we take a quick break? Smirks and asks, tired already? Sunggu chugs down some water like a beast. Ah, so refreshing, I'm finally back to life. Boss, how much time do we have left? Sunggu replies, about 1 hour and 12 minutes. Uin sits there doing the math in his head. The cash he has made so far, easily blown past 400 million won. That should be more than enough to buy a new house for his mom and Sua. He stands up and calls out to Sunggu. Sunggu looks bewildered and asks, what is it, boss? Win says the rest of the bloodstones are all yours. I will watch your back, so grind as much as you can. Bro is absolutely stunned by the gesture. Plun takes a deep breath and adds, alright, time to pick up the pace. Boom! Ewan rockets into the dungeon, leaving Sunggu completely shook. Bro could only wave as his boss vanished, while Ewan, weapon in hand, is literally flying forward. Ewan and his skeleton soldiers start wreaking absolute havoc, tearing through the Reiki monsters left and right. Suddenly, one Reiki tries to ambush him from the air. Plot twist! Ewan looks back with a cold smirk and casually slices it clean in half, absolutely cracked. Him alert. You have leveled up to level 10. Just as the Reiki's head hits the floor, Ewan stands there looking highly satisfied. Could be plenty. But then another system screen pops up. Alert, class selection requirements met. Deciding class. Bro stares at the screen, totally lost. A class? That's weird. Ewan rubs his chin. Back in Alphen, you only get a class at level 10, but I'm literally already a Necromancer. What's the deal here? The system starts analyzing his combat patterns and searching for a class. A list of classes flashes by. Mage, spiritual scholar, warrior, priest, and binder. Ewan wonders, wait, is it a dual-class system? Just then, the system locks it in. Warrior class has been selected for you. Bonus reward unlocked. Warrior's weapon. Ewan scratches his head, completely baffled. What the hell? A warrior? That's actually so annoying. A mage class would have been way better since the stats would align with my necromancer build. If I knew this was coming, I would have used spells instead of swinging a random crowbar around. He looks at the reward details again. Warrior's weapon. Win wonders if this is his class reward. Suddenly, a pipe-like weapon spawns right in front of him. Win is like, wait, a warrior's weapon? Bro, this is literally just a steel pipe. But the moment he grabs it, a blinding flash of light erupts and the weapon's info pops up, steel staff. A warrior's weapon is like their life and companion. That's why it scales and grows with its owner, ready for battle at any moment. Stats. +5 strength, stamina recovery, and a disarm summon skill. Win raises the steel staff with a smirk. A growth-type weapon? Let's see how broken this gets. Next up, the Necromancer class reward, the Devil Seal Crystal. It's a glowing blood-red orb. The Devil Seal Crystal is a high-tier magic stone necromancers get at certain levels. Within its 7 seals lies ultimate magic that regular skeleton soldiers can't even touch. Power. Ewan can literally erase any enemy on Alphen who dares to mess with his territory. Ewan smirks, thinking, I wonder what crazy thing I'm getting this time. Then, the seal breaks, shining with blinding light. A massive pillar of light shoots up in front of him. Out of the light, a demonic wing emerges, followed by glowing red eyes, blonde hair, and plump lips. Bro is absolutely stunned and stammers. Wait, is that BB? Demon-winged girl glares at Ewan and pouts. Master, where did you run off to? He gasps, what? How are you here? BB jumps right up, wrapping her arms around Ewan's neck. So much, Master. Ewan asks, wait, weren't you trapped back in Alphen? What is going on here? BB answers, after you disappeared. All of us loyal subordinates were locked inside the sealing room. Win is completely confused. Sealing room? He thinks. Did they literally transmigrate through space-time? Wait, sealed? The girl looks at him happily and says, Master, I'm just so glad to see you. Suddenly something catches her attention. She starts sniffing the air, turns around and asks, what is this smell? Win looks confused. Smell? BB points at the pile of dead Reiki monsters and says, I can smell the stench of Chanet's minions all over these things. Her answer completely shocks him. What? Chanet? Yeah, Chanet is that demon from a mysterious dimension who invaded Alphen and wiped out 90% of its population. Ewan never fought him directly, but his minions were so damn endless that he got sick of looking at them. Win stares down, thinking, so now Chanet wants to conquer Earth too? That's why these dungeons are opening up. Things are about to get ugly. He thought he finally escaped that hell, but looks like the gates of hell are opening up to welcome him right back. Cut to exit number 3 of Maebong Station. Hey Min is waiting. Seeing him arrive, he waves and calls out, Boss, there you are? Han replies, we're still on the clock, you know? Bro chuckles and says, all right, Captain. Min Chan asks where those two are. Hey Min checks his watch and says, been inside for 8 minutes now, so they should be out soon. But seriously, those two are no joke. They made like 400 million won all by themselves. Hey Min adds, I had that kind of talent, I'd be flexing in dungeons too. Just then, Min Chan spots them coming out. There they are. He walks over to greet them, saying, great job, you two. Bear a few minutes to talk? Min Chan flashes a bright smile, trying to recruit them. It will only take a second. Walks right past him, giving a flat decline. Min Chan quickly panics and calls out, wait, excuse me, hold on. Win stops and looks back, like, what? If you're going to force us anyway, why even fake ask in the first place? Min Chan is completely baffled. What is this guy's problem? He forces a smile and replies, my bad for being rude. He clears his throat and pulls out his business card. Let me get straight to the point. H-Guild wants to recruit both of you. Win just coldly shuts him down, not interested. Sunggu quickly scrambles after him, yelling, Boss! Min Chan is left behind, shouting after them. Hold on. It seems like you don't really like our Hammer Guild, do you? Our boy stops, lets out a heavy sigh, and turns back to ask, you guys are one of the top 3 guilds in the country, right? The guy smirks and says, so you've heard of us. Min Chan continues with his pitch. Our guild only offers the absolute best treatment for the most promising awakened. If you two join us, we guarantee the ultimate support system. But Ujin cuts him off. Min Chan keeps smiling, waiting for his answer, but Ujin drops his voice and warns him, I'm in a terrible mood right now, so stop annoying me. Next scene, his mom is standing there completely shocked, gasping, what in the world is this? The real estate agent smiles and says, please, feel free to look around. Sua runs inside shouting, Mom, look at this huge yard. His mom turns to him, totally confused. How are you planning to buy a gorgeous house like this without any money? Ujin immediately pulls up his transaction screen to show her. What do you mean, no money? Look, this is what I made just today. She gasps. Oh my goodness, how did you make this much money? Ujin smiles and drops the bomb. Actually, Mom, I'm an awakened. She stands there, completely stunned. An awakened. So you have to go down into those dungeons to make this money, she asks, panicking. Isn't that job incredibly dangerous? When did you? She is terrified. I already lost your father to those dungeons. I can't let my son go through the same thing. Ujin quickly reassures her. Don't worry, Mom. Your son is way stronger than you think. Honestly, it's just like catching bugs. But she still isn't convinced. And even if that's true just then, Sua runs over and cuts her off. Mom, can we get a dog now? You said we could get one once we got a house with a yard. She looks up with puppy eyes. Please? She sighs. Hold on, sweetie. Ujin looks at his mom and says softly, Mom, seriously, don't worry. He kneels down, pats his little sister's head, and continues. Everything you struggled so hard to save up. For I've got it covered now. Just trust me from now on. The 3 of them stand together in the yard of their brand new home, soaking in the moment. Next, we cut to a dark alley at night. Ujin walks in and mutters, BB, come here. Instantly, a surge of dark energy flares up in front of him, but then it vanishes into thin air, leaving Ujin totally stunned. He tries again. Come on out, BB. The swirling energy gathers and spins again, only to pop and disappear once more. What is going on? Ujin stares down the alley where a faint light is glowing and murmurs, what the? Out of the shadows, a tiny creature waddles out. Ujin jumps back in shock. No way is that you, BB. Why are you a cat? The little black cat looks up at him and lets out a soft meow. Ujin scoops it up, totally bewildered, and BB explains, I can't turn back into my real form, and now I can't stop chasing after tiny bugs. Bro, she's literally got cat instincts now. Ujin wonders if she can only use her true form inside a dungeon. But why, though? Ujin looks down at her. What about Shinette's energy? Can you still feel it? BB shakes her head. Nope. But it smells amazing here, smells like peace. Ujin stands there, mind blown. A literal demon is out here enjoying peace? Does that mean Shanette's energy hasn't caused any damage yet? Right then, a voice speaks up from behind him. So you have a soft spot for stray cats too? That's a side of you I didn't expect. Ujin snaps around to see who it is, and the guy smiles warmly. Nice to meet you. I'm Lee Sang-ho, the leader of the Hwarang Guild. Got a minute to chat? Cut to a cafe nearby. Sunggu is sitting there, scratching his head and murmuring, man, I really can't figure him out. He thinks back to when he was driving Ujin, wondering, hey boss, why'd you reject the Hammer Guild's offer? Is there some other reason? Ujin just sighed and casually replied, I just hate taking orders from other people. Sunggu smiled in awe, thinking, I get it. Boss is truly built different. He chuckles, realizing that even a top-tier powerhouse like the Hammer Guild couldn't dent his boss's pride. But seeing Ujin's relaxed face back then, Sunggu couldn't help but wonder if that was really the only reason he turned them down. Back in reality, he sits there grinning like a madman. Who cares about the reason? We're about to make all our wildest dreams come true anyway. Sunggu tells himself that his only job is to fully trust and back up his boss from here on out. Just then, a sales representative walks up with a folder in hand. Sir, sorry to keep you waiting. Sits down, hands over a pen and paper, and asks, would you like to sign the contract right now? Without a single second of hesitation, Sunggu agrees. Absolutely. Meanwhile, back at the other cafe, Sangho's voice echoes from inside. First, I want to sincerely apologize for what happened yesterday. The two are sitting opposite each other as he continues. A bit of a run-in with Jeon Hee, right? Ujin looks at him, trying to place the name. Jeon Hee? He visualizes her face and asks, ah, that red-haired girl? Sangho nods. Yeah, she's my younger sister, but she's got a seriously fiery temper. He chuckles, adding, she cares way too much about our guild. Oh, if there was any real damage done, I'll fully compensate you for it. Ujin cuts straight to the point. I don't need compensation or anything. What's the real reason you came looking for me? Sangho's expression doesn't change as he replies, sharp as always. He gets serious. Honestly, I've been keeping an eye on you. Your dungeon clear speed is insane, something a low-rank hunter shouldn't even be capable of. At that rate, bills are easily at least C rank. Sangho is absolutely certain he's destined for greatness. Ujin just rolls his eyes internally. Great. First the Hammer Guild clones, now the Hwarang guys. Him straight up. So, you're trying to recruit me, is that it? Sangho finally drops the act. Exactly. Want you to join our guild. I promise to personally help you train using the absolute best methods tailored to your specific skills. Ujin is kinda amused. Best methods tailored to my skills, huh? He smirks, throwing out a cheeky challenge. So if I beat you in a fight, do I get to be the guild leader? Sangho stays completely cool. Well, the rumors weren't lying. Your confidence is unreal. He smiles and continues, but I don't run the Hwarang Guild just with raw power. After all, my B rank is nothing compared to the A rankers out there. Sangho states confidently under Jin's skeptical gaze. So even if you beat me, I can't just hand over my position to you. Ujin immediately stands up to leave. Well, then I'm officially bored. See ya. But as he walks away, Sangho asks him one last question, his voice turning dead serious. Why do you think the dungeon started appearing? It has already been 5 years since that catastrophic dungeon outbreak. This day, nobody has solved this mystery. He kept going with his story, but every single year these dungeons are just expanding, and dangerous monsters are starting to spawn. But humanity is not even careful. They are even starting to mine bloodstones just to make a quick buck. Woojin stopped to listen, knowing one thing is for sure. Earth and South Korea are cooked if things keep going at this rate. Sangho looked at him dead serious and said, I believe my mission is to gather the Awakeners and stop this from happening. Then he made his pitch. I hope you can lend us your strength. Cut to the next morning at the Haim Guild, where the clicking of a mouse is going crazy. Heyman sat there, too scared to even breathe. He looked at Min-chan's face and thought, oh god, he is already in a terrible mood first thing in the morning. Right then, something popped up on the screen and caught Heyman's eye. He turned to tell the leader that those two guys actually booked a dungeon at Gaon exit number 6 yesterday. Hearing this, he snapped back. That bastard? Why are you bringing him up first thing in the morning? So annoying. He stood there grumbling. Does he think he is all that? No matter how good he is only C rank at best. Then Heyman added, boss, this is a 4-star dungeon, you know? Hearing this made Min-chan spit his coffee everywhere. He rushed over to look. What? They booked it for only 2 people again? Min-chan stared in complete disbelief. Are these idiots out of their minds? They were just going in for support or to mine bloodstones, it would make sense. But no F-rank awakener in their right mind would dare step into a 4-star dungeon. They were clearly just two clueless rookies booking this dungeon without knowing any basic info. Min Chan rubbed his chin, lost in thought. What kind of broken skills do they have to think they can solo a 4-star dungeon? He turned and asked, "Do we have a 4-star dungeon nearby?" Haim replied, "Yes. Exit number 11 at Jongsa Station." Min Chan quickly added, "They are right next to each other. Go change our booking to that exact dungeon." Hearing this, Heyman looked at him, totally confused. "Wait, you still haven't given up?" Min Chan gave a wry smile and replied, "You idiot, give up my ass. This time, I am definitely catching them." You want to catch a big fish, you have to cast the line at the perfect moment. Cut to the inside of a luxury BMW, music blasting. Sunggu was driving, totally vibing, and said, "Man, this ride is so smooth." He grinned and said, "I got this ride because driving you around in that tiny trash car would be a total waste." Wu Jin laughed and asked, "What is this thing called anyway?" A render? This made Sunggu super confused. Is this guy from an isekai or something? How does he not know what a BMW is? But Sunggu just smiled and said, "Anyway, I will keep serving you with everything I have got." Wu Jin smiled, totally satisfied, and said, "Keep that same energy today." Then they headed to the dungeon they booked. Suddenly, a voice yelled out, "What is an F-rank awakener doing in a tier 4 dungeon? And there are only 2 of you." Sunggu tried to explain, "Look, we told you we are completely fine. We are going in because we are 100% confident we can clear it." But the inspector shut them down immediately. I said no, but Sunggu kept trying to convince him, "We won't make you take any responsibility for us. Just let us in." But the inspector stood his ground. "If you want to throw your life away, go jump in the Han River. Why do it here? No is no. Rules are rules." Sunggu stood there looking stressed, totally unable to argue back. He walked back to Wu Jin, scratching his head in embarrassment, and said, "It is a no-go. They said we can never enter. I am so sorry. I should have researched this better before we came." But Wu Jin just kept it chill and replied, "It is fine. Let's just go to the management office to reset. Go find a tier 3 dungeon around here." Right at that moment, Min Chan walked up and said, "Well, look who we have here. We meet again." He was with Heyman. What a coincidence. "Excuse me, but can I ask what you guys are planning? If you do not mind, I would love to lend a hand." Min Chan's eyes looked completely sincere, but he was totally scheming. "Would that be okay?" Wu Jin did not buy it for a second and snapped back, "Coincidence my ass!" Putting his hands on his hips, he asked, "So, what can you actually do for me?" Put to near Wachun Station. You guys probably do not know that only C-rank strike forces are allowed to enter a tier 4 dungeon. He pointed his hand toward the dungeon entrance. The tier 4 dungeon managed by our guild. We already booked it in advance, so you two can use it however you want. Made Wu Jin a bit suspicious. "You are being way too nice. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world." Min Chan just smiled and replied, "I am just showing my goodwill, that's all. I will handle the rank adjustment, so just go ahead and clear it." Wu Jin walked up and said, "Well, if you are being that generous, I will gladly accept your offer." Politely replied, "You are so easygoing. Before you head in, please wait a second. I actually prepared a little gift for you two." Wu Jin was surprised. "You even prepared a gift?" Min Chan turned around and said, "Just wait right here." The trunk of his car was already wide open. He stared at the items inside and muttered, "No such thing as a free lunch." Min Chan laughed inside, feeling incredibly smug. Even if he did not ask for anything in return, every favor always comes with a debt. But if you buy someone a meal, they will definitely feel like they have to treat you back next time. He schemed silently. Even if this guy is a broken awakener with insane potential, he is still just a naive 24-year-old kid. "Hang Wu Jin, you are already wrapped around my finger." Hei Min walked up to start a conversation with Wu Jin. "Wow, you are completely different from yesterday." Wu Jin immediately asked, "Different how?" Hei Min spoke frankly. "Yesterday, it was so hard to even talk to you." Wu Jin explained, "Yeah, I was in a terrible mood yesterday." In his head, his mind was a complete mess thinking about Janet. Hei Min smiled and continued, "Ah, you must be the type of person who is totally driven by their mood. You seem to be in a great mood today. Why don't we grab a drink later?" Wu Jin happily replied, "Sounds like a plan." This one line was enough to make Hei Min celebrate inside. "You naive kid, I am going to make you sign a contract to become Heimguild's asset for 2 years." Hei Min was already plotting how to manipulate Wu Jin at the bar. He kept hyping it up. "I know a really great spot. Let's go check it out." Wu Jin asked curiously, "Where is it?" On the side, Sunggu just sighed. "These guys are sucking up to the wrong person. No matter how much they bootlick, there is no way he is ever joining us." A moment later, Min Chan walked back, looked around and froze. He rushed over and asked, "Wait, where did they go?" Hei Min replied they already entered the dungeon. Hearing this, Min Chan literally started shaking with rage and growled, "They already went inside. Didn't I tell them I was going to grab a gift for them?" Hei Min tried to explain, Well, you are waiting here until they finish clearing it anyway. Why not just give it to them when they come out? Bag in his hand suddenly dropped to the ground with a thud. Heyman's eyes went wide as he gasped, "Wait, is this a survival kit?" Inside the bag were all the essential tools needed for a dungeon raid. Hin Chan asks in a serious tone, "Do you really think these F-rank newbies trying to challenge a rank 4 dungeon have any idea what high-tier dungeons are actually like?" Starting to sweat now. The recommended rank for a rank 4 dungeon is D rank with a C rank team captain. Min figured Kang Ujin is only an F rank on paper, but looking at how fast he cleared that rank 3 dungeon, he might actually have what it takes to crush a rank 4. But here is the catch. High-tier dungeons from rank 4 to 6 are on a whole different level compared to low-tier ones. If they dive in raw without any info or survival gear, even a high-tier awakened user isn't making it out alive. Bro literally holds his head in despair, thinking, what a massive mistake. We wanted to show them some love, but we just sent them straight to their graves. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Ujin is just straight up laughing it off. Seriously, a rank 4 dungeon? These monsters are trash. Sunggu replies, I'm not really sure, man. He looks down at the pile of dead rats and goes, maybe the difficulty is way below average? Ujin nods and says, could be. Let's find the return stone. Suddenly, the whole dungeon goes dead silent. Frowns. Wait, what? No return stone? Sunggu turns around, totally shocked. No way, when rubs his chin, wondering if his search skill level is just too trash. He tells them to double back and check again. The two keep wandering through the pitch-black dungeon. Ujin is completely baffled. It's not here either. What on earth is going on? Sunggu looks up, hey, the entrance is up there. He freezes, staring in shock. What is that? Ujin's eyes lock onto it too. Right above the stairs, another portal suddenly spawns right in front of them. He stares up thinking, wait, is this why the return stone didn't drop? Do we seriously have to go through this? Ujin lets out a cold laugh, man. I was wondering why this was so easy. Looks like the real game is just starting. They step through the portal and boom, they're in a massive, dense jungle. Bryn freezes in his tracks, looking at the view. Did we just get warped to another dimension? Suddenly, Sunggu calls out to him in a shaky voice, bro. Ujin looks over and sees bro is completely naked. He instantly snaps. Dude, what are you doing? Ujin makes a face and yells, why are you naked? Put some clothes on, you're blinding me. Sunggu whines back, bro, you're literally naked too. That's when it hits him. Wait, did only our physical bodies get teleported? Suddenly, a massive roar echoes from deep inside the jungle, sending flocks of birds scattering into the sky. Standing there, one of them is shaking in his boots, while the other is absolutely hyped. Ujin puts his hands on his hips, totally confident. Oh yeah, this is the real deal. This is the actual start of the rank 4 dungeon. Ujin casually pulls out some clothes for both of them. Sunggu stares at him, totally mind blown. Bro, just how many skills do you actually have? Flashback. When Ujin handed him the gear and said, put some clothes on first, man. Sunggu thinks to himself, I know this guy is cracked and can handle anything. But honestly, I have no idea what he's actually plotting right now. Meanwhile, Ujin is staring at his system screen, locked in. He calculates his stats. Right now, he's only level 10. But, thanks to his insane transferred skills, his stats are way higher than any normal level 10 player. Still, taking on a 4-star dungeon is going to be a tough fight. In the Reiki dungeon, a Necromancer's skills alone won't cut it. But as long as he doesn't get swarmed, Ujin can absolutely destroy them, even without any prep time. Suddenly, system alerts start popping up left and right. Warrior's unique skill unlocked. You have acquired Warrior's intuition. You have acquired Warrior's rage. You have acquired leap. You have acquired acceleration. You have acquired Iron Fist. Gripping his steel staff, he says, time to get to work. Let's see just how strong a level 31 monster really is. And meanwhile, back outside the dungeon, Min Chan is standing by the barrier, completely stressed. Barrier still hasn't gone down. They've been in there for a really long time. Hemin asks, how long do you think they can even hold out? Can they actually fight that giant crocodile? Min Chan frowns and turns to her. Wait, with their bare hands? That's when Hemin realizes all their survival gear is still sitting right here. High-tier dungeons are brutal. They won't let you bring any gear from Earth. The only items allowed through the portal are things that actually belong to the dungeon itself. Ben holds his head in panic. Even if they somehow beat that giant crocodile, they've got an even bigger problem, no food and no water. But inside the dungeon, shockwave shakes the entire ground, sending rocks and trees flying everywhere. Sunggu freaks out and yells, bro, something massive is heading our way. Boom! A gigantic crocodile bursts through the dust cloud. Ujin moves like lightning, stepping off the ground to launch himself. He leaps high into the air, flying right over the beast. He grins. This is what Warrior's intuition feels like. Let's test it out. The level 31 crocodile snaps its jaws wide open, lunging straight up. Meanwhile, outside, Min Chan is still losing his mind. Even in the Amazon rainforest, surviving without basic necessities is a nightmare. But in this dungeon, the danger level is 100 times worse. Hemin sighs, totally depressed. Talk about going from the frying pan straight into the fire. Cut to the next scene, a juicy meat skewer sizzling over a campfire. Bro literally cleared the whole plate. Sunggu is holding a giant skewer, stuffing his face with a huge smile. Bro, this is so freaking good. Uin chuckles, crocodile meat is top-tier luxury food, man. Crushing it and grilling it up like this is peak dining. Oh, check this out. Crocodile meat paired with cold beer? Absolutely god tier. Sunggu chugs down his beer, his face turning bright red. Bro, this drink is amazing too. Uin just looks at his little bro with a wholesome grin. Back outside, Hemin says, Captain, they've been in there for ages. She asks, since it's been this long, are we even sure they're still alive in that jungle? Min Chan replies, well, if they only had to face one crocodile, maybe they could use some summon skill as bait to distract it and sneak past. But even then, there's no way they're crossing the swamp. Hemin's face darkens with worry. Swamp. That place periodically shifts in the jungle, and it's a literal death trap for melee fighters. Once your feet get stuck in that mud, you have to fight off a horde of hook-necked monkeys and a giant South American anaconda at the exact same time. Meanwhile, Sunggu panics and yells, Bro, we only have one ranged damage dealer there up the Hong Sunggu, and his fireballs are definitely not strong enough to stop an onslaught of hook-necked monkeys. The two look down, completely stressed, sighing together. This is too hard. They are completely cooked. But inside the dungeon, fireballs are literally raining down. They're absolutely blasting the monkeys in the trees. Win shouts out, hyped out of his mind, burn them all to ashes. Sunggu is completely speechless. Wait, he has that skill too? Right in front of them is an entire army of skeleton mages holding magic staffs. System alert. Skeleton mage summoning. Use a monster corpse to summon a skeleton mage. Level requirement, level 10. Mana cost 20. Outside, Min Chan is stress-eating a bowl of instant noodles. Hemin, beside him, is biting her nails. Captain, it's already been 4 hours. Do you think they can actually clear this dungeon and make it out alive? He lowered his voice, saying, I don't even know. Monsters aren't the only danger in a high-level dungeon. The whole place is packed with crazy plants, beasts, and insects that are completely different from Earth. Min Chan then asked, how much do you think they actually know about the ecosystem over there? Hemin gasped, oh no! If they accidentally eat some toxic plant, Min Chan muttered, then they are absolutely cooked. Meanwhile, Sunggu is holding a juicy red fruit, ready to take a bite. Takes a bite and flexes. Man, wild forest fruits are the best, so sweet. Ujin immediately ruins the vibe. If you eat that raw without cooking it first, you are dead. Sunggu spits it out instantly and complains, Bro, you should have told me sooner. He then turns to him, totally confused. But how do you know all this stuff? Our MC just shrugs. I just do. Why are you worrying? In his mind, he is like, how do I know? Because this place is just like where I survived for 20 years. Outside the dungeon, night has fallen, but Hemin is still sitting there asking, but Captain, why are you trying so hard to recruit Kang Ujin? Our guild is not even that interested in him anyway. The captain sighs and answers, Hemin, I have never once doubted my own judgment. Hemin smiles and says, you mean scouting promising awakened hunters, right? Do you really believe Pingu has that much potential for us to recruit him? Min Chan nods, exactly. And right now I am absolutely sure that Ujin is already stronger than Pingu. This totally shocks Hemin. Stronger than Pingu? No way. The two keep chatting. Yeah, it would be a massive waste if he does not join us. If we lose an awakened hunter like him, it would be a devastating loss for humanity. Hemin sighs, I just hope he can make it back alive. I never thought you would worry about someone this much, Captain. She then stands up cheerfully. Let's just pray for him. He will definitely make it back alive. But Min Chan answers, going to be extremely hard. This instantly kills her mood. He continues, the guardian of the return stone is an absolute monster to deal with. Hearing this, Hemin thinks, who does not know that? We should just pray for him to come back alive. Min Chan rubs his head, muttering, honestly, he might already be dead. Hemin frowns, seriously, can you stop being so pessimistic? Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the duo has cleared the forest and reached a barren wasteland. Sunggu's eyes go wide as he points ahead. Bro, look, that's the return stone. Right in front of them, the stone is glowing on top of an altar-like structure. Sunggu rushes forward, complaining, finally we made it to this godforsaken place. But Ujin instantly grabs him by the collar and yanks him back. Boom! The ground collapses. Pike trap. Sunggu screams in terror. A trap? I almost got cooked. He turns to our MC. Bro, thank you so much. But Ujin is locked in, totally focused. Seeing this, Sunggu looks in the same direction, asking, what are you looking at, bro? Ujin is stunned as he spots them. A pack of orcs with razor-sharp teeth. He gasps. What on earth are those? Ujin mutters. This is completely unexpected. Aren't these the orcs from Alphen? Right in front of them are orc warriors and mages with levels ranging from 41 to 45. In Alphen society, there are humans, demons, dwarves, beastmen, and other races. Orcs are one of them, but why are they inside a dungeon on Earth? Ujin stands there in deep thought for a second, then looks them dead in the eye, asking, "What are you guys doing here?" Cold attitude leaves Sunggu and the entire orc pack utterly shocked. They start whispering loudly in their own tongue, and one of them steps forward. "Who are you? How can a human speak our language?" Ujin immediately replies in fluent orc, "That does not matter. Let me ask you one more time. What are you doing here?" The leader grunts, "We have lost our homeland." Ujin asks, "Did the demon Chane invade it?" He replies, "Yes. After a piece of the balance disappeared, Chane became its ruler. We are here because of a contract with him." This answer makes Ujin freeze. He repeats the words, "A contract?" The orc lifts his massive axe high into the air and swings it down, declaring, "Based on this contract, Earth is ours now." Hearing this, Ujin laughs. Earth has never belonged to Chanet. That contract is completely useless. He draws his weapon, glaring at them. "You dare try to invade this place? You have got some nerve." The leader roars warriors forward, "Crush the enemy." The entire horde of orcs charges at the duo instantly. Ujin locks in, ready to fight. A massive wave of monsters rushes forward, but our MC is completely chill. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Hemin checks the time. "Captain, it is not looking good. It has already been 6 hours and 20 minutes. Min Chan rubs his chin. A day has passed inside the dungeon, which means he thinks to himself, "They really clear in a 4-rank dungeon with just 2 people?" Suddenly, Hemin gasps. The countdown is gone. Min Chan stands there, praying silently, "Please." He waits anxiously. "Come on out, please make it back alive." The barrier finally vanishes, leaving only the dark, deep stairs of the subway station. But even after a while, there is only silence. Hemin sighs, "They still are not out. I guess this was just too much for them." Min Chan lets out a heavy sigh, "Pack up. Grab the carts to clear the area." But what happens next makes him completely freeze. He sees 2 figures walking up the stairs, carrying loads of loot. It's Ujin. He immediately runs over, thrilled. "Welcome back in one piece." Ujin just smiles, "Why do you look so hyped?" Later, as their car drives down the road, Ujin says, "Honestly, we did not even need the survival kit, but the offensive gear was top tier." He looks at the list and asks, "The Crocodile Station dungeon really that expensive? No wonder we could not get it." Sunggu smiles, "I know, right?" Ujin warns him, "Sunggu, make sure you bring it next time." Sunggu smiles weakly, thinking to himself, "I am fine with mining bloodstones, but handling monster corpses too? My dream of becoming a fire mage is fading away." Suddenly, something outside catches Ujin's eye. Sunggu asks, "What is it, bro?" Ujin looks at a couple on the street and replies, "That is Jemin. Drive over to them." Meanwhile, those two are talking when a loud voice calls out, "Jemin!" He looks over in shock, seeing Ujin waving at him from the passenger seat. Jemin is totally surprised and calls out, "Bro!" The girl next to him looks super confused. Ujin asks, "Are you on a date?" Jemin quickly explains, "No, she is my older sister." Then introduces him, "Sis, this is the awesome young who helped me, the one I told you about." Hearing this, she hesitantly asks, "Are you Kang Ujin?" Our MC is quite surprised that she knows his name. Cut to the guild headquarters, where a man holding a document murmurs, "Vice President position." He then asks, "This guy really worth us going this far?" Right then, a beep rings out and an announcement plays. Chairman Vice President Park Jin-gu is here. Walks in and says, "Captain Do Run, you're here too." Min Chan immediately gets up to leave, saying, "Yeah, I'm heading out to prepare. Please carry on." Jin asks, "What's up with the captain?" Do Run replies, "Beats me, seems like he found some fake necromancer. Now he's asking me to hand over the vice president's spot to that nobody." Hearing that, he says if Captain Do Run is asking, then we have to recruit this necromancer by any means necessary. The old man wonders, why would we do that? Lately, that guy's been making a huge fuss about scouting talent, but every single person he recruits is absolute trash. Captain Do Run finding you was a total stroke of luck. Jingu hears this and chuckles awkwardly. "Hey, don't be too hard on him." Do Run crosses his arms and says whatever. More importantly, "What's the word from America?" He replies, "The rumors seem to be true. Judging by how they returned, we can be sure there is a massive new player in the Titan Guild." The old man frowns, thinking about how those rumors might be real, that someone actually cleared the dungeon and came back. Scene changes to a different place, where a girl with long hair stands by the window, staring out at the neon city night. Image of her flashes on a monitor as someone asks, "How is she doing?" The monitor technician replies, "No change at all. Doesn't understand a single word we say and just keeps mumbling strange gibberish." Another staff adds, "It seems to be brain damage from her severe injuries." Ding Kun, the Titan Guild leader, replies, "Got it. Either way, she is the key to unlocking the dungeon's secrets. Do whatever it takes to cure her so we can get some real answers." Staff immediately salutes, "Yes, Captain." He frowns, deep in thought. It's already been 5 years since the dungeons first appeared. Will they ever truly uncover the secrets hidden inside? Back in the room, the girl keeps whispering that bizarre language. She presses her hand against the glass window, hesitantly speaking the name Jae-hyun. And then she clearly utters the name Kang Ujin. Cut to an old apartment building where a few windows are still lit up late at night. Inside one of the rooms, a desk lamp glows warmly. On the calendar, tons of dates are circled with stressful notes. Even though it is past midnight, someone is still pulling an all-nighter. Hyman sighs heavily while working on her assignments. Man, I'm so worried. Nothing bad is going to happen, right? She recalls what happened that afternoon and gets even more confused. Honestly, I have no idea what is going through his head. Woo Jin sits in his car, looking up with a friendly smile to invite her. We're heading out for some KBBQ. Care to join us? Cut to a lively late-night barbecue joint. Downs a shot of soju, looking totally surprised. Wow, I never would have guessed Ju-won was Jin's older sister. Woo Jin can't stop hyping her up. Has it really been 20 years? No, wait, it's been 5 years and you are still absolutely gorgeous. No way, stop it. She panics, waving her hands in embarrassment. What are you even saying? I'm really not. But seeing her reaction, he just chuckles and showers her with more compliments. You're being way too humble. Hey Sunggu, this girl was literally the most popular girl in our school back then. I swear like half of the guys in our class had a massive crush on her. Sunggu hears this and immediately jumps in on the hype train. Whoa, she must have been a total goddess back then. Ju-won's face turns red as she waves her hands frantically to explain. It really wasn't that big of a deal. Woo Jin blushes slightly, reminiscing about the old days. Honestly, I was definitely one of those guys myself. In his eyes, she was always shining, energetic, beautiful, and super friendly to everyone. Ju-won looks down, her face burning hot as she wonders, was Woo Jin always this smooth of a talker? But then, out of nowhere, his blunt side kicks in. Wait, why are you wearing a beanie though? Did you forget to wash your hair today or something? She freezes in shock and stammers out an excuse. Oh no, I just really like wearing beanies. Sunggu feels the secondhand embarrassment, taking a sip of his drink while glancing sideways. I know my boss is brutally honest, but this is next level. Woo Jin keeps staring, thinking it looks uncomfortable, and says that looks so annoying. Why don't you just take it off? But Ju-won shyly shakes her head, waving him off. No, really, it's fine. I'm totally okay. Sitting right next to them, Sunggu is completely flabbergasted. Bro, how can you say that to a lady? Suddenly, Sunggu's eyes go wide and his jaw completely drops. Wait a minute. After putting two and two together, a wild realization hits him. Don't tell me this guy has zero dating experience? But Woo Jin couldn't care less, completely focused on stuffing his face. Steak is absolutely fire. Sunggu can only sigh and accept reality. I guess everything my boss said was genuinely just pure, unfiltered honesty with zero bad intent. Still, looking at the tension, he realizes he needs to salvage the situation before it gets any more painful. To break the ice, Sunggu chirps up, hey, let's play a game. Woo Jin looks slightly taken aback and asks, huh? A game? Why? Sunggu instantly hypes up the crucial role of drinking games. Drinking session without some wild games. Woo Jin just stares blankly, totally out of the loop. Why now? A few drinks later, the party is in full swing and the singing begins. Sunggu grabs a liquor bottle like a microphone and starts belting out a song at the top of his lungs. He sings about how all those toxic haters online are absolute clown-tier trash. Getting fired up, he shakes his collar and keeps going. Oh, winter, please let it snow. Let it crush the heads of all those toxic site commenters. Finally, Woo Jin loses his patience and snaps. Sunggu, sit your butt down right now before I'm the one who crushes your skull. He turns toward the table with a heavy sigh. Woo Jin looks over at Ju-won, who is completely slumped over. She is completely wasted. Suddenly, Ju-won shifts slightly in her sleep, causing her beanie to slip off and fall onto the table. Sunggu's eyes lock onto her face, totally stunned. He rubs his eyes, refusing to believe what he is seeing. Man, am I so drunk that I'm hallucinating. Just then, a blonde girl walking past their table starts whispering to her friend. Yo, look at that girl's forehead. Is that a massive burn scar, or what? After staring for a second, Sunggu nervously stammers. Hey, boss. Big sister's forehead, it has a Woo Jin glances down. Without the beanie, a prominent scar on Ju-won's forehead is fully exposed. But he doesn't even flinch. He just reaches out, grabs the beanie, and mutters, shh, mind your own business. Woo Jin gently puts the beanie back on her head, saying calmly, who cares? She's still gorgeous. He then turns to his buddy and says, Goo, finish your drink, we're leaving. Sunggu quickly downs his cup and nods. Got it. Cut to the siblings' apartment the next morning. Ju-won slowly opens her eyes, rubbing her pounding head. Ugh, my head is absolutely killing me. She sits up, looking around in confusion. Jin, who is standing in the kitchen, turns around to check on her. Oh, you're finally awake? Blinks in surprise, completely lost. Wait, I'm back home? How did I even get here? He turns around to explain, shaking his head. Did you seriously forget? Woo Jin carried you all the way back here. Go wash your face. I made some hangover soup. Ju-won drags herself out of bed and heads to the bathroom. Staring at herself in the mirror, she is completely baffled. Wait, did I seriously sleep with my beanie on? Suddenly, her eyes go wide as a memory hits her. Oh my god, a vivid flashback of last night flashes through her mind. Ju-won finally remembers that Woo Jin was the one who carried her home in his arms. She stares blankly at her scar in the mirror. He saw it. The trauma is real. It's from a monster attack during that dungeon outbreak 5 years ago. Looking at the scar brings back all those painful memories. Honestly, looking at this flaw just completely drains her confidence. She didn't want him to see it at all. She only wanted him to remember her as the bright girl from their high school days. But then, Joo-hee suddenly remembers how Jin-woo reassured her. Like, so what? She's still absolutely gorgeous. Her lips part in shock at the memory as her heart completely races. Flashback to their high school days. The bell rings, and the teacher asks whose turn it is to clean today. Jin-woo immediately raises his hand and yells, "Me, teacher." The teacher nods and asks for the second helper. All right, Jin-woo, and who else? Out of nowhere, a small hand shoots up. Jin-woo turns around, totally surprised to see who it is. Jo-hee speaks up, confirming, "It's me, teacher." The teacher nods, giving them a few quick instructions. Once everyone leaves, you two can get to work. After they finish cleaning, Jin-woo locks the door. Standing behind him, she steps closer, looking super anxious. "We didn't forget anything, did we?" He turns around, giving a vague, yeah. Joo-hee watches him silently. On their way home, she finally decides to open up. "Hey Jin-woo, you're pretty quiet, huh? Honestly, you're just like my little brother. No matter what I say, that kid only replies with a simple uh-huh." Of course, Jin-woo just hits her with a dry oh. Seeing him actually respond, Joo-hee smiles warmly. "Well, at least by the second semester, we're finally talking. Talk way more from now on, okay?" Suddenly, she turns to him with a request. "Oh, by the way, I have something to tell you. Can you lean in for a sec?" Jin-woo is totally caught off guard. "What's up?" Just as she leans in close to whisper in his ear, plot twist. It cuts to BB leaning over to wake Jin-woo up in reality. "Wake up. Master, you slept so well." He slowly opens his eyes, completely annoyed. Jin-woo, visibly irritated, immediately suspects her. "BB, did you cast some sleeping spell on me?" Cut to the massive hotel lobby. As he walks out, Sunggu rushes over to check on him. "Yo, big bro. Sleep well?" Ignoring the question, Jin-woo sits down and gets straight to business. "So still looking for a 4-star gate?" Sunggu quickly nods. "Yes, sir." Sunggu goes back to typing furiously. "I'm trying my best to lock one down." He looks visibly stressed, but 4-star gates are super rare right now. Plus, basically monopolized by the giant guilds, so finding one is insanely hard. Jin-woo sighs, looking up. "Man, what's the play then? Worst case, do we settle for 3-star gates, huh?" After staring at the ceiling for a second, a light bulb goes off. He pulls out his phone and dials a familiar number. "Actually, I have an idea." An urgent voice instantly blares through the speaker. "I'll be right there. Please just give me a moment." But Jin-woo isn't about to play games and sets a strict deadline. 15 minutes. That is literally all you get. On the other end, the guy is already sprinting for his life. Hanging up, Sunggu looks at him, totally clueless. "Big bro, who was that?" Jin-woo just smirks, playing mysterious. "Who do you think?" He twirls his phone, grinning. "Let's just say, it's someone who'll give us whatever we want. No questions asked." Right on cue, the door bursts open, and Min-chan rushes in, completely out of breath. Jin-woo turns around with a satisfied smirk. "Damn, you're fast." Panting and drenched in sweat, Min-chan gasps out, "My bad for keeping you waiting. How can I help you today, Jin-woo?" Min-chan sits down and cracks open his laptop. "Wait, you guys are looking for a 4-star gate?" Public dungeon forums are popular, but honestly, they're amateur hour. With a confident look, he adds, "Just watch this." Sunggu leans over, staring at the screen in awe. "Whoa, is this some kind of high-level guild-exclusive software?" Chan just smirks and nods. "Yup." He quickly types away, explaining every major guild has a dedicated support team that handles exactly this kind of intel. Sunggu is genuinely impressed. "Damn, that's crazy." Min-chan looks up, instantly seizing the opportunity. "So you guys stayed at this hotel last night? Look, if you join our guild, you can stay at literally any 5-star hotel you want, on our dime." He hypes it up even more. "And of course, prefer a house, we can literally hook you up with a luxury apartment for free." Sounds like a sweet deal, right? Sunggu sighs, instantly realizing this guy is pitching them again. Jin-woo just chuckles, completely unfazed. "Wow, that does sound tempting." Right then, Min-chan spins the laptop screen around to show them the list. "Here are the 4-star gates up for grabs today." Jin-woo leans in, checking out the list. "Wait, we can literally reserve them right now?" He laughs, genuinely impressed. Damn, having a guild really is a cheat code. The screen displays all the details. Guildgate booking system, Dungeon Exit 2, Soon School Station, 6 XO Station, Exit 5 Konkuk University, and he's Exit 4 Yaksu Station, all 4-star rank. Min-chan puffs his chest out, soaked in pride. "Flatter me." Cut to the busy streets outside. A staff member runs up to report. "Sir, the booking is secured." Min-chan waves his hand, fully satisfied. "Excellent work." Min-chan turns to Jin-woo with a massive grin. "Hey Jin-woo, we still have some time before the scheduled slot. Want to grab a quick tea while we wait?" Trying to sweeten the deal, he adds, I can even slide you a classified dungeon guide before you dive in. It'll definitely give you a massive edge. Jinwoo grins and nods, totally down. Oh, that'd actually be awesome. Min-chan leans in, whispering with absolute confidence. Trust me. Top tier. Classified data gathered directly by our guild's elite. It's completely foolproof. But Jinwoo just shrugs it off with a casual, oh, can't wait. Suddenly, Sunggu spots something strange and points in excitement. Yo, look over there, the gate is rebooting. Sunggu is completely mesmerized. No way, this is my first time seeing a gate reboot in person. Min-chan's jaw drops as well. Wait, what? Panicking, he turns to his subordinate and barks out orders. Damn it, Min. Contact the guild headquarters right now. The guy scrambles to pull out his phone. On it, sir. As the gate continues its strange transformation, Jinwoo stares at it, deep in thought. A dungeon reboot within minutes. Reporters are already swarming the scene. Bards are frantically sealing off the perimeter, keeping the terrified crowd back. Do not enter warning signs are slapped everywhere as the eerie light from the gate begins to dim. Through it all, Jinwoo's eyes stay locked on the gate. Min-chan lets out a huge sigh of relief. Whew, looks like the raid is officially over. Turns around and starts dropping some lore. Turns out dungeons have 3 phases, and Min-chan is kicking things off with the most chill one. Phase 1 is the mine. Then he mentions what just went down, Phase 2 which is the reset. And for the final most dangerous phase, Min-chan calls it the breach. He backtracks to explain the dungeon our boy just cleared, known as the mine. Min-chan even breaks down how these dungeons are actually built. Basically, they're dungeons that have already been cleared once, and then regular mobs just spawn in. He emphasizes the main mission for people like Woo Jin and other awakeners. They basically have to go down and mine bloodstones like regular miners. Min-chan explains that this whole mining phase usually drags on for 2 to 3 months. But once that time is up, they reset and transform into a brand new dungeon. Just like he's seeing right now, Exit 6 at Soon University has officially reset. He turns around to hype up the stakes, telling him that a ton of guilds are already rushing over, all desperate for that first clear. Oh, and about the dungeon breach, but before he can finish, Woojin cuts him off. Hold up. Our boy immediately connects the dots. So you're saying this dungeon is up for grabs? Min-chan doesn't even hesitate to confirm it. Exactly. In other words, this dungeon is looking for a master. Right as he says that, his eyes go wide as he realizes what's up. Oh, Min-chan finally reads the room and asks, wait, you're not actually thinking of clearing this, right? But Woojin doesn't even try to hide it. Why not? Hearing this, Min-chan panics and tries to stop him. Absolutely not. The monsters in a fresh dungeon are way more dangerous. Trash mobs in the mines. Just leave it to the big guilds to handle. Woojin just puts his hands on his hips and exposes the truth. Oh, so your build just wants to gatekeep these dungeons for yourselves. Is that it? Min-chan realizes he's misunderstood and quickly shakes his head. No, that's not what I meant at all. Finally, explains that by law, solo players can actually clear them, but only after the dungeon's energy levels have been fully scanned and measured. Hearing this, Woojin is like, energy? Min-chan looks over and explains. Yeah, it's the raw energy radiating from the dungeon during the reset. See, they're measuring it right now. That determines the star rank of the dungeon. He points out the ranking system, explaining that a 4-star dungeon is for C ranks, 5 stars for B ranks, and only a squad of elite A-rank awakeners are allowed to step foot inside a 6-star dungeon. Woojin strokes his chin, processing this, and asks, didn't you say I'm a C rank? Woojin flashes a smug smile. So if this is a 4-star dungeon, I can totally jump in, right? But suddenly from the announcement board, a voice echoes. Warning, this is a 5-star dungeon. Woojin looks down, completely annoyed, and mutters, ah, damn it. Min-chan, still standing behind him, tries to talk some sense into him. See, I think you should forget about clearing this thing. But suddenly, everyone's heads turn at the same time. Huh? 3 figures walk up and the crowd goes wild. Look, the Vermilion Bird Guild is here. They got here so fast. Min-chan watches them closely, confident in his prediction. Dungeon is definitely going to the Hwarang Guild. Woojin turns around out of curiosity and his eyes lock onto someone. Wait, isn't that... He remembers. That's Jung-hee, the girl who stepped all over him in his past life. She used to tell him to stop flexing his trash skills. Woojin smirks, making up his mind. I'm not letting her off that easily. The 3 of them finally stop walking. Woojin acts like they're best friends and walks up for a hug. Wow, look at these elite A ranks. Dungeon is going to be cleared in no time. Jung-hee instantly recognizes him. Kang Ujin, she opens her mouth, about to call his name, but Woojin steps even closer, grinning. Oh, so this is what an A-rank awakener looks like. That gear is fire. She just sneers in disgust and snaps. Place isn't for you, trash. This is a 5-star dungeon. Get out of my way and scram. Woojin doesn't even get mad. He just lets out a sigh. Plays it off with a laugh to ease the tension. Come on, don't be like that. Just let me sneak a quick peek. Woojin literally puts his hand on her shoulder to spin her around. It's not like looking at it is going to break it. Caught off guard, Jung-hee completely loses her mind. You absolute jerk. Where do you think you're touching? Meanwhile, Sungwoo and Hyman are just getting back with some drinks. Suddenly, Sungwoo freezes, looking at the crowd in confusion. Why are so many people crowding around over there? Jung-hee is absolutely furious and unleashes an attack. Get your filthy hands off me! Woojin just keeps smiling, but then he accidentally slips backward. She panics when she realizes what's behind him and screams, "Wait, watch out!" Woojin just lets himself fall backward, but not before dropping a line. "Oops, you pushed me. Remember that." Plummets straight down, leaving the entire crowd completely stunned. Everyone starts losing their minds. Oh no, this is bad. Someone just fell into the portal. Sungwoo is sweating bullets, staring in shock as his boss disappears. Inside, the heat is absolutely brutal, with golden desert dunes stretching as far as the eye can see. Woojin stands up and takes in his surroundings. Last time was a jungle, and now we're in a desert? He starts walking into the dunes with caution, but out of nowhere, Woojin gets launched straight into the air. Giant maw bursts out from beneath the sand, but our boy just leaps even higher, completely unfazed. Well, that's one hell of a friendly welcome. Are you trying to show me how different a 5-star dungeon is? Woojin swings his sword down with a fierce roar, wearing a cocky grin. At the end of the day, a monster is still just a monster. What's the difference? But right after, the beast's body instantly regenerates, catching him completely off guard. Wait, what? Seeing the monster completely fine, he starts sweating. What the hell? Suddenly, giant worms surround him from every single direction and swallow him whole. But after a tense silence, nothing happens. Suddenly, Woojin roars, activating his transformation skill. The worm's body gets sliced into pieces, raining down onto the sand. He easily breaks through their defenses, his confidence skyrocketing. Good thing I leveled up after wiping out those orcs. Honestly, I've been in way worse spots than this. System notification pops up, granting him his level 20 reward, the warrior weapon transformation. His weapon shifts into a spear. Suddenly, he senses something and turns around. Huge boulder-like things are rolling straight toward him. He stares at them, eager for the next challenge. What now? Woojin grips his spear with a tight hold, chucks it forward with everything he's got. Boom! A massive explosion rocks the area. Woojin looks up, completely taken aback. Wait, they explode? He watches the blue smoke rise into the air, totally confused. And what's up with that smoke? But suddenly, the remaining boulders redirect and roll straight back at him. He quickly reacts. Raising his hand, he commands, "Go, Bone Wall!" Right after that, the system pops up with the details. Level 20 skill. Bone Rampart creates a massive barrier by using the bones of dead monsters. Boom! A huge explosion sends dust flying everywhere. Uin struggles to poke his head out, rubbing his hair with a super tired face. Pulls out a red potion and chugs it so fast it spills everywhere. After downing the whole thing, Bun feels instantly refreshed. Man, 5-star dungeons are just on a whole different level. The system pings with his status update. You have from the poisoned state, thanks to the antidote. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, everyone is still waiting. A guy from the rival team sneers, mocking, "Wow, he sure is holding out in there for a long time." Getting annoying. Just shut up already. Sunggu stands up and snaps back immediately. He is not just surviving in there. He is literally conquering it, but the rival team is not buying it. How could a total trash player like him conquer a dungeon? The guy doubles down on his mockery, probably just hiding in some corner like a rat to save his own skin. Daegu gets absolutely furious, turning around to scream at them. But Min-chan pats his shoulder from behind to hold him back. "Come on, Daegu. We have to believe in Uin and wait for him to come back." Min-chan steps in to stop the fight, taking a deep breath to calm down. He turns around, asking with a bit of doubt, "Do you really think he can conquer this dungeon?" But Daegu, 100% confident. "Of course he can! Boss is definitely coming back alive." Min-chan steps closer, reaching out as he curiously asks, "Come on, tell us, what kind of skills does Uin actually have?" But Daegu just turns away with a cold shoulder. "I have absolutely nothing to say to you." Min-chan watches him, totally helpless. Kid is incredibly stubborn. He has not leaked a single piece of important info this entire time. Min-chan turns his gaze back toward the dungeon entrance. Uin actually makes it out alive, his face lights up with excitement. That means South Korea will officially have its 11th A rank awakened. Back inside the dungeon, the level up alerts are flying. You have reached level 27. With a few more quick slashes and other ping hits. Level up! You have reached level 28. In just a short flash, the system alerts him that he has jumped 3 levels in a row. Level up! You have reached level 29. Win plants his spear into the ground, letting out a big sigh. Phew! One more level and I can finally unlock that new summoning skill. Meanwhile, the desert heat is absolutely brutal, but Uin keeps pushing forward. Just how massive is this desert? feels endless. Suddenly, his eyes widen in pure shock. Win spots a massive castle in the distance. Cut to him venturing deep inside, into the abandoned city of Lucretia. He looks up, scanning the area. I cannot feel a single presence here. Place actually deserted? Boom! Out of nowhere, a surprise attack flies straight at him. Sensing the danger, he dodges to the side like a pro, completely avoiding the hit. Uwin covers his face, looking super annoyed that, right then, a harsh voice echoes back. It is Naga. Looking incredibly fierce, he demands, "Who are you? How dare you desecrate this sacred temple?" But Uwin is just standing there completely clueless. A temple? Win takes a closer look at the ruins. Oh, now I see it. No wonder this place looks so familiar. It is the Temple of Saint Arya. Hearing that name, Naga is taken aback. You actually know of Goddess Arya? Win shrugs casually. Of course I do. How could I not know the Goddess Arya of Alphen? But then he raises an eyebrow, asking, but why are Arya followers invading Earth? Did Janet actually beat Arya? Hearing this, Naga loses his mind with rage. Keep our goddess name out of your mouth. We only teamed up with Janet to punish the heretics. Bun is caught off guard. Heretics? Naga immediately snaps back. That is right. He then makes a chilling, ruthless declaration. We are going to punish the traitor who betrayed Alphen and fled to Earth. The blue-eyed priestess. Hearing this, Uwin's mind starts racing. That priestess actually on Earth? Uwin raises his spear, ready to throw hands. I do not care if you want to capture or kill that priestess, but I will not let you touch Earth. Points his spear forward, declaring boldly, just like how you protect your goddess and your temple, I will do the exact same for Earth. Naga raises his weapon with a cold, respectful nod. I respect your resolve. In that case, he summons his allies and announces, we will just have to kill you before we step onto Earth. Uwin looks by and is completely shocked. Wait, are they invisible? He looks around, sweating a bit. Okay, this is getting a bit crowded. And hey, ambushing people is supposed to be my specialty. Uwin's face darkens as he thinks to himself, I did not feel their presence at all. When he first arrived, he scanned the area and was sure there was no one around, but then he got blindsided out of nowhere. When finally has to face reality. Looks like I have to admit their stealth skill is way higher tier than my tracking. Looking at the overwhelming numbers, he realizes his current skeleton soldiers are not going to cut it. It is going to be a tough fight. After a quick think, Huin decides to drop his skill points and upgrades his skeleton soldier summon to level 20. Instantly, the whole skeleton army starts changing. Bones become way thicker and taller, and they get instantly equipped with weapons. Their new forms look absolutely insane. The system drops the details. Soldier summoning has reached level 20. Their appearance has evolved based on their rank. Now they are locked and loaded with swords and shields, ready to rumble. Smirks, his confidence instantly shooting through the roof. Gripping his spear tightly, he declares, well, even so, we still have to fight he who comes out on top. Naga smirks, getting hyped up. The monsters roar aggressively, and Uwin's upgraded skeleton army charges forward with swords and shields. Clang, boom, blades clash and sparks fly everywhere. The battlefield is pure chaos. Suddenly, Uwin senses something behind him. Sharp blade is flying straight at his head. He reacts instantly, spinning around to strike back on both sides. But suddenly, 3 more projectiles shoot in from the distance. Win quickly leaps backward, barely dodging the blow. He looks around, trying to spot the attackers. Looking up, he spots 3 snipers hiding on the wall and gets pissed. Cowards. He waves his hand, commanding his skeletons to launch bone spears. But the snipers are too fast and duck behind the wall. Missing his target, Uwin is absolutely furious. Trash tries to sneak attack our boy from behind to finish him off. But plot twist, our MC is way faster and summons a shield wall. Bone shield. Dust and debris fly everywhere as Woojin glances around, keeping his guard up. These monsters are not playing around, but he quickly sizes them up and analyzes both sides. There is a massive level gap between his summons and the enemy. To make things worse, these guys have insane numbers and are absolutely cracked at close-range combat. Woojin quickly maps out their strengths. On top of that, these monsters are using the terrain perfectly for offense and defense, making it impossible for his team to get close. Things are starting to look bad for Woojin. It seems like both BB and his skeleton soldiers are completely useless in this setup. Even though the skeletons are usually decent, he looks at the battlefield with worry. His forces are getting wiped out way faster than they can kill the enemies. With things looking this bad, Woojin grips his weapon tightly and makes his final decision. There is literally no other choice. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the news is broadcasting. It has been 10 hours since the accident, but the barrier shows no signs of disappearing. Kang, the victim of the incident, is confirmed to be a She-rank awakener, with live reporters on the scene, and they are calling his survival so far an absolute miracle. Meanwhile, the guild leader watches the broadcast with a skeptical look. Is he seriously doing this just for clout? He glares at the screen furious. He literally gave the Hwarang Guild a 5-star dungeon for free. Bill has the nerve to show his face. Just wait till he gets back. I am going to give him a piece of my mind. At the scene, Min-chan hands over some food to comfort Sunggu. Come on, eat up. Sunggu, you gotta eat something while we wait. The minimum time to clear a 5-star dungeon is 12 hours, and who knows how long the maximum is. He hangs his head, blaming himself. Boss must be fighting for his life in there. And here I am, just sitting around. Finally, Sunggu takes the black bean noodles, snaps his chopsticks and digs in. Might as well eat first. Back inside the dungeon, a skeleton soldier collapses to the ground. The boss drives a sharp weapon straight into its face, then ruthlessly pulls it back out. Naga struts over to Woojin with absolute disdain. You really thought you could invade the sanctuary with just this trash? But Woojin just grins. Yeah, a 5-star dungeon is a bit more annoying than I thought. The boss finds it hilarious and mocks him. You still got a mouth to talk big like that? But Woojin looks him dead in the eye and says, I am not joking. Jin stands up with a smirk and whips out an item. Check it out, I just leveled up. A blinding light flashes, forcing Naga to cover his eyes. What the hell is this? The space around them starts warping and a massive hand slams onto the ground. A giant muscular beast rises up. Naga looks up in absolute shock. What on earth is that? Seeing his summon, Woojin grins. Long time no see, Dune Golem. He hops onto the golem like an absolute boss. Right on cue, the system sends a notification. Golem summoned. A sand golem has been summoned to the area. Woojin looks down with a smug smirk and orders it to attack. Smash them. The golem instantly slams its giant fist into the dirt. Boss panics and screams for backup, telling his warriors to get into formation. But Woojin is not letting him breathe and commands, Charge, my minions! The golem lets out a terrifying roar. The enemy army grips their weapons, bracing for impact as a massive shockwave rocks the entire temple. The goddess statue shatters, leaving the entire area in absolute ruins. Woojin steps forward, completely flexing his dominance. Just you and me. Naga grinds his teeth, shaking with pure rage and fear. Woojin gets even closer, completely mocking him. Besides, your numbers, is that all you got? The boss snaps and curses at him. You arrogant bastard. He doesn't want to talk anymore and swings his spear, but Woojin just smirks. He grabs his hammer, transforms it, and activates his ultimate skill, Storm Strike. Naga tries to blitz him first to get the upper hand, screaming, die, but Woojin just smiles and calmly says, activate. A massive sandstorm erupts in the middle of the desert. After destroying everything, the storm finally settles. Naga is completely done for, collapsing onto the ground, coughing up blood. Woojin looks at his pathetic state and is actually impressed. Damn, you are pretty stubborn. Still trying to prove to me that you are the final boss? Naga grinds his teeth in pure rage. He never expected a human from Earth to be this broken. But he is not done yet. His body mutates as he transforms into a giant, terrifying snake and lunges forward. As a believer, I will not die before I finish this. But Woojin just swings his hammer without a care. He laughs in his face. Bro, you are practically dead. Shut up already. Back at the dungeon portal entrance, a huge crowd is still waiting for news. Sunggu is busy stuffing his face with black bean noodles. He is so hungry that even in this crazy situation, the noodles taste like heaven. But suddenly, Woojin's voice rings out behind him. Did you order one for me too? Sunggu instantly recognizes that voice. Min-chan rubs his eyes, unable to believe that Woojin is actually standing there. The reporters immediately rush over. There he is. Get the cameras on him now. Sunggu runs up, completely worried about his boss. Boss, are you hurt? Woojin just smiles and says, I am perfectly fine. Then he spots Ji-hee and smirks. Oh, you are still here? Woojin immediately starts acting, playing the victim. Why did you push me into that dungeon? That was so dangerous. What if I actually died in there? She grits her teeth and screams Woojin's name. The reporters go wild, snapping pictures and already writing up crazy headlines. South Korea's newest A-rank awakener has arrived. Our boy is flexing with pure confidence as we transition to the massive guild headquarters. TV in the office is broadcasting the breaking news. We have an update on Kang Ujin, the awakener who was pushed into the dungeon near exit pics of the university station at 11 a.m. on Friday. The news anchor reports that he has miraculously survived and cleared the dungeon. The guild leader cannot believe his eyes and spins around. Wait, what? How is that even possible? Meanwhile, reporters swarm Woojin, begging for a statement and asking him to, do you know how he survived and came back alive after getting shoved into that dungeon? But getting a mic suddenly popped in his face has our boy looking completely lost. Huh? An interview? Min-chan gets super pissed, blocking the camera. He literally just walked out of a 5-star dungeon. We are declining all interviews today, but even after saying that, the media won't stop flashing their cameras. The old man stares at the TV in absolute disbelief. Damn, did this guy seriously solo a 5-star dungeon? An A-rank awakener? Min-chan confidently asserts during the report. Yes, I can confirm he is an awakener with cracked god-tier talent. But back then, the old man aggressively shut him down. Since when do I make investment decisions based solely on Captain Jung's intuition? Do you still not realize that the last few awakeners you recruited were complete trash? But looking back now, he has to admit it. Captain Jung Min-an's intuition was actually spot on. Starts visualizing a beautiful future. If they can recruit him, then the Haemin Guild will be the first guild in South Korea. Boast 3 A-rank awakeners. A greedy smile creeps onto his face. He leaps to his feet, clenching his fist in excitement. Let's go. I knew Captain Jung could pull it off. Cut to a high-end Japanese restaurant, where his voice echoes from across the table. Is the task I entrusted you guys with still going according to plan? Sang-ho respectfully pours the tea, assuring him. Of course, Minister, everything is going smoothly. He holds out his cup, receiving it while emphasizing, you already know this. A lot of heavy hitters are tied up in this mess. With a deeply trusting look, he warns him that it is best not to let stupid mistakes happen. He sets the teapot down, confidently asserting, our preparations are absolutely flawless, so do not worry, sir. Hearing this, he bursts into a satisfied laugh. As expected of guild leader Lee Sang-ho, I knew I could trust you with this. Next time I will make sure you get a massive reward. Bows respectfully, full of gratitude. Thank you, sir. Suddenly, the phone on the table starts vibrating. Sang-ho picks it up, reads a text, and is completely shocked. Hwarang? Seeing his weird expression, the minister across the table asks what is going on, but bro just forces a bright smile. Oh, it is nothing, sir. Sang-ho cannot believe the truth about Woo Jin. He knew the guy was different, but he never expected him to climb all the way to this level. He had once stood before him, confidently asserting that if things kept going this way, Earth would eventually face total destruction. Sang-ho clearly laid out his plan. I am bringing all the awakeners together to prevent that from happening. That is my duty. Turned to him, full of hope, and requested, I hope you can lend us your power. But Woo Jin just sighed, replying cryptically, you really are a wolf in sheep's clothing, aren't you? Here. Realizing the vibe, Sang-ho knew it was time to back off. It seems I have not earned your trust yet. I get it. Hopefully we can chat again next time. Sang-ho smiled with sheer determination. I am positive he is hiding a secret. We must recruit him at all costs. I have an idea. Suddenly, he wanted to make a proposal. Minister, could you do me a favor? The old man did not hesitate to reply. Oh, if it is Guild Leader Lee, go right ahead and tell me. Sang-ho first responded with a polite, bright smile. Thank you, sir. The devious look he straight up requested. To be honest, there is someone I want to drag into our plan this time. Cut to the siblings' apartment, where voices can be heard. How could you do this to me? The heated argument continues back and forth. I am sorry, but falling in love with someone is not a crime, is it? Right, you psycho? If you had just admitted you were wrong and asked for forgiveness, I could have given you a chance. I am sorry, but my feelings for her are deeper than my feelings for you. Furious shouting won't stop. How could you? You bastard! After enduring it for a while, Jaemin turns to them. I am studying for an upcoming exam. Could you two turn the volume down a bit? Hearing this, Woo Jin turns around in surprise. Well, he does not want to make things hard for her, so he quickly turns down the volume. Sunggu looks a bit embarrassed, apologetically saying, my bad, kid. Just then, BB raises a paw and lets out a meow. Bro holds his head and looks completely drained, thinking now I have to deal with this cat too. Jimin suddenly remembers something and asks, but aren't you guys worried? Woo Jin nonchalantly replies, hey, worried about what? He points out the situations downstairs. It has been 3 days since those reporters started swarming down there like ants. He confidently asserts that sooner or later they will get tired and leave. Let me crash here for a few more days, okay? Then Woo Jin quickly changes the subject. Why are we even talking about this? Go out and buy us some tangerines. Sunggu excitedly holds up 2 fingers. Buy 2 whole bags, Jaemin. Down below, BB meows in agreement. Face darkening, she snaps. Bro, I am literally in the middle of exams. He waves some cash in her face, emphasizing that the change will be the rent for letting them crash here for a few days. Jaemin sighs, stands up, and politely asks if they need anything else. Suddenly, Woo Jin's phone starts ringing. He picks it up to check on his mom. Yeah, Mom. No reporters are bothering you anymore, right? But after listening for a moment, Woo Jin panics. What? They are still going there? After a pause, his face darkens and he says, okay, I will drop by later to pick it up when I get a chance. Sunggu asks anxiously, boss, what is wrong? Suddenly, Woo Jin's tone completely changes. Sunggu, he turns around, waiting for an answer. Yeah? Out of nowhere, he asks a bizarre question. Is Korea still not unified? Sunggu innocently looks up to confirm. Yeah, still divided. Woo Jin gets completely furious and asks again, dungeons literally exist now and we are still not unified? Sunggu can only break a sweat, waiting anxiously. What is going on, boss? Sunggu's face turns super tense. Suddenly, Woo Jin screams the shocking news, I got drafted. Right then, back in his apartment, Woojin leaps up and clenches his fist. No way! Full of pure hatred, he yells, "We are going to assassinate Kim Jong-un!" Sunggu panics. Wait, what? Completely flabbergasted. Are you seriously planning to assassinate Kim Jong-un just to dodge military service? Woojin impatiently grabs Sunggu. Exactly. Let's go unify Korea. Let's unify the country before they drag me away. Let's go. Ignoring his screams, boss, calm down. Sunggu tries to make him see reason. Do you honestly think killing him will instantly unify the country? But Woojin is completely out of patience. Is there any other way? I do not want to go to the military. This is literally the most logical way. Sungwoo was like, no way, that's not gonna work. Let's keep cooking and we'll find a way. Right then, the door swung open, and both Woojin and Sungwoo locked eyes with the person who walked in. Jaemin looked totally lost and asked, what are you two even doing? A few tangerines were tossed onto the table. Woojin chimed in, why would you even think that? Awakened players don't just enlist like regular soldiers. He said if you're not vibing with that, you can always choose to do some side quests. Woojin repeated side quests with pure suspicion. Then Jaemin started breaking it down. Yeah, basically, you join a certified guild and help them clear monsters whenever the Ministry of National Defense calls. Woo Jin was actually impressed. Damn, our Jaemin really knows everything, huh? Jaemin scratched his head, smiling. Getting into a major guild is literally my dream. Woo Jin was like, oh, got it. But then he suddenly glanced over to the side, asking, wait, Sung Woo, how did you not know a single thing about this? Suddenly, someone yelled out in pure excitement, Captain, I did it! Heyman was grinning ear to ear, screaming. We succeeded! Min-chan calmly asked, wait, what's going on? What did you just pull off? Heyman broke the news. Mr. Woojin actually agreed to meet and talk about the guild. Min-chan was absolutely stunned. Heyman kept hyping it up. In other words, it means he's finally showing some real interest in our guild, right? Chan flashed back to Woojin's words from before when he asked, so how exactly are you two planning to help us? Min-chan had replied that it was classified info only their guild possessed, calling it a pretty sweet deal. Then he remembered the day he asked, did you wait long? What do you guys need help with? All these memories flashed through mind, making him freeze for a second before letting out a savage smirk. Of course, looks like all my hard work is finally paying off. Heyman was totally hyped, screaming, you just secured a massive W, Captain. Min-chan gestured for him to keep it down, then stood up, saying, I'm going to report this straight to the president. Heyman replied with a loud, yes, sir. Min-chan flexed to himself, I, young Min-chan, have definitely not lost my sharp instincts. Next thing you know, he was at Dojin's office door. Hey, I come in. Seeing Min-chan, the president asked, Captain Jung, how's the recruitment going with Kang Ujin? Is everything on track? Min-chan replied, yes, actually, he reached out to us first. Do-jun burst into an excited laugh. Oh my god, that's incredible news. He couldn't stop praising him, saying, as expected of Captain Young, outstanding job. Min-chan immediately seized the moment, saying, by the way, regarding the vice president position we discussed earlier. Do-jun just smiled and said, oh, if Captain Young is the one suggesting it, let's make it happen. He showered him with more praise, saying, thanks to Captain Young, our Hanyang Guild has successfully been in South Korea. Music, the elevator was now displaying floor 28. Min-chan made his final play. So, I'll take that as your official green light, sir. Do-jun reassured him, of course. Take care on your way out. Suddenly, someone burst into a loud laugh. Hey, Secretary Kim, let's throw a massive party for the whole guild. Inside the slightly empty HR restaurant, Min-chan was completely lost, saying, wait, sorry, I must have misheard you. Woojin repeated himself. Misheard? I said, start a new guild with me. Min-chan was practically having a brain short circuit. Wait, wasn't your plan to sign with our guild? Woojin shot back. Why would I do that? It's much better if you and Heyman just come work with me instead. Min-chan was stressed. Oh my god. We literally rushed all the way here thinking you were ready to sign the contract. And now you pull a complete plot twist on us like this? This is so awkward. But Heyman immediately asked, so what's the pay like on your side? Woojin instantly dropped the bomb. 100 million won. Min-chan couldn't believe his ears. Wait, what? Woojin declared, I'll pay you both 100 million won on top of whatever you're making right now. Both of them were absolutely shook again. Min-chan let out a heavy sigh, trying to play it cool. Look, money isn't the issue here. He tried to negotiate, Mr. Woojin. I am a team leader at the Hanyang Guild. To regular folks, I'm basically an elite executive at one of the most prestigious guilds in South Korea. I had to grind insanely hard to secure this leadership position, you know? Min-chan said awkwardly, so I can't just ditch my guild for a bag of cash like that. But Woojin was highly confident. I guarantee my guild will grow way bigger and more OP than the Hanyang Guild, so I really hope you two can join as our founding members. After their talk with Woojin, Min-chan was on his way back when Heymin suddenly broke the silence. Captain, I'm quitting the guild. Min-chan flinched and yelled in shock. Wait, what? Heyman had actually thought this through, saying, "But think about it, isn't this a massive opportunity? We're talking about Kang Ujin here, who is literally an A-rank awakened player right now. Who else can solo a 5-star dungeon like it's nothing? That's why I guarantee his new guild is going to blow up and succeed in no time." He kept going. "Plus, if I stay at the Hanyang Guild, how far can I actually climb anyway?" Hearing that, Min-chan had to admit he was right. Yeah, with Kang Woo-jin's cracked talent, a guild founded by him would have an insanely bright future. Started connecting the dots with his own situation. Besides, while the Hanyang Guild is looking to scale up even more, no matter how much I grind and sacrifice, I'll never surpass the original founding members to become a director or department head. What kind of career growth is that anyway? It's over. Min-chan then remembered Du Jun's harsh words. Captain Jung's instincts are getting trashed here. Recruiting him was just pure dumb luck. That memory cut deep, leaving him feeling disrespected and totally clowned on. Grimacing with intense stress, Min-chan finally made up his mind and declared, "Fine then, I'm coming with you." Heyman was completely shocked by this. Min-chan smirked, ready to risk it all. Sometimes you just gotta go big or go home to reach the next level. And Heyman instantly hyped him up. "Captain, you are a literal genius." He then pulled out a pre-prepared resignation letter saying, "So shall we?" Min-chan was completely speechless. "Did you seriously keep that on you this whole time?" Heyman laughed. "Duh, doesn't every employee do that?" But his jaw dropped when he saw Min-chan also pulling out a piece of paper from his pocket. "Wait, what? You too, Captain?" Min-chan echoed his words. "Yeah, doesn't every employee do that?" Heyman teased. "Man, look how wrinkled that thing is. You've definitely been carrying that around forever." Heyman was absolutely ecstatic, savage. "Let's throw this right in the boss's face and go grab some drinks." Min-chan was totally down. "Let's do it." Right at that moment, the elevator was rising to floor 11. As they stepped out, Min-chan was completely baffled by what he saw. "Wait, why are all the lights off? Did everyone already go home?" Suddenly, the lights flashed on and confetti exploded everywhere. "Captain Young Min-chan, huge congrats on your promotion to department head." Meanwhile, both Min-chan and Heyman stood there frozen, utterly clueless about what was happening. "Wait, what?" Du Jun announced. "I've always had my eye on you, Captain Jung. And honestly, a simple captain position just doesn't do you justice anymore. From now on, you have officially been promoted to head of service." "Huge congrats, Captain. Isn't this awesome?" An employee brings out a cake. "Captain, make a wish and blow out the candles first." Everyone else joins in on the hype. "Yo, once you move to the service department, don't go forgetting about us, all right?" "Captain, congrats on the promotion." But Min-chan is totally cooked in this awkward spot. Down shouts out loud, "Everyone, let's get a massive round of applause for our new head of service, Mr. Jung Min-chan. Our negotiation genius who just pulled off an absolute masterclass today." Everyone starts cheering, "Yo, you're literally him, Captain. That's so cracked." Min-chan is dying inside because things are getting messy. He hesitantly tries to call out to the president, but Down completely cuts him off. All right, we'll talk about details of your epic negotiation once we get to the after party." Then he flexes, "I booked us a spot at an insanely famous restaurant." Everyone's clapping, thinking this is absolute fire. With the way things are going, Min-chan can only fake a smile. Smooth piano music echoes through the restaurant, and everyone is officially gathered for the feast. Totally depressed. "Man, I did not see this coming." Heeman is also panicking. "Captain, what do we do? There is no way we can drop our resignation letters in a vibe like this." Min-chan is totally stumped. "Honestly, I have zero clues either." Suddenly, Heyman slides him a resignation letter. "Captain, you take this." Min-chan is totally bewildered. "What is this? Why are you handing this to me?" Heyman replies, "Well, one of us has to get out of here, right? Please approve my resignation, Chief." Min-chan curses under his breath. This absolute traitor. Meanwhile, Heyman looks ridiculously happy. "Man, earlier I was so stressed that I couldn't even stomach any of this expensive food. I'm gonna head out first." "But you've got this, Captain." Min-chan panics and tries to grab him. "Yo, wait up." Right then, Down grabs his arm. "Chief, what are you doing standing around? Get over here," he asks. "Let's hear all about your epic success today." Min-chan, gulping in fear, tries to speak. President Down is totally chill. "What is it? Spit it out." Seeing Min-chan hesitating, he laughs. "Oh, come on, don't be shy." Min-chan musters up every bit of courage to drop the bomb. "I failed." Dune tries to keep his cool. "Excuse me, what did you just say?" Min-chan hands him the paper and bows deeply. "I failed to recruit Kang Ujin, sir. I am truly sorry." Down clenches his fists, absolutely speechless. Yuhi points a finger, raging. "Are you actually for real right now?" Min-chan can only keep his head down. "I am so sorry." Down completely loses it and starts screaming. "You think you can just sweep this under the rug with a simple apology? Are you trying to get fired or what?" In his mind, Min-chan is praying. "Bro, if you actually fire me, I would literally thank God." Du Jun keeps grilling him. "Do you have any idea how many guild resources we burned just to bring Woojin in?" You think a little bow and sorry fixes this? That is when Minchin remembers. Oh, right. I canceled all our dungeon bookings just so Kang Ujin could run them whenever he wanted. He thinks back, realizing he even paid bribes to manipulate his rank. He remembers Jaemin's face. Now he realizes he went way too far just to get Woojin. Minchin takes a deep breath and declares, I will take full responsibility for this mess. Dujun is absolutely livid. Take responsibility? How on earth are you going to do that? Minchin replies. I'll take the blame and resign from the Hammer Guild. Down laughs in disbelief. Have you lost your damn mind? Who do you think you are to just quit and walk away like it's nothing? Goffs. You think you can just run away after making this massive mess? Minchin doesn't even want to argue anymore. Why even waste breath explaining when I'm already out the door anyway? He forces a calm smile, looks him dead in the eye, and drops his final words. I've said my piece, so I'll be taking my leave. Have a great day. Wait, what? Leaving down absolutely fuming. That little bastard. One of the staff members has to physically hold the president back. Please calm down, sir. Meanwhile, Minchan feels lighter than ever. Peace out, Hammer Guild. He is totally ready for a fresh start as he walks straight out, without even looking back once. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, Over here, Captain. Minchan is Shishak Heyman. Yo, you're still here? Heyman smiles. Where else would I go without you? Get in the car, Captain. Mint thinks to himself, and this is exactly why I like this kid, even if he's a bit of a goofball. Hut to Angel Cafe. Minchin and Heyman have just arrived. Woojin happily welcomes them. Welcome to the Alandal Guild. Meanwhile, Minchin is still completely zoned out. Woojin confirms. Yep, that is our guild name. Then he reaches out his hand, really glad you guys could make it. Heyman says, I will do my absolute best to serve you. Boss! You can put me to work however you want. Woojin smiles. Let us look out for each other from now on. Minchin then pipes up, From now on, please just speak comfortably with us. We will do everything we can to make our guild known worldwide. Woojin laughs. Oh, so I can just call you Minchan then? Minchin is speechless. Wait, what? He did not mean that comfortable. He quickly requests, actually, please just call me Captain Jung. Woojin immediately switches it up. Got it, Captain Jung. I'll leave the guild setup and launching entirely to you. Get it ready. All right, Minchin replies, understood. I'll take care of it. Woojin suggests, sweet. In that case, we should grab some drinks today, right? Minchin is baffled. Boss, is that seriously all there is to our meeting? Woojin looks at him like it's obvious. What else is there to discuss? He asks again. You said you'd handle all the work and follow my requests, right? Minchan is like, so I guess all you did was name the guild? And what else is there to do? But inside, Minchan is sweating. Is it really okay to join a guild with a boss this incredibly laid back? He sighs heavily. Man, I can already feel the struggle ahead. Woojin gets hyped up. Sunggu, we should totally get Korean barbecue today, right? Sunggu agrees. Absolutely. Boss, I know this insanely good beef barbecue spot. Meanwhile, only Minchan is left worrying. Suddenly, Minchan calls out. Boss, he requests. I think we should put the introductions aside for now. We have a much more pressing matter to discuss. Woojin looks up at him. What's up? Minchin explains it's about conquering the 6-star dungeon. To allow other awakened teams to book our guild's dungeon, we need to decide a specific, clear method. And that has nothing to do with setting up the guild itself. Here, Woojin asks, why should we even let others use our dungeon anyway? I can easily solo it. Minchin suggests, well, instead of letting it go to waste, we can rent it out to other parties while you're resting. Woojin agrees, fair enough, but he wants to know more. All right, what else? Anything essential? Minchin immediately brings up his next idea. Oh, right, to officially start a guild, they need 5 founding members. Ujin thought about it for a second. They're still missing one. He turns to Sunggu and asks if they should invite Jin. Sunggu is like, nah, that probably won't work. That kid is still a minor. Minchan chimes in, exactly, minors are definitely a no-go. Jin goes quiet for a second to think, then pulls up his contacts list. Mom, Jimin, Real Jimin, Sunggu, Phone Scammer, Crazy Guy, and Crazy Guy 2. He sighs. Honestly, I don't really know that many people. The MC is in a bit of a pinch here. His mom is out of the question, so who's left? After thinking for a bit, it hits him. Ah, here we go. A moment later, the door swings open. Ujin spots his target and waves. Yo, you actually made it, he asks cheerfully. Did you bring your ID and personal stamp with you? Sung Hun looks totally terrified. Yeah, I brought them. But suddenly, Ujin raises his hand high. Sung Hun completely flinches, thinking he's about to get slapped, but Ujin just claps a hand on his shoulder. Congrats, Ujin announces. You've officially become our 5th member, Mr. Phone Scammer. Sung Hun is just standing there completely blank, having absolutely no clue what is going on. Cut to the front of the Adan Guild, where they just hung up their brand new sign. Cleaners are busy scrubbing the place down and moving furniture around. Heyman wipes his brow with a sigh of relief. All right, now this actually looks like a real office. He doesn't forget to thank the crew. Great job, everyone, and Sung Hun, you did awesome too. Oh, thanks. Meanwhile, Sung-hun is still in total disbelief. Just a few days ago, he literally thought this whole thing was some kind of shady scam. He's thinking, I can't believe the crazy bastard who beat me half to death and stole my phone turned out to be. Yeah, Sung-hun is completely mind-blown that he's actually working with Kang Ujin, the absolute legend that everyone in the world is talking about. Heyman looks up at the television. Man, our boss's face has been literally plastered all over the news lately. Min-chan chimes in. Even though it's not official yet, he is South Korea's 11th awakened and easily the strongest in history. He's like, honestly, no wonder the entire world is going crazy over him. Sung-hun looks at them, totally shocked. Wait, he actually recruited these two elite pros from the famous Heian Guild? A smirk creeps onto his face. Alright, looks like the talent here is top tier. Sung-hun tells himself, well, it's not like my own business is doing any good anyway. The shop has been dead. Working for a guild is definitely a massive upgrade. Suddenly, Heyman pops the question, hey Sung-hun, what's your relationship with the boss anyway? Sung-hun flinches. Wait, what? Heyman guesses. I mean, he called you once and you showed up instantly, so you guys must be super close. Are you friends or like related? Sung-hun just scratches his head, super embarrassed, yeah. But obviously, he keeps the real reason to himself. He only rushed over because he was terrified of getting beat up again. But why did he even ask me to join? Is he feeling guilty for beating me to a pulp back then? Just then, Ujin walks in. Oh, wow, the office looks clean. Everyone immediately hypes up. The boss is here. Min-chan quickly asks, welcome back, boss. Is the strategy for clearing the dungeon all set? Ujin nods. Yeah, pretty much. Then he points out that Sunggu was actually the one who did all the heavy lifting. Seeing Sunggu looking absolutely soul-crushed, Min-chan asks, hey, Sunggu, are you doing okay? Heeman chimes in. Man, even if the strategy is set, we still have tons of planning to do. After all, we're talking about a 5-star dungeon here. Point. Sunggu is so dead tired he just passes out on the couch. Heyman stares. Wait, is his soul literally leaving his body right now? Honestly, this kid deserves a massive bonus, like a mental damage fee. In the meeting room, Ujin speaks up. All right, everyone take a seat. It's serious. We need to discuss our most important business right now. Then Ujin calls out, Manager Jung. Min-chan instantly responds, yes, boss. Ujin pauses, what position should I even give you? Min-chan is completely caught off guard. Wait, what? Even though our guild is still tiny right now, I still think we should give everyone a role that matches their actual skills. Just let me know what job you want. Hearing this, Min-chan feels like he just got hit by lightning. Even Heyman is stunned. Wait, rolls Sunggu, who was literally half dead a second ago, instantly snaps awake. Sung-hun is shocked. Wait, we get to choose our own titles. Seeing their dumbfounded faces, Ujin's is confused. Why is everyone so quiet? Manager Young, what kind of positions do normal guilds usually have? Min-chan explains, well, usually there are two main categories. One is for awakened, and the other is for regular employees. Awakened usually take roles like administrators, directors, and vice presidents. But honestly, those titles don't really matter. He clarifies, what actually matters for awakened is the details in their contracts, like their commission percentage after clearing a dungeon, base salary, and stuff like that. Ujin nods, right. After hearing this, Ujin asks, Sunggu, what position do you want? Sunggu is completely stunned. Wait, me? Then he scratches his head. Well, since I've been working as your manager for a year now. Ujin immediately assigns him. All right, you're a director then. Sunggu's eyes go wide. A director? He starts geeking out, feeling absolutely ecstatic. I'm only 21 and I'm already a director? But then Ujin adds, Director of Loot Gathering. Instantly, Sunggu slumps into a corner, completely depressed. Min-chan and Heyman actually feel bad for him. They're thinking, wow, didn't know a title like that even existed. Honestly, he should have just left it at director. Ujin then asks, what about the other departments? What kind of divisions do we have? Chan lists them off. Well, we have accounting, sales, support, and general management. Zip ponders for a second. So we have 3 people left? Suddenly he calls out, Manager Young. Min-chan snaps to attention. Boss. Then Ujin announces, you're the general manager. Min-chan beams with joy. Thank you, boss. I'll give it my all. Ujin turns to the next person. Heyman, what about you? Heyman offers, please make me the head of the support department. Ujin nods, deal. Heyman vows, I'll dedicate my life to this company. Then, Ujin shifts his gaze over to Sung-hun. But out of nowhere, Ujin tilts his head and asks, wait, why are you still here? Min-chan is completely baffled. Wait, isn't he also one of our founding members? You literally said he was the 5th member. Ujin casually explains, oh, I just needed to borrow his name. He's only the 5th member on paper. Sung-hun's jaw literally drops as he turns around, feeling totally lost. But then Ujin chuckles to himself. He decides, well, since you're already here anyway, I might as well give you a fitting role. After sorting out all the roles, Min-chan still has one big question. But boss, how are we going to recruit new members? Ujin just looks at him and asks, Why would we even need to recruit new people? Min Chan is completely shocked once again. Wait, what? He tries to explain. To make the guild grow, we obviously need more awakened. That's why we need to recruit, boss. Definitely need more members. But suddenly, Ujin slams a massive stack of documents onto the table, leaving everyone completely dazed. This is he reveals. Wait, so clearing this dungeon gets him a military exemption, and we don't even need more members for that? Min Chan finally gets it. Is this seriously why he started a guild? I mean, if he just wanted to skip military service, he could have easily joined the Hammer Guild. Min Chan starts daydreaming about his perfect life. If Wu Jin actually did that, Min Chan could have just chilled and enjoyed his life as a department head. In his head, he's literally being carried around like royalty. Talk about a sweet dream. Watch out. Wu Jin suddenly speaks, breaking his daydream and scaring him half to death. Why so quiet? Min Chan stammers, trying to play it cool. Well, still think we need to hire a few more people. Hearing this, Wu Jin just shrugs and agrees. Oh, really? Fine. You handle that then. Oh, and by the way, the support teams will also be dumped on the general manager. Wu Jin thinks it's a perfect plan. Min Chan can only accept his fate. Yes, sir. But deep down, he's wondering, is he dumping all this work on me because he trusts me, or is it just because it's a massive pain in the neck? Or maybe it's both. Meanwhile, it's a beautiful day in the city, and someone is scrolling through the news. Oh, look at this. Ujin is all over the place. South Korea's 11th A-rank awakener has finally arrived. Who exactly is Kang Ujin? She is completely shocked. Dang, he's actually famous now, and the breaking news just keeps coming. Kang Ujin just founded his own guild called Alandal, and the association is already reviewing his application. South Korea's 11th A-rank awakener, Kang Ujin. What does the #1 awakener, Kang Chun, think of him? And who is this rising super rookie, Hong Sunggu, who's always spotted hanging out with Wu Jin? They are even interviewing Wu Jin's former high school teachers. The trending topics are all about him. What is Kang Wu Jin's actual power? What are the future plans for his guild, Alandal? Let's break down Kang Wu Jin's necromancy skill and compare his power level to Kang Chun. Jeon sighs in amazement. Wow, he's incredible. She can't help but stare in awe. Was this really the same guy she grabbed drinks with? She flashes back to their dinner, where Wu Jin was just chilling and laughing. Back then, while she was fast asleep, Wu Jin gently looked at her and brushed her hair. She's still as beautiful as ever, he thought. Jiwon suddenly snaps out of her daydream, face completely red. She slaps her cheeks to wake up. Oh my god, girl, what on earth are you thinking? But then her eyes freeze. Someone suddenly screams, scaring the absolute life out of her. Oh, you guys are back? Jiwon asks, trying to act natural. But her sister immediately snaps at her. Sis! Jiwon looks down. Embarrassed. What's wrong? Her sister mutters. Even if you are in the room, you should keep your hat on. Room isn't just yours, you know. Yeah, he's right. Sis, some self-awareness. You literally scared the crap out of us. Jiwon's voice drops, looking hurt. Right, I get it. Sorry, guys. The sister just scoffs and says we're heading out. As they walk away, they keep whispering trash about her. I seriously need to save up and get out of this dorm. Every time I see her face, my heart literally stops. Keep it down, she might hear you. Pfft, she can't hear us. Besides, am I even wrong? Those words absolutely crushed Jiwon. Maybe she really shouldn't have gotten her hopes up. Meanwhile, over at the bus stop, a bus pulls up. Shaman steps off, glued to his phone. He's smiling to himself, thinking, she's gonna be so shocked when she sees me waiting right outside her office. The timing is literally perfect. Wrapped up my exams, and Wu Jin just headed back home. He quickly fires off a text. Hey sis, you coming home today? What time do you finish work? He smiles, planning to take his sister out for a nice dinner and spend some quality sibling time together. But a few hours pass, starts getting dark. Jamin is still standing there, waiting. Man, she's super late. Right then, he overheard girls gossiping nearby. Yo, did you hear? Word on the street is she was trying to get with a ton of guys before she got that nasty burn on her face. They are completely trash-talking her. For real? I thought she was the quiet type, but I guess she's just fake. And quiet my foot. Honestly, looking at her face now, guys would literally sprint the other way if she even looked at them. They are talking so loud that Jamin can hear every single word. Just thinking about it makes me sick. Gross. Meanwhile, in a completely different place under a blazing sunset desert, Sunggu is sweating, working his butt off. Once he's done, he calls out, Bro, I got everything. Wu Jin looks at the pile of loot, but it's just basic trash. None of the good artifacts are dropping anymore. Sunggu sighs, saying the drop rates have totally crashed. Even though they've cleared this dungeon so many times, Wu Jin agrees. Yeah, we've pretty much sucked this dungeon dry. Then, Wu Jin pulls out a dimensional storage bag. Meanwhile, back in the city, a massive crowd is staring in absolute shock. The moment they spot Wu Jin, they lose their minds. No way, is that Kang Wu Jin? Did he already clear the dungeon? It hasn't even been 4 hours. Sung Hun runs up, totally hyping him up. Boss, you are absolutely cracked. Woojin is just confused seeing him there. Why are you here? Sungin explains, Director Young asked me to bring you straight back to the office as soon as you got out. Woojin raises an eyebrow. Where is he then? Sungin replies, I think since the guild got approved, he had to run over to the administrative office. He said he'd meet us at the office later. Suddenly, a reporter shoves past Sungin and thrusts a mic forward, Mr. Kang Ujin. He immediately starts firing questions. Can we get a quick interview? What's your secret to clearing dungeons at such an insane speed? Instantly, a whole horde of reporters swarms them, shouting his name. Mr. Kang Ujin, over here. Heard you were blocking all reservations for Seoul Station exit 6. Here we go. When are you planning to open it up for rent to other guilds? Sungin is literally shaking with rage, but the vultures just keep pressing. Sunghoon finally snaps and steps in. Back off. Back away from him right now. He reminds the crowd that Woojin is exhausted from literally carrying a dungeon raid. If you want an interview, send an official request to the guild. Sunghoon warns them, if you keep harassing him, we will take legal action against your media outlets. He looks them dead in the eye. I've memorized all your faces. Don't expect any interviews from us in the future. Then, Sunghoon raises his voice. I hold a massive grudge, so don't even try me. Then he instantly switches to a polite tone for Woojin. Boss, please wait here for a second. I'll bring the car around. Woojin shrugs. All right. He watches Sungwon walk away, thinking to himself, wait, when I beat this guy up, he was completely frozen. Was he always this aggressive? Sunggu is just as confused. Bro, how do you even know this guy? Woojit's at him. Him? Oh, he's just the guy who sold me my phone. Meanwhile, Sunghoon is sprinting to the car, gritting his teeth in pure frustration. Damn it. He flashes back to the moment Woojin recruited him. Welcome. 5th member. Sunghoon is absolutely fuming. I was wondering why on earth he hired me, and then he remembers what Woojin asked next. Hand. Wait, why is that guy still here? Sunghoon is losing his mind wondering. Like, does he just want to use my name to flex? He literally closed down his own shop because he completely misread the room. Now that things have gone completely south, I have to lock in and stay in this guild no matter what, by any means necessary. Meanwhile, over at the Adan Guild headquarters, Woojin is just chillin', casually grabbing some stuff from a box and popping them into his mouth like they are snacks, while scrolling through his phone. He clicks on an article about himself. The evaluation office finally concluded that Kang Ujin is officially an A-rank hunter. Bro is literally breaking the internet right now. The 24-year-old Kang Ujin just got reevaluated and officially certified as an absolute A-rank powerhouse. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, Kang Ujin's Adan Guild got the green light to officially launch, clearing them for action. News reports are going wild over his record-breaking dungeon clear speeds. They are desperate to dig deep into the secrets behind his OP abilities. Like, what is this dude's secret? Ujin just casually scrolls to another headline. Kang Ujin's first raid on the gate in Area 6, comparing him to Korea's top dog. Kang Chang-chun versus Kang Ujin, who is the ultimate #1 awakened in the country. And that first name immediately catches his eye. Chang-chun guy seems kinda cracked, Ujin muses. Right then, Sunggu walks in. Bro, what are you eating? Ujin glances at the box and casually says, oh, these? Just some stat-boosting enhancement stones. Want one? Sunggu is absolutely shook. Bro, enhancement stones are literally worth over 1 billion won each. He panics and instantly declines. No way, man, how could I possibly eat that? But Ujin is just built different. Come on, take some, he says, handing a few over. These boost your strength, agility, and stamina. Sunggu holds out both hands. Oh my god, thank you, bro. Ujin goes right back to munching them. Honestly, he is just playing chess here. Sunggu needs to buff his stats so he can carry more loot, move faster to gather items, and have crazy stamina to pull long shifts. Sunggu has absolutely no clue he is being optimized like a minion. He is just crying tears of joy. Meeting you is literally the best thing that ever happened to me. Just then, someone else steps in. Yo, is bro Ujin here? Ujin is confused. Jamin, what are you doing here? Looks serious and says, Hyung, there is something I need to tell you. Can I get a few minutes of your time? Two head into the office to talk in private. A little later, Sunggu walks in. Did Jamin leave already? Ujin nods. Yeah, he is gone. Sunggu looks concerned. Man, he looked incredibly stressed. Is everything okay? Ujin's, it is a long story, basically just a brother being overprotective of his big sister. Sunggu is baffled. Wait, what? Ujin grabs his coat and puts it on. I am heading out for a bit. Sunggu is super curious. All right, but where are you heading? Before stepping out, Ujin says, I am going to see Jiwoo. Don't wait up for me, just head home early today. Sunggu immediately hypes up and yells, wait, Jiwoo? Bro, are you going on a date? Ujin is totally annoyed. How on earth did you jump to that conclusion? Sung-hun, who was eavesdropping outside, gasps. A date? He thinks this is his ultimate chance to gain some favor. He instantly blocks Ujin's path, looking extremely smug. Boss? Hiring me was honestly the best decision you have ever made. Ujin is completely baffled. What? Why are you acting so weird all of a sudden? Shung Hun flexes confidently. Just leave everything to me, boss. I am a certified expert in this department. Cut to a high-end VIP personal shopping lounge where luxury suits are lined up neatly on the racks. Even the walls are decked out with premium designer gear. Sunggu's jaw is literally on the floor. Wow, is this actually the same Korea I live in? His mind is completely blown. Like, who knew a department store could hide a secret VIP lounge like this? Sung Hun pulls out a sleek jacket with a huge grin. Boss, how about this? I feel like this is literally made for you. Ujin shrugs. Yeah, looks decent. Sung Hun gets even more hyped. I even picked out a few full suits for you. Just need to try them on. But deep down, Ujin is not feeling this at all. Like, what is this clown show even about? 1 hour later, Sung Hun is still putting on his ultimate expert face, dropping all these fancy pickup lines and some dating hacks. But look, boss, the most important thing is still sincerity and making a lasting impression. Radiating pure confidence. Just let me cook, boss. Follow my lead and you are golden. All right, let us get moving. And hearing that, Ujin stops. Wait, go where? Sung Hun says that leveling up his drip is step number 1 to securing the date. Both Ujin and Sunggu are totally clueless. Leveling up the drip, Ujin sighs and agrees. Well, I guess buying some clean clothes won't hurt. Sunggu and Sung Hun look up as the fitting room door swings open. When they see him, their jaws hit the floor. Holy cow, boss. You look incredibly sharp. Expected of our boss, his build is absolutely cracked, so literally any outfit looks god tier on him. Ujin mutters, all right, keep it down, you are being too loud. Sung Hun holds up a luxury watch. Boss, you gotta wear this too. This watch matches your suit flawlessly and completes the ultimate quiet luxury aesthetic. Jin snaps at his wrist. All right, I'm heading out then. Sung Hun calls out again. Boss, wait, take this too. Ujin stares at him, completely done. Sung Hun is just beaming with energy. I have mapped out the entire itinerary for your date. Just follow the cheat sheet. It is titled Tips for the Boss's Ultimate Successful Date. Movies, dinner, cozy spots, and a list of aesthetic places to visit after eating. Ujin is completely speechless. This absolute clown, he has got the whole situation completely wrong, but then again, since I am going anyway, maybe I should just kick back and enjoy it? Ujin shrugs and slips the guide into his pocket. All right, thanks guys. Pack it up early today and have a great weekend. Sung Hun pumps his fist. Yes, boss. Go get her. Finally, Sunggu can take a breather, finally getting some sweet free time. Sung Hun, you are heading home too, right? Sung Hun smirks. Actually, I have some urgent business to attend to. Sunggu is confused. Wait, what business? Sung Hun hypes himself up. Every single time I play wingman, the couple always gets together. I am going to make sure the boss gets this win. Sunggu is squinting. Wait, are you seriously going to crash their date? Sung Hun stands tall like a hero. Absolutely. He checks his watch and panics. No time to lose. I gotta run. I have a mountain of prep work to do before they get there. See you on Monday, Manager Hong. Sunggu tries to grab him. Sung Hun, wait up. But bro is already gone like the wind. He is too fast. Sunggu can only pray. I don't think Ujin is even trying to confess, though. He mentioned something about medicine or whatever. Meanwhile, in the heart of the bustling city surrounded by towering skyscrapers, Jiwoo just stepped out of the shower. Man, I somehow survived today, she sighs. Her eyes automatically drift to her phone on the table. She taps the screen, but there is still no reply. Anxiety starts kicking in. Why is Ujin texting me out of nowhere? Ujin's text says, hey, it's Ujin, you free today? Her reply, yeah, I just got off work and I am chilling. Then Ujin sent, is everything okay? I am coming over now. And her final text was, wait, you're coming here? Suddenly a wild thought pops into her head, no way, and her face instantly blushes bright red. Wait, is he actually asking me out on a date? No way, she instantly tries to shake that thought. Like, stop! No shot that's happening! Why would a guy like him ever go out with someone like me? I'm positive he wants to meet up for something else. Right on cue, her phone buzzes, making JW jump. JW nervously picks up the call and Ewan speaks. Hello? I'm outside your dorm. Come on down. JW immediately sprints to the balcony to check. No way, she's completely stunned when she sees him down there. JW is seriously shook. Once they meet up, JW gets dead serious. Why did you want to meet? She's so confused. Out of nowhere, he's asking her to hit the streets with him. Bun plays it cool. It's nothing much. I just have something to give you and figured I'd ask you out too. Joe's eyes go wide. A date? Her cheeks instantly flush. What is happening right now? He actually like me? She's getting super shy now. What should I even do? And breaks the tension. It's too early for dinner. Let's go catch a movie. Jub's like, yeah, let's do it. Suddenly, some random pedestrian bumps right into her. My bad, but a second later, JW starts acting strange. She clutches her head like she's in pain, and Ewan immediately turns to check on her. Sunggu's words suddenly flash in his mind. Bro, my sister's head, oh my god. Along with all those judgy whispers from people on the street. Yo, did you see that girl? Are those burn scars? That's when Ewan finally puts 2 and 2 together. He asks, does what other people think really get to you that much? JW's face instantly drops. Yeah, because people literally get uncomfortable looking at my face. But out of nowhere, Uin grabs her wrist and pulls her along. Come with me. JW is totally lost. Waitin', where are we going? Pull up to a little store stall. Win grabs this cool-looking mask and hands it straight to Jay. Here, try it on. She's completely baffled, but Win just flashes a mysterious smile. Next thing you know, they're walking into the movie theater. People are already whispering, yo, what is that? That looks so goofy. What's the deal with them? Everyone is buzzing. Wild. But their visuals and body pour absolutely cracked. Who are they? Celebrities? While everyone's staring, JW tries to hold him back. Win! Hang on a second! For some special promo, the crowd keeps whispering. It's not even Halloween yet. Raibu is completely helpless at this point. Win, are we seriously going inside dressed like this? Shrugs. Why not? You want to swap with me instead? W tries to explain that is literally not the point, but Ewan acts completely unbothered. Well, let's go then. Deep voice sounds so soothing. We're gonna miss the movie. Behind her mask, JW's face is literally burning red. Meanwhile, the movie playing on screen echoes. So is that what's been bothering you? Because this place feels like some virtual reality instead of the real world? W and Ewan are completely locked into the movie. No, not just me. It's the same for you too. That's why. Suddenly, a massive love confession drops on screen. What do you mean? If this world doesn't feel real to you, then why don't you just date me? JW is completely lost, glancing over at him. Like, wait, what is going on? Didn't they say tickets were completely sold out? But Ewan is just chillin', casually munching on his popcorn. Flashback to when he was staring at the seating chart, totally stressed. Wait, did they really buy out every single seat 30 minutes ago? Ewan was completely dejected. Is a certified disaster. JW tries to reassure him, hey, we don't really have to watch a movie, you know? But he confidently pushes towards the door anyway. Well, rip. But right then, someone taps them from behind to hand over their tickets. Excuse me, I just had a major emergency and gotta run. If you guys don't mind, please take my tickets. And they literally shove the tickets straight into Ewan's hand. Before they can even process what's happening, the stranger turns and bolts. Have fun, you guys. I seriously gotta run. Win is standing there completely baffled and calls after them. Wait up, but the person, face hidden behind a mask, just yells back, gotta go. Ewan starts smelling something fishy. He looks way too familiar. No way, meanwhile, back at the ticket counter, a super familiar voice calls out. Sung-hun flashes his phone's screen with a wild request. Yeah, can you refund literally every single ticket except for those 2 specific seats? The staff member takes a massive step back, totally panicked. Wait, what? But, sir, you literally said you were booking for a whole group. He points aggressively at his phone. Just give me my refund. I literally bought them 10 minutes ago. The cashier is internally screaming. What is actually wrong with this absolute lunatic? Fast forward, the sky has turned a beautiful shade of orange, and outside the theater, someone is hyping up the film. That was actually such a banger. JW is in high spirits, smiling. I swear it's been like 5 years since I last went to the movies. Win catches the vibe and teases her right back. Well, for me, it's been like 20 years. She instantly gets the joke, laughing, oh, stop. But he double downs with a completely serious face. I'm dead serious. Suddenly, someone calls out to them from behind. Yo! The Beauty and the Beast couple over there. A clown standing next to a massive wheel of fortune waves them over. Wanna come try your luck? Totally free. The clown keeps hyping it up to reel them in. 100% free, guys. And with so many prizes on here, odds of winning are literally 90%. Ewan turns to Joe and asks, wanna try? But Joe gets super shy and shakes her head. I'm literally so bad at these games. But she ends up giving in anyway. The wheel spins, clicking away until it finally comes to a stop. Sadly, she misses the jackpot, leaving JW totally bummed. Unlucky. Seeing her disappointment, the clown quickly tries to save the vibe. Hey, masked bro, why don't you take a spin? Win a sweet prize to your girlfriend. Show her what you got. At first, Win just stands there dead silent, but then he actually steps up to play, thinking, am I possessed or what? The wheel starts slowing down. Has absolutely zero hopes, expecting to land on a total dud. But suddenly a massive shout rings out. Oh my god! Stares at the result, totally speechless. Boom! He actually hit the jackpot. Ewan's eyes go wide and the clown screams at the top of his lungs to congratulate him. You landed on the special grand prize. W's absolutely hyped, cheering, Ewan, you actually won. She's looking at him in complete and utter awe. Where this is the first time I've ever won anything in my entire life. The clown happily hands a cute little gift bag over to JW. Congrats, you two. Enjoy your prize. She happily takes the bag, smiling. Thank you so much. But Ewan's face goes dead cold as he instantly clocks the clown's real identity. The clown slides down his glasses and gives him a quick wink. Win is so done. Why is this guy literally stalking me? Behind them, the clown is still aggressively rooting for him. Boss, go get her! You got this, when completely ignores him and pulls JW away. Let's go. W is still super hyped and curious, muttering, I wonder what's inside. Smash cut to a bit later. there hitting the claw machines and then trying on some stylish clothes. By nightfall, Ewan takes JW to a nice restaurant. On the walk back, she gets completely lost in her thoughts. She thinks, I wonder how long it's been. JW suddenly realizes she's actually feeling confident. Since when did she stop caring about everyone else's judgy stares? It was literally just a mask. But man, the way she looks up at him, pure gratitude. No, wait. Bowen did not take the lead like that. She would have never had the courage to pull this off. Seeing him look back at her and smile, Jiwoo is on cloud 9. She is literally thinking, if this is a dream, please never wake me up. Night falls, and now only the streetlights are glowing. Cut to the park where she enthusiastically gasps. Today was literally so much fun. Jiwoo smiles brightly as she lists everything out. Wearing masks, watching a movie, and grabbing food together. She covers her mouth and giggles, completely loving it. Even though everyone probably thought we were a bit weird, but Ewan is just too chill. He is literally like, who cares? Hearing that, Jiwoo gets all reflective. Suddenly, she stands up to make a confession about herself. Yeah, she still lacks the courage to confidently walk into places like that. Jiwoo looks up at the sky, still unable to believe it. To her, this whole day feels like a literal dream. But then, reality hits and she starts overthinking. She reminds herself that everyone has to wake up eventually. Jiwoo tries to snap out of it so she does not make a mistake. She keeps dreaming like this. She is going to fall head over heels for him. She takes off her mask and hypes herself up, saying it is time to take off the mask and face reality. But Win just smirks. He steps closer, fully prepared to drop a bomb. He says, I am going to give you a gift to reward your bravery. Hearing this, Jiwoo is completely shocked. A gift? And right on cue, boom, beautiful fireworks light up the night sky. Out of nowhere, a massive crowd of people approaches, clapping and shouting, congratulations, congrats. But plot twist, the crowd suddenly freezes. They see her face, or more specifically, that scar, and stop in absolute horror. They whisper, that is so terrifying, that guy must really love her to put up with that. Hiding in the back, Sung-hun is completely lost. He is thinking, I literally paid them to clap and hype this up. What the actual hell are they doing? Drains his eyes to see what is going on. Did something go wrong? Meanwhile, Ewan is absolutely seething. He grits his teeth and mutters, Sung-hun, are you for real? Beside him, Jiwoo lowers her head, completely devastated. Ewan panics for her sake and immediately casts Bone Wall. Suddenly, a massive barrier rises, completely blocking them off from the crowd. And now, Blin sighs, totally exhausted, and complains that wearing this mask is honestly such a hassle. Jiwoo opens her eyes wide, looking around in complete shock, and asks, wait, where on earth are we? Smiles at her, looking so warm and gentle. He says, close your eyes. I am going to give you your gift. She looks up in surprise, blushing hard and stammers, what? Flashback to earlier, when her brother came to beg Ewan for help with his sister. He was so embarrassed but shared their tragic backstory. They have been orphans ever since that dungeon outbreak years ago. Jimin feels so guilty because his sister gave up literally all of her dreams just for him. She even got horribly injured by a monster during that dungeon break. Stands there, clenching his fists and bowing his head to beg. It is a scar that can never be healed. He says, I know it is extremely shameless of me to ask this. Please, you have to help my sister. And honestly, our main character, Ewan, is a total bro. He tells him, you are a grown man. Never be ashamed to ask for help when you need it. Suddenly, he pulls out a potion bottle and declares, Jiwoo, you are finally going to wake up from that dream you were talking about. Ewan gently places his hand on her forehead, tells her to escape her nightmare from that dungeon outbreak. Jiwoo is completely clueless, just staring at him with wide eyes. Right then, the system drops the item description. It is a high-grade restoration oil, a premium recovery potion that heals any wound caused by physical or magical attacks. It is incredibly effective. It can even regenerate lost body parts or heal cursed wounds. Cut to Jiwoo back at her apartment, and get this, Win even thoughtfully texts her some instructions. He is like, do not wash your hair or face today, or else the oil will wash off. Make sure to sleep early. Reading that, Jiwoo literally bursts out laughing. She is like, what is he even saying? Is he trying to open a hair salon or what? Sitting on her chair, she texts back, all right, thanks for today. I had so much fun. You should get some sleep too, Mr. Hairdresser. Her face turns bright red, secretly wishing that if she just applies this oil once, her scar would completely disappear. Man, if only that actually worked. Then she remembers the gift bag they won and gets curious. Oh, right. What did we even win from that lucky wheel spin earlier? But the second she opens the box, Jiwoo completely freezes. She stares at the ring, totally speechless. A ring? No way some random street game is giving out actual rings. She realizes something is seriously fishy and starts putting the pieces together. She looks back at how they watched a movie in a completely empty theater. All the weird details from tonight start flooding her mind, like eating at a super fancy restaurant, somehow just happening to catch a perfect fireworks show at the park. It was way too perfect. And let's not forget how random people kept handing her flowers. Suddenly, it hits her. She covers her face, blushing like crazy. No way was Ewan actually trying to confess to me. Meanwhile, back at the guild office, Sung-hun is literally shaking while doing push-ups, counting. 1, I must 2. Look like I am super busy. He is totally pushing through, hyping himself up, muttering. 1, I can do this. He is working out so hard he does not even notice his surroundings. 2, gotta look extremely busy. But then, Ewan suddenly speaks up. Sung-hun. The man jumps straight to attention, squeezing his eyes shut and yells, "Yes, sir." Win sits in his chair with his arms crossed, ready to interrogate him. He says, "You are only supposed to do what I tell you. Stop sticking your nose where it does not belong. Why are you doing stuff I never asked for?" Knowing he is cooked, Sung-hun desperately tries to explain. He is like, "I was only trying to prove my absolute loyalty to you, boss. I am so sorry." He's not even mad anymore, and warns him, "Stop doing unnecessary things." Got it? He obediently nods and replies, "Yes, sir." But then Ewan remembers something and asks, Wait, where did you even get the money to fund all of this anyway?" Scratches his head, sweating bullets, and confesses, "Well, I used the guild's credit card." Ewan instantly grits his teeth in rage again. Young-hun immediately drops back down for push-ups, screaming, 1. Oh, sorry. Suddenly, the office door swings open. Min-chan walks in holding his phone and gasps, "Boss, you are back? I was literally just about to call you." Then he looks over and gets completely confused. "Wait, Sung-hun, you are here too? What are you even doing?" Anyway, Min-chan remembers why he came and reports the situation. "Right, boss. I have completely sorted things out with the Ministry of National Defense." Hearing this, Ewan is absolutely hyped and asks, "So does that mean I do not have to enlist anymore?" He confirms it, but there is a catch. Yes, you are exempt from military service, but only on the condition that you complete 10 military deployments. But noticing his hesitation, Win is like, "But what?" Min-chan looks super awkward and stammers, "Well, the thing is, this has never happened before. There was literally no precedent for this, so I had no idea how to break it to the boss." Naturally, this only made him more impatient. "Yo, what's the deal? Stop beating around the bush and just spit it out." Trying to keep his cool, he dropped the bomb. The boss was deployed immediately, but our boy Ewan didn't even blink, calmly asking for the details. "Right now? Where?" Minna quickly spat out the address. "Daegu Gugrong Station, Exit 3. A dungeon crack is literally breaking open right there." He rushed to the scene, but the place was a ghost town. Seriously? Not a single soul here. Ewan looked around completely puzzled. It looked like the whole area had been straight up abandoned. Rewinding back to when he first got the news, he was totally caught off guard. A dungeon crack? Once they confirmed it, Min-chan laid down the facts. Yeah. If a dungeon isn't cleared within 30 days, the barrier shatters and the monsters inside will swarm straight onto the streets. He emphasized what needed to be done for the Gugrong Station situation. They obviously failed to clear the dungeon and had to call in backup to handle this massive crack. Hearing this, Ewan immediately thought of the worst-case scenario. So what happens if even we can't handle it? Min-chan had already anticipated that. The military won't step in. So if we fail too, Daegu is going to be completely painted in blood. Back to reality. Looking around, Ewan tried to put the pieces together. Why are there so many empty lots and parks around this station anyway? Probably because of the dungeon crack. Hai Sun suddenly walked up from behind and broke it down. All the residents had evacuated 2 days ago. Dungeon crack is set to burst open at 2 p.m. tomorrow. She smiled, offering her hand for a shake. "Great to meet you. I'm the one in charge here." Lieutenant Choi Hai Sun from the Special Defense Brigade. Win shook her hand. "Nice to meet you. I'm Kang Ujin." She was super welcoming. "A real pleasure. I've heard so much about you." Ujin let out a sigh of relief. "No need to be so formal with me." Bin got straight to the point. "But wait, the crack doesn't happen until tomorrow, right? We still have some time. Why don't we head down and check it out ourselves?" Hai Sun could only sigh and explain the bad news. The return gate has already been used 3 times, so it's completely locked now. Hearing this, stunned. "The return gate? 3 times? She turned to explain the mechanics. "It's basically a portal that lets people escape mid-raid if they use a return item." Hai Sun pointed out a crucial detail. "But here is the catch. It can only be used a maximum of 3 times per dungeon. Didn't you know that?" Was brand new information to Ewan. "Whoa, I didn't know that was even a thing." She then started explaining their failed attempts. The Vanguard team from the War Guild was the first to try conquering the dungeon, but they got absolutely wrecked. After that first fail, she sent in another team. The second attempt was a combo, players from the War and Hem guilds, but they didn't do any better. Finally, she sent in a third squad, but they also failed. That third team, made of elite awakened gathered from all over the world. But when even they caught an L, absolutely no one dared to step up anymore. Hai Sun turned to him with a piece of advice and a warning. "Of course, before the actual crack happens, you're free to go down and try to clear it whenever you want. But like I said, you literally have to bet your life on it. That's why nobody's brave enough to go down there anymore. And was taken aback, raising a solid point. Wait, if it's that hard to clear, isn't the dungeon break going to be insanely dangerous? She then explained why it was so tough inside. As you know, the actual terrain of a dungeon plays a massive role in its difficulty. It's almost impossible to move around in there. Luckily, the monsters inside aren't actually that tough. It's purely the terrain that makes this dungeon a nightmare. Hai Sun raised her hand, looking super confident. So we'll be totally fine. We can't bring heavy modern weapons through the portal, which puts us at a massive disadvantage inside. But once battle spills out here, the advantage is all ours. She already had the whole plan laid out. All we gotta do is rain down firepower and wipe them out. Bultwin gave her a deadpan look. Then why the heck did you guys even call me here? You could easily handle this with missiles and guns. Hai Sun got a bit flustered, backing up and stammering, while an Awakened still plays a crucial role. She then quickly explained their actual job. The Awakened will be on standby while we do our thing. If any monsters somehow breach our first line of defense, that's when we'll need you guys to step in. Hai Sun added in a gentle tone. Plus, we have 0 intel on the boss monster, so you've got to stay on guard and be ready to throw hands at a moment's notice. When easily agreed. Got it, I'm down. She then shyly urged him to move. Let's head to the waiting room then. The other Awakened should be arriving by now. In front of a local cafe, a sign was hung up. Awakened waiting room. Doors slowly swung open. A figure stepped inside. Everyone sitting there turned their heads in unison. Wait, is that? Crowd immediately lost their minds. No way. Is that Kang joining this raid? Bro is the 11th ranked A-class Awakened. Suddenly, Ewan raised an eyebrow in surprise. He immediately recognized the face in front of him. Well, look who it is. We meet again. A smirk played on his lips as he mocked her. Guess we're just destined to cross paths. Jeon looked absolutely thrilled not. Before this, she had received a secret mission from Sang-ho. Jeon, I've got a job for you. The two had a shady private conversation. When she heard the mission, Jeon-hi's eyes went wide. Sang-ho smugly asked her, "You can handle this, right?" And that was the exact reason she was standing here when suddenly brought up the past with a smug grin. My bad for cutting in line back at Seoul's station. But honestly, a 5-star dungeon is absolute trash anyway. His eyes suddenly went cold as he threw major shade. It wasn't so hard that you needed an entire army of teammates, right? But out of nowhere, Jeon smirked. She stepped right up to his face, flexing her attitude. It honestly feels like just yesterday when I was stomping you into the dirt. I guess you must have gotten a lot stronger since then. The room instantly went wild with gossip. Hold up, did Jeon and Kang Ujin actually throw down before? She actually beat him? Wait, is this Kang Ujin guy just overhyped trash? Hearing the whispers, Ujin's face darkened as he let out a low, cold laugh. Trash. Ujin glares right at her, throwing down the gauntlet. Want to fight? She just smirks right back, completely unfazed. Seeing things get spicy, Hyson immediately jumps in to break it up. Chill out, guys. Calm down. Aren't we supposed to be teammates for tomorrow's dungeon raid? But Jeon just keeps throwing shade. Looks like only your stats went up, but your brain is still a total kid. Don't get so triggered, she says, making sure to rub it in. One tiny mistake on the battlefield and someone's getting clapped. Hearing that, Ujin is absolutely triggered. What did you say? Who do you think you are to lecture me? Hyson quickly pulls him back. Wen, stop it, please. She desperately tries to calm him down. Jeon is the commander of the Awakened support squad for this raid. Klein grits his teeth and glares at her back as she walks away. Hyson lets out a huge sigh of relief once things finally cool down and when finally regains his composure. All right, whatever. Ujin sits back down and asks for a favor. Can you hook me up with some intel on what's going on inside the dungeon? Hyson is completely caught off guard. Wait, what? She asks, totally confused. But the raid is starting soon anyway. Why do you need dungeon intel anyway? He doesn't answer yet, keeping his guard up. Is that some classified military secret or something? Hyson quickly clears things up and leads the way. No, not at all. Dungeon intel is public information. If you need it, I can go print it out for you right now. Jeon glances back, highly suspicious. Dungeon intel? Don't tell me she quickly starts to connect the dots. Standing right in front of a 6-star dungeon, Bolt Bien is amazed. The mana radiating from this place is absolutely insane. No wonder it's the strongest dungeon. Suddenly, a voice calls out, making him turn around. Hey, Kang Ujin. Jeon stands on the escalator, looking down with her hands on her hips. What the hell are you doing here? Ujin smirks, packing pure confidence. What else would I do at a dungeon? Obviously, I'm here to solo clear it. She is completely stunned. Are you actually insane? But just grins. Not at all. Honestly, I'd have to be brain dead to share all this juicy XP and loot with the military and other Awakened. Jeon desperately warns him. This is a dungeon that wiped out the top 3 strongest Awakened squads. Do you have a death wish? She keeps nagging him. If you try to use the return gate, but Ujin cuts her off, sounding totally annoyed. Yo, you talk way too much. He calls her out on her secret fear. You're scared, aren't you? When reaches his hand out, ready to make his move. Looks like you're terrified because you can't use return gate. If you're that scared, just sit tight and wait. Before jumping in, Ewan looks back with a smug laugh. Such a scaredy cat, and in the next second, he vanishes right through the dungeon door. Jeon is left behind, screaming in absolute rage. Kang Ujin, you jerk! Cut to another location with a golf club and a golf ball. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket starts vibrating. Sang-ho looks out the window and picks it up. Yes, Minister. On the other end of the line, incredibly angry voice. Chairman Lee, what on earth is going on? He's completely lost, having no idea what's happening. Excuse me, sir? What do you mean? Holler explodes. I'm talking about that Jeon of yours. Are you breaking your promise and trying to solo clear that dungeon? Hearing this, Sang-ho's eyes widen in shock. He quickly tries to salvage the situation. I am deeply sorry, sir. Let me confirm what is going on, and I will call you right back. Sang-ho's expression turns dark, a mix of confusion and anger. Why on earth did Jeon enter the dungeon? What the hell is she thinking? Cut to her inside the dungeon, where a massive battle has clearly just taken place. Jeon scans the area carefully, signs of combat everywhere. Were all these summoned monsters? She quickly calculates the numbers. 10? No. It looks like there were at least 20. Jeon is secretly impressed. When you said you wanted to solo clear this place, I thought you were insane. But now I think I get it. She looks up at the long path ahead of her. Even so, Jeon still doubts him. With your current level, you won't even get close to getting the return stone, let alone clearing the whole dungeon. Fruin covers his face, dodging an incoming attack. He smirks with excitement as his juicy XP is finally rolling in. Took you long enough. Right after, Ewan shouts, Rocky! He commands it to strike the body. After landing the hit, Rocky lets out a savage roar. Seizing the opportunity, Ewan leaps onto its back and summons his weapon. Summon Hammer. Channeling all his strength, Ewan swings the hammer down with a massive smash. Immediately, the system notification starts spamming. You have reached level 40. Level 40 perks unlocked. Bryn's absolutely thrilled. Nice, finally hit level 40. BS stands behind him, waving her hands and cheering. Master is so awesome. Absolute best. Then she happily hugs Rocky. Where did you learn to talk like that? Our Rocky did amazing too. At this point, Ewan speaks up. Rocky, I think you've been watching too much TV. He doesn't waste any time and turns to move forward. Anyway, enough playing around. Let's move. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks, his eyes wide. Looking down, something feels incredibly familiar. Memories start flashing back as he spots a mysterious pattern on the ground. He instantly recalls hearing about this before, the legendary sanctuary of Alphen. Looking up at the towering stone structure, Bulin recognizes it, the Tate Plateau. He raises an eyebrow, remembering what he knows about this place, also known as the Temple of the Giants. Standing before it, Ewan realizes the truth. Is Gorge the reason why everyone failed their dungeon raids? He quickly pulls up his system screen. Talk about perfect timing. Level 40 perks unlocked. Then, the system displays 3 new notifications at once. You have unlocked a skill for the Summoner class. Level 1 Ghost Armor. Gathers wandering spirits to hover around the user. These spirits can teleport and protect the user from attacks. Additionally, the user can use Soul Contract to absorb spirits and restore stamina. Current summons, 0 out of 10. Level 1. Ghost Spear. Summons a spear made from your summoned spirits to strike your foe. The spear will relentlessly pursue the enemy until it lands a hit. Mana cost. 1. Smirks with absolute satisfaction. A vision of him kneeling on the ground, trembling and begging. Please save me. Also, after that firefight, our boy actually unlocked another soul contract skill, the one he got while healing Sunggu. Ewan was absolutely hyped, confident he could finally pull off broken high-tier skill upgraded straight from his soul contract. After cooking up a plan, Ewan decided to max out his demon armor skill to level 10. He raised his hand, completely pumped, and gave the command. Wandering souls, gather before me. The system quickly updated his OP army count to 100 out of 1. Ewan stretched out his hands, totally locked in with anticipation. Up. Boom. System notifications started spamming. You have unlocked a warrior class skill. The warrior's weapon transforms into a great sword. You have mastered Great Sword Mastery and the Sword Split skill. Bro is getting too cracked. Finally, he looked up and BB followed his gaze and had a sudden realization. Is that it? Win smirked, ready to flex. He looked up and yelled excitedly, Come on out, Shin Shin! System dropped a new update. The seal on the Wind Demon Seastone has been released. A giant hairy hoof stomped down and an armored jaw slammed into view. Finally showed up, letting out a majestic roar. Level 1 summon Demon Horse, breed Shin Shin, a hot-blooded warhorse that will never stop charging, even if it dies. Mana cost 30, requirement Shadow Dash skill. BB was absolutely thrilled and ran over to hug it tightly. Shin Shin, did you miss me? Standing behind them, Ewan smiled and even Rocky was hyped, flexing its golem form. Then our MC turned around to rush everyone. Let's save this touching reunion for later, guys. We need to move fast. We are literally running out of time. BB and Ujin hopped on, cheering happily. Let's go, Shin Shin, use Shadow Dash. The mount let out a fierce roar and charged straight toward Jeon. She was also locked and loaded, ready to strike. Jeon dashed right through it with her Sunggu Spirit Blade. One shot. Immediately after, the beast collapsed to the ground. Stepped forward, scanning the area. It must be around here. Suddenly, Hyeon stopped, sensing something. Spotting a flying object in the sky, she quickly realized what it was and scoffed in disgust. A flying summon? That guy really has too many tricks up his sleeve. I need to hurry. Suddenly, she spotted a rope tied around a tree root. Looking at the rope, Hyeon remembered the reason why they could never clear this dungeon until now. It wasn't just because they couldn't cross the ravine. She was actually strong enough to pull off that difficult feat. We could have used players with flight abilities to easily cross the ravine. Hyeon knew the dangers, but once across, there were only 3 monsters guarding the return stone. Bead. After seeing that, we gave up and stopped attacking. She had already figured out the real reason behind it. Hint. We realized that keeping the dungeon uncleared was way more profitable than actually clearing it. If they cleared it, this area would be destroyed, and they could rebuild a completely new zone. Hyeon also knew exactly who would take power. Even though I don't care about stupid political games, decision was entirely up to the guildmaster and had nothing to do with me. Suddenly, she gripped the rope, determined to test her limits. However, what if someone actually clears the dungeon that the Hwarang guild couldn't? Hyeon was still dead set on taking down Ewan, especially if he was going to solo clear it. Her expression turned cold and resolute. Just you wait, for the sake of the Hwarang guild's reputation. Hyeon didn't hesitate, quickly swinging forward on the rope. I have to stop Ujin from clearing this dungeon. Cut to the scene outside. 1 hour before the dungeon break, the Hwarang guild is holding a press conference with Lee Sunho. The reporters below were in a frenzy, shouting questions. President Lee, what do you think the chances are that Hyeon and Kugin, the ones who entered the dungeon, will make it back alive? He widened his eyes, looking tense as he assured them, I think it is practically impossible. Another reporter raised his hand to ask a heavy question. There is only about 1 hour left until the dungeon break, and from what we know, Hyeon is your sister. How are you feeling right now? Sunho's face contorted as he snapped, Are you seriously asking me that? Shaking with anger, he shot back, One of my own family members is about to die, and I can't do a single thing about it. How do you think I feel? Sunho's face went dark, head hanging low. Suddenly, he stood up and announced, I will stop taking questions now. The reporters immediately stood up, protesting. Wait a minute, President Lee. Suddenly, someone opened the door and praised him. You did amazing out there. President Sunho acted totally casual, asking about the situation. Of course. What's the status of the dungeon? The assistant quickly reported the details. We haven't received any response from the barriers yet, sir. Hearing this, he smiled with satisfaction and ordered, Great. Let's head to the command center. The assistant stared at Sunho, completely baffled. Yes, sir, but great. Watching him walk away, the assistant was deeply unsettled. Even though he's the guild master, he is terrifyingly cold-blooded. Is his own sister just a pawn for him to control the guild? Outside the door, a crowd was shouting and pleading. Please let us in. Kang Ujin is our guild master. Who is in charge here? Seeing the commotion, Sunho scoffed in annoyance. What's all this noise? The assistant looked at the crowd and stammered. Well, it seems they are staff members from Kang Ujin's Alden Guild. Hearing this, Sunho asked in surprise, the Alden Guild? Meanwhile, Ujin was patting his mount, praising it. Awesome job, Shin Shin. You can rest now. BB arrived and looked around in awe. Is this the Giant's Temple? You did say this place looked suspicious. Master Ujin nodded in agreement. Yeah, it looks pretty creepy. Do you think these things can turn into golems or something? Stared straight ahead, already knowing what to do. Well, there's only one way to find out. And turned around and pointed, giving an order. Rocky, go try and eat that. But Rocky immediately obeyed, flying straight toward it. The stone suddenly began to shake violently from side to side. After a moment, a face carved into the rock appeared, and a massive stone hand slammed down onto the ground. Seeing the successful test, even Ian was shocked. It actually worked? Was that really just a normal rock? But suddenly, both of them gasped and jumped back. Ewan broke into a cold sweat, instantly on high alert. Guess not. He and the little girl were completely surrounded, with no way out. And smirked, quickly sizing up the situation. 5 of them. Is this a trap triggered when someone steps into a specific zone? Our boy sizes up the field, doing some quick math. Golems have 0 flesh or soul, meaning his broken necromancy build is completely useless here. So Ujin steps up and pulls out his weapon. But wait, instead of panicking, he just smiles with excitement. Time to use this chance to level up his warrior subclass. Up on a high branch, Jeon is watching the whole thing play out, totally confused. Wait, isn't this guy a necromancer? Why is he acting like he's a certified warrior awakened instead? Jeon Hai looks down, completely amazed. Seriously, who would have thought all those stone statues were actually living golems? Facing that kind of insane power, she realizes she has to tread carefully. If anyone had just rushed straight to the altar without thinking, they would have been surrounded and wiped out instantly. But honestly, she has to hand it to Ujin. The guy's intuition is on another level. After trading blows for a while, he takes a deep breath, feeling the fatigue. Measuring up their strength, Ujin feels confident he can wrap this up. Just because there are a ton of them doesn't mean they're actually strong. Suddenly, his eyes dart to the side. Even Ujin has to keep his guard up against those three monsters. They have been giving him the creeps since the start. Those three ugly giants with only one eye right in the middle of their forehead. Meanwhile, someone is still working hard on the side. Heavy hammer blows keep raining down, and Ujin has been grinding away at this for a while. Watching from the side, Bibi cheers happily, saying, "Master, you finally took down the last golem." But Ujin, standing a bit further away, immediately warns her. "Bibi, quiet down. Things are getting dangerous here." Ujin stares at the return stone in front of him, noticing how intensely it is glowing. Is this a sign dungeon break is about to happen? His face turns completely serious. "No more time to waste. We need to end this right now." Ujin glares at beasts in front of him and recognizes them as cyclopes, descendants of the ancient giant race. He knows exactly how these creatures operate. Sure, they might share ancestors with the savage oxers, but they are a totally different breed. They are not just mindless brutes. Jin knows their real cheat code. The trait they inherited from the ancient giants is high intellect. He has to respect both their brains and their brawn. That intelligence is what allowed their civilization to thrive, making them easily strong enough to be the ultimate guardians of this temple. Suddenly, the Cyclops speaks, shocking everyone. It says, "I am truly surprised to cross paths with you here." Hearing this, Ujin is taken aback, asking, "Wait, you know who I am?" Beast quickly nods. Yes. The Cyclops glares at Rocky, immediately recognizing the shape-shifting giant of destruction. Then it turns its gaze to Bibi, calling her out as the Witch of Illusion. Finally, it points at Ujin, labeling him as the Necromancer of Slaughter. Hearing this, Ujin just smirks with pure arrogance. "Guess I am pretty famous around here," Ujin shrugs. The Cyclops lifts its head, completely unfazed, and says, "How could I not know who you are?" The monster intentionally emphasizes the danger, asking, "Are you the god of death, the Undead King?" As it speaks, the monsters begin to shift, and Ujin looks up in surprise. Giantification, seriously? The beast raises its massive weapon and hurls it down with insane force. Seeing the danger, Rocky roars and charges in, slamming his mace straight onto the enemy's head. Suddenly, the monsters freeze in absolute shock. Ujin, as smug as ever, asks, "Let me guess, were you guys sent by Janet too?" Meanwhile, Bibi jumps up and down, letting out a massive sigh of relief, crying, "Phew, I really thought we were cooked there." But the Cyclops firmly states Janet is the new order of the universe, destined to put everything back on the right track. There is no way you can stop Janet's army. It aggressively doubles down. The exact moment you ran away from Alphen, you already lost. Hearing this, Ujin grits his teeth in pure rage, yelling, "When the hell did I ever run away?" But Cyclops casually fires back, "Your short temper is exactly why you lost." Ujin just smirks, telling it to stop talking nonsense. Grabbing his weapon, he charges straight ahead, telling the beast to shut up and die. Boom! Ujin's spear stabs right into its single eye, and he smiles in absolute victory. But suddenly, something charges in from the side as two giant hands slam together. The Cyclops tries to crush Ujin like a bug, muttering, "Now you can finally rest in peace." Clenching its giant fists, it growls out a prayer for their eternal rest. The beast starts chanting like it's casting a spell, skill Whirlwind. But before it can even activate, Ujin rockets into the air, swinging his spear to slice off its giant fingers. Landing smoothly back on the ground, offs. Rest in peace? What absolute garbage. Bibi runs over asking, "Master, are you okay?" But Ujin is staring in disbelief. How the heck is this giant still standing after getting stabbed straight in the eye? Just then, a system notification pops up. The one-eyed giant is actually regenerating. The fingers that Ujin just sliced off are already rapidly growing back. Ujin is so annoyed, muttering, "Seriously, this is so unfair." Meanwhile, back at Outpost B, a tense argument is breaking out. "We aren't asking you to let us in without a good reason." Mean's group is arguing with the guards at the entrance. "He is our guild master. We have a right to know what's going on." The guard coldly shuts them down, saying, "What you heard on the news is exactly what happened. Arguing with us won't change anything. If you don't back off, we will remove you by force." Listening to this, Jeon looks completely stressed. Ujin, she whispers his name, praying he's okay, looks at his sister, who is staring at the ground in silence. Jeon quietly mutters, "Don't make it back alive, I won't be able to either." She clasps her hands together, praying with everything she has. "Please, just come back in one piece." Back at the temple, Jeon Hai is watching the chaos unfold from a high rock. She can see he's in a massive jam, fighting off multiple Cyclopes all on his own. With their insane giant strength and instant cheat-level healing, there's no way he survives this. Jeon Hai narrows her eyes, watching his every move. She wonders, what is your next play, Kang Ujin? Over in the fight, Ujin unleashes a brutal split strike, slicing his spear vertically right through the Cyclops. But in a flash, static electricity crackles through the beast's body, and the giant wound just stitches itself back together. Ujin curses, "Damn it!" Ujin glares at the glowing energy behind them. This fight is literally endless, and the dungeon is about to break at any second. Since one-eyed giants get instant regeneration, he grits his teeth in pure frustration. Sure, it's their home turf, but this is straight up cheating. But Gujin's eyes suddenly went wide. Wait, home turf? Now that he thought about it, this was a temple of giants, and those Cyclopses were the ones guarding it. He wondered to himself, wait, is it actually possible? Gujin called out, Stonehead, BB, I need you guys to hold them off for a few minutes. BB panicked, wait, what? Master, how on earth are we supposed to do that? He patted her head and said, I believe in you. Right then, the monsters aggressively closed in on BB and Rocky. Poor girl was sweating buckets from absolute terror. I am so sorry, but could you guys maybe hold on for just a second? Out of nowhere, Uin jumped back down. He leaped right onto the massive statue and started teasing them. Man, this statue is ridiculously huge. It's like they're terrified people won't realize this is a giant's temple. After cracking the secret, Uin figured out why. The temple holds holy relics that grant their followers special abilities. In this place, they must have been granted a broken regeneration ability. And if my guess is right, the holy relic is before he could finish. A furious Cyclops charged at him, screaming, "You bastard! Dare you step your filthy feet on our sacred statue?" But our boy just smirked mockingly. I barely did anything. That pushed the Cyclops right over the edge, making it go absolutely wild. The next second, Uin unleashed his skill. Boom. With just one hit, the massive statue completely exploded. The Cyclops lost its mind, grabbed its mace, and charged. You absolute trash! But that only made Uin even more hyped. He unleashed his ultimate skill. One clean slash, and its head was instantly severed from its body. Talk about a brutal decapitation. The headless corpse collapsed as black blood sprayed everywhere. Looking at the aftermath, Uin was pretty satisfied. Nice, my aiming is getting ridiculously sharp. Then he glared at the rest of them and boldly asked, "Do you seriously think I was running away?" With ultimate confidence, Uin declared war. If you two really want to beat me, then come at me together. After a brief but intense fight, completely crushed those two monsters. Man, they dropped so many insane stat-boosting items. The system notifications started spamming rewards. You have received the Giant's Belt, Strength +5, Defense +2. You have received the Giant's Tier, Strength +3. Right at that moment, BB ran over, extremely worried. Master, are you hurt anywhere? But Uin was just staring at his system screen, looking concerned. Man, I feel like I'm about to lose my title. My strength stat is literally catching up to my magic stat. Well, whatever. Not like it matters. He turned around, took a few steps, and said, let's head back. BB was thrilled, happily skipping right behind him. Suddenly, Uin frowned, totally confused. Wait, where did the return stone go? BB looked even more clueless and asked, wait, didn't you already take it? Turned his head, trying to figure it out. Did some ghost seriously swipe it? Just then, a figure stepped out, holding the return stone. Are you guys looking for this? Jeon Hee stood there with a smug, victorious smile on her face. Back then, Sangho had cunningly assigned her a mission, get Uin to join the upcoming dungeon raid at Gakhrang. Jeon Hee was totally caught off guard. Kang Ujin? Why him? Sangho then revealed that the guy has an incredibly mysterious past and power, and the absolute best place to expose his secrets is during a chaotic dungeon raid. He specifically warned her to observe him carefully, to find out exactly what he's capable of and what kind of skills he's hiding. Sangho wanted to know every single detail. If he has a supporter, who is it? He wanted her to dig up absolutely anything she could find. Jeon Hee let out a heavy sigh. So you're telling me I have to stalk him? Couldn't some lower-ranking members handle this? But Sangho shut that down immediately. No, this is a job only you can pull off. Even though I really want Uin on our side, he's already started his own independent faction, the Adan Guild. He'd been keeping a close eye on his prey for a long time. No matter what, if he truly has the power to solo clear dungeons faster than anyone else, then it won't be long before he completely flips the Bloodstone market upside down. Sangho's eyes turned incredibly cold and dangerous. If we can't get him on our side now, standing right in front of Uin. Jeon Hee remembered those orders perfectly. It's best to take him out before he gains too much influence. Meanwhile, BB was super confused. Master, who is that chick anyway? Jeon Hee smirked, finding it amusing. I've got to admit, I'm pretty surprised. Who would have thought you could actually solo clear this entire dungeon? She added, honestly, I thought you were just using some cheap tricks. but I have to give it to you. You're actually strong. But Uin couldn't care less and immediately shut her down. Your recognition doesn't mean trash to me. He immediately demanded, the dungeon outbreak is about to go down. Hand over the return stone right now. Losing her patience, Jeon charged at him like a wild beast without saying a single word. Luckily, Yuan was quick enough to block her strike. What the hell are you doing? Jeon hissed through her teeth. Just say, I have my reasons. You know, I can't let you walk out of here alive. Meanwhile, over at security outpost number 4, someone was shouting angrily. You're being completely unreasonable. There's a literal fight going on in the middle of the street, and we are directly related to the person caught up in this mess. Yet you want us to just wait and get updates from the media? Where's your common sense? Right at that moment, Sang-ho walked out. Why are you guys making such a scene here? Just one look at his face made everyone freeze up. Min, who was there, quickly spoke up. I am a member of the Adan Guild. We're here because we heard our guildmaster entered that dungeon. Sang-ho scoffed inwardly. Seriously, the boss and his employees are exactly the same. Completely reckless. He figured Jeon must have fallen for Kang Ujin's provocations. Trying to keep his cool, he addressed them since the dungeon outbreak was imminent. Best if you guys keep the area clear. We'll handle the responsibilities and compensation for any damages after we've dealt with dungeon outbreak itself. Min Jung seemed completely speechless, but Sunggu spoke up in frustration. Why would there even be a dungeon outbreak? My bro is going to shatter that barrier and walk out of there any second now. Sang-ho shot him a freezing glare, utterly looking down on this clueless brat. Right at that moment, the guards cried out in panic. The barrier is completely unresponsive. The whole place instantly erupted into chaos. No way. Is he actually out? Wait, what? A thick, massive cloud of smoke began filling the entire area. Meanwhile, 1 hour ago, the fight between Jeon and Won was getting incredibly intense. She was unleashing a barrage of attacks with absolutely no sign of stopping. Uin was struggling just to defend himself. Suddenly, Jeon muttered her skill name. Turns out, she was activating her Shadow Slash. Boom. The attack actually managed to land on Uin. Damn it. In the blink of an eye, Jeon teleported right behind him. Her sharp blade was thrusting straight at his vital spot. With no room to dodge, Uin was completely cornered. No way, I can't dodge this. And just like that, Uin took a massive, painful hit directly. Byabi is shaking in the corner and screams out, Master. Suddenly, a massive pile of rocks flies straight at Jeon as this giant monster comes charging right at her. Jeon just looks disgusted and scoffs. It is just a basic golem summon, all size and no brain. Now that she knows exactly where its core is, dead sure taking it down will be a walk in the park. The massive beast lets out an earth-shaking roar. Boom. Meanwhile, Uin is still reeling from that last hit. Oh man, looks like we are getting pushed back. Just then, the system alerts him that his magic armor is active. He has absorbed 2 souls, and his subordinates are at 98 out of 100. Uin calmly gets back up to analyze the situation. His raw power is on par with hers, but when it comes to speed, she definitely has the upper hand. Guess she did not get that A-rank status for nothing. Jeon sharp eyes spot him right away. Did you just set up a barrier? She says, trying to intimidate him. But what is the point if you are only blocking my attacks? If you keep dragging this out, a dungeon break is going to happen. But Uin already has her figured out and fires back. Nice joke. You talk like this dungeon break has absolutely nothing to do with you. Are you just saying that, or do you actually want it to happen? It seems people with a little power always end up with pitch black hearts. Humans are honestly so hard to read. He tightens his grip on his sword. Whatever. Uin boldly declares that no matter what kind of trash scheme she is cooking up, he is going to crush it all. Jeon does not look scared at all. Aren't you a little too confident? Her voice booms, throwing Uin off for a split second. Then she charges forward like absolute lightning. Let me show you what I am actually capable of. The impact of her attack literally makes the ground split open. A massive boulder nearby gets completely pulverized into dust. 2 of them are evenly matched, neither backing down even an inch. She unleashes a non-stop barrage of attacks, forcing Uin to throw up shields. He quickly backsteps and launches his own counterattack. Jeon suddenly stands dead still, watching his flying swords rush toward her. But with just a few casual slashes, she clears them all out easily. She flashes a dangerous smirk and activates her shadow speed skill. Her face suddenly blurs out. Before Uin can even process what is happening, Jeon lunges right at him, leaving him completely stunned. Because of that, Uin takes a devastating hit right to the face. He cannot help but curse, you bitch. Jeon walks up to him, totally smug. Looks like your little barrier has reached its limit. It is time to end this. She unleashes another skill, Moon Splitter. Even in a tight spot like this, Uin actually smirks. Jeon goes full savage and jumps into the air to strike. Die. Biabi screams out in absolute terror. The entire area is covered in a thick cloud of dust. Jeon Hai stands there looking completely victorious, bragging about how it has been a minute since she had such a satisfying rest in peace, Kang Ujin. But as the smoke refuses to clear, Ujin's voice echoes through the dust. The fun is only just getting started, you know. What do you mean, rest in peace? Jeon Hai gasps in shock as she spots a skeleton standing in front of her. What the hell? Ujin stays completely chill. Why are you so surprised? Is this your first time seeing a skeleton soldier? This time, he is the one holding all the cards. Jeon Hai is completely frozen, putting the pieces together. Kang Ujin, wait, has this guy hilly? Wait, did he just play weak to bait me into his summoning zone? Jeon Hai couldn't wrap her head around it. Like, since when? A cold sweat ran down her back. She had walked right into his trap and was completely stuck. Meanwhile, Ujin slowly walked up, looking like a total boss. Now it is my turn. Staring death in the face, Jeon Hai grit her teeth in pure rage. Suddenly, she lunged at Ujin, talking mad trash. Even with your tricks, those slow attacks of yours can never touch me. Smirked like an absolute villain. Oh, really? Boom! A massive spray of blood painted the air. Jeon Hai got sliced up before she could even blink. She turned around, shaking like a leaf. There are 2 more of them? Yup, those were the summons Ujin called in earlier. Seeing this, our boy was highly satisfied. After all, teamwork makes the dream work. Ujin raised his sword. Time to wrap this. Jeon Hai was absolutely boiling with rage. Hang Ujin, you absolute bastard, Ian calmly whispered. Bye-bye. Slashed. System notification. Level up. You have reached level 50 and unlocked Resurrection level 1. You can now control corpses level 1. The corpse can use up to 50% of its original power. You can only give basic commands to the corpse. Corpse explosion level 1. The owner can detonate any corpse they control within a 10-meter radius. Ujin watched in awe as raw power surged through his body. Some serious experience points. He looked down at her. Thanks for the carry, Jeon Hai. Scene change, a voice echoed. Can we come in? Look, the barrier is gone. People kept begging outside. Let us in. But right then, Min-chan froze when he spotted someone. Screamed at the top of his lungs when he saw Ujin. Boss! Our MC looked at the crowd, totally confused. Since when were you guys here? Everyone rushed over to Ujin. Big bro! Min-chan panted. We ran straight here the moment we saw the news. Ujin smiled. Oh, really? Then he casually asked. By the way, I dropped my phone and stuff around here. Help me look for them, will you? Min-chan stood there, completely dumbfounded. The whole country is literally celebrating because of him, and this guy is worried about a lost phone? Suddenly, a familiar voice called out. Jiwoo rushed over and threw her arms around him. She was crying her eyes out from worry. You absolute idiot! I was so worried about you. How could you just dive into such a dangerous place like that? Ujin replied softly. Shouldn't it have healed by now? Why are you still wearing a hat? Gently pulled off Jiwoo's hat and gave her a warm smile. You look way prettier without it. But she pointed at his face. Who cares if my face is fine when yours is all beat up like this? Oh, this? Ujin brushed it off. A little cream and it'll be gone in a few days. Then Jiwoo mustered up all her courage to bring up something else. By the way, about that ring you gave me, you are okay with it. But Ujin said something that left her completely speechless. Ring? What ring? Jiwoo stuttered in confusion. You know, the event that day? Didn't you prepare all that? Ujin tried to search his memory. Ring event? Jiwoo's cheeks flushed bright red. Oh my god, she had totally misunderstood the whole thing. She wished she could disappear into a hole right then and there. After a brief silence, Ujin spoke up. Wait. Sung Hun, who was watching from the side, whispered, Boss, just confess to you? No way. Song Ho suddenly barged into the conversation. Thank goodness, In, you are alive. Then he began to probe. But what on earth happened to Captain Jeon Hai? Jeon Hai's cold words flashed through Ujin's mind. I have my own goals too. Get it? I absolutely cannot let you walk out of here alive. Ujin narrowed his eyes at Sang-ho. He didn't have solid proof, but his gut told him this guy was bad news. All right, let's see how this trash reacts. Ujin casually drops the bomb that she's dead. He didn't bother explaining that, yeah, she was strong, but she unfortunately ran into a monster who was just built different. That immediately throws Sang-ho off. A monster killed Lee Jae-hee? Is this kid trying to act like he had nothing to do with her death? Bro's getting highly suspicious. Straight up lying. Sang-ho casually asks, who killed her? Then Ujin drops 2 words that completely freeze the room. Immortal. That one word completely scrambles Sang-ho's brain. Immortal. Just then, Sunggu walks up and says, Boss, I found your gear and your phone. Looks like the military recovered it and kept safe. Ujin gives him a nod. Good job. Sunggu reminds him, Boss, aren't you in the middle of a super important chat with the guildmaster of the war guild? Ujin's just like, meh, not really. At least you should fix your hair before we head back to the hotel. As they leave, Sang-ho is absolutely fuming. A nameless monster killed Lee Jae-hee? Does he really expect me to buy that trash? He knows for a fact the dungeon break didn't happen, but a top-tier A-rank awakened from the war guild is dead. Bro's starting to lose his mind. Everything he spent years building is crumbling to pieces. And the sole reason for this collapse? Sang-ho bites his lip in pure rage, glaring at Kang Ujin. Bit later, Ujin gets back to his hotel room and turns on the shower. He starts thinking back to those cyclopes from the 6-star dungeon. Those things were seriously strong, no doubt about it. But back on Alphen, there are monsters that are way more broken. No way this ends so easily. Just then, the news on TV announces that after an intensive dungeon investigation, Dr. James Tupfler is about to release his report, addressing where these dungeons actually come from and how they're going to change. The headline reads, "Where do dungeons come from and what is next?" The doctor shares his mind-blowing theory. Monsters are actually alien life forms. He doubles down, saying, according to my hypothesis, dungeons are basically cosmic highways. They are portals designed to bring these alien life forms straight to Earth. Hearing this, Ujin is actually pretty surprised. Like, what the hell? But Tupfler raises another question. Even though these gates are created, the monsters still can't just cross over instantly. A dungeon break only happens after 30 days. But why 30 days? The doctor breaks it down. I have a theory about the return stones. Based on what we know, if you view a dungeon like a mine, these stones act as stabilizers and the key to clearing it. But Tupfler keeps spitting facts. From the monster's perspective, 30 days after a dungeon spawns, that return stone becomes the exact key needed to open the portal to Earth. Ujin's actually locked in now. Okay, that actually makes a ton of sense. Tupfler goes on to explain. Back then, the monsters that escaped during early breaks were super weak, and dungeons only went up to 4 stars max. The only reason we took so many casualties was because humanity was completely unprepared. Ujin realizes that when those monsters escape, they shrink and act differently to optimize their energy usage, kind of like how BB does. Tupfler points out that since the dungeon rush, 5-star and 6-star dungeons are spawning way more often. If things keep escalating like this, it is only a matter of time before a 7-star dungeon spawns. Ujin completely agrees with the old man's take. Yep, my thoughts exactly. But the real question is why this is happening. Tupfler asserts that these dungeons aren't just resource mines. The bloodstones we harvest are actually just bait they laid out for us. He warns that the more bloodstones we bring to Earth, perfect their environment becomes. Ujin stands up. Okay, the bloodstone theory actually makes perfect sense. In Alphen, that energy is literally just mana. They are tricking humans into harvesting bloodstones to spread mana across Earth. Once there's enough mana, they will create a world where monsters can fully materialize in our world. Ujin stares at the screen thinking, Dr. James Tupfler, I am definitely remembering your name. Just then, Heian calls his phone. Picks up immediately. What's going on? She apologizes. Sorry to ruin your break, boss, but you need to get back here and see this for yourself right now. Ujin goes dead silent. When she tells him what is happening, he's totally annoyed. Wait, a press conference? Press conference is packed with dozens of reporters. That's when someone steps up and pulls out a chair. Min Cheng looks incredibly apologetic. I am so sorry. I couldn't stop them from hosting this interview. If they ask anything too difficult, just ignore them. As soon as Ujin sits down, he glares straight at Sang-ho. His eyes are pure ice, reading every move. Sang-ho just gives him this smug, punchable smirk, basically saying, look at you, you think you're so smart, don't you? A reporter suddenly raises his hand and speaks up. First, I have a question for President Lee Sang-ho. Was that reckless dungeon raid or the dungeon break arranged secretly behind closed doors by Hwarang and Adan, or did both guilds agree to it? Sang-ho confidently plays innocent, claiming absolutely not. Vice Guild Master Lee Jeon took that risk entirely on her own. The audacity of this guy to then add I am positive she was only trying to help Kang Ujin been the center of attention lately. The reporter immediately bites. So you're saying Vice Guild Master Lee Jeon went in there to save Kang Ujin? Turns to our MC. I want to direct this next question to Mr. Kang Ujin. During the raid, how was your teamwork with Ms. Jeon? Can you walk us through the raid and what actually happened to her? The reporter keeps pressing, demanding to know how exactly she died. Did you even try to save her? Ujin's complete silence starts making the reporter lose his cool. Answer me, please. Did you two have some kind of beef inside the dungeon? Meanwhile, Sang-ho is covering his mouth to hide his laugh, silently celebrating. Yes, keep grilling him. Who does this kid think he is, messing with the War Guild? Kang Ujin, you are absolutely cooked. Turns out, before this whole circus started, Sang-ho made a sneaky phone call to the reporters, saying, hey, let me give you some inside scoop. I have a few suspicions about this Kang Ujin guy. This trash had planned it all along. From now on, the entire media of Korea is going to stalk your every move. Right on cue, the reporter pushes again. Mr. Kang Ujin, the public has a right to know. Answer the question. Stop hiding behind silence. Is it possible that you had something to do with the death of Captain Lee Jeon-hee? I mean, it is highly likely, isn't it? Min Chang sighs, realizing they're in deep trouble. Damn, this is looking extremely bad. Suddenly, this feels like a straight-up public trial. Bro's feeling guilty as hell. Honestly, if I knew this was gonna happen, I would swipe left on this entire press conference. Min quietly whispers, boss. Uin's face is pitch black with rage, but he signals him to shut up, then boldly stands up. What do you guys want? The reporter stubbornly asks. The public has a right to know. Uin loses his patience and cuts him right off, telling him to cut that trash talk. That shut the reporter up real quick. Then Uin turns straight to Sang-ho and delivers a brutal kick right to his face. Boom. Face slap of the century. The reporter is completely stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Even Min didn't see this coming. He thought they were just going to expose the guy, but Sang-ho gets absolutely wrecked right in front of all the cameras. Bro holds his painful shoulder, glaring at Uin like, what do you think you're doing? But Uin just exposes him with zero hesitation. Like, damn, this is hilarious. How did you think you could play those dirty tricks right in front of my face like that? And he doesn't stop there. Uin grabs Sang-ho by the collar, shaking him up. Sang-ho stutters out, are you insane? We're literally live on TV right now. Uin mocks him, repeating live TV. Bro thought he actually had some leverage, acting all smug. You made a huge mistake, Uin. Entire nation is watching you right now. But Uin just lets out a mocking laugh. Oh, really? He asks himself, what was the population of Alphen again? 1 billion or 2 billion? Min Chan is sweating bullets here. Boss, please chill out. Honestly, Win doesn't even care. He can't even remember how many people he's slaughtered in his past life. He just sneers. People are acting like a single live broadcast is a big deal. Live TV in one tiny country means absolutely nothing to him. Then Ewan coldly asks, do you want to get beaten up on live TV too? Sang-ho is like, wait, what? But before he can even process, Ewan lands another massive hit. Sang-ho's cheek is completely swollen and red. Sung-hun is watching this through his screen and is absolutely terrified. Damn, he's instantly regretting his life choices. Holy crap, I almost got deleted. How did I even dare to scam a monster like him? Sung-hun realizes that some people truly don't give a single crap about what anyone thinks of them, especially doing all this at a press conference. Then the screen cuts to another news report about a wild male antelope trying to find mates. But while those antelopes are doing their thing, Sung-hun is busy scrolling through other news, totally losing his mind over what's trending. The search rankings are going absolutely wild and the internet is completely blowing up. Sung-hun's eyes lock onto a crazy headline. What's this? He reads it out loud. The Saintess. On the screen, a reporter has arrived at the hottest spot in the world right now. I am currently standing at the very scene of the miracle that has the entire world talking. The reporter shouts that hundreds of people have swarmed this place, all because they want to get on the good side of the Saintess Modi. People are whispering in awe, saying an elf is truly an elf. Staring at his phone screen, Sung-hun can't help but gasp at her out-of-this-world beauty. The reporter then introduces the man sitting in the wheelchair, saying this is Mr. Smith, who was born paralyzed from the waist down. Sung-hun listens intently as the reporter hypes it up, wondering if this man will finally stand on his own 2 feet for the first time in his life today. Some kind of new cult? Let's witness this literal miracle with our own eyes. A hand glowing with magic is placed gently on the young man's head. Sung-hun is completely stunned by what happens next. The crowd goes wild. What just happened? No way, did it actually work? The man literally bursts into tears, sobbing, oh my god, thank you, Lady Modi. But Modi calmly tells him that the goddess has infinite mercy for those who show true devotion, and that she is merely a humble messenger of the goddess. Once again, Sung-hun is left speechless. No way. Sure, there are tons of awakened with crazy magical abilities, like healing or brewing potions, but the man just keeps crying tears of gratitude. Lady Modi, may the goddess bless you forever. But isn't healing a lifelong paralysis supposed to be completely impossible? Meanwhile, someone is watching closely from the shadows. This is actually insane. Is she really a messenger of the gods? Linda confirms that hundreds of thousands of people have already started following her, joining the Arya Guild in droves. Nobody even doubts her for a second, especially since she's out here live streaming these insane miracles. Ding Kun keeps his eyes glued to the screen, looking at Saintess Modi of Arya. He's gathered some intel. Even though she couldn't speak a word after being rescued from the dungeon, which was honestly pretty wild, she somehow managed to master Earth's language in just a few days. Rumor has it that she claims to be a priestess, serving Arya, the goddess of Earth and the future in the world of Alphen, and she's already performed quite a few miracles. But wait, it gets crazier. Rumor has it he doesn't just have insane healing abilities. She can actually predict the future using weather forecasts given by Arya. It sounds totally fake, but because of her predicting the exact time and location where dungeons will spawn, her hype has reached god level. Thanks to her, they cleared 5 5-star dungeons and 2 6-star dungeons in just one single week. But there's a catch if you want to use her broken powers. Ding-kun is sure her ultimate goal is to recruit a Holy Knight squad dedicated to serving Arya. He asks for an update on this new Holy Knight squad. Linda warns him that the registration numbers are through the roof. Honestly, she's starting to get really worried. Bunch of high-tier awakened from their own guild are already begging to transfer over. Dinkin needs to make a move, and fast. There's really nothing we can do to stop them. If we can't stop them, we might as well use them to our advantage. He's got his sights locked onto Modi. No matter what, she's currently the most OP awakened around. Modi has a straight-up double S-rank ability. Meanwhile, over at the Adan Guild and Hwarang Guild, the press conference is still going down. But the reporters are sweating bullets watching this drama unfold. Min Chan nervously pleads, "Boss, please chill out. If you keep going, we're actually cooked." Only then does Ewan finally stop and let go. Sungho is left absolutely beaten to a pulp, especially his face. Before tossing him aside, Ewan gives him one last painful shove. He turns back to the crowd. "Did any of you actually ask what happened to Leonhai?" Ewan drops a truth bomb. "She literally tried to kill me." As you can see, she failed miserably. Ewan glares at them, dropping a final warning. "If any of you dare to frame me for murder again, or if you even think about messing with me, I don't care who you are, I will personally end you. Got it?" That bribed reporter who got paid off was shaking in his boots. Without wasting a single second, Ujin turned on his heel and said, "Min-chan, let's go." The poor guy scrambled to follow, completely flustered. "Yes, boss." Standing outside the massive press conference hall, Min-chan couldn't help but ask, "Boss, were you for real? Did she actually try to take you out?" Ujin gave him a cold nod. "For real?" Min-chan gasped, wanting the tea. "So, does that mean?" Ujin did not even hesitate. "Yep, took her out. And the mastermind pulling the strings is the president of the War Guild," smirked at Min-chan. "Why the shocked face? Are you surprised I killed her, or that the War Guild is actively trying to assassinate me?" Bro was too stunned to speak. He could barely even breathe, sweating bullets. Sure, his enemies were literally trying to end his life, but who just deletes some target and acts this chill right after? Ujin was just completely unbothered. Then Ujin just went right back to his casual self. "Well, look at it this way, it works out in our favor anyway. I got rid of Li Jihai, the one who was constantly getting in our way." Min Chan tried to regain his composure. "True, but I'm still stressed about what comes next. Who knows how the public will react, especially since the War Guild is pulling the strings at this press conference." Suddenly, Ujin called out to him, "Hey, Min Chan, do you know what's the worst nightmare for villains who pull strings from the shadows?" Min Chan blinked in confusion. "Wait, what?" Ujin smirked, dropping a massive truth bomb. "It's when someone openly throws hands with them. It gives them a massive headache because now they can't scheme in the dark anymore." Min Chan's jaw dropped as he connected the dots. "Oh, so that's why." He realized what Ujin had just done. Our MC literally flipped the entire script. He changed the narrative from "Why is Kang Ujin involved in Li Jihai's death? The War Guild actually the dirty culprit trying to assassinate Kang Ujin?" Honestly, it was a genius move. There was no way to prove what actually went down inside the dungeon anyway. Who would have thought every single move Ujin made was a 500 IQ play? Min Chan was absolutely hyped and blurted out, "Bro, you are built different. That is my boss for you." But then he asked, "So how are we going to clean up the aftermath?" Ujin just looked at him like he was crazy. "Wait, why should I do that?" "Truly your job, bro." Min Chan's face instantly collapsed. "Say what now?" Meanwhile, Ujin was just grinning. "Director Young, you've got to put in some work too, you know?" Chan was screaming on the inside. This guy didn't have a plan at all. What an absolute menace of a boss. But then Ujin added, "Hey, if your salary is too low, just give yourself a raise." Okay, at least the man has a tiny bit of conscience. After chatting for a bit, the two of them walked out of the building. But guess who was waiting outside? A massive crowd of reporters. "Oh, look, it is Kang Ujin!" Ujin raised an eyebrow at the wild scene. "What is going on here?" Suddenly, Heyman waved at him. "Boss, get over here and say hello." She explained that the people from the shelter wanted to thank him in person. They were so genuinely grateful. "Seriously, thank you so much for protecting our homes." A young guy grinned widely. "No matter what anyone says, we are always going to back you up." A little girl was practically starstruck. "Appa, you are so cool. Thank you." Even an elderly grandpa walked up to him with tears in his eyes. "I've lived in this neighborhood for over 70 years. Thank you so much, young man. Thank you so much." Ujin just stood there, quietly taking in all their warm words. Then a beautiful bouquet of flowers was handed to him. The little girl smiled. "Mister, this is for you. Thank you." Ujin gently took the flowers, a rare soft smile appearing on his face. "Thank you, little one." He squeezed the bouquet tightly, thinking, well, I guess this kind of stuff. He held it up high like a trophy. Honestly, it is not too bad. The crowd went wild chanting his name. "Kang Ujin! Kang Ujin!" Watching from the side, Min Chan smiled, thinking, I will never understand this guy. Heeman agreed that their boss was definitely built different. she whispered softly. And now, he is literally the hero who saved this entire city. While the crowd was still cheering his name, we cut to a completely different, chaotic scene. President, Mr. President, an assistant was shaking his boss frantically. President, are you awake? The second Sang-ho opened his eyes, he screamed at the top of his lungs. Kang Ujin, you absolute bastard! The assistant panicked. Sir, how are you feeling? But Sang-ho was practically vibrating with pure, unadulterated rage. Bat out a string of curses. That absolute piece of trash. That freaking lunatic. He remembered how Ujin had completely clowned on him. It was hilarious, honestly. How dare that play mind games with me? He growled, punching the bed. Sang-ho clenched his fists so hard they turned white, gritting his teeth. I will do whatever it takes to end you. Meanwhile, over in the ultra-modern streets of Manhattan, New York, outside the massive headquarters of the Titan Guild, Aria, Mary was kneeling before a giant statue, softly chanting mysterious prayers. Suddenly, a member rushed in to report. Lady Saintess, the guild leader, has arrived. Duncan, with a sly smirk on his face, grabbed Mary's hand. I offer my deepest respects to the Saintess. Instead of a formal greeting, she just gave him a gentle smile and asked, Is the formation of the Holy Knights going smoothly? Duncan nodded. Yes, my lady. The applicant list is packed and everything is moving incredibly fast. Hearing this, Mary finally breathed a sigh of relief. Goddess will be pleased. She looked up, her voice turning serious. The Holy Knights will be the legendary heroes in the Holy War to save Alphen. We will lead them to reclaim Alphen. But mark my words, if we wait until their main army strikes, it will be way too late. And Earth is about to suffer the exact same fate as Alphen. Both worlds are about to face an absolute catastrophic apocalypse. Duncan silently took in her words, pondering. Alphen and Earth. He already knew a thing or two about this. A holy war to defend both worlds. Duncan knew exactly how serious this was, even if the whole thing sounded straight out of a fantasy novel. If this is actually true, then this is way too big for just our guild to handle. We need to get the entire world to cooperate with us. He then spoke up. I have one more thing to show you. Duncan handed her an iPad. I found the person from the prophecy you mentioned earlier. Mary's eyes lit up with pure joy. You actually found them. But the moment her eyes hit the screen, her smile completely vanished. Wait, this person is Mary began to shake in pure shock. How on earth is this person even alive on this planet? Duncan blinked, confused. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Mary's voice dropped to a chilling whisper. The undead necromancer of ruin. Who would have ever thought Kang Ujin would be the savior of the prophecy? Meanwhile, back with Ujin, he suddenly looked at Sunwoo. Hey, grab the keys. Sunwoo sighed, completely exhausted. Bro, you still have 2 days left before you have to report to the police station. Ujin shrugged. Why would I even go there? Sunwoo stared at him suspiciously. Then where are you planning to go? Don't tell me. Ujin cut him off with a straight face. I'm heading to the War Guild. Everyone in the room instantly lost their minds, screaming. Say what now? Ujin just let out a heavy sigh. I will handle it just fine. Why are you guys shaking like leaves? Min Chan quickly tried to stop him. Boss, please, let me handle this. There is absolutely no need for you to go out of your way. Suddenly, Ujin's voice dropped, sending a shiver down their spines. If I go myself, Min Chan quickly cut him off. Nope, it is zero trouble for me, boss. I've got this. Ujin could only sigh and nod. Alright, bet. Then our boy asks, yo, anything I can help with? Min Chan is immediately like, absolutely. Boss, please let me hire some more staff. If we are going to clean up this massive mess, we need a lawyer and a ton of support staff. Ujin pauses to think. Recruiting more people, huh? He calculates the threat level. If these bloodstones keep piling up on Earth, they won't just be dealing with weak monsters from Alphen. No, Shanet's direct lackeys are coming next. Calling them lackeys is a massive understatement. These guys are actually the 72 war generals directly under Chanker. Every single one of them is absolutely cracked and impossible to solo. Ujin runs the numbers. Even with his own summons from Alphen and his entire undead army, backup from his Alphen allies, he would still barely match Shanet's insane forces. Then, reality hits him. But right now, he only has 4 subordinates. Ujin is stress-testing the situation because Hong Sunggu is the only awakened in the group, which is basically useless. The only good thing about this guy is his pure golden heart. Seeing Ujin zoned out, Sunggu gets curious and asks, Yo, is something wrong, young? Min Chan asks again, Yo boss, what is the play with hiring people? Ujin finally agrees. Alright, if we are hiring, make sure to recruit some awakened too. Then he suddenly smirks and calls out, Yo Sunggu, Ujin gestures, follow me. Cut to a lush green forest. Swoosh, a razor-sharp blade slices through the air. Someone is absolutely shredding a giant monster. Just a few quick slashes and Ujin completely humbles it. After the cleanup, fresh blood drips from his blade. Ujin smiles, orcs are actually trashed here now. Sunggu stands nearby, flexing, Hyung, I think I got a massive power-up too. Check this out. Budjin turns to look at him with a straight face. Sunggu happily brags, I made it all the way here. The system pops up. Level 7 Hong Sunggu. Bro is terrified of you, but he respects you, low-key loving and hating you at the same time. Class, Combat Mage. Skill, Fireball. Note, when it comes to farming bloodstones, this guy is a straight-up master. Ojin observes him silently. Damn, he really vacuums up bloodstones at lightning speed. People might actually think he is in the middle of a massive boss raid. He calls out, Yo Sunggu, stop looting for a second, get over here. Sunggu looks confused but runs over in a flash. You called Hyung? Sunggu, how strong do you actually want to get? Sunggu is caught off guard. Wait, what? Ujin gets dead serious. Surely you have some kind of goal, right? Do you really want to spend the rest of your life just farming bloodstones under me? Flashback time. Sunggu suddenly remembers. Oh yeah, my original dream of becoming a high-tier fire mage. How did I end up as an errand boy manager? Bro enters an existential crisis. Looking at his actual job description, Number 1, driving. Number 2, carrying heavy bags. Number 3, harvesting bloodstones. Number 4, booking dungeon slots. Ujin cuts off his thoughts. You seriously satisfied with this? Sunggu stammers. No way, Hung. When I awakened, I wanted to be an elite fire mage. He looks determined. I will do absolutely anything to get stronger. Ujin warns him, even if the training literally kills you and brings you back to life. Sunggu drops a passionate, yes, I do not care what it takes. Hearing this, Ujin smirks. Alright, bet it. Sunggu freezes. Wait, what? Ujin slowly drops the bombshell. 1 month. Get ready. I am pushing you to A rank in 30 days. Flash forward, Sunggu is gasping for air, absolutely exhausted. But his legs keep pushing forward. How did he even end up in this crazy boot camp? Sunggu still cannot process it. He plays back Ujin's words in his head. In 30 days, I will get to A rank. Sunggu is like, is this guy for real? Suddenly, swoosh, something zips past him in the blink of an eye, blocking him with a sword. Ujin's skeleton soldiers jump him, but luckily Sunggu dodges just in time. But bro loses his balance and goes face first onto the dirt. Skeleton soldier slowly looms over him. Sunggu snaps out of it. Crap, I cannot mess up here. If I get hit by this guy, I am actually cooked. Skeleton glares down at him with a terrifying aura. Sunggu charges up his mana. I need to create some space first, then blast it with my skill. Gathering his magic, he fires it right at the sword-wielding skeleton. Take this, boom! The entire area goes up in a massive explosion. See? Sunggu is hyped. Yes, let us go. But before he can even celebrate, the skeleton walks right out of the smoke, completely untouched. Plot twist! It launches a brutal surprise attack. Skeleton grips its sword and presses it down. Suddenly, night falls over the forest. The monster pulls its blade out. Sunggu collapses, severely injured. He cannot stop shaking. It hurts so bad. If I give up now, it is over. Ujin, completely unimpressed, walks up to him. Get up. How long are you gonna lie there? Uji calls him out. Do you honestly think that weak fireball of yours can actually defeat my summons? Why the hell did you let your guard down after landing just 1 hit? Ujin warns him sternly. You want to survive, lock in and get stronger. Do you seriously think monsters will only stay inside dungeons? Meanwhile, Sunggu is completely dazed, like, wait, what? Ujin paints a terrifying picture. Imagine if dungeon breaks happened at every single train station on Earth at the exact same time. Think about the 6 billion people. He says, I guarantee you cutting that population in half would take less than 3 days. Sunggu's brain is totally fried. What crazy things is this guy talking about? Ujin keeps speaking. If that day comes, I will be too busy keeping my own family safe. I will not have time to baby you. You have to learn to survive on your own. If you want to protect your family, make damn sure you are never weak again. Sunggu drags his shaking body up. As soon as he gets on his feet, he lets out a feral roar. Absolutely nothing can break this man's will right now. Pyung, keep training me. Seeing his fire, Ujin actually smiles. Exactly. That is the mentality you need. Morning comes in a flash at the Chungbuk Forest Station. Not a single soul is around. Sunggu lets out a massive, exhausted yawn. Ujin sits across from him and asks quietly, tired? Sunggu looks absolutely dead. I mean, who wouldn't be after 3 days of pure, unadulterated hell training? Ujin says, I literally used my skill to delete your physical fatigue. If you are still feeling sleepy, that is just your weak mind trying to quit. Pain. Bro, just try self-hypnotizing or whatever it takes to keep your eyes open. Sunggu actually tried it. Alright, let's do this. Right then, the TV caught their attention. Her blessing saved countless lives. What she did was a straight-up miracle. Both of them instantly locked eyes on the screen. It was that holy maiden Modi and the guy she patted on the head last time. Ewan instinctively stared at damn Chaewoo. She looked exactly like someone he used to know. Even her vibe and movements were identical. Sunggu was totally lost. Who are you talking about, bro? He helps but simp, saying she was so beautiful, like a literal elf. But Ewan noticed something off. No way she was an elf. Just look at her ears. That was just a figure of speech, though. But there was a secret he kept to himself. What everyone was seeing were the miracles of the holy maiden Modi from Althea. The next news anchor mentioned the Holy Maiden's holy nights. Hearing that, Uin snapped his head around. Wait, what? Is that really Modi? This is crazy. How did she even end up here? Cut to the Aldone Guild office. In a familiar office, Min Chan greeted him happily, asking if he was back. But Uin was in a rush. Book me a flight to America right now. Min Chan assumed he knew why. How did you find out already? Are you talking about that official invitation letter the association sent over? Hearing that, Uin paused. The association? According to Min Chan's intel, Titan Guild recently rescued someone from a dungeon, and she is none other than that holy maiden, Modi. Her broken, mysterious abilities have become a massive hot topic lately. Min Chan added, with a suspicious look, that the Titan Guild invited every single guild in the world to the association. Weren't you talking about that, boss? But Uin didn't give a damn. Whatever, just get me that flight ticket. Leaving Min Chan super confused. He thought the boss would find this a total drag. What changed his mind? Min Chan then handed over a box. By the way, here are the skill books and enhancement stones you asked for. Uin smiled. Perfect. Tomorrow, Sunggu is grinding and learning every single one of these. But Uin quickly noticed something. Wait, this is way less than what I asked for. Min Chan sighed. Yeah, unfortunately, since we recently blew through all our guild funds, we are running a bit low on cash. He stated the obvious fact that enhancement stones and skill books are always insanely expensive. Suddenly, Uin asked, are there any dungeons resetting lately? Min Chan replied that dungeons are always popping up, but unless they get insanely lucky, a rookie guild like theirs stands no chance against the giant guilds. Uin didn't care and asked if there were any 6-star dungeons on the verge of a dungeon break. Min Chan started racking his brain. Actually, the Ministry of National Defense did put out an emergency call. But his hesitant face made Uin curious. What kind of place could make him stutter like that? Min Chan swallowed hard and said it was in Pyongyang. Hearing that location, Uin's face twisted. What? Suddenly a loud scream echoed from inside a base. North Korea? A terrified lackey was on his knees, sobbing hysterically. Boss, I am so sorry. Please just forgive me this once. Spare my life, please. Dong-su looked down coldly. What did you just say? He scoffed. You really thought you could tuck your tail, run away like a coward, and we'd just let it slide? The guy could only keep begging. So sorry, please, but Dong-su's eyes went cold as ice. You absolute trash. He slowly aimed a gun right at the guy's face. Go ask our dead homies for forgiveness. Without a second thought, Dong-su pulled the trigger. Boom. Cold-blooded. He casually ordered his men to sweep up this trash. Dong-su stepped right over the fresh corpse. It looks like this isn't a problem our country can handle solo anymore. He turned to his commander to check the progress. Commander, what's the word on the invite we sent to South Korea? The commander smirked. I have excellent news, Chairman. He leaned in and whispered a classified report. Dong-su let out a wicked laugh. Oh, really? Looks like I'm finally going to meet him. He was absolutely hyped to face South Korea's legendary hero, Kang Ujin. Meanwhile, at the awakened administration, Uin sat there sighing. He had joked about pulling up to Pyongyang a few times, but no way he actually had to pack his bags and go. Buzzed through his phone. Are you seriously going to take down Kim Yeon just to skip military service? Hell yeah, let's go unify the peninsula. Bro, chill, calm down. Right then, someone walked in. It is a true honor to meet you again, Uin. Hae-sin smiled warmly and held out her hand, offering to guide him straight to Pyongyang. Recognizing her, Uin shrugged. Well, at least running into a familiar face makes this a bit less stressful. Soon, the two of them hit the highway. The road signs pointed the driver in the right direction as Uin looked out the window. I thought there would be soldiers guarding every corner of these bases, but this place is a straight-up ghost town. Hae-sin explained that North Korea has barely any developed areas. Aside from a few spots, the rest looks like South Korea back in the 1970s. Pyongyang literally has only one subway station. Uin was completely baffled. So they had to beg for backup just because they couldn't handle some low-level monsters. Do they not have any awakened over there? Hae-sin broke it down further. They actually have way fewer awakened than we do. That's why building a single A-rank squad is near impossible for them. Plus, their casualty rate through the roof. Wynn immediately got the picture. I guess for them, dying inside a dungeon or trying to escape only to get shot down is basically the same thing. Hae-sin added that they managed to scrape by before because China kept bailing them out. But she explained that this time, North Korea tried to play hero and handle it solo, only to fail miserably. China decided to make an example out of them, so they're just sitting back and watching the show. So North Korea was forced to put out a global SOS to hire mercs from other countries. Uin nodded. Yeah, that makes sense. From North Korea's perspective, it probably hurt their souls to think about sharing a massive jackpot of bloodstones from a high-level dungeon with China. Hae-sin nodded in agreement. Uin leaned his head back. Whatever. Let's just speedrun this and head home. Make sure you keep your end of the deal about that 2-week window we agreed on. Don't worry, I'll make sure the deal is locked in, Hae-sin promised. She stole a quick glance at Yun as he closed his eyes. She knew exactly what his condition was. Owen demanded full rights to clear the next dungeon within 2 weeks of finishing the first one, connecting all the dots about the peace talks between the North and the South, which couldn't start until the Northern delegation arrived. Hae-sin put 2 and 2 together. But look, for the first person to ever clear a dungeon, this is a tiny request. It should be approved no problem, but honestly, that is only if we actually clear this thing successfully. Besides, she knows the stakes. If they fail, Lewin is cooked for sure. On top of that, South Korea is going to take a massive financial hit. The more Hyun thinks about it, the worse it gets. Relations between North and South Korea could go completely downhill. She is putting all her hopes on him. When everything is on you now. After a long journey, they finally arrive. Looking up at the massive palace, they know they made it. This is the Kumsusan Palace of the Sun, their meeting spot. Eun is impressed. Wow, this building is huge. But what is up with all those tanks? Hyun explains, Palace of the Sun is basically the symbol of North Korea. She adds that the Gangmyeong Station dungeon, the one he has to clear, is right next to it. And that is exactly why they have to stop a dungeon break at all costs. A guard politely says, "Comrades, please follow me." On the walls, the flags of both countries are clearly displayed. Soldiers are lined up perfectly, and Ewan and Hyun take their seats. Hyun whispers, "Why is everyone so chill?" Ewan's attitude is totally stressing her out. "Aren't you nervous at all?" But of course, Ewan just gives her a smug look. Why should I worry? He already saw right through them. This is clearly just a mind game from those politicians. They are trying to put mental pressure on their guests by making them wait forever. Suddenly, a booming voice announces the arrival of the first secretary of the Central Military Commission. I slowly walks in, surrounded by bodyguards. Dong-un reaches out for a handshake. "Great to meet you, comrade. I have heard a lot about you." But Ewan just looks down at him, thinking, who is this fat pig? Playing it cool, Suin smiles and shakes his hand. "Yeah, nice to meet you." His casual tone instantly triggers Pyong-an. "Comrade," the chairman, "watch your mouth." But Ewan couldn't care less. He just covers his mouth and yawns. "Great to meet you, Dong-un." Everyone in the room instantly freezes. Hyun cannot believe her eyes. What in the world is happening? She is totally mind-blown. Sure, he pulled out this stunt with the president of the War Guild, but she thought he would have enough common sense to show some respect to a national leader, even without her telling him. The lower-ranked officers are absolutely fuming. "You piece of trash! Where do you think you are, pulling a stunt like that? I am not letting this bastard slide." Hyun's soul completely leaves her body. It is over, but Ewan is completely unbothered. "Hey, you told me to watch my mouth, so I did. Why are you guys so mad?" Hyun is crying on the inside. "Forget the dungeon, guys. We are going to get executed right here, right now." But out of nowhere, Dong-un bursts out laughing. He even praises him. "You really are a funny guy. No wonder you are the strongest warrior in the South." Dong-un excitedly puts his arm around Ewan. "Come on, let's sit down and talk." Meanwhile, Hyun is still standing there completely stunned. Wait, are we actually alive? They all sit down at the meeting table, and Ewan gets straight to business. "Let's get straight to the point. Hurry up so I can get into the dungeon." The subordinates are shaking with rage. Arrogant punk. But Dong-un actually finds it amusing. "You are very straightforward." He mentions, "I heard about your terms. You want to keep all the loot from clearing the dungeon, right?" Dong-un continues, "Honestly, this works for our government too. As long as you take care of the dungeon, I will keep my promise." Hearing this, Ewan stands right up. "What are we waiting for then? Let's go right now." Dong-un laughs again. "You really are impatient, comrade. But before you go, let's take a photo together." Once they finally leave, Hyun can finally breathe. "I literally thought I was going to have a heart attack and die right there." She is so stressed, she yells. "Do you not realize we are in Pyongyang? You need to watch your mouth." Bun just smiles. "I was being careful." Hyun is completely lost. What? In recalls when Dong-un reached out to shake hands. "Great to meet you, comrade. I have heard a lot about you." At that moment, Ewan was actually thinking, should I just kill this guy? I might even get an honorable discharge for it. By the time they finish talking, the sun is already setting. Waves goodbye. "I am heading out first. See you in a few days." Hyun sincerely hopes. "Win, please come back safe." He just gives her a confident smile. While they are talking, someone is watching them from afar through binoculars. Dong-un is impressed. "Man, he really is a breath of fresh air, isn't he?" His commander seriously replies, "Yes, sir." Dong-un wonders if only our republic had a superhuman like him. That would be amazing. The commander asks doubtfully, "Chairman, do you really think he will succeed?" Dong-un smiles. "Of course he will." He has absolute faith in him. As Comrade Kang Ujin is walking, he suddenly feels something tap his shoulder. He spins around to check. What is this creepy feeling? Did I just sense a monster or something? Dark clouds cover the sky, with lightning flashing all over. To make things worse, they are Middle of a spooky, desolate forest. A voice whispers, "This is the territory of Janet." BB pinches her nose in disgust. "Ugh, it smells awful here. Whose land is this?" Bun replies, "I have no idea. But if any of those 72 commanders show up, we will just take them out." Right as he says this, a weird sound echoes. Uin looks at the swarm of monsters. "Oh, so we are playing the numbers game now? These are Vesps, low-level monsters of Janet. Their sword-like front legs are a massive threat. They always attack in huge swarms." Uin immediately summons his beast. "Danso, let's go." The moment the giant Danso appears, the entire ground starts shaking. But the Vesps do not back down. Even though they are tiny, they aggressively charge forward. Danso wastes no time and smashes right into them. The gloomy clouds start to clear up. With his insane power, Danso completely wipes out the Vesps. Uin smirks in triumph and summons his skeleton soldiers and skeleton mages. In literally 1 second, his entire army is ready for battle. The system alerts skeleton soldier summon. Sacrifice the monster corpses to summon a level 40 skeleton soldier. 40 out of 250 summoned. Summoning skeleton mage. Sacrifice monster corpses to summon a level 10 skeleton mage. 50 out of 250 summoned. Super confident. If it is a numbers game, he has got plenty. But suddenly, something in the distance catches Uin and BB's attention. Hundreds of spiders are crawling towards them. These things are called ranchers. They are low-level Janet monsters that can shoot needle-like needles from their mouths. But just when they thought that was it, massive footsteps shake the ground like an elephant. Ujin mutters, "Is that RTO? This beast has insane horsepower and crazy high defense. Just its massive body alone is a total threat." But our boy Ujin is cool as ice. He casually orders Danso hold him down. Hearing his master, Don lets out a massive roar. Ujin goes all out. The system alerts that his war weapon just unlocked level 50 privileges, morphing into an insane axe. Look at that elite Vancher trying to crawl away, pathetic. On the other side, his skeleton soldiers are bloodthirsty, charging straight in. Their sharp swords slice through the air, carving up those Vanchers like butter. These skeletons are absolutely shredded, wiping them out one by one. Boom! A massive explosion halts them in their tracks. Oh, it is BB's go-to-sleep attack. Meanwhile, Ujin and his crazy weapon are already charging ahead. Head straight toward the clash between RTO and Danso. Ujin knows standard attacks won't scratch RTO because this beast is built like a brick wall. But he is flexing with supreme confidence. Too bad he cannot summon his Death Knight yet. Ujin raises his hand, preparing to drop a brand new skill. Suddenly, something bursts out of the ground right between Danso and Arto, wrapping around to trap the beast. Meanwhile, Ujin is just casually riding his horse, looking cool as ever. Gripping his sword tight, he gets ready to launch. Ujin has this wild, hyped look on his face. Sword dance active, in literally one shot, Arto is completely obliterated. Slimy guts splatter everywhere, and Ujin is loving it. He got himself a warrior-class skill. 12 days later inside the dungeon, Bubby looks around again. Is this place seriously the center of the dungeon territory? She realizes it is actually a massive hatchery. Though it does not look like they are ready to hatch yet. "Master," Ujin nods. "Yeah, looks like we will not be seeing the dungeon boss today." BB is super curious. She really wants to know who the boss is. But Ujin says, well, time to wrap things up and head back. Then he activates Corpse Resurrection. System alert, Resurrection skill active. You can now control a corpse. The target retains 50% of its original power, but can only follow basic commands. Instantly consuming mana, the dead monsters from earlier rise back up. Ujin smirks, waited for this, move out. The Vanchers obey, crawling all over the floor. Now the entire place is packed with Ujin's zombie Vanchers. They all swarm straight into the hatchery. Ujin coldly utters a single word, "Explode!" System notification, corpse explosion. You can detonate any corpse within a 10-meter radius or those under your direct control. Within seconds, the hatchery overloads and blows sky high. Ujin blocks his face with his cloak. Wait, BB spots something in the rubble. No way, a regression stone. Ujin is stunned. What is that? He looks up. A space-time fragment? It is literally a regression stone and a space-time fragment. According to the system, space-time fragment is a legendary, mysterious item used as a core ingredient to build a sacred domain. Ujin picks up the fragment, totally intrigued. An item that can create an entire sacred domain? No way. He asks BB, "Do you know anything about this?" BB tilts her head. This is my first time hearing about it too. Since even BB is clueless, Ujin doesn't sweat it. No point overthinking it now. Let us just throw it in the inventory for later. Meanwhile, inside Kim Jong-un's secret hobby room, gold-plated books are neatly lined up on the shelves. Jong-un is busy bossing someone around, telling them to tilt it left. Wait, a bit to the right until he is totally satisfied. Perfect. Looks amazing now. Admiring a photo of himself and Ujin, he boasts, "Now that is what I call a masterpiece." His assistant raises another photo. "Chairman, what should I do with this one?" Jong-un glares at the photo, thinks for a second, then coldly says, "Trash it." Right at that moment, someone knocks on the door. Come in. Pyongwan rushes in with a huge grin. Chairman, I have got some absolute peak news that will make your day. He reveals that Comrade Kang Ujin successfully cleared the Gogangmyeon dungeon. Jong-un jumps up in pure shock. What did you just say? For real? He commands, what are you waiting for? Bring Comrade Kang Ujin to me right now. I will personally make sure the hero who saved Pyongyang gets the most insane VIP treatment. Jong-hoon is grinning from ear to ear. Comrade Kang Ujin might even move here permanently once he sees how insanely generous our republic treats its heroes. Am I right? But Pyongwan looks dead serious. He still vividly remembers Ujin's face. That total jerk. Pyongwan is absolutely fuming. He cleared a whole 6-star dungeon in just 3 days. The crowd spots Ujin and starts gossiping. Bro is a literal cheat code. Soloing a 6-star dungeon is crazy. Hey, is not there another top ranker in America named Meridino? Contact headquarters right now. Ujin just sighs. Looks like a bunch of foreign reporters are here. Hey-sun happily runs over from a distance. Ujin, she says with pure excitement, I just heard you did it. Thank you so much for your hard work. Ujin just shrugs. Well, did not we come here precisely because we knew I would win anyway? Hey-sun beams and adds, that is true, but clearing it this easily is just built different. Then Ujin asks, where is the negotiation team? Are they here yet? Hey-sun nods, saying both the north and south are on the edge of their seats waiting for the raid results. Ujin flexes. Why worry? Since I am the one doing it, success is always 100% guaranteed. Hey-sun keeps quiet about one thing. It is probably best not to tell him the negotiation team predicted a 70% failure rate. Ujin waves goodbye. Well, I will leave the negotiations to you guys then. I am heading back into the dungeon. Hey-sun gasps in shock. Hey, Ujin, take a break first. But he already vanished into thin air. Bro is literally gone. Looks like I am stuck writing this report all by myself again. Then someone panting heavily runs up to Hey-sun. Comrade, where did Comrade Ujin go? Hey-sun sighs, he just went back inside. The messenger's face drops instantly. Oh no, I am so cooked. Meanwhile, back at Kim Jong-un's office, he points and demands, make sure to hype up as huge so we do not lose face against South Korea. Flash forward 14 days later, Donso and the skeleton army are still grinding in combat. Jin is literally just standing there watching, thinking this auto-hunting system is absolutely OP. Then the system alerts. Level up. You have reached level 60 warrior class. Perks unlocked. Warrior's weapon can now morph into a bow. Skills learned. Random shot, lightning fast archery, and warrior's patience. Absolutely cracked. Pain resistant skill unlocked. Ujin grips his bow tight. Finally, level 60 is in the bag. He holds it up right before his eyes. A bow bought with honor points from the shop. The bone bow skill. Ujin can't wait to flex this weapon. Let's see what it can do. He draws back and lets an arrow fly straight at a monster. The moment it hits, boom! The ground literally explodes into pieces. Ujin nods in approval. It has way more range than his bone spear, and it's lightning fast. Not bad at all. Next up, he realizes that now that his warrior class perk is unlocked, it's finally time to summon that guy. A massive wave of dark magic starts swirling around him. Out comes the goblin spirit, spinning wildly before gathering into one spot. A deep, raspy voice echoes. Finally, I get to hear your voice again. Master, he lets out a creepy, twisted laugh. It really has been a while, hasn't it, Master? The system displays his stats. Level 1 Shadow Goblin Summon. You can summon a spiritual entity that can possess a host. These shadows can read the host's emotions, share information, and even take full control of them. The host is a corpse. It becomes a beast way stronger than the original living form once reanimated. Maximum shadows, 1. Corpse stats boosted by 10%. Domination cost, 1. Loyalty, -99, trust, -99. Ujin sighs in disgust. As always, just looking at you makes my skin crawl. But the goblin just keeps grinning like a maniac. Slyly asks, if you hate me that much, why not give me a new body? Honestly, your body would be the absolute best. That completely pisses Ujin off. You little piece of trash, he growls through gritted teeth. Cut the crap. I'll summon you when I actually need you. Now take your shadow and get lost. But the goblin just flashes him that same creepy, evil smirk. All right, no need to wait another second. Ujin quickly recalls him. Man, what a creepy guy. Suddenly, he snaps his head around, spotting something in the distance. Ujin looks down from a high spot. Looks like everything is cleared out here. If I hustle, I can probably squeeze in another dungeon run today. He leaves the dungeon to head to his next spot, but as soon as he steps out, he sees her waiting. Wait, what are you doing out here? Her usual cheerful attitude is completely gone. Her lips are trembling, clamped shut. Then, hi son, please, I'm begging you. Ujin is totally stunned. What is going on? Hi son keeps crying out. Just take a 1-hour break before going back in, please. If you're not there as the star player, everything we've done is pointless. Hearing this, Ujin's face tightens. Great, here we go again. Flashback to a few days ago before the dungeon raid. Hi-sun was in high spirits. The media was hyping up this raid as a historic joint operation between North and South Korea. We really need you to cooperate with us on this, Ujin. But he didn't care at all. You guys handle the politics, I'm heading back inside. Hyson rushed to stop him. Ujin, wait. Right before the next dungeon run, she kept pleading, you seriously have to come with me today. But his answer was always the same. Sorry, girl. Now Hyson can only beg him desperately. Things are getting seriously tense. Please, just think about our country and take a little break before the next raid. She looks totally miserable. If you refuse to come with me again, I honestly don't know what kind of disaster will happen next. Ujin groans in exhaustion. Man, what a pain. Cut to a dining table loaded with delicious ramen and other dishes. Everyone around him is chatting and having a blast, while Ujin just sits there, chewing on a dry cookie, complaining in his head. So boring. Getting impatient, he snaps out of his seat. Look, we're done here, so I can finally leave, right? Hyson speaks up. Ujin, thank you so much for coming. But just as he's about to walk out, someone calls out to him. Comrade? A guy shyly asks, could you please give me your autograph before you go? Ujin blinks. My autograph? The guy's eyes practically shine with admiration. Bro, you're literally the strongest superhuman in South Korea. Getting your signature before you leave would be the biggest honor ever. So Ujin sighs and actually signs it for him. He waves goodbye. Take care, man. The guy is absolutely thrilled. Thank you, comrade. It seemed like a totally harmless interaction. But wait, did that guy just smirk? Instantly, Ujin senses something is off. He mutters, Goblin, you see that pig over there? The goblin responds, yes, master, I see him. Jin orders, tail him and report everything back to me. The goblin instantly obeys. Your wish is my command. He sneaks under the table. Meanwhile, a soldier whispers, Hurt Commander, we're fully prepared. What's the plan? Should we take him out? Pyongwon glares at Ujin with pure hatred. Do it and make sure it's completely off the radar. Head, he's fuming. This punk, how dare he look down on North Korea? Pyongwon has been absolutely disgusted ever since Ujin greeted Dongwoo. Yeah, nice to meet you. He clearly remembers Dongwoo's arrogant attitude back then. You sure have quite the personality. Truly fits the strongest hero of the South. Then came Dongwoo's little scheme. Who knows? Maybe Kang Ujin will be touched by our gesture and defect to our republic, but Pyongwon thinks this is all for the supreme leader. You made a terrible mistake over a stupid misunderstanding. He tightly grips a bomb, with a few others ready around him. A long day passes and night finally falls. The guard spots Ujin and calls out warmly, heading back in already. This is your final run of the day, right? Good luck out there, man. Jin politely replies thanks. But as he walks inside, the two guards exchange shifty looks. Turns out they had a dirty trap waiting. He's inside. Move fast before the barrier goes up. The Gwangyang station is pitch black. Sticking to the plan, one of them slips in right after Ujin. Comrade. Seeing him, Ujin raises an eyebrow. Wait, why did you follow me in here? The guy lies through his teeth. I have an urgent message from the commander. Ujin stays on high alert. What message? Suddenly, the guy slams his finger on a bomb detonator. You did well, Southern Comrade. Ujin's eyes widen. He did not see this coming at all. Boom! The bomb explodes, blowing the whole place to smithereens. While the suicide bomber does the dirty work, the other guard watches from above. Pyongwon watches from a distance. The barrier is still up. Wait, did he survive the blast? He's confident, though. Even if the punk is still breathing, he's definitely cooked and heavily wounded by now. It's only a matter of time before he becomes monster food. Pyongwon sneers, just give up and rest in peace. He is absolutely sure his plan worked. 2 days after the dungeon raid, at the North-South negotiation table, the South Korean delegates are getting extremely anxious. Has Ujin still not returned? Hyson shakes her head. No, the barrier is still up and nothing has changed. The lead negotiator sighs heavily. We're in deep trouble. Everyone is panicking now because Ujin is already over a day late on his promised return time. Who knows? What is the North going to demand in exchange for this now? Meanwhile, Hee-sun also felt something was extremely off. She clearly remembered that Kang Ujin's last dungeon run took exactly 1 day and 17 hours. Normally, he should have been out by now. But then again, isn't it highly possible that some crazy, unpredictable things happened inside? Hee-sun then slammed a stack of photos onto the table. What is this? She revealed that right after Kang Ujin entered the dungeon, a foreign reporter caught something. Photo showing a North Korean soldier secretly following him inside. We must launch an immediate investigation and file an official complaint with the North. Suddenly, Yoon-ho spoke up. Lieutenant Choi Hee-sun, hey, are you not afraid of death? Hee-sun gasped in surprise. What? Yoon-ho wanted to make sure she understood reality. We are in Pyongyang right now. If we start making a scene over every little suspicion, there is no guaranteeing our safety here. Hee-sun fired back, completely frustrated. But that doesn't mean we should just sit back and do absolutely nothing, right? Yoon-ho slammed his hand on the desk. Lieutenant Choi Hee-sun, he warned her coldly. I suggest you watch every single word you say from now on. Very room could be bugged right now. Besides, we still do not have official confirmation on whether he is alive or dead. Am I right? Yoon-ho demanded. For now, we wait. Meanwhile, Jong-un was looking through a file, furious. Which bastard? He roared in absolute rage. Which absolute idiot caused this mess? Subordinate trembled. We are currently looking into it, sir. Jong-un was practically spitting fire. Find those bastards immediately, and bring them to me this instant. 3 days after the dungeon raid, military tents were set up right in front of the gate. His son was anxious. It has already been 3 days since Ewan entered the dungeon. Please, let him be safe. Right then, a commotion broke out outside. Wait a second. I think there was just some kind of energy reaction. No way, the barrier. They gasped in shock. The barrier is disappearing. Suddenly, Ewan emerged, covered in a massive storm of mana. He stood right at the dungeon entrance, catching his breath. Reporters in the crowd could only stare in absolute awe when glared at them and spoke coldly. Do you all want to die today? Meanwhile, the soldiers stood there like frozen statues, completely speechless. At this point, Ewan couldn't hold back his rage anymore. Tell that fat pig to crawl out here right now, Ewan declared. If he won't come out, I'll go hunt him down myself. A terrified soldier desperately pointed his gun at him. Stop right there. If you take another step, I will shoot. Ewan leaned right into his face. I survived a literal suicide bomb. You think a cheap trash gun like this can stop me? He released a wave of dark energy, ready to teach this clown a lesson. The soldier could only squeal in pure terror. The simple gesture, Ewan completely knocked him out. Bibi suddenly popped out and sighed. Master, you are way too stubborn. System notification. Summon Bibi is casting Sleep Curse. She nagged him, what are you going to do if you get sued for murder, huh? Ewan shot her a warning look. Don't get in my way. Get lost. The soldiers began to lose their minds. This bastard really thinks he is him now. They glared at him with pure hatred. Do you think our republic is some kind of joke? Letting these South Korean trash into Pyongyang was a massive mistake. I knew this would happen. I knew it was going to go down like this. Woojin instantly spots the North Korean Awakener Association. Looking at their levels, he is like, okay, some of these guys are actually kind of decent. Then Woojin goes on the attack, but wait, his black magic skill is already active. He just casually raises his hand and gives a lazy wave. While those guys are standing there completely dazed and dying, the distorted magic rips through them, making everyone scream in agony. Woojin is just pure savage, but honestly, they are just trash A-rankers. Someone reports the goblin energy is coming from right here, and Heewon desperately begs him to stop. Woojin just looks at her, totally suspicious. Like, are you even an awakener? He finds it super sus. She is basically at the level of a fresh F-ranker who just stopped being a regular human, yet somehow she tanked Bibi's curse. Talk about having a crazy strong mental. Heewon firmly blocks him, begging Woojin, please stop. If you pull back now, we can still settle this. But Woojin ruthlessly brushes her off. Settle? The only one I need to settle is that trash pig who backstabbed me. Out of my way. Hearing this, Heewon finally connects the dots. Backstabbed? So that North Korean soldier followed him in to assassinate him. But she still tries to talk him down. Even if that is true, this is not how you solve things. You have to hold back. If you keep going, you might literally start a war. Please, think about our country. Woojin is getting super annoyed and tells her she talks too much. He gives his final warning, if you do not want to die, move. But Heewon is too brave and challenges him. If you are really going, you will have to kill me first. Heewon's words really trigger Woojin, but surprisingly, he lowers his voice and says, well, I guess my hands are tied, since you went through all that trouble to come all the way here just to stop me. Heewon is absolutely thrilled, saying, Woojin, that is a huge decision, and you made the right call. Plot twist. Woojin suddenly lands a brutal gut punch on Heewon. She gasps, her eyes wide in pure shock. Next, Woojin just drops her cold onto the ground and whispers, I am not gonna kill you. Just get some sleep and rest until everything is over. Outside, artillery is firing non-stop, and the system announces his black magic armor is activated. A massive wave of power slams into the ground as Woojin ruthlessly clears out everything in his path. Standing in front of a giant door, he is like, hiding pretty well, huh? Woojin wants to talk face to face. Dong-un? Yo, can you hear me? Come out and talk. Losing his patience, he starts kicking the door repeatedly. While Dong-un's henchmen try to reassure him, Supreme Leader, do not worry. This bunker can survive heavy bombing. But Dong-un completely panics and screams, then what the hell is that? Turns out Woojin just summoned a beast right through the steel door, making Dong-un's face turn completely red from terror. The system alerts, you have used metal to summon Duke. And right behind it, Woojin walks in. He gives Dong-un a deadly razor-sharp glare. So, can we talk now? Before the henchmen even realize it, they are already wiped out, courtesy of Bibi's cracked skills. Woojin slowly steps closer. How dare you try to take me a contract? Dong-un collapses onto the floor, begging, I never tried to do that. Woojin just smirks. Making excuses now? Well, there is a perfect way to find out exactly what happened, and he immediately summons his general. Hearing his master's order, the goblin instantly recalls. Wu Jin asks himself, I wonder if we can sneak peek into Kim Dong-eun's private life? Images of Dong-eun's memories are immediately projected, but plot twist, they are just scenes of him fanboying over Wu Jin. Wu Jin is totally stunned, like, wait, he really did not do it? Master, you are in trouble again. Bibi can only cheer him on, telling him to handle it well. Then Wu Jin calls out to Dong-eun. Bro didn't hesitate for a single second. Wu Jin asked him, you really didn't do it, right? And Dong-eun confidently claimed, of course not, I am not capping. He mentally noted how fast this man switched up. Wu Jin locked in and ordered coldly, then go find the actual mastermind who tried to take me out with that suicide bomb, or else you are dead in his place. Jong-hoon loudly declared, I swear to you, I will find that culprit and destroy him. Wu Jin played along and softened his voice. All right then. Sorry for the misunderstanding, sir. Jong-un happily grabbed it all. Honestly, inside he was freaking out. Comrade Kang Ujin, I am so glad you finally see my true heart. Seeing the old man's reaction, Wu Jin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Honestly, he was still shocked. Out of nowhere, he just gained a certified fanboy. He could not believe Kim Jong-un was actually an Awakener fanboy. Never saw that coming. This man literally hoarded a massive stash of legendary artifacts he could not even use. A smirk crept onto Wu Jin's face. I will just treat these as a gift then, comrade. The massive corridors in this place were completely empty, looking exactly like the memories of the goblin. Just then, a voice shouted, Please stop! Wu Jin saw Hai-sun standing right in front of him. Damn, how did you catch up so fast? Did I not hit you hard enough, or what? Hai-sun desperately tried to block him. It is not like that. Please, just stop right now. Wu Jin was totally confused. What are you even talking about? Everything is already settled. Hearing that, Hai-sun absolutely lost it and screamed, No way! She started picturing a total bloodbath. Did he already finish the job? Is Kim Jong-un cooked? Hai-sun was completely devastated, thinking it was over. It is all over. War is going to break out. Wu Jin immediately set her straight. Yo, chill. Kim Jong-un is not dead. War my ass. Hai-sun immediately assumed the worst again. Wait, so are you on your way to assassinate him right now? She rushed to block him, pleading, Please, wait. If your anger cannot be calmed down, I will give you my life. So, please, I beg of you. Wu Jin actually found this amusing. You will dedicate your life to me? What do you even mean by that? Hai-sun firmly declared, If I cannot stop the Korean peninsula from turning into a massive war zone, I would rather die. Wu Jin stared her down, thinking this was getting interesting. But he could tell she was not lying at all. Sure, she did not have a pure holy soul like Sungwu and Jeon, but as Wu Jin stared deep into her eyes, Hai-sun's eyes, he saw a soul burning with the most fiery passion on the planet. Was it because of her absolute faith and strong ideals? Out of nowhere, called out her full rank, Lieutenant Choi Hai-sun. She stood tall. Yes, sir, Wu Jin smirked. It would be such a waste to put you down. How about you desert the military? Hai-sun was completely stunned. Wait, what did you say? Did I hear that right? Wu Jin casually repeated, Desert and join my side. If you do, I will spare Jong-un. Hai-sun was in absolute panic. What on earth are you talking about? Wu Jin brought up her own words. Did you not just say you would dedicate your life to me? Are you not willing to do anything? Hai-sun was caught in a massive dilemma. Does he really expect her to abandon her path as a soldier after coming this far? If this actually stops a war from breaking out, she should be thrilled. But why did she feel so conflicted? Seeing her hesitate, Wu Jin decided to push her buttons. Well, should I just go ahead and end that pig then? Hai-sun instantly panicked. Wait, please. Wu Jin, boss. 3 days later, Kim Jong-un captured Lipiant and his crew. Of course, just like any other villain, some of them tried to act completely innocent. Right now, 3 of them were hanging upside and getting tortured. Jong-un barked angrily, You stubborn bastard! But Lipian kept his cool, pleading, Mr. President, I honestly have no idea what is going on. I really do not know anything. Jong-un cursed at him. You lying piece of trash, you are still going to play dumb? Not only did you dare to attack Comrade Kang Ujin, his roaring voice echoed through the entire mansion, you even hoarded artifacts made from the blood and sweat of our people, didn't you? Lipian tried to deflect. I know nothing about those artifacts. I am positive Wu Jin is the one orchestrating all of this. Jong-un was completely out of patience. Do you have 0 brain cells left? He furiously ordered his men, beat this brainless idiot until he finally remembers. Lipian internally cursed, unable to believe how his closest ally could turn on him like this. Meanwhile, Hai-sun stretched her arms. Man, if it was not for Comrade Kang Ujin, I would have been so cooked. They were finally back in South Korea. Wu Jin warned her beforehand, keep this on the down low. Do not make a scene. Hai-sun sighed and admitted, You have no idea how stressed I was for 3 whole days while you were just chillin'. Martial law and gunfire were constantly echoing every single night. Wu Jin smiled. Well, everything ended perfectly, right? He looked at Hai-sun with a huge grin. I leveled up, filled up my pockets, and even got myself a new underling to order around. With that, Woo-jin continued on. Trip to North Korea was a massive W. Next stop, America. He thought of the Holy Maiden, Melody, hyped for whatever else was waiting for him. A voice blared from the TV. We now bring you a summary of the breaking news. The prime suspect behind the recent coup attempt has been identified as Commander of North Korea's awakened unit. How is the public reacting to this? The reporter continued. Power of Awakeners is truly a double-edged sword. Footage rolled on the screen. These individuals who have transcended human limits bear the duties to protect our nation against monsters. Yet, we are seeing a dark rise in crimes committed by these very individuals. The anchor then moved to an interview. If not for Mr. Kang Ujin, Kim's government would have definitely collapsed from this coup. What are your thoughts on this? The guest shared his perspective. If a radical extremist had taken control of North Korea, the consequences would have been catastrophic. The massive contribution Mr. Kang made to relations between North and South Korea is honestly incredible. Because of this, our president is actually planning to present him with an award. Watching the broadcast, Song-hoon scoffed. Yeah, right. I know exactly what is going on here. He shouted in disbelief. This is 100% pure cap. We all know our guildmaster's actual personality, don't we? There is absolutely no way this ended so cleanly without some crazy, shady business going down behind the scenes. Song-hoon began plotting theories. Do you think our Forster threatened Kim Jong-un to make it look like he just casually saved the day? Like pay up or get destroyed? And they are claiming the commander stole all those artifacts. But what if our guildmaster was the one who actually swiped them? Hearing Song-hoon's theory, everyone's faces went totally blank. Honestly, that sounded extremely on brand for him. Min-chan tried to play devil's advocate. Come on, guys, just because the guildmaster thinks he is the center of the universe does not mean he would go around stealing artifacts like a common thief. But Song-hoon fired back. But does he even care about anything else other than flexing his own ego? Sunggu nodded in agreement. Bro, the very first time I met him, he told me he threw a massive party with a bunch of people right before diving into a dungeon. On top of that, Sunggu vividly remembered the time Dosu went absolutely wild, screaming like crazy before passing out cold. Right then, all four of them had the exact same thought. So he really looted everything from Kim Jong-woo's treasure vault? Sung-hun immediately added fuel to the fire, saying, you can never trust the media. I mean, who knows? Maybe the boss already clapped Kim Jong-woo for real. Tate Jang tried to damage control, saying, who knows, right? The robbery part is totally believable, but there's no way he went that far. Tae Jang raised his voice, telling Sung-hun he was joking way too much. But Sunggu struggled to find his words and dropped a bomb. Actually, he literally said he was gonna end Kim Jong-woo. Sung-hun screamed. Oh my god, look, I'm literally getting goosebumps here, Sunggu added, but that was only because the boss was absolutely furious. Just received his military draft notice. Sung-hun acted terrified, saying, wait, just because of that? Is he completely out of his mind? Then he started sharing a story. I wasn't even going to bring this up, but back when I was still selling phones right at that moment, Ujin walked in and asked if everyone was doing good. Sung-hun almost jumped out of his skin. Boss! His reaction totally confused Ujin, who asked why he was so shocked. He looked suspicious, making Ujin ask if they were talking trash behind his back. Sung-hun quickly denied it. No way, absolutely not. By nightfall, they were all hanging out at their shared place, clinking 5 glasses together. Ujin flashed a bright smile, telling everyone they did an amazing job. Man, this is seriously an amazing, good job. He generously told everyone to dig in and eat up so they could have energy for work. Tae Jang then suggested they should ask the boss for help. Let me pour you a drink. Min-chan hesitantly asked, Boss, are you seriously not planning on going to the Blue House? Ujin sighed, wondering why he kept bringing that up. I already told you no, you're getting really annoying. Why should I be at the beck and call of some president who summons me and kicks me out whenever he wants? With that, he suddenly stood right up. Forget it, I'm gonna grab a hangover cure. Min-chan panicked and stopped him, forcing a smile and saying he would politely decline them instead. Then Min-chan pulled out his phone to make the call. Reading the messages, he realized he had so much on his shoulders as the CEO. Min-chan felt the heavy burden weighing on him, wondering how on earth they were going to resolve this mess. Sung-hun decided to hype up the atmosphere, asking, Boss, do you know who's actually more famous than you these days? He then showed his phone screen to Ujin. It was a video of Mary, the Saintess of Arya. Sung-hun said he wasn't sure if it was fake, but the video was super addictive. Ujin cut him off, saying it wasn't fake at all. Completely real. Sung-hun gasped, totally shocked. Min-chan was also confused, asking how he could possibly know that. Ijin dropped a bombshell, revealing she was someone he used to know, leaving everyone completely stunned. Wait, what? Min Chan asked in disbelief. She wasn't inside a dungeon and is an awakened far beyond S rank. Are you seriously saying you actually know her? Ujin slowly explained, mentioning a planet called Alphen. Min Chan was taken aback, asking if the boss was suddenly interested in astronomy. Ujin went on with his story. 5 years ago, during the time he went missing, he was actually summoned to that very planet Alphen. Hearing this, entire room went dead silent. Then Sung-hun burst out laughing hysterically, saying it took him a minute to get it because the joke was just way too high level. But Ujin warned him with a cold glare, telling him this was no joke and to shut his mouth. That immediately shut Sung-hun up, and Ujin continued. Pain. He explained that there were monsters and demi-humans there, and he had to fight for his life alone for 20 long years before finally making it back to Earth. But on Earth, only 5 years had passed. It was wild. Min Chan, putting the pieces together, realized it was just like the time dilation inside dungeons. Ujin confirmed it, saying, dungeons started appearing on Earth in the exact same way they did on Alphen. Min Chan grew dead serious about the situation. A whole different world. That was true, then his boss is insane. Otherworldly powers suddenly made perfect sense. Given his experiences and why he was so used to treating everyone so coldly, that would actually make him 44 years old now. He then remembered an old acquaintance, asking if he could just call him Min Chan from now on, wrapping up the conversation. Either way, he knew Mary back there, though he had no idea how she ended up on Earth. Well, he would find out once he asked her directly. Sung-hun looked a bit worried and asked, is it really okay for you to just tell us all of this? But Ujin did not care at all. Why even bother hiding it? We literally have dungeons and a saint test now. Why are you guys making such a big deal out of it? Min Chan got curious, asking what his relationship with the Saintess was back then. Ujin raised an eyebrow. With Mary, he casually replied that they were basically friends. At that very moment, Mary was kneeling before the statue of the Necromancer of Death, the Immortal. She could literally feel that he was 5 years ago on the desolate planet Alphen. The Admiral assured Lady Mary that they would arrive shortly. Her eyes drifted blankly into the distance as she asked, Admiral, is it really okay for us to go there? Because she knew all too well that it was a land of death, a place where no one ever makes it out alive once they step foot inside. The Admiral admitted that was true, but it was their only shot at survival. He knew the worst-case scenario was that if they stayed, they would all end up dead at the hands of Chanet's subordinates. Right then, a soldier shouted, Admiral, I see something right ahead of us. The Admiral gasped. Have we reached Adan already? He roared, telling his warriors that they were extremely close to Adan and to give it everything they had. Right at that moment, Budden's surprise attack blasted the Admiral, ending him instantly. Mary screamed in absolute horror, calling out to the Admiral while someone sighed, muttering about how annoying it was. Everyone whipped their heads toward the sound. Mary gasped, oh my God, as a man appeared riding a horse with a savage curse on his lips, calling them Union bastards who dared to crawl all the way out here. Ujin looked totally amused, saying, throwing their lives away like this was just trying too hard. She wondered why the gods would test her with something so brutal. Cut to midnight, and the lights at Ujin's house were still wide open. Someone was already completely wasted. Sung-hun was face down on the table, sobbing and begging the boss to stop hitting him, crying that he was sorry. Ujin was completely fed up, saying he should have just taken this guy out back then. The others could only quietly judge them, unable to figure out who was the better person between a literal scammer and the guy who almost beat him to a pulp. Suddenly, Sunggu hesitantly spoke up, saying he was honestly pretty worried because sometimes the boss seemed way too indifferent to the media and everything happening around him, like the drama with Sing-hun and the whole Lee Sang-Hwarang incident. But Ujin just shrugged it off, asking why he should even care. Said they just needed to get used to it. Min Chan tried his best to advise him, warning that even so, he still had to consider the legal issues and the risk of isolating himself from society and the international community. He warned that making enemies was never a good idea, which actually made Ujin stop and think about the whole concept of making enemies. Heh, you shared that too? Back then, I already had a card up my sleeve. I set up a backup plan for every single nation. Honestly, I used to care so much about how others looked at me because I was terrified of public opinion. Seriously, think about it. If you guys think that low of me, how far do you think I can actually go? His words caught Min Chan completely off guard. Huh? And then Ujin dropped a single heavy word. Disaster. He broke it down. The day when every single dungeon on Earth breaks open at the same time is coming soon. It is going to be a disaster you cannot even compare. It will make last year's dungeon shock look like a joke. Do you honestly think nations and laws will even exist when that happens? Min Chan still tried to argue that even if a dungeon break happened, military would easily handle it. But Ujin shut that down real quick. Sure, They might stop a 6-star monster, but what about the ones way stronger than that? Min Chan went completely silent. What? Then Ujin dropped some facts. Just think of those 6-star monsters as harmless little puppy dogs, because soon the real tigers, lions, and giant beasts are going to start flooding out. We are talking actual dragons, and he was absolutely sure that even if some simple ghosts floated by, all the weapons we have right now would become completely useless. How are you guys going to stop them then? Ujin warned that using nukes would literally just be committing suicide. Think about it. The world will collapse, and those lines we call borders will mean absolutely nothing. Humanity will fade, and the only thing left will be the raw instinct to survive. Sunggu immediately tried to argue back. Even if that happens, people will definitely unite to fight them off. He believed there would always be heroes like that. Warriors, kings, holy knights, and saints, even fighters from allied nations. But Ujin shut him down. Trash. It is all useless. People will just pushing themselves until they completely break. In the end, humanity will split, and they will betray you the second their own selfish desires take over. Hearing this, Sunggu was shaking. What are we supposed to do then? We can't just sit back and watch. Ujin smirked. That is exactly why we are preparing right now. Looked ridiculously hyped. When a disaster strikes, you need a hero, right? Ujin even flexed with a grin. What we actually need is one absolute god mode leader. He kept talking, completely ignoring how others looked at him. Ujin emphasized every single point, from the trash articles in the media to the police summoning him for questioning. Finally, he concluded, all of those things are totally useless. Instead, I need to show them. Ujin confidently declared exactly how ruthless and heartless he could truly get. Right at that moment, someone was aggressively clicking a computer mouse. The only sound in the massive room was the tapping of keys. On the screen, a headline popped up. The hero who saved South Korea from ultimate doom. Right below it was another line. The alliance of Awaken from both North and South Korea has been established, and the main MVP behind it is Kang Ujin. They even had pictures of Ujin from his special investigation, claiming that as long as Ujin is around, dungeon breaks are history. The guy scrolling through this massive level Ujin news was none other than Sang-ho. He hissed in absolute rage. Screw this! Sang-ho was burning with pure hatred. Damn it, how does this make any sense? How is this absolute trash situation even happening? He grumbled, furious that they were treating this absolute rebel like some kind of savior. Is this country even real? Sure, South Korea is doing just fantastic, huh? Sang-ho kept cursing non-stop, wondering what that trash Chairman Kim was even doing. The guy promised he would wipe out all evidence and get through this clean, right? He tried to cope, but then shrugged it off because he already had a backup plan. Right after, Sang-ho snapped a photo of the massive stack of documents on his desk, sent them over to some guy. Let us see if you can keep ignoring my calls after seeing this. When he hit send, Sang-ho let out a sinister laugh. Right on cue, his phone started buzzing. Chairman Kim Ho-young of the SEAL Group was on the line, sounding stressed. Are you really going to do this? You threatening me now? You trying to drag us both down to hell? Sang-ho just smirked and threatened him. If you do this one thing for me, I will delete all these files right away. Hearing that, the chairman was instantly caught in the trap. What do you want? Sang-ho was now overflowing with confidence. Kang Ujin, you picked the absolute worst enemy possible, bro. Sang-ho knew he had his opponent completely cornered. I know you are also dealing with those guys from the Middle East. Set up a meeting and introduce me to them. Internally, he was flexing hard. Did that punk really think he could mess with me? The master of the worldly guild, Sang-ho? Cut to 1 week later at a massive airport, Sunggu was looking extremely happy, clutching his hunter card. Ujin looked at him and said, Are you seriously that hyped? You have been smiling like an idiot this whole time. Sunggu was practically glowing. Of course, bro! He excitedly flexed. Look, I am finally B rank now, but Ujin just sighed. Honestly, I wanted to head to America only after you hit at least A rank. What a letdown. Sunggu just chuckled nervously. Come on, bro. This is already cracked. It is all thanks to your training anyway. In his head, he shuddered, remembering how he literally had to survive hell and die 1,000 times this past week. Bujin then tossed something to Sunggu. Don't get overconfident and try to solo a 4-star dungeon. Take this. Sunggu's eyes went wide. Wait, isn't this a legendary return stone? Ujin warned him. Yeah, so don't try to act like a hero and get yourself killed. If things get sketchy, you run. Sunggu was actually holding back tears. Bro, you seriously bought me something worth over 10 billion won just for my sake? Sunggu's attitude completely flipped. He realized his boss might sound harsh, but deep down, he was a total softie. He really could not just say something nice, could he? Well, you are finally becoming somewhat useful, so it would be a waste if you died. Do you even know how much cash I have dumped into you? Die right now, you are literally just going to end up as another skeleton soldier in my army. Meanwhile, Sunggu was completely in his own world. Was I actually right about him being a softie? Just then, Min Chan's phone rang. Yes, speaking. Sunggu felt a sharp pain in his chest. Am I literally just a tool to this guy? Suddenly, Min Chan let out a loud gasp. He quickly followed up. Yes, I will get right on it. Thank you for the heads up, sir. Ujin was confused. What is it? Who was that? That was the Minister of National Fund Defense, sir. They just got intel on a planned terror attack. And apparently they are targeting you, Chairman. Sunggu gasped in shock. A terror attack? But Ujin was just baffled. Me? Why would anyone even target me? Min Chan looked awkward. Honestly, I was wondering the same thing. But in his head, he thought, bro, you literally make enemies everywhere you step. Ujin sighed, acting all disappointed. Great, so I guess my trip to America is cancelled. Min Chan quickly warned him. Until the Minister of Defense sets up a solid security plan, you cannot board any flights, sir. That means both this flight and tomorrow's event are totally cooked. Ujin rubbed his chin. Well, what should we do now? Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. No way. Even the famous Chairman Kang, who's currently trending everywhere, has times when he gets stuck like this. Looks like we are heading to the exact same place. Min Chan quickly looked up. Oh, it was that guy. The man smiled and offered. Why don't you just hop on my private jet instead? He introduced himself, saying his full name. Alandal Guild President Woojin? The man was totally clueless. Wait, who's that old geezer? Min Chan's jaw literally dropped. No way, you seriously don't know? He introduced himself as the head of a guild, backed by one of the absolute biggest conglomerates in South Korea, the KH Group. He's also one of the top 10 A-rank roused in the entire country. Then he finally dropped the name of the absolute unit standing right in front of them, Baek Jongdo. Old man asked again, so you hitching a ride with me? Woo Jin, completely zero care in the world, replied, I mean, if you aren't sweating us those terrorist attacks, I'm down. Jongdo flexed. Like, how could some budget terrorist scare the great Baek Jongdo? Then he proposed, all right, let's just be buddies first. Wait, buddies? Jongdo gave a huge grin, basically asking to pinky swear. Sweet, let's lock it in then. But Woojin was so confused. Lock it in? He bluntly whispered to Min-chan, yo, what is this old geezer even yapping about? Jongdo gasped. No way! You don't know the hottest movies right now? Woojin was living under a rock, literally. Jongdo explained it's just a trending slang from a super popular movie. From a movie that's totally viral right now. Woojin was dead honest, Ingle. I thought you wanted to throw hands. Jongdo laughed. No shot. Then he casually draped his arm around Woojin's shoulder. We've got a long flight to America, so you might as well binge some movies with me. Woojin was like, sure, at least I won't die of boredom. Jongdo was matching that golden retriever energy. All right, let's roll. Minchin was just utterly speechless. Like, who could have guessed President Baek Jongdo had this kind of weird hobby? Even Sunggu was stunned. I always heard he was a mega workaholic, but turns out he's just a regular bro. Minchin sighed. Well, I guess we're finally off to America. 20 hours later, the flight finally touched down. The airport was absolutely buzzing. Woojin made sure to pay his respects. Yo, big bro Baek, making it to America is all thanks to you. Appreciate it, man. Jongdo was super chill, Woojin. Sweat it! He cheerfully asked. So, what are we doing now? Suddenly, Woojin's eyes turned dead serious. Then he and Jongdo actually did what they locked in earlier. Time to lock it in, obviously. You do your thing and I'll do mine. Min-chan was so second-hand embarrassed he couldn't even look up. Both him and Jongdo's assistant were sharing the exact same thought. It's great they're bonding, but why are we the ones dying of cringe here? Some bystanders started whispering. What are those Asian guys doing? Probably some weird new trend. Flashback to a few hours ago. In the entertainment room of Jongdo's private jet, the system flashed green, and Jongdo grumbled. We keep playing like this, we're totally cooked. After wrapping up their game, they headed out when suddenly someone approached them. Lord Woojin. He introduced himself. Great to meet you. I'm Richard Che from the Titan Guild, here to pick you up. Let me escort you to your hotel. Jongdo was immediately bummed out. I've got to run already. That's a buzzkill. Why don't you chill for a bit? Grab a coffee with me. Woojin was like, sure, sounds good. Jongdo grinned. Catch you later then, young blood. Woojin waved. See you around, big bro Baek. Then he hopped into the ride they prepared. Finally, Min-chan got a second to ask, Boss, do you actually like President Baek Jongdo? You guys seem to vibe really well. Woojin remarked, he's a fun guy. And our age gap isn't even that big. Min-chan was like, wait, President Baek is 42 this year though. Then he brought up another topic. By the way, didn't you mention that you lived in Alphen for 20 years? Woojin nodded. Yeah, it was pure hell. He honestly thought President Baek's crazy rich third-generation life wasn't all that different from his chaotic past. Meanwhile, Jongdo's assistant was also super curious. Boss, what did you think after meeting Kang Ujin face-to-face? Jongdo admitted, that kid is definitely built different. Even with all the terrorist attack rumors, and even when standing right in front of me, he didn't flinch once. He was sure of it. Is it because he's insanely confident in his own power? Well, probably, Jongdo added, but I feel like there's something else too. His absolute chill and confidence can't just be written off as some dumb youthful courage. He honestly admitted, "Man, Woojin is getting more interesting by the second." His assistant smiled. "Looks like you're really fond of him." But Jongdo burst out, "I just can't help it," and let out a huge laugh. Most importantly, we literally binged movies together. Meanwhile, at their massive hotel, the elevator was heading down to the first floor. Richard briefed them on the schedule. "Hope you have a comfy stay here. The meeting starts tomorrow around noon, so we'll have a ride ready for you around 11 o'clock. Woojin nodded. "Got it." Then he told Minchin, "Go freshen up and then meet me. I'm gonna go find a drink." Minchin complied, "Yes, sir." But the moment Woojin walked away, face instantly drained of life. Man, on days like this, I just want to crash. After a 20-hour flight, how does he have the energy to go drinking right away? Right now, inside room 111, the shower was running as someone was completely unwinding. After his shower, Woo Jin stepped out feeling refreshed. He threw on some clothes, ready to head out. Woo Jin casually reached for the door handle, but as he was thinking, a laser beam suddenly sliced straight through the window. "I mean, I came all the way to America, so what should I drink instead of soju?" Woo Jin glanced back at where the laser came from. Wait, a laser? Something suddenly blew up in the sky, and worse, it was falling down fast. Realizing how bad this was, Woo Jin didn't waste a single millisecond. He dashed forward at full speed. But wait, Woo Jin literally jumped out the window to intercept the grenade. Gritting his teeth, he was ready to smash it with his bare hands. Boom! The massive explosion caught the attention of everyone below. What the absolute hell? The car below got completely crushed from the shockwave as Woo Jin crashed down from an insane height. The system flashed. "Magic armor skill has consumed all your remaining soul power." Hojin was beyond ticked off. What kind of absolute psycho tries to blow up an entire building just to kill me? He immediately chugged a recovery potion. System notified. "Your wounds have been healed by the recovery potion." Pedestrians rushed over, yelling, "Oh my god, are you okay?" Woo Jin just stood up. Straight up terrorist attack in the middle of the city. He scanned the area. "This is weird. I know I'm not exactly a nice guy, but I didn't think I did anything bad enough to make random strangers want me dead." Woojin spotted a clue. "Bibi, tail that helicopter!" The succubus girls saluted. "You got it, master." He looked over at the opposite building. The laser sniper had already vanished, but Woojin was totally chill, doesn't matter. The second it went off, I already sent a goblin to shadow him, so finding him is literally just a matter of time. He wondered if he should go pay them a little visit. Meanwhile, over on Melody's side, an update came in. Holy Maiden Alandal's guildmaster Kang Ujin has arrived. She froze in shock. "The Immortal?" Melody gasped. "Isn't he the type who never moves unless there's some profit in it for him?" Mary shook her head, actually. No. The Titan Guild literally escorted him to his hotel themselves. Melody could only let out a heavy sigh. "I get it." Melody's lips trembled as she wondered, who on earth could make him act so incredibly sensitive? The massacre Necromancer, the Immortal. Melody was terrified of facing him tomorrow, realizing she couldn't dodge him any longer. But then she started to think, what if he gets pissed because she didn't look for him first? She turned to Minchan and said, "He's definitely that type of guy." Minchan then asked, "But which hotel is he staying at?" Minchan was completely caught off guard by her reaction. He could only wonder in his head about the mystery man the Saintess kept referring to as that person. Dead serious. "We need to go see him right away." Just then, someone walked in and offered, "Let us escort you, Saintess." Melody smiled with relief. Talk about perfect timing. She looked at the troops in front of her, the Holy Knights of Rhea. Jaime, the captain of the Holy Knights of Rhea, declared that serving her was a true honor. Meanwhile, at the hotel where Woojin was staying, Minchan was biting his nails, praying in his heart, "Please let it be okay." Standing next to him was a hotel staff member about to open the door. "Please." Just 5 minutes ago, while Minchan was taking a relaxing shower, a massive explosion shook the place and caught his attention. What was that? Did a gas tank screen explode? People in the hotel were screaming, "Fire, oh my god." Right then, Minchan started imagining the absolute worst-case scenario. No way. It can't be, right? Right? He was completely panicking. "Boss, I beg of you. Why aren't you picking up your phone?" Finally, the staff managed to unlock the door. Minchin stared at the room in absolute shock. He stood there frozen with his eyes wide open, thinking, I knew it. The entire place was completely wrecked. Yep, his boss had caused another disaster. Meanwhile, the car carrying Melody was on its way. "Are you feeling unwell, Saintess?" Her face looked a bit pale, but she quickly denied it, saying, "No, I'm fine," Jaime quietly observed. "This is the first time I've ever seen the Saintess like this. She seems completely different from her usual self." He promised himself that since the Saintess had cured his illness, protect her at all costs. Suddenly, the car slammed on the brakes. Instinctively, Jaime threw his arm out to shield Melody. The driver panicked. "Are you okay, Saintess?" Jaime quickly demanded an explanation. "What is going on, Nick?" The other side reported, "Sorry, there was just an explosion up ahead." Jaime gasped. "What?" Impatient, he stuck his head out the window to check. That's the direction of the hotel. Melody was also panicking. What's happening, Jaime? He replied, it looks like a terrorist attack. We should head back to ensure your safety. Melody paused, thinking, don't tell me he went wild and lost his mind. She insisted, we have to find out what exactly happened. Jaime stopped her, saying we must head back. I will personally inspect the site and report back to you later. He ordered his squad, head back to the church. Nick, take some guys and go find out what the hell is happening. Nick replied, understood. In the end, Melody had no choice but to turn back with regret. She stared longingly at the hotel right in front of her. Meanwhile, inside a grand building, Wu Jin had been tracking his enemy this whole time. He watched closely, realizing he'd been spotted. He noticed the enemy had detected him and was now running in circles around the streets. They're not stupid enough to head back to their headquarters, knowing they're being followed. Wu Jin decided, whatever, I'll just catch him first. The guy realized Wu Jin was closing in and stopped. The next split second, he bolted like lightning. Wu Jin definitely didn't see that coming. Furious, he gave chase. Where do you think you're going? But the target's speed was insane, making it impossible for Wu Jin to close the gap. He was struggling to get any closer. He hated to admit it, but he had to. Don't tell me his speed actually matches mine. Suddenly, Jaehyun's face flashed in his mind, reminding him of that bitch. But then Wu Jin stopped and popped a skill, catching up to the guy in a flash. Now they were practically 1 centimeter apart. Gotcha. Just when he had him dead to rights, Wu Jin somehow missed. In an instant, the gap widened again. That's when Wu Jin finally checked the opponent's level. Whoa, level 70 already. He had to admit, at this level, the guy was basically the strongest in the world. Why did it have to be this bastard? Al-Assad even taunted him with a hand gesture. Wu Jin could only sigh, how ridiculous. But honestly, he was totally getting into it. Probably been 10 years, huh? It's been forever since someone dared to openly challenge me like this, Wu Jin muttered. How cute and ambitious. And with that, he kept moving forward. Wu Jin headed deeper into a dimly lit area. As it turned out, Al-Assad was hiding behind a wall, thinking he literally walked straight into his own grave. This is my 100th hunt. Al-Assad recalled his dark childhood back in Afghanistan. At just 10 years old, his own father sold him to a rebel group. Al-Assad remembered it all too well, the look of pure joy on his father's face over just a few loose dollars. Since that day, he was no longer human. He became a monster, destined for an endless war. What followed was a shocking tale of survival, as Al-Assad wiped out countless enemies just to stay alive. And he didn't stop there. He was capable of slaughtering entire armies if needed. He was always caught in tight spots, slashing his targets without a shred of mercy. He killed again and again, believing his own survival was bought solely with the blood of his enemies. Eventually, he became an awakened and took up contract killing. Right now, he was lying in wait, ready to take down Wu Jin. Come on. Al-Assad gripped his dagger tightly. Just like before, I will take you down at the perfect time and place. And with that, he started the countdown. 3, 2, 1. At the perfect moment, Al-Assad lunged. He swung his blade to strike, but Wu Jin blocked it effortlessly. This completely shocked him. Did he see through my stealth? This time, he was absolutely certain Wu Jin had completely countered his skill. In the blink of an eye, Wu Jin grabbed Al-Assad by the collar, leaning in close to whisper, gotcha at last. But Al-Assad suddenly lashed out with his dagger, catching Wu Jin off guard. Oh boy. He unleashed a flurry of wild slashes to force Wu Jin back. Al-Assad was utterly baffled. How does he know exactly where I am? Ever since I became an awakened, no one has ever been able to sense my presence. Meanwhile, the goblin seized the chance to slip away toward Al-Assad. Wu Jin smirked with excitement. You're actually pretty good. For an assassin, you seem to excel at close quarters combat. Honestly, you might even be better at direct clashes than surprise ambushes. Al-Assad went on high alert. What's he talking about? He speaks as if he already knows everything about me. Wu Jin raised his arm high, saying, let's see what you've got. And with a single powerful blow, he sent Al-Assad flying. His insane power left the assassin completely speechless. Wait, what kind of broken power is this? I thought this guy was just a necromancer. But in the blink of an eye, Al-Assad completely lost sight of him. Completely vanished. Al-Assad assumes his opponent slipped deeper into the dungeon. Staying on high alert, he decides to hunt him down and finish this once and for all. Creeping through the dim light of the ticket booth, Al-Assad carefully tracks Wu Jin. But he runs into a major red flag. There are blood splatters everywhere, but not a single body in sight. But suddenly, Al-Assad whips his head around. Plot twist. Wu Jin is already right there, surrounding him with a whole army of skeleton soldiers. Wu Jin just smirks, asking if they should start the second test already. Al-Assad's mind goes blank. Is this a trap? Looking at the endless wave of skeleton soldiers, he's totally helpless. There are way too many to even count. He lets out a heavy sigh, but suddenly Wu Jin's eyes narrow. Wait, Al-Assad is buffing up. He just activated his Wrath of God skill. Wu Jin is actually caught off guard. seriously have a skill that forces him into a state of absolute rage? His class must be a hybrid between a warrior and an assassin. Meanwhile, Al-Assad vows to tear him apart. He charges forward like a wild beast. The skeleton soldiers stand their ground, but watching from behind, Wu Jin has to admit, this guy is actually pretty cracked. But Wu Jin only cares about one thing. This guy is going to make an awesome shadow soldier. After shredding through the skeletons, Al-Assad glares at Wu Jin with pure murder in his eyes. He silently vows that he will win this. Riding his momentum, Al-Assad lunges straight his opponent to survive. In a flash, he teleports right behind Wu Jin. Boom! A devastating slash literally tears through space is Al-Assad's ultimate move aimed right at Wu Jin. He smirks, thinking his 100th hunt is a success. But spoiler alert, Wu Jin is way faster, swinging his axe to put an end to this. He can't believe his eyes. No way, this is impossible. Al-Assad's head cleanly pops off and rolls onto the ground. Wu Jin just smirks, thinking with a little training this guy is going to be super useful. Then he extracts his soul. Spend the next 1,000 millennia atoning for the sin of pointing your blade at me, and become my loyal servant. Just like that, it crystallizes into a soul seal stone. The system pops up. Soul seal stone obtained, sealing the soul of the target you just defeated. New skill unlocked. Summon Death Knight. Summon a Knight of Death by forming a master-servant contract with a soul above level 70. But wait, he is cooked for now because his current level is only 62, and the minimum level required is 70. The next day, over at the Titan Guild headquarters, someone is letting out a massive sigh. Minchin is absolutely stressed out. Where on earth is he, and what is he even doing? Who knows? Seeing him like this, Jongdo speaks up. Director Min, you seem way too worried. He tries to calm him down, saying Wu Jin will be back soon. I mean, isn't he literally the strongest awakened in Korea? Dongdo's chill smile gives Minchan a bit of hope. True, but honestly, Minchan is actually stressing over something else entirely. Worrying? What do you even mean? Are you seriously worried about a guild president who can literally punch a missile out of the sky? If anything, I'm terrified he'll use the US attack as an excuse to start a whole war. Jongdu checks his watch. It's about to start. Let's head in. Once they grab their seats, Sang-ho takes the stage and begins his speech. I want to express my deepest gratitude to everyone attending today's conference. He explains that this meeting is to request backup from Awakenids all over the world, exposing a massive crisis that their guild simply can't handle alone. First, let's talk about the dungeons. Sang-ho reveals that the dungeons they discovered are actually dimensional portals. He adds that these portals act as a direct bridge connecting a planet called Alphen to Earth. So the massive waves of monsters invading Earth aren't just random spawns, they are actually coming from Alphen. The crowd immediately goes wild with whispers. Alphen? Dungeons are actually dimensional gates? Sang-ho explains that time inside the dungeon flows 4 times slower because of the physical gap between Alphen and Earth. Someone from the crowd asks, wait, if it's a gate, shouldn't we just seal the dungeon? Sang-ho knows exactly what they are hinting at. They are from the Japanese Daikon Guild, those who make astronomical amounts of money from trading bloodstones. But Sang-ho dodges the question. Not at all. Even if we destroy this bridge, another one will just pop up. Instead, we have a different proposal. We strike first, Sang-ho confidently announces. To lead us, we have the Holy Maiden. Melody suddenly makes a grand entrance, proposing that everyone on Earth cross the bridge to completely wipe out the monsters. Preemptive strike. The crowd gasps, no way, it's the legendary Holy Maiden. Melody smiles and greets them, introducing herself as the Holy Maiden of Arya. I came from the planet Alphen to ask Earth for aid. From below, Harun grumbles, a Holy Maiden in Alphen? That sounds too crazy to believe. To us, you're no different from any other awakened. Hearing this, Melody's eyes instantly turn cold. She raises her hand as if prepping a spell. Instantly, a brilliant blue aura fills the entire room, leaving everyone speechless. Is this massive energy surging inside me? This makes absolutely no sense. She seriously just buff 100 Awakenids at the exact same time? Melody asks, does this make it a little easier to believe now? Harun is completely stunned. With everyone's jaw on the floor, Melody confidently speaks up, declaring that her holy knights will open the path to Alphen. Everyone must go to Alphen immediately for the safety of Earth. She warns that if they hesitate, Earth will end up just like Alphen, reduced to absolute rubble in the blink of an eye. Melody believes this is a war to save both worlds. Below, people start whispering, if that's true, we can save Earth and keep making bank off the bloodstone trade. The perfect chance to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, right? But suddenly, someone lets out a mocking laugh. What absolute garbage. Think you'd stir up such a scene on Earth. Both Melody and Sang-ho look up in shock. Melody completely freezes, recognizing Wu Jin as the terrifying Immortal. The chaotic room instantly goes dead silent the moment Wu Jin steps in. Melody's hands start shaking uncontrollably. His look is a bit different, but she knows without a doubt it is him. Taking a few more steps, Wu Jin stops right in front of Melody, saying, well, This is slightly awkward, isn't it? Especially since I have to look up to see you. Standing behind her, James barks, "You insolent punk, bow before the holy maiden right now." But Melody is just trying not to pass out. To her, he is the king of the undead. She slowly begins to bow her head. The vanguard of the god of destruction, the sovereign and emperor of Alandal. Melody carefully speaks every title of the immortal. Trembling, quiet voice, she says, "Your humble servant of Arya greets you." Suddenly, James's jaw drops in absolute shock. Right in front of him, Melody is bowing all the way down to Woojin's shoes. Pays her respects while everyone watches in pure disbelief. "It is an honor to meet you, my lord." Woojin just gives a light smirk. "It has been a while, hasn't it?" Meanwhile, Jam had absolutely no clue what was going on. Like, what the heck? A bright golden light completely engulfed the entire room. When immediately asked if this would ruin the peace treaty, while Jay was just sitting there totally devastated. "A saintess?" Morty quickly confirmed. "Of course not, my lord. If I knew this place was Adan, I would never have dared to set foot here." Ewan kept grilling her, asking, "What did you even come to Earth for?" Morty honestly confessed that she had received a divine oracle from the goddess herself, telling her to go and guide the saviors on Earth. She said she was only doing what the goddess commanded her humble servant to do, but Ewan wanted to confirm something. He was like, "Whatever, I don't even need to hear anymore. But if that's the case, does that mean Arya was the one who sent you?" After that, he turned his gaze to Sunggu, the president of the Titan Guild, and told him they needed to talk. Sunggu suggested they head somewhere else. Since this place wasn't exactly ideal, Ewan walked right over to the cameraman. "Is this a live stream?" The cameraman shook his head, but Ewan straight up demanded, "Well, start live streaming right now." Cameraman was totally shocked. "Excuse me, what did you just say?" Ewan smiled and said he was just planning to send out a quick end-of-year greeting. Still hesitant, the cameraman looked over to Songho for approval. Director agreed, saying that if it's an interview with the literal hero who stopped the terrorist attack on the hotel, then obviously the whole world needs to see it. The cameraman started recording and invited him to speak. But right off the bat, Ewan started roasting everyone. The bastard who shot a missile at me, the idiot who tried to interfere, and the trash mastermind behind it all. "Are you guys watching this?" He straight up warned them. "Just you wait, I am coming for you soon." The director was left wondering, this was an actual declaration of war against the terrorists. Just then, Min Chan called out and Ewan looked over. Min Chan said he was so glad Ewan was okay, thanked him for saving them from the explosion. But Ewan coldly brushed it off. "Whatever, just follow me, I have some things to discuss with them." Min Chan followed his gaze. "But President," he asked, super curious, "didn't you say you and that saintess were friends? Because what I just saw did not look like friendship at all. It looked more like it." But Ewan still insisted they were indeed friends. Min Chan was like, "No way, what kind of friends act like that?" Just then, Dong Do called out. Director Dong answered, "Yes, sir?" Dong Do looked completely amused. "I think I just found an incredibly interesting brother." Director Dong was left puzzled. Like, what is so funny about this? The guy literally radiates danger. And with that, everyone gathered inside the president's office. Songho sat right down in the main chair, making Morty immediately whisper a warning. "Mr. President, you should really yield that seat to the Emperor of Adan." But Ewan was super chill about it. "Whatever, it's fine, no need to make a big deal out of it." "Morty, you sit down too." Morty gasped. "How could I ever dare?" Pin lowered his voice and uttered just one word. "Sit." Morty felt a cold shiver run down her spine and immediately obeyed. "Yes, sir." Seeing this, Songho was extremely curious. He asked, "If I may, what exactly is the relationship between you two?" Ewan still insisted they were just friends, but Morty was screaming inside, "The absolute immortal is calling me a friend? How can he say something so terrifying so casually?" Songho was completely lost, but the saintess is from Alphen, so how does that even work? Ewan snapped back. "What is this, an interrogation?"
You can ask Morty about the details later.
Then, out of nowhere, he reached his hand into dimensional space, pulled out something that left everyone dead silent. With a smirk, Ewan said, "This is the guy who tried to jump me last night. Tried to bait me into a dungeon to take me out. I need you to investigate who this head belongs to." Morty was absolutely speechless. Like, did someone seriously try to assassinate the Emperor of Adan? Is Earth trying to get itself destroyed? Songho hesitated, saying they couldn't help, but Ewan insisted. "Look, I don't suspect you guys. Dig up which organization he belongs to. After all, there are not that many high-rank awakeners working as assassins." Songho was still hesitating, but Morty boldly cut him off and said, "I will investigate this myself, my lord." Songho tried to object, saying their organization should handle it, but she glared at him with pure determination. "President of the Titan Guild, thanks for the help so far, but I need to stay alive to pay off my debt. Get it? I have to survive to go back to Alphen and save thousands of lives. So please do not piss off the immortal, okay?" Left with no choice, Songho had to back down. He surrendered. All right, I get it, Saintess. Just then, Ewan asked out of nowhere, but what was all that about? Morty was so confused, asking, what do you mean? Ewan brought up her plan to gather everyone to attack Anfin. He wanted to make one thing clear. If she drags all of Earth's Awakeners to Anfin just to die for nothing, what happens to Earth? Who is going to fight the dungeon breaks back here? Are you literally trying to get killed? And then he dropped the ultimate question. Are you trying to start a war with me? Terrified, Morty slammed her head straight to the ground, crying, how could I ever dare, my lord? Ewan coldly replied, stop stressing out, sit back down, and explain everything properly. Morty slowly gathered herself and said there is actually a way to stop all these dungeon breaks. Now this got Ewan's attention. He smirked. Interesting, go on. Morty explained that first, he had to understand the spatial sanctuary and the time-space fragments. Meanwhile, down in some sketchy abandoned subway station, a young guy rushed in with urgent news. He yelled, Professor Leola, we have to move our base right now. It seems Asset's assassination attempt failed. Leola lost her patience, snapping back that she was almost done with her research and absolutely could not leave. Besides, isn't our deadline in 2 days anyway? But the messenger warned her that they couldn't afford to give her any more time, that their base was about to get totally exposed. But Leola didn't care at all. Just give me 3 hours. Once I finish this final test, we can leave. Meanwhile, Bibi was outside scouting the situation. After tracking down that assassin, she ended up at this super sketchy laboratory. Oh yeah, things are starting to look really bad. Right then, Leola was sealing a bag, holding a glowstone fragment in her hand. Bibi instantly recognized it as a time-space fragment. It was literally hovering right there in midair. An assistant suddenly reported that the bloodstone's energy had reached a record high. Hearing this, Leola quickly asked, how much is it? The assistant said it was already over 5 stars. Leola let out a satisfied smirk, completely thrilled. This meant the ultimate authority over dungeon research would no longer belong to those high and mighty higher-ups, but to her instead. But suddenly, another assistant panicked, shouting that the numbers were still climbing. It had already passed 6 stars. Meanwhile, the time-space fragment kept floating in the air. Hiding in the shadows, Bibi was sweating, wondering what on earth was up with this insane mana wave. Keeps up. Something seriously bad is about to go down. The assistant screamed in terror as the numbers kept skyrocketing. With the screen showing a relentless surge of power, entire research lab starts buzzing. 7 stars already? No way. Even Leola is losing her mind. In an instant, she stares at the space-time fragment as it starts glowing brighter and brighter, pulsing with insane energy, and then boom! The fragment unleashes a terrifying wave of power. The sheer weight of it has every single student completely wiped out, collapsed on the floor. Creepy voice echoes. So this is Earth? Man, what a lively place. But wait, Bibi in her cute little kitten form rushes right over to block him. Who are you? Rasham sneers, looking down at her. He feels a super familiar energy signature from this little kitten. Now they're squaring off. Meanwhile, right in the middle of the city, inside the guild president's office, a voice speaks up. Before I explain how to stop these dungeon breaks, Mello, D explains that he must first know about the dimensional sanctuary and the space-time fragment. She breaks it down clearly. First, about the dimensional sanctuary. If I had to describe it, I would say it's a special place belonging to higher dimensions. But honestly, you've already been to one before, haven't you, Immortal? Jin looks confused. Melody explains, yes, it's the dimension on the other side of the red gates in those high-level 4 to 6-star dungeons. Hearing this, Wu Jin finally gets it. But that's the dimensional sanctuary. Melody continues, but as you know, dungeons are basically the entrance gates leading to that place. And several of those dungeons are connected to a single sanctuary, like the White Clan and the Tentacles. Ujin asks, but what does that have to do with stopping dungeon breaks? And why do dungeon breaks even happen in the first place? Melody explains that dungeon break is just the Earth term for the synchronization process. Without enough mana reserves, the monsters can't unleash their true power. So, they blow up the dungeons to release the dungeon's energy, which is mana. She points out that they're basically trying to turn Earth into a planet where they can run wild, basically restructuring the environment. Wu Jin sighs. So basically what you're saying is, we can't stop it at all. Even if we clear the dungeons, mana will still build up on Earth because of bloodstone mining. But Melody drops a plot twist. There is a way. She shares that dungeons and sanctuaries all react to the will of their dimensional lords. Because of this, they can choose whether or not to send out monsters who are forced to obey them. Wu Jin is shocked. Wait, so are you saying the dimensional lords are teamed up with them? Melody confirms, exactly. Those dimensional lords are the 72 commanders and rulers under Tranet. There are also many lower-ranking lords as well. She adds that they can steal each other's power by seizing another sanctuary through combat. She also shares their current situation. For now, we're struggling just to protect the territory of Alphen. But honestly, we can't stop their onslaught forever. So my plan is to steal the rights from one of the dimensional lords and fight them on equal footing. She slowly adds, so we reclaim all the dungeons on Earth and Alphen. Hearing this, Wu Jin smirks with absolute excitement. Interesting. He asks, so if they lose their homes, basically be homeless, right? Melody confirms, yes, that's correct. Wu Jin instantly gets a wild idea. If he can take them all, he can finally confront Tranit, the guy who hasn't even shown a single strand of hair. He wants to keep going. All right, tell me how we actually seize a dimensional sanctuary. Melody reveals two ways. You can either steal one or claim ownership over an unclaimed sanctuary. Either way, you'll need a stone called a space-time fragment. Wu Jin immediately pulls one out. Is this it? Melody sees it and totally screams. How on earth did you get that? Meanwhile, Wu Jin is completely chill. I just picked it up. How do I use it? Melody explains in a rush, if you stole a sanctuary, you only need one to establish ownership. But since you don't own any sanctuary yet, you'll need 3 of them, Immortal. Wu Jin blinks. So can I just use any of them? You have to be chosen by a dungeon first, Melody replies. Since you already have a fragment, a dungeon must have already responded to you, right? Hearing this, Wu Jin complains. Why is this so complicated? I need 3? He pauses to think for a bit, then demands, all right, hand over 2 more. Melody is shocked. Huh! Looking at her expression, Wu Jin smirks, realizing she definitely has some on her. He grins widely and holds out his hand. Cuff it up. After a brief negotiation, Melody is forced to hand over another fragment to Wu Jin. Now we're talking, but he's still skeptical. Are you sure you only had one? How is a saintess this broke? Melody is crying inside. Do you know how hard it was for me to get that? You better pay me back, okay? The goblin returns to Wu Jin after finishing his mission. Wu Jin is confused. Wait, why are you back? I told you to go help Bibi. The goblin reports. Master, the illusion witch has been captured. Wu Jin can't hide his rage. Wait, Bibi? What bastard did this? The goblin replies it was Tranet's underling, Rasham. Wu Jin immediately stands up. I'm going right now. Minchin is bewildered. Wait, where are you going? Wu Jin snaps. To the base of the bastard who tried to terrorize me. Sunggu tries to stop him, but the investigation team hasn't even been formed yet. You should wait for the team before you go. Wu Jin has to drop the news. Rasham is here. Melody instantly jumps up in shock. What? It's way too early for a main commander to show up. Wu Jin quickly commands, just throw a random team together and follow me. The address is, then he suddenly remembers something. Come to think of it, there's no subway station over there. As soon as the helicopter lands, Wu Jin rushes to rescue Bibi. Sunggu asks, Saintess, is it really okay without backup? How can we stop a dungeon break with just this many people? But Melody knows him too well. It doesn't matter. Sunggu is still worried. Even so, our firepower. Melody cuts in. His summons alone are more than enough firepower. Just wait for orders. Right at that moment, Wu Jin kicks open the warehouse doors. Right in front of him is the dark magic portal. Rasham is holding Bibi hostage, so she really is the immortal succubus. He laughs maniacally. Place you ran away to is just this forgotten earth. Wu Jin etches the name Risham in his mind. He glares at him with cold, murderous eyes. Bibi right now, completely unconscious in Risham's hand. Risham sneers, I know you're thrilled to see me again, but what's with that weird look on your face? Wu Jin reminds him, I'm pretty sure you've died by my hands at least 5 times. Did you lose your mind along with your memory? Hearing this, Risham loses his absolute mind. Not only is Wu Jin trash-talking him, but he even raises an eyebrow, mocking him. Risham gnashes his teeth. Looks like it's true then. He smirks confidently. But at least now, you're back at square one. Starts targeting Wu Jin's weak spot, mockingly asking, You seem pretty desperate to save this little girl, huh? Then Rasmut slowly walks across the puddle between them, throwing out another threat. He tells him to separate himself from the weaklings outside, demanding a real one-on-one fight. Instantly, he vanishes into the magical puddle. Now Wu Jin has left the room. He asks Mord, Hey, do you think this is a trap? Mord shares her thoughts, saying she is absolutely sure that he know the massive power diff between the two of you. Why would he provoke you like that? Wu Jin confides that somehow he figured out his power is not fully recovered yet. Mord is completely shocked, like, what? You lost the power you had back in Alphen? Wu Jin explains, Yeah, it has been recovering fast, but it is still not fully back. Mord is internally screaming in shock, like, did he really lose the ultimate magic of a necromancer? Wu Jin continues, I still cannot summon the Knights of Life and Death. Hearing this, Mord gets super worried, saying that is way too dangerous. If you want to fight, you should at least summon a Death Knight. But Wu Jin is still flexing his confidence, saying, Who are you even worried about? I will finish this in a flash. Just wait and see. That, Mord has nothing left to say. Wu Jin looks back at the black hole in the room. He can clearly see the portal right before the power inside the hole explodes. blast is so insane it spreads all the way outside. Everyone panics from the crazy shockwave, looking forward in utter shock. Like, is this monsters crawling all over the ground? It is a straight-up dungeon break. Everyone gears up for battle, and this time the hole glows again, but much softer. Woojin wonders if this thing is endless. Is he planning to release every single monster? He smirks, like, if that is the play, it seems he does not want me getting a single corpse from that dungeon. Bok summons his own beast, Duk. He softly reassures him, hey there little buddy, I will save Bibi in no time. Do not worry. Instead, let's take care of Woojin orders, those annoying flies. The helicopter is now wrapped in a crazy surge of energy, and even the tank is no exception. All kinds of objects and military gear start floating in midair. As the beast steps onto the ground, its body is covered in mechanical gears. The crowd is completely terrified. What the hell? Is that a transformer or something? It takes massive steps, literally shaking the earth, while the other beasts bring just as much insane pressure. Transformer is way more aggressive than the rest. Now all the monsters charge forward at once. Turns out all those floating objects from earlier actually can combine to form this giant transformer. Using the helicopter blades to fly while blasting its cannons, the destruction leaves everyone absolutely terrified. Mord still has one question in mind. Did the Immortal really lose his power? Is that actually true? Meanwhile, the Transformer keeps charging ahead as Woojin leaps straight into Rasmut's portal. System alerts. You have entered Magician Rasmut's research facility. You are now in attack mode. Woojin realizes, wait, what is this? Feels completely different from other dungeons. Rasmut bursts out laughing, mocking him. You fool, who would have thought you would actually follow me? Bro really thought he could do something without a single corpse. How dare he even step up? But Ujin was not sweating it at all. Yeah, I'm still pretty sure I can end you right here. Rasmus scoffed, evaluating that big mouth of yours hasn't changed a bit, has it? He absolutely loathed Ujin inside. You sure are acting all cocky right now. But if we fight with the exact same summons as before, the advantage is all mine since I literally rebuilt my body through hybrid experiments. Ujin calmly spoke up. How about you hand BB back before we start throwing hands? Rasmus sneered, you actually care about the safety of this trash? He couldn't even wrap his head around it. Why don't you stop worrying about this useless liability? This kind of trash is just and right there. He successfully triggered Ujin. Rasmus screamed, they are just tools meant to be controlled. And popped up, Succubus BB is dead, and her rank has dropped to level 1. You cannot summon her again for 32 days. Hearing this cold notification, Ujin's mind went completely blank. To make it worse, Rasmus kept trash-talking. What's wrong? Looks like you're mad. Ujin growled. Mad? Not even close. Anger doesn't even begin to describe this absolute fury. Rasmus laughed out loud. Still got that cocky attitude, huh? He prepared to launch an attack, loudly declaring that today be the last day Ujin could ever act tough. But just as Rasmus's sword was about to slice his face, Ujin blocked it instantly. Rasmus looked hyped. Who would have thought you could actually block that? Did you chug a buff potion or something? Ujin locked in and didn't say a word. Then Rasmus realized, wait, is that a sword? And out of nowhere, Ujin sent him flying back. Rasmus gritted his teeth in pure rage, trying to recover. What the hell was that attack? Rasmus's hands were literally shaking. How is a necromancer this cracked? He lost his mind, screaming in denial. No way. Rasmus refused to accept it. You became a warrior? Right then, the system popped up, skill activated, Warrior's Rage. This absolute fury will temporarily boost your stats past your limits. All physical stats increased by +10. Ujin immediately rushed him like a rocket, and Rasmus barely managed to dodge. Rasmus realized the sword just morphed into a spear. In the blink of an eye, Ujin's weapon switched to an axe. Rasmus had to use every ounce of his strength just to survive. But he still got absolutely wrecked. Rasmus was coughing up blood from the sheer pain, but Ujin was not done yet. He locked in for another barrage, successfully landing a devastating slash right down the middle of Rasmus. Completely drained, he crashed hard onto the dirt. The system announced that the duration for Warrior's Rage had expired, and the skill was deactivated. Ujin looked down at him with pure disgust. How boring. How can someone who modified their bodies struggle this much against a warrior? Well, better luck next time, bro. Just like that, Ujin literally knocked the soul right out of Rasmus. Done with the trash, he turned around to leave. But right then, Rasmus's voice echoed again. How fascinating, he gloated. As if an immortal running to Earth wasn't crazy enough. You even abandoned your Necromancer class just to spam a single warrior skill. Jin actually looked amused. What about it? This is way more fun anyway. He looked him over, noticing his body could still regenerate even after getting sliced in half. Looks like he implanted another weird mod into his system. Rasmus raised his creepy, demonic hand to cast a spell. Instantly, a whole army of monsters spawned in. I'm going to make you regret that naive choice, you stupid immortal. Horde by his side, Rasmus's confidence was through the roof. He roared, kill him! The monsters charged forward, shaking the ground. Meanwhile, on the outside, that Transformer golem is still popping off, and Sang-ho is losing his mind over its insane power. He is like, with this much cheat code energy, that one golem can easily solo the entire monster horde. But Melody is looking super stressed right now. She can feel that this iron golem's mana is actually limited, and she is sweating bullets thinking about what will happen once runs out of gas. If that giant gets taken down, who knows what those monsters will do next. She warns everyone to stay locked in and ready for a brawl, and Sang-ho nods. Understood, Saintess, he says, but Melody is internally screaming. Honestly, she is not even sweating over that titan of destruction right now. She is way more worried about the Immortal. She keeps wondering how he's gonna throw hands with Razum without a single summon by his side. Meanwhile, Razum is on a total ego trip, thinking our MC is a complete clown. He starts flexing like, look at you, bro. Barely survived a few chimeras and you're already half dead. Razum keeps trash-talking non-stop, mocking him. Did you really come here just to pay the price for throwing away your god mode power, only to swing around that rusty, bloody sword? But Woojin just smirks. Who said I gave it up? That cold line has Razum completely lost. Like, wait, what? And that's when Woojin unleashes his real trump card. Summon. His skeleton army finally joins the chat. They line up in perfect formation, locking eyes with Razum. Woojin casually drops a bomb, telling him that he had to dump all his mana into rock, so he needed to stall for time to let it recharge. Razum's jaw literally hits the floor. No way, you are supposed to be a warrior. Woojin just smiles and says, yeah, I am a warrior. But I never said I wasn't a necromancer, did I? Razum is absolutely fuming now, gritting his teeth in pure rage. He loses his mind and starts screaming, you absolute bastard. How dare you bait me like this? But everything is going exactly according to Woojin's master plan. He's flexing peak confidence, taking the lead and rushing in. Alright, shall we start round 2? Skeleton army charges like a tidal wave and Razum's beasts roar back in fury. One of his high-tier monsters unleashes a massive wave of dark energy. Meanwhile, Woojin and Razum are locked in a heavy clash. Woojin smirks and tells him, looks like you're getting weaker the longer you live, bro. Razum slips up and blurts out, the connection is just unstable right now. Boom. That slip-up is all the info Woojin needs. The word connection instantly exposes Razum's weak spot, but Razum tries to cope, yelling, but you've already lost your power too. And honestly, Woojin is actually running on fumes. He's thinking, I am totally out of gas, I can barely keep up this pace. But he is secretly counting down. It's about time, isn't it? Suddenly, system alerts start spamming. Enemy defeat it's been increased. That's when a crazy big brain idea hits Woojin. He grins and mutters, nice job. Rock system notification pops up. Level up. All stats fully restored. Woojin looks at his opponent and taunts, Razum, you're looking a little tired there, buddy. And then, he unleashes a massive, devastating strike. Take a permanent nap. Razum is forced onto the defensive again, his head twitching violently. But Woojin already has him completely figured out. Dare. But before Razum can even finish, Woojin lands a brutal, skull-crushing axe blow. This time his head goes flying clean off his shoulders. Yet, a creepy, psychotic laugh still echoes from the mouth. Your little victory lap won't last long. The connection has already started. He sneers, if you actually want to survive, you better start running. Woojin just scoffs, as if I'd run, you bastard. As the sun begins to set, painting the sky a blood-red color, Rock stands silently amidst the rising smoke and ruins. Woojin walks up behind him and gently pats him. You did great. Rock slowly turns his massive head around, letting out low, garbled sounds. Woojin's eyes soften as he whispers a sincere apology. I'm sorry, buddy. He looks down, knowing that even if a summoner dies, their beasts don't just vanish. Instead, they're doomed to wander aimlessly in the dark void of the empty dimension. Woojin gently places his hand on Rock, giving his final order. Go back and look after Bibi for me. The very next second, Rock's massive body crumbles away. Woojin's face turns completely cold as he looks at Melody. Melody, there was a dungeon break right outside the train station too. You know why that happened, don't you? She replies, Earth isn't fully synchronized yet. Dungeons aren't supposed to just spawn out of thin air anywhere, and dungeon breaks shouldn't be happening like this either. He listens closely as she continues, but this place isn't a normal dungeon. It's actually a summoning point. Woojin's eyebrows furrow in confusion. Summoning point? Melody nods seriously. Yes, someone on Earth used a dimensional shard. It looks like they manually summoned a dungeon, which is why the monsters are spilling out. Hearing this, Woojin goes quiet, his face darkening. He grits his teeth in pure anger. What kind of idiot would do this? Why would you summon a dungeon if you can't even clear it? He lowers his voice, Melody. She instantly responds, yes. Woojin's eyes burn with determination as he says, I can't let him just walk onto Earth like this. I need you to work with me. He lays out his terms. In exchange, I'll help Alphen if I can have the sanctuary. These words hit Melody like a freight train, leaving her jaw dropped. She starts shaking with pure excitement. The Immortal is actually going to save Alphen? Looking at Wu Jin's towering figure, she can't help but gasp. Oh my god, I knew it. The one prophesied to bring salvation is indeed the Immortal. Melody bows deeply, showing her ultimate respect. I will back you with everything I've got, she promises. Cut to a quick flashback after that massive dungeon break. Wu Jin went on a crazy leveling grind, speedrunning 6-star dungeons with the help of the Titan Guild. This also gave him the perfect chance to team up with Daegu. And just like that, Bond Guild and the Titan Guild forged a rock-solid alliance. They started planning Earth's ultimate defense and the upcoming expedition to Alphen. But then this alliance quickly fell apart, the announcement of the alliance ending in chaos. Along with the forces of the true gods in the state of Alphen were being analyzed alongside dungeon mechanics. This sparked absolute chaos worldwide, throwing everyone into a panic. The Bloodstone crisis was becoming a major headache for the planet. Earth was facing a massive threat from over-mining and weaponizing bloodstones. Yet, humans simply couldn't stop mining it. It was also their only defense weapon. This split the world into 2 toxic camps, and a fiery debate exploded between people who wanted to close every single dungeon and those who wanted to mine them to boost defenses. This deadlocked situation desperately needed a real solution. That's why they had to set up a unified defense system, leading to the birth of the International Awakened Association. Fast forward to 1 month later. On departure day, there's a sleek private jet waiting at the airport. Wu Jin and Daegu share a solid handshake and exchange some polite words. You've worked hard, man. We're seriously so grateful. Honestly, thanks to you, I can raid these dungeons without any stress. Wu Jin then shifts his gaze over to Melody, and the words he drops instantly make her sweat. I guess you'll finally sleep easy now that you don't have to look at my annoying face anymore, huh? He asks, teasing her with a smirk. Did he just read her mind? Flusters and quickly denies it. No, that's not true, but he just laughs. It's fine, it's totally obvious anyway. Left with no comeback, she can only blush and look away. Dink and Wu Jin are saying their final goodbyes. See you back in Alphen. Safe travels, boss. Boom, we cut to a crazy hyper-modern city with towering skyscrapers packed closely together. Meanwhile, Melody is kneeling before the goddess statue, praying with pure devotion. Goddess, the day I return to Alphen is finally getting close. But suddenly, she hears some weird sounds. No way! Her eyes widen in pure disbelief as she stares at the statue's gentle face. An actual message from the goddess? The goddess is guiding her, saying, go follow. She is super confused, asking, follow who? The goddess slowly drops the hint, follow him. Melody gets the absolute worst feeling about this. Please, anyone but him. But the goddess keeps going, stand by his side. Goddess gently drops the final bomb, stay by Kang Ujin. Boom! That name hits her like an absolute arrow to the brain. Melody completely breaks down, crying over her tragic fate. Why me, goddess? What did I do to deserve this? Now we cut to a quiet, peaceful little town. The news is playing on a giant screen in the town square while a sleek black car is cruising down the road. Inside, a voice suddenly says, let me off here. Min-chan whips his head around, completely shook, and asks, what did you say? Wu Jin just points outside and says, pull over right there, I'll just grab a cab. Min-chan is sweating bullets and asks, wait, what about dinner with the president? Our MC just sighs like it is nothing and goes, dinner? Man, I am already stuffed. Bro is literally sweating buckets, thinking, do you have any idea how hard it is to get an invite from the president? But Wu Jin casually turns back and says, you can go and play. Min-chan is totally stuck. But you have to go. You still need to meet the CEO. Then Wu Jin drops a proposal. Let's get you a new business card. Honestly, that one line leaves Min-chan completely frozen for a solid few seconds. Wait, what? Wu Jin casually declares, from now on, you're the vice president. Just like that, the car pulls over and he pops the door open. Wu Jin shoves his hands in his pockets, nodding goodbye to Min-chan. I am wiped, so I am heading home. Have a great chat, bro. Min-chan tries to call him back, but our MC has already walked away like a boss. He just waves without looking back, saying, good luck, Vice President Young Min-chan. Are you seriously going to dump me like this? Min-chan holds his head in absolute despair. What on earth am I supposed to do? That's dinner with the actual president. How did I even end up as the vice president? He mutters to himself like he is losing his mind. Vice president, and then, boom, he starts laughing like a total maniac. I am the vice president. Even the driver is thinking, these guys are seriously not normal. Meanwhile, in a peaceful residential neighborhood, phone starts ringing. Is that you, son? Are you really back in Korea? Inside a taxi speeding down the road, that is exactly where the phone call is coming from. Yeah, I am on my way home now. Oh goodness, what should I do? Wu Jin is chatting with his mom on the phone. I am out right now, and I probably won't be back until tonight. Totally fine, Mom. Take your time. The taxi slowly pulls over to the side. The driver says the total is 25,000 won. Our MC starts rummaging through his pockets, but uh-oh, no cash. frowns, realizing his wallet is probably packed away in the luggage that Min-chan has. Facing the ultimate embarrassment of having zero cash, Woo-jin has to ask the driver, "Sir, can you wait a bit? Should I really meet him again?" Cut to a luxury apartment where a phone on the desk is buzzing with an incoming call from Woo-jin. On the desk calendar, the number 17 is circled in bright red. Jemin picks up. "Hey bro, how was the trip to America?" Voice on the other end asks, "Jemin, are you at home?" Jemin is completely caught off guard. "Why do you ask, bro?" Woo-jin, holding the phone, immediately replies. Woo-jin goes, "Get out here and bring 50,000 won right now." Jemin is like, "Wait, what?" Woo-jin, blunt as ever, replies, "I don't have money for the cab, so get out here and pay it for me." Hearing that, Jemin is just completely speechless. Dude literally never changes. Just then, Ji-won walks in and sees her younger brother about to head out, looking totally surprised. She asks him seriously, "Where are you going? Aren't you supposed to be studying for your final exams?" Jemin replies, "I just need to step out for a second." Ji-won puts her hands on her hips, sounding super worried as she says, "You have the college entrance exam tomorrow. You're going to catch a cold." He turns around, fixing his jacket, and replies, "I'll literally be right back. I am just going to pay the taxi fare for Woo-jin." Hearing that name, Ji-won's face instantly turns a little red. Woo-jin, cut to a peaceful little cafe where Woo-jin's voice rings out. Ji-won, "I thought you moved out, but I guess you're still living at home." He continues, "You really should have just let Jemin come instead. Now I feel bad." Ji-won quickly waves her hands, blushing and flustered. "No, it's totally fine. It's really been a while, hasn't it?" Her face lights up with joy as she talks to him. "Actually, I quit my job a few days ago and have just been staying home." Woo-jin is a bit surprised and asks, "Wait, really? To become a celebrity?" Woo-jin grins, teasing her playfully. "I actually read an article about that. They literally called you Woo-jin's beautiful woman." Ji-won's cheeks turn bright red. "Oh, stop it. Don't tease me like that." He chuckles warmly, his eyes curving up. All right. She quickly changes the subject. "Anyway, speaking of other things," Ji-won hands her phone over to him. "Check this out." She starts explaining her new hobby. "I've actually been writing web novels lately. It's always been my dream to become an author, and now I can finally make it happen." Woo-jin looks down at the screen and replies, "That's awesome. So you're into writing? Let's see here." He quickly skims through her novel. Under a random boys' high school in Korea, a giant magic summoning circle suddenly appears. The story is honestly packed with crazy drama. The MC gets sucked into another world through the summoning circle. He goes through endless trials and tribulations, overcoming crazy hardships until he finally becomes an absolute powerhouse. Then he finally finds a way to return to Earth. But the next part of the story doesn't seem to go very smoothly. When he actually makes it back, he finds out Earth has completely changed. Humanity is getting totally wrecked by monsters. Woo-jin is completely stunned as he reads this. "Wait, is this literally about me?" Ji-won gets super excited that he caught on. "Yeah, because when I was brainstorming, I kept thinking of you. But it's actually really fun to read." He praises her. "This is seriously awesome. And your story already has tons of comments. Most of them are literally begging you to drop the next chapter. What does this one say? Support the author. Writing author, let's go. Just killing time here. Bet the plot is going to get ruined soon, though." Ji-won blushes, nervously saying, Don't read the comments." But anyway, she gathers up all her courage to speak. "I really wanted to say thank you. If it weren't for you, I would never have been able to walk around normally in public like this, let alone do what I actually want to do." Woo-jin smiles softly, ruffling his hair. "It's really nothing." He looks at her, his gaze softening, and says, "It's all because you were strong enough to get through it. I only helped a tiny bit." Those words of encouragement give Ji-won a massive boost of energy. It's because you were strong enough to choose the life you wanted. She sincerely thanks him from the bottom of her heart, saying, "Thank you." Now we cut to the main headquarters of the Alandal Guild. Everyone inside, incredibly busy, working hard. Woo-jin is walking slowly down the hallway. He gently pushes open the office door, putting both hands on his hips and says, "Just me, or is the guild looking a bit packed?" Everyone's jaw dropped as they gasped in unison. "Yo, boss, you're early today?" He just gave them a mature smile and said, "Yeah, I'm back. How have you been?" Ewan walked up and asked, "Are Sunggu and Hemin here yet?" Meanwhile, the crowd was whispering, "Yo, is that actual Kang Ujin?" Sung-hun replied, "They're on their way." Then arrogant, "They're just sorting out the trophy pile. They should be back any second." Suddenly, someone behind them stood straight at attention, and a sharp voice called out, "Welcome back, President." Both Ewan and Sung-hun whipped their heads around. No way, it was Hee-sun. She flashed a small smile as Ewan asked, "Well, look who it is, Lieutenant. When did you even get here?" Sun replied, "I'm not a lieutenant anymore, just a reservist now. I actually started working yesterday, just wanted to sound official for a second." Win smirked and asked, "So from now until then, does that mean still got a long way to go before you can finally ditch that uniform?" Ewan chuckled, totally prepared, and said, "We'll save that talk for when Min-chan gets here. For now, let's do a quick interview. She looked totally stunned. Cut to the president's office, where the two of them were sitting face to face. Ewan immediately started analyzing her stats. Level 14, Choi Han, Beast Tamer class. Traits, massive self-esteem and insane loyalty. He stared straight at her and sighed. An F-rank Beast Tamer, yeah, you're gonna need a serious upgrade. Sun broke into a cold sweat, totally shocked, and asked, how did you know that? Ewan casually shrugged, I just saw it. But then he went quiet, leaving her looking incredibly anxious. In his mind, he was thinking about their past. Just last month in North Korea, she was only level 11 when they checked her, and she didn't have a single decent skill to her name. It was probably thanks to the sync process, but jumping 3 levels in such a short time meant her potential was actually pretty fire. Tanks and military jets filling the sky. Since the army relied heavily on modern weapons, she never really got a chance to level up her awakened skills. Out of nowhere, Ewan reached his hand out, catching her off guard. Here, take these. Her eyes widened in absolute shock. Wait, what is this? He pointed to the glowing gems in his palm and told her, don't know how? Just swallow it, focus, and channel your mana right into it. She couldn't hide her utter disbelief, stammering, hold on, aren't these reinforcement stones? Why would you give me such insanely expensive reinforcement stones? Wen let out a sigh. Look, if you're gonna hesitate like this, I can't help you. You need to use these first. Thrust both hands holding the stones right in front of her. Just swallow them already. Taking them, her hands shook with pure excitement as she said, I promise I won't waste them. She started swallowing them one by one. Stamina +3, mana +4, strength +3. He crossed his arms looking super satisfied. Nice, looks like your body absorbs them perfectly. Flynn rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Now, what skills should we go with? Her basics are solid, and her military background means she actually understands the battlefield. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto the exact book he wanted. Found it. A system notification popped up. Telepathy. You can communicate with others through brainwaves, allowing you to issue commands even in the middle of a chaotic battlefield. Ewan slapped the book into Hyun's hands. Here, take this. She looked at it, totally curious. What is this? He looked dead serious. This is the most important part. You absolutely have to master this skill. She gulped and replied nervously, understood. But he wasn't done. He piled up a massive stack of books and added, oh, and these too. Master every single one of them. She froze, her mind going blank. All of those? Just then, a loud voice shouted from the entrance. Bro. It was Sunggu, screaming at the top of his lungs. Are you actually serious right now? Wen looked totally lost. What are you talking about? Sunggu was panting heavily, thinking there was no way he was getting this kind of welcome the second he got back from America. Ewan quietly realized Sunggu had matured a lot, but before he could say anything, Sunggu grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. Just look at this. Green flashed to a live press conference about a national defense agreement with North Korea. The announcer declared, we are officially announcing that North Korea has signed a military pact with the Alphen Guild. A defense treaty with North Korea? Ewan squinted at the screen and went numb. Wait, isn't that Min Chan? What on earth is he doing over there? He asked, completely stunned. Wait, you seriously didn't know? But before anyone could answer, Ewan pointed at the screen. And who are those guys standing in front of him? Hyman replied. That's the Minister of National Defense and the military general. He went on, according to the terms, our guild is going to receive massive backing from the government from now on. Hearing this, Ewan was totally flabbergasted. Wait, for real? Sunggu rolled his eyes, getting annoyed that Ewan was still playing clueless. Bro, is now really the time to ask if it's for real? Heeman chimed in. Basically, our guild is taking full charge of national defense now. We're practically the country's military at this point. Hun gritted his teeth, his face twisting in pure annoyance. Say what now? The national military? Connecting the dots, Sunggu blurted out. Look, big bro, to put it simply, we're basically stuck spending all our time in the army. Stood there, completely dumbfounded. As the broadcast cut to a close, he cursed under his breath. Those complete idiots. I literally just told the guy to go grab a quick bite. How did it escalate to this? The room went dead silent as Ewan's sheer anger radiated through the air. He cold snapped. The moment that idiot gets back, tell him he's grounded. He's Hemin gulped. Got it. Ewan turned on his heel to walk out and Hemin called after him. Wait, where are you going, boss? Ewan cold glared to the rookie training center. Ewan looked back over his shoulder, making Sunggu flinch. I'm heading straight to a dungeon. Sunggu, He-sun, you're coming with me. Sunggu yelled out in surprise. Wait, He-sun isn't awakened too? She cleared her throat, acting a bit shy. Yeah, I actually have mana and active skills. Sunggu immediately grabbed her hands, startling her. Practically had tears streaming down his face as he cried, please, from now on, I promise I'll grind as hard as I can. She sweat dropped and gently replied, sure, whatever you say. The scene shifts to a warm sunset-filled afternoon. Park Junpyo pulled up to pick Min Chan up. Let me give you a ride back, sir. Min Chan smiled back. All right, thanks. Junpyo asked in a super polite tone. Should I drive you straight home, sir? Min Chan looked straight at him and shook his head. No, take me to the office. Out on the streets, the sunset painted the sky as a long line of cars waited at a red light. Min Chan was completely glued to his phone when Park Junpyo broke the silence, drawing his attention. You guys are probably going to have to move your headquarters pre-pen, he continued. I mean, your guild is literally protecting the entire country now. It only makes sense that you guys upgrade to a much bigger place. Just pick a spot, and we can get right to work on setting it up. Min Chan dialed a number, pressing the phone to his ear, and casually replied, Whoa, hold on. We haven't even signed the contract yet. Besides, the president's opinion is the only one that actually matters. Park Junpyo just laughed it off, feeling confident. Hey, the terms are absolutely insane. There's no way he says no. He added with a smug grin, I'll make sure to negotiate thoroughly with him. But as the call finally connected, Min Chan's face fell. He heard a completely different voice on the other end and asked, confused, Hemin, why aren't you answering his phone? On the other end, Hemin sighed. The boss already headed out to a dungeon with Director Hong and Choi Han. Min Chan's jaw dropped. Wait, seriously? On the other end of the line, Heymin put his hands on his hips and asked, Yo, Director, what the hell actually just happened? Min Chan chuckled and replied, Director, nah, I'm the vice president now, bro. Scratched his head in complete confusion. Bro, this is literally not the time to joke. How on earth did things get this bad with the defense of South Korea? Bin Chan was totally startled when he realized. Wait, how do you even know that? Heymin fired back with pure hype. What do you mean how? It's literally blasting all over the news right now. Min Chan's eyes widened and he went totally silent. Like, no way, he immediately whipped around to ask Park Junpyo how that secret meeting got broadcasted. Junpyo just casually shrugged and said, no way. That actually happened. It must have been a total accident. Min Chan's face immediately darkened as pure panic set in. Coincidence? Bro, there's absolutely no way. Quickly grabbed his phone again and barked, I'm heading to the office right now. Heyman quickly added, and yo, don't you dare tell anyone I told you this. The chairman is looking absolutely furious right now. As the camera pans over the massive high-rises, Min Chan was fuming, thinking to himself about those absolute trashy foxes. No wonder they were so desperate to throw all those insane offers at him. Min Chan remembered their dinner discussion where the president's crew was throwing out crazy proposals, wanting to upgrade the Adan Guild into a massive national guild. Cut to a scene of absolute ruin. The Adan Guild was literally just a stepping stone to keep Kang Ujin, the most broken OP awakened on the planet, from leaving South Korea. He remembered sitting down with them for the post-dinner negotiations. They swore that if they could just get the chairman to sign off on it, they would back them up instantly. Everything looked so friendly. But plot twist, they literally broadcasted that super secret meeting public before the chairman even agreed. Remembering that handshake, Min Chan was left thinking, why the hell did they do that? His face twisted into a massive frown. Did they seriously leak it to force his hand? That is never going to work. Knowing how savage the chairman's personality is, Min Chan started sweating bullets. If he finds out what these clowns did, he's going to flip the blue house upside down without a second thought. Min Chan's anxiety only grew as the sunset painted the sky. If we want to keep this god-tier monster in Korea, I have to stop this disaster before it's too late. I've got to cook up a plan. Meanwhile, switching gears to a 6-star dungeon at South Station Exit 9. The heavy metallic smell of blood filled the air, and Hai-sun's face went completely pale. She turned around, pointing in a panic. Wait, excuse me? I'm literally just an F-rank newbie. Did we walk into the wrong dungeon by mistake? A basic rookie like me should be starting in a 1-star dungeon. Right? Sunggu just scratched his head with a cheeky grin, which made her stress levels skyrocket. What does that even mean? I'm so lost. But Sunggu just casually dropped a bomb. Honestly, you might actually die in here, but we'll try to keep you alive. Hai-sun was sweating absolute buckets. This guy was not helping her peace of mind at all. Suddenly remembering something, she gasped, Wait, what about the chairman? Sunggu replied, Oh, him? He already went ahead. That left Hai-sun absolutely flabbergasted. What? Aren't we literally here for basic training? Sunggu replied, Chill, it's all part of the master plan. Here, take this. He handed her something and she gasped, Wait, a dagger? He held it up and casually asked if she had ever sliced raw fish before. Hai-sun was like, Wait, what? Hut to monster corpses, literally covering the entire floor. Hai-sun was working overdrive, digging out bloodstones like her life depended on it, filling up her bag. Her forehead was dripping sweat. She was literally questioning her life choices, wondering how she even ended up in this nightmare. Meanwhile, Sunggu was vacuuming up bloodstones at lightning speed, leaving her jaw on the floor. No way, how is he this fast? Job finished, he threw his backpack over his shoulder and urged her, Hurry up, Hai-sun! This rate, the boss is gonna clear the next floor before we even get down there, she quickly replied. On it! Hai-sun caught up to him, thinking to herself that even though she was digging at maximum speed, she was still lagging behind. Like, how cracked is the chairman's clearing speed? Suddenly, a creepy noise echoed through the silent dungeon. Panicked and asked, wait, what was that sound? Suddenly, dozens of glowing red eyes flashed in the pitch-black darkness. Hai-sun froze, thinking, monsters? Her face went pale with absolute terror, and there's not just one or two did the chairman somehow miss these guys. But right next to her, Sunggu was chilling, completely unfazed. Oh boy, looks like they're already heading up to us. Hai-sun gasped, wait, what? Suddenly, countless skeleton soldiers marched out of the dark, their eyes glowing with an eerie, menacing red light. And she realized they were literally skeleton summons. Suddenly, Woojin appeared out of nowhere. You two still aren't done yet? Seeing him, Hai-sun cried out, Chairman! Sunggu ran over. My bad, I'll harvest all these real quick. Woojin just waved his hand dismissively. Nah, don't bother. Just follow me. We're heading straight to the gate. Hai-sun stood there completely frozen, realization hitting her that he wasn't doing this alone. She watched Woojin and his massive skeleton army march away. He literally summoned over 100 of those things at once. So this is how the chairman deletes dungeons in record time. Next morning, under a beautiful fresh morning sky, a massive dimensional gate materialized in midair. Hai-sun was literally gagging and dry heaving on the ground. Sunggu walked over and asked, Yo, you feeling any better? He chuckled. Passing through a gate feels pretty trippy, right? Drenched in sweat, she wiped her chin and groaned. Does it always have to be this brutal? Depends on the person, but you'll get used to it in no time. Sunggu grinned and added, let's move, he's already way ahead of us. Hai-sun nodded weakly. Right. Who started walking down a forest path. Hai-sun noticed something and asked, wait, how are your clothes still completely clean and intact? Without skipping a beat, he explained that his gear was crafted from dungeon items, fully paid for by the guild. When they arrived, they saw Woojin standing in front of a colossal skeleton. Sunggu gasped, whoa, bro, I thought you cleared ahead already. Woojin turned around with a smirk, perfect timing. Come over here, Hai-sun. Instinctively, Hai-sun rushed over. You called for me, sir? Woojin pointed inside a cage and ordered, go tame that thing. Her jaw dropped in absolute shock at the sight. Inside was a terrifying, ferocious saber tiger glaring at her. She gasped, that thing? Suddenly, a heavily chained skill book materialized. Right then, the system voice chimed in. And high-tier fire magic has insanely high requirements, so no taking it slow. But you're finally ready to learn it. Congrats on reaching A rank. Sunggu's class window popped up. The system kept spamming congratulations, making his face turn red. You can finally become a true master of fire now. Back in reality, Sunggu was literally screaming with pure joy. He thought to himself, damn, I can't believe I was complaining earlier when the boss was actually trying to hook me up with this OP power. Bro, I am literally following you for the rest of my life. Inside the cage, a massive saber-toothed tiger was growling furiously. Hai-sun nervously turned to Ujin and asked, President, do I seriously have to do this? If I go over there, I am literally going to end up as minced meat. He just gave her a wry smile. Like, did she really think he would just let her get wrecked? Besides, who said anything about fighting it? I told you to tame it. He then turned around and gave Sunggu the signal. Sunggu, go make that thing behave. Confidently. On it, boss! Instantly, he leaped high into the air. He landed so smoothly that it made the beast even more alert. Sunggu flashed a bright grin and waved at the tiger. Beast kept growling, locking its eyes on him. Suddenly, it let out a massive roar that shook the entire area. Hai-sun struggled just to stay on her feet from the sheer pressure. Absolutely terrifying. But Sunggu, totally unfazed. He just smirked and said, what are you screaming for? I haven't even touched you yet. He threw off his coat, ready to throw hands. Saber-toothed tiger roared and lunged straight at him. Sunggu clenched his fists, preparing to activate his steel body skill. Sorry, pal, but this is gonna hurt a bit. He unleashed a barrage of 100 rapid-fire punches straight to its face. The attacks were so lightning fast, the beast couldn't even react and was completely stunned. Hai-sun stood there, her jaw literally on the floor. But wait, he wasn't done yet. Sunggu followed up with a heavy kick that sent the entire beast flying. The saber-toothed tiger crashed hard onto the ground. Hai-sun was completely shocked by his insane power. Wait, wasn't this guy supposed to be just a B rank? When was Director Hong this cracked? Hai-sun recalled him crying before and thought his whole vibe didn't seem powerful at all. Then she remembered what Sunggu had told her earlier. Starting today, let's work super hard together. Back in the present, Sunggu waved at her with a bright smile and called out, hey, I think you can come over now. Hai-sun, look, it's already almost noon. Sunggu patted the saber-toothed tiger and told it tame. Hearing this, the beast gritted its teeth in pure defiance, staring back at him. Seeing that, he got annoyed and started stomping on it repeatedly. You ungrateful brat. How dare you show your teeth to me? Yeah, that's right! He kept stepping all over it. Hysun's face went pale as she whispered to Ujin, President, I don't think this is going to work even if we keep trying. Plus, my mana is almost completely drained. But the moment she finished speaking, a sudden wave of energy surged through her body, startling her. Her mana was fully restored. Did the president just do something? Ujin reassured her, don't lose your patience. Because of the level gap, of course it's going to be tough. She asked him back, then what should I do? He held up 2 fingers and said, there are 2 ways to tame a beast. Either you make it feel close to you, like your best friends, or you beat it until it submits. Hysun asked, sounding puzzled, but what am I supposed to do now? Hasn't it already been beaten half to death? Ujin replied with a completely deadpan face, not at all. You weren't the one beating it, right? Pointed directly at Sunggu, and added, the bad guy here is the dude. Meanwhile, Sunggu was still enthusiastically beating the absolute brakes off the saber-toothed tiger. All right, let's go again. Ujin looked over and saw the poor beast clutching its head, trying to survive the beating, and remarked, that thing is just taking a pure beating right now. He continued, the one you need to befriend is the victim here. With a sharp look, he turned to Sen and asked, so, what are you going to do? Hysun stepped into the cage and stood face to face with Sunggu. Suddenly, Sunggu's tone completely changed as he looked down on her with utter contempt. You think someone like you can stop me? Hysun remembered Ujin's instructions, protect the saber-toothed tiger from the villain to gain its trust. Save it and befriend it. But she found herself in a total dilemma. What kind of situation is this? How is this cheap, terrible acting supposed to fool the beast? While she was still lost in thought, Sunggu suddenly threw a fast punch, catching her completely off guard. She quickly crossed her arms to block the incoming strike. The impact was so heavy that she felt the bones in both of her arms snap. Wait, broken? But his punch literally looked so slow. Sunggu shouted, here I come again. Hysun waved her hand, trying to get him to stop. Director Hong, wait a second, my arms are actually broken. Hearing this, Sunggu went full beast mode. Weakling. Hysun cried out in absolute helplessness. Director Hong, please. Ujin stood there with his arms crossed, urging her on. Hysun, quickly fake an attack on him so you can win the tiger over. Realizing the plan, Hysun gathered her strength, clenched her fist, and rushed straight at Sunggu. Her punch connected instantly. For a split second, it seemed like nothing happened, but the very next moment, Sunggu was sent flying backward, crashing so hard that the ground around him shattered. Even Hysun herself was completely shocked by her own insane strength. Still growling softly, the saber-toothed tiger began to approach her. Hysun gasped, her heart skipping a beat as she turned around. But instead of being aggressive, the giant beast was acting totally adorable, looking up at her with big, teary, sparkling eyes. Seeing its tear-filled eyes, Hysun realized she had actually touched its heart. Just like a little kitten, it started nuzzling its head against her affectionately. Wait, what's this? Why are you suddenly acting so sweet? Ujin smiled with pure satisfaction. Nice, now you've got yourself a bodyguard. Sunggu immediately ran over and asked Ujin, bro, how was my acting? Ujin looked at him and praised him. Honestly, you deserve the Best Actor award. Hysun gasped. Director Hong, you were seriously terrifying back there. I had no idea you were a physical strength awakened. He replied with a sigh, but I'm literally a mage. She was completely dumbfounded. Wait, what? By nighttime, the 3 of them were sitting around a roaring campfire. Sunggu hesitated, looking like he had something on his mind. Ujin asked, what's up? Why have you been making that face this whole time? He muttered, bro, what is it? Can't keep it in anymore? Ujin replied. Sunggu poured his heart out. For so long, I've blindly trusted everything you said. And yeah, it's true I got stronger thanks to your help. But Sunggu suddenly blurted out, I'm literally a fire mage. Why am I only throwing punches in every fight? Isn't that insanely weird? He thought to himself, ever since I awakened, I've literally dreamed of being a cool fire mage. Ujin just smirked, staying silent for a second. Then, looking straight at Sunggu, he answered his question, our director, Hong Sunggu. How does it feel to finally be a director? Sunggu sighed. Honestly, it feels like I'm just running errands all day. Ujin cut him off. So you're saying you're a highly paid errand boy? Sunggu laughed nervously. Wait, that's not what I meant. Then what do you think the point of those errands is? Ujin asked. When I go on business trips and need someone to handle my duties, who do you think gets them? A sudden realization hit Sunggu. No way, with that same smirk, Ujin continued exactly. You are the second in command of our guild, which means one day you're bound to get even stronger. Sunggu cried out in excitement, bro. The scene shifts to a bustling hallway packed with people. Right outside the door of the Adan guild office, Min-chan was shaking so hard his legs were literally trembling. Wringing his hands, he desperately racked his brain for a solution. What should I do? How do I make the president understand without making him mad? Suddenly, the door swung wide open, and Ujin asked, is this the place? Startled, he squeaked out, President. Ujin gritted his teeth, visibly annoyed, and snapped, Look straight at me, Min-chan. Min-chan was instantly breaking out in a cold sweat. Shaking in his boots, he squeaked out a quick yes. Sir, they arrived at the guildmaster's office, where the silence was straight up suffocating. Min-chan was practically shrinking into a corner under Ujin's terrifying gaze. Ujin gave him the death stare and asked what the hell was going on with the news. Min-chan started sweating bullets and scrambled to explain, Bro, that's literally fake news. The footage of the meeting was supposed to be sent straight to you for the final approval before any media got a hold of it. But those idiots broadcasted it by mistake. Ujin just frowned, highly annoyed, scoffed that they were obviously just faking a mistake. Min-chan nervously kept rambling, saying, But honestly, boss, the terms they're offering aren't even that bad. Actually, they're pretty fire. Government is just desperate to stop you from leaving the country. Honestly, a bunch of Nokyans are putting massive pressure on the Korean government right now. Then Ujin called out his name in a chillingly soft voice. Min-chan flinched and immediately squeaked out, Yes? Ujin crossed his arms, his tone ice cold. The problem isn't whether the deal is good or not. Min-chan gasped as Ujin kept speaking. To seriously forget why I even started this guild in the first place? Min-chan blinked, asking, Wait, wasn't it to dodge military service? Ujin snapped back, visibly annoyed. If I just wanted to skip military service, I would have just joined another top guild. Why the hell would I go through the trouble of building my own? That's when a light bulb went off in Min-chan's head. Oh, damn. Is it because this man refuses to take orders from anyone, not even the freaking government? He thought, if that's the case, why didn't you just buy a deserted island and start your own cup country? Ujin gave him a cold, mocking smirk. Well, since they want to play games, it's time to show them who's boss. An eye for an eye, and I'm going to make them pay tenfold. Ujin then ordered, Go bring those reporters inside. Instantly, cameras went wild, flashes blinding the entire room. Ujin stood at the podium, staring down at the crowd of hungry reporters. He frowned, looking at the speech draft in his hand, dead silent for a moment. For my opening statement, I sincerely apologize for misleading everyone regarding the government agreement. Our guild hadn't even made a final decision yet. But then Ujin suddenly ripped the paper right in half. Screw this script. As the master of the Adan Guild, let me make one thing crystal clear first. Min-chan's jaw literally dropped at the sudden flex. Ujin spoke directly into the mic. The government sent a draft of an unsigned agreement straight to the media to trick you all, which is incredibly disrespectful to me. The room instantly erupted into absolute chaos. No way, so the Blue House lied to us? Is a massive scoop, Ujin continued. There is absolutely no contract, so don't ever bring up that trash agreement to me again. At this rate, I might just have to leave the country. Ujin smirked. If the government keeps messing with me, I am packing my bags and leaving. Pass that message along. We're done here. With that, he turned on his heel and walked out, leaving the reporters screaming his name in panic. President Kang Ujin, just one question. President Kang Ujin walked past Min-chan and casually muttered, Clean up the mess they started. Min-chan bowed respectfully. Right away, President. Watching Ujin walk away, Min-chan's mind was racing. Going to break the internet. But honestly, even if we are going up against the government, there is nothing to fear. Min-chan sighed in relief, thanking his lucky stars that the boss didn't just march straight into the Blue House and burn it down. Meanwhile, reporters were still swarming, yelling, Vice President, please, just one question. But the aftermath of this press conference was about to get wild. Right after the Adan Guild press conference, the media and the entire internet absolutely lost their minds. Netizens were in complete shock. Endless debates flooded the forums, but one thing was clear, that trash deal was dead. Is Ujin really moving to America? The Korean government got absolutely rejected. They literally tried to force a AA rank Awaken's hand by leaking the news early. Some people argued that the War Guild and the 3 major guilds were already enough to protect Korea, but the Adan Guild completely shut them down within hours. Now, Japan and China are watching this drama unfold like hawks. The world desperately needs another double the rank awakened, and this news is taking the world by storm. Cut to the guild headquarters, where the Adan Guild is already preparing for the next big threat. To beef up their power, they are actively recruiting new hunters. Inside the office, the atmosphere is dead serious as everyone grinds away. Min-chan on the phone, firmly telling someone, Look, our guildmaster's decision is final. There is absolutely nothing to negotiate. He hangs up, sighing heavily. Man, I'm already drowning in work and these calls won't stop. He turns to Heeman and asks, Heyman, how many hunter applications do we have? Heeman puts his hands on his hips and answers, We got 1,200 applications today. Sounds like a lot, but honestly, almost all of them are F-rank trash. Min-chan rubs his chin, sighing. Makes sense. High-rank hunters are already locked down by other guilds, or they just want to stay solo. But Heyman remains optimistic, saying, But hey, don't count them out yet. Our guild master is literally built different. He can carry and train them up. Even Director Hong and Hoon started out as F ranks, remember? Hearing this, Min Chan perks right up. You're totally right, that's the play. As long as these new recruits can level up to a decent rank, our guild will easily gap the big three. The two of them hype each other up, ready to build an empire. Let's go. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. Level up. You have reached level 70. Ujin stands tall with a smug grin, finally hitting level 70. Flashbacks of his past life rush in. Yes, he can finally unlock that OP skill, the very same broken ability that allowed him to command a massive army of 10,000 back in his past life. Ujin channels his mana, casting the spell. Summon Death Knight. A terrifying black mist starts swirling around his body. He smirks with pure satisfaction, feeling the dark energy. 52 Death Knights are ready in the summoning realm. Ujin extends his hand and a glowing blue gem instantly materializes. Oh, and I even have a fresh recruit to test out. He raises the gem high. Show yourself. Onsath. The system chimes in. You have unsealed the soul of Onsath. Out of the pitch-black darkness, a creepy blue light begins to flicker and a haunting voice echoes as terrifying visions flash before them. I will kill you. The voice keeps repeating that same chilling over and over. I will kill you. This guy's bloodlust is absolutely insane. I will kill you. Mixed with a desperate burning will to survive. I will survive. Onsath suddenly charges straight at Ujin, cocking back a massive fist. My only goal is total destruction. But Ujin doesn't even flinch. He just calmly utters 2 words. Freeze. Boom. Onsath instantly locks up, suspended in midair. He panics as he realizes his body won't budge a single inch. Punk, do to me. Ujin looks down at him, coldly commanding kneel. Boom! Onsath's knees slam violently into the dirt. His entire body shivers with pure rage. What the hell did you do to me? Ujin casually sighs. It up, bro. Then he gives a smug smirk. Pledge your loyalty to me, and I'll let you off the hook. But Onsath isn't having it. That's a joke. Ujin calmly unsheathes his dual daggers. Looks like you're still half asleep and don't quite understand the situation you've landed yourself in. He rests a blade right on Onsath's shoulder, mocking him with a smug grin. So, are you going to bow? Or do you want me to erase your soul from existence? Onsath's soul shivers with absolute terror, absolutely fuming, because that was literally his own blade. In his memories, he was sure he killed Ujin. He clearly remembered ending him, but plot twist. He was actually the one who got folded first. The 0 options left, and Sat had to take the loss and reluctantly surrender, admitting he would bow down. Hearing this, Ujin smirked, feeling completely satisfied. Good, that is the only right choice. The wind kicked up, sending dust flying everywhere. When Insat showed up again, he was dripped out in all black from head to toe. Ujin could not help but comment, straight up look like an Arabian assassin. Just then, the system screen popped up, and Sat level 1, the 53rd Death Knight of the Immortal Kang Ujin. But since he still has a rebellious streak, it is going to take a decent amount of control stats to keep this guy in line. Basic skill lets him summon and command an army of death. His special skills are Silent Stealth, Language of the Dead, and Divine Wrath. Right now, his army capacity limit is set to 10, but the control stat needed for absolute loyalty and obedience is 312. Ujin noticed the crazy numbers on the status board and gasped, wait, what? The required control is 312? Why is this guy so incredibly rebellious? He waved his hand, ordering him over. Yo, get over here. But Insat did not even give him the time of day, casually turning his head away. Ujin forced a laugh, but he was visibly annoyed. Look at this absolute trash. Ujin sighed. Well, whatever, this will have to do for now. He then commanded him, go out there and recruit more troops for my army. The second his name was called, a dark red aura filled the room. Kiba, a massive foot, suddenly stomped down, looking ready to crush everything in its path. Kiba materialized and spoke with absolute respect. Loyal servant bows before the Lord. Seeing this, Ujin smiled, feeling extremely satisfied. Kiba knelt down to pay his respects, declaring, it is my absolute honor to meet you once again, my immortal lord. Ujin looked down at him and replied, long time no see, Kiba. A little while later, Ujin stared at his system screen, completely hyped. It actually increased. He breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like that rookie is getting a proper beatdown during training. Meanwhile, Kiba was non-stop roasting him, saying, look at your movement. Can you not move any faster? Speak, what is your name and level? You are nothing but a weak little brat, are you not? Wait, what? Is there a new recruit? Yes, I am an Asat, the 53rd Death Knight. Ujin thought to himself, now that I can summon Death Knights, dungeon grinding is going to be incredibly easy. These guys are born leaders. And even if they are far away from me, the skeleton soldiers can just follow the Death Knights and keep fighting. Plus, they can even chill in the summoning realm together. And now, every time I enter a dungeon, I will not even have to lift a finger. He smirked, and just like that, his all-in-one army was fully prepped. Suddenly, voice popped up out of nowhere, cutting off Ujin's thoughts. Master, the summoning realm is literally so cool. Ujin asked caringly, Bibi, how are you feeling? Is your body doing all right? pouted, saying, how could Master even ask that? BB clenched her fists in anger, declaring, I need to get super strong, super fast so I can completely destroy those fools who do not know their place. Honestly, she had been totally down and out for the longest time since her resurrection. It was such a relief to finally see her get her spark back. Right at that moment, someone came running up from behind. Hyung, Sunggu was rushing so fast that actual sparks were flying from his feet. Ujin asked, have you finally gotten used to that fire skill? He smiled and replied, it is all thanks to your amazing coaching. Hyung, BB, squealed with excitement. Sunggu, I have not seen you in a minute and you are already this cracked. Sunggu pointed his finger in confusion. Wait, Hyung, who on earth is this kid? Ujin explained. Is this seriously your first time meeting BB? Did you guys really never meet before? He gasped in total shock. Wait, what, BB? Sunggu started recalling, wait, BB, that super adorable little cat you rescued before? He freaked out. Wait, this girl is actually that cat? She nodded proudly. Yep, that is me. Ujin chuckled and said, so you do remember her. Just then, a voice called out, Mr. President, we have successfully gathered all the bloodstones. Ujin was genuinely surprised. Wait, already? That was fast. The guy on the other end laughed and explained, yes, sir. I just happened to run into some helpers. Ujin repeated, some helpers. And the guy confidently assured him, yes, sir. I will show you as soon as I get back. Sensing the bavoma, Sunggu asked curiously, wait, are there still monsters left? He immediately summoned a fireball, promising, let me take care of them for you. Ujin quickly stopped him. Hold on a second. He teased, it looks like she can actually tame beasts on her own now. Sunggu was completely bewildered. Wait, what? Just then, his eyes caught sight of someone far in the distance. Up on the cliff, there was a figure casually riding a massive bear, with flocks of birds swarming the sky above. Seeing the woman happily waving at them, Sunggu blurted out, Miss Hyun. Right then, the system screens displayed her basic info. Ujin nodded in satisfaction. Nice, she is growing at an incredible rate. A little later, their car cruised down a road lined with beautiful autumn trees. Sitting inside, they were completely hyped, saying, this is insane. She cleared only dungeons and she is already D rank? Hyun's growth speed is seriously cracked. Ujin replied honestly, yes, it is going to be absolutely perfect. Hey, you two, when I am out in public, you guys need to keep it down. He teased, but Hyung, she already has 20 of them. This makes gathering bloodstones so much easier for us. Ujin warned him, do not go flexing just yet. You and Hyun still have a very long way to go, Vua. Sunggu nodded, got it, Hyung. But there was still one more thing Ujin had to take care of, was to completely crush the shadow organization behind an ASAT that ordered his assassination. Ujin ordered, Sung Hun, get a touch with the Titan Guild. He quickly replied, yes, Mr. President. As night fell, only dim lights illuminated the quiet room. Ding-kun answered his phone. Mr. Kang, what is going on? Ujin asked from the other end. Do you remember that guy I mentioned to you back when we were in America? He asked, are you talking about an Asat? Ujin was surprised. Oh, you even know his name? Did you already look into him? Ding-kun quickly replied, no. He is actually a pretty high-profile assassin. He explained, truth is, he does not belong to any specific guild. He operates completely freelance, basically like a mercenary. And he has pulled off some crazy jobs, especially with those underground groups in Afghanistan. Honestly, we are still trying to dig up who put the bounty on you. Ujin smirked. I think I already know. Ding-kun gasped in shock. Wait, what? Seriously? On the other side of the call, a cold smile crept onto Ujin's face. He already knew everything. All he had to do was interrogate an ASAT directly to find out who the masterminds and clients were. He asked, do you want to help me hunt down the shadow, pulling the strings? Deep down, he was wondering, who is the absolute trash that dared to try and take my life? Letting out an intense killing aura, Ujin muttered to himself, it is time for revenge. The next morning, the bright sound of the news broadcast filled the room. Good morning, everyone. Dung Soyan reporting for MBS. Regarding the newly awakened Kang Ujin, who is currently taking the entire world by storm, will he actually choose to move abroad? Over at the Adan Guild, they were seriously discussing how they desperately need a proper training system to cultivate AA rank awakened hunters just like Kang Ujin. Hearing this, Sangho was absolutely furious, muttering, who does this guy think he is? Strongest in the world? What a joke. The $10 billion bounty on Ujin's head failed, and I have lost contact with terrorist groups for a while now. On top of that, Chairman Kim from the SG group completely ghosted me, and the influence of the War Guild has been absolutely tanking ever since we lost Leon High. Clutched his head in pure rage. Damn it, Woojin! It's all because of that absolute trash, Kang Woojin. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence, throwing Sangho totally off guard. Do you want revenge? He immediately jumped up, completely on guard, and screamed, who is there? Dark shadows writhed on the ground, slowly creeping closer. Don't you want to take revenge on the one who killed Lee Yeon-hee? Sangho blankly repeated the words. Revenge on Woojin? The mysterious voice assured him that he would definitely get his revenge. I'll lend you my power, it whispered, tempting him. If you want the power for revenge, go to the dungeon where your sister died. His jaw dropped in pure shock, his eyes narrowing. Songho glared around and barked. Who are you? Show yourself, I'll be waiting. His hand reached out, grabbing nothing but empty air. Where are you? Freeze right there. Songho collapsed to the ground, a rush of crazy emotions flooding his mind. He slowly got up, asking himself, what the hell just happened? Was that a ghost? Suddenly, Songho's eyes went wide in disbelief. An item materialized right in front of him, and he picked it up, completely baffled. Why is Yeon Hee's sword here? That thing was supposed to be destroyed in that dungeon. The voice from earlier echoed in his mind again. Don't you want revenge on the one who killed Lee Yeon Hee? Songho cursed under his breath. It's that bastard Songho was completely consumed by thoughts of revenge. He gripped the sword tightly, his eyes burning with absolute madness and raw power. Night fell, wrapping the towering skyscrapers in glowing lights. Deacon pondered on tracking down the terrorists and wiping them out. The Alandal Guild only asked for two things from our guild: transportation to the Middle East and stabilizing the affected area after the terrorists are wiped out. Our guild has already provided the transportation. The U.S. military is already stationed in the designated zone and will begin operations. The key here is that this is a joint operation with Alandal. While we are still investigating the enemy, are just doing exactly what Lord Wujin says. If this operation fails, we'll be the ones taking the heat from the U.S. government and the Titan Guild. But backing out now is just ridiculous, especially since a Korean guild is the one punishing terrorists on their own turf. This is a real headache. But the way things are, should we really risk accepting their proposal? Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Guildmaster, the Holy Maiden is here to see you. 2 cups of steaming tea sat between them. What? Leave the Titan Guild to follow Wujin? Melody looked a bit tense as she replied, Yes, I have no other choice but to follow. It is the prophecy of the goddess. Deacon's face instantly twisted in frustration. It is really throwing me off. Her prophecy and blessings have brought so many benefits to our guild. She even established the Holy Knights with the sole purpose of liberating Alphen. If she leaves now, we'll take a massive hit and won't be able to handle future disasters. Melody smiled and continued. I appreciate the Titan Guild's concern, but I cannot defy the Oracle. I will leave behind everything I've received and go. He sighed and replied, I guess I really can't stop you. But you should lead the Holy Knights. They were established by the Arya organization. If you keep them by your side, they'll be a great source of strength for you. She smiled excitedly. Really? Deacon continued, Our guild is indebted to you and the goddess, so we will continue to support the Arya organization. You guys are always welcome here. Melody's cheeks flushed slightly red. Thank you, Lord Deacon. May the goddess bless you. He let out a sly smile. This was the absolute best backup plan. No matter what, he had to keep a tight bond with the Holy Maiden. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the city center, Songho kept muttering to himself under his breath. Power, revenge, power. His face darkened. I need power to get my revenge. His steps became incredibly heavy as he dragged himself forward. Suddenly, Songho looked up at the statue in front of him, then glared down at Wujin's monument. The inscription read, In memory of the hero who saved the citizens of Daegu from disaster. Hyman was walking and whistling, jingling a bunch of keys on his hip. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto where Songho was standing. Huh? Before he could even finish his thought, the face of the statue was shattered to pieces. Hyman stared in absolute shock, while Songho's face remained deadly cold. Hey, what the hell do you think you are doing? Suddenly, Songho's eyes glowed crimson, lifting Hyman's body straight into the air. Songho growled in pure anger. Don't you recognize me? Hyman stammered. You are the guild master of the Hwarang Guild. Suddenly, Hyman's colleague ran over, calling out, Captain, what's going on? Seeing Hyman floating, he asked Songho in shock, Who are you? There is a suspicious awakened at Gwacheon Station. Support team, please. Before he could even finish his sentence, his phone shattered into pieces. Songho's eyes glowed with raw power. A suspicious awakened? You really do not recognize me? At that moment, both Hyman and his colleague were lifted into the air. Their bodies were completely paralyzed, leaving them absolutely powerless to resist. Songho just stared up coldly from below without saying a single word. Blood splattered everywhere. The moment he lowered his hand, both of them crashed heavily onto the ground. Songho spat out coldly, You worthless bugs. Right at that moment, amidst a chilling atmosphere, a figure stood silently before the iron gates. Songho's expression remained completely blank, before his face suddenly contorted in pain. Panicking, he thought, What is this? Why am I inside a dungeon? He tried to piece his memories together, asking himself, Did I actually kill someone? Damn it. It is too late to turn back now anyway. I should just conquer this dungeon first before heading out. But can I really clear this whole place on my own? Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed out. If you accept my invitation, you can easily leave this place. Sunggu froze, seemingly recognizing the voice as a portal warped into existence right in front of him. Come here, and I will give you what you desire most. A brilliant orange-gold light shone brightly, triggering Songgo's curiosity. Slowly stepped inside, finding himself in a frozen wasteland covered in deep snow. An ice castle, is he actually in there? This is crazy. None of the monsters he encountered had even tried to attack. The one who called him here had to be the dungeon master. As the massive castle doors slowly creaked open, Sunggu quietly walked into the grand hall inside, carefully scanning his surroundings. Yellow sat on his throne and called out, "You actually came?" His expression was filled with pure excitement. The one who called me here is the king of this place. Songho knelt before Yellow, who smirked. Your senses are incredibly sharp. I like that. He slowly walked down the stairs, and Songho began to tremble. Lifting his head, he stammered, yes. He knew that if he offended this monster, he would be dead in a second. Yellow continued, welcome to my dimensional domain. In sheer shock, Song looked up at him once again. One morning, fresh air at the arrival airport in Afghanistan on departure day. A young flight attendant respectfully welcomes them, saying it is an absolute honor to safely escort them to Baham. Uin just smirks and replies, thanks, no other guild is even worthy of using a Titan guild jet. But suddenly his eyes freeze. He spots Maudi. She gives him an awkward smile, like, why the hell is she here? Maudi stammers, telling him it is an absolute honor to meet him. While she sits properly in her passenger seat, the Death Knights inside his shadow are absolutely losing it, complaining about that annoying woman and the disgusting holy scent filling the cabin. My lord, please punish her. Yuzin sighs, thinking, damn it, shut up already. These Death Knights are starting a whole riot. And why did this girl insist on tagging along anyway? A holy saint is actually thinking she can be an assistant to a necromancer? Maudi looks over and says, please forgive me, but the word of the goddess is absolute. Sighs. Fine, whatever. If her goddess told her to go, then she has to go. Maudi smiles awkwardly, thinking, so you finally understand how I feel. Quinn points his finger, dead serious. Even so, stay away from me. If your holy energy accidentally flares up, my Death Knights will lose control and rip you apart. I am not joking, but your head will literally fly off your shoulders. So watch your step. Maudi bows in fear, praying to the goddess to protect her on this crazy journey. Meanwhile, countless soldiers are busy working at the Baham military base in Afghanistan. 2 days after Kang Ujin's team arrives, everyone is gathered in the command room staring at the main screen. Green displays Nasser Sanchez. Based on Ujin's intel and matching documents, this guy used to be a merchant selling military-grade weapons to both the rebels and the government. They are keeping a super close eye on him because of his massive illegal deals. In fact, they believe a huge black market transaction is about to go down right in this area. Looks like someone is getting a massive kickback. Ujin suddenly cuts in, saying, so if we closely track this guy's every move, we can figure out exactly who ordered the hit. With a cold, sharp look, he asks where they need to go to find him, but Dave quickly stops him. Whoa, slow down, kid. If we rush and the suspect runs or destroys the evidence, it is over. First, let's discuss this with our advisors before giving you the details. That was David Morgan, the U.S. military commander in Afghanistan. Hearing this, Ujin falls into deep thought. Speaks up. What if I told you I have a way to track him without him ever noticing? If you can lure him out to an open spot, I will investigate everything, including his movements, daily habits, and all his under-the-table deals. I will dig up every single thing. David freezes, staring at Ujin in shock. Ujin smirks. So what do you think? David's mind starts racing. Kid might actually have a way to pull classified intel on the suspect. All right, sounds like a plan. Let's start mapping out the mission. 2 days later, on a crowded, chaotic highway, Johor, Pakistan, Ujin is driving, glancing over at his passenger. Why do you look so tense? Rachel Park, a senior U.S. intelligence officer, nervously replies, this is my very first field mission. Buzzin looks out the window to reassure her. Relax. Just treat it like a vacation. Hey, look, a pretty nice view, right? He points to a completely ruined, abandoned building. Well, maybe not that beautiful. This whole area was recently blasted in an attack. Ujin remarks, seems like this happens a lot around here. Rachel nods. Yeah, it really does. What is a national crisis anywhere else is just another Tuesday here. The people are suffering so much. Ujin thinks to himself, returning to a battlefield gives me such a weird feeling. It really reminds me of my days back in Alphen. Rachel looks at him, totally stunned. Is this guy just that cracked, or is he so insanely confident in his own power that he has time to daydream? Soon, a massive hotel appears in front of them. We are here, remember. Keep a low profile. Inside the hotel restaurant, Ujin casually cuts into a steak, the knife and fork scraping against the plate. Rachel whispers, that is him. The guy in the light blue shirt, sitting 2 tables behind me. Ujin's eyes instantly lock onto the target, but then he casually says, wow, this steak is fire, cooked to perfection. Rachel is, Mr. Ujin, please, focus. The moment you get a chance, plant the tracker on him. Ujin just shrugs, saying already did. Her eyes go wide, like when. She did not see him move a muscle. Eun stands up, telling her to meet him outside once she finishes up. She quickly nods, yes, understood. Give me just a moment. As Eun walks, a dark, ominous aura starts swirling under his feet. He smirks, thinking, man, it has been a minute since I felt this rush. A system prompt pops up. Summoning spell activated. Shadows summon successful. Ujin stands leisurely in front of the hotel, watching the heavy traffic. This place is definitely a major upgrade from Alphen. Suddenly, a few kids wearing tattered clothes run up to him, speaking in Urdu. Ujin looks at them. They are begging for money, huh? Looking at their state, it is probably impossible to find their parents. He pulls out some cash and hands it to them, but his gaze suddenly drifts to the side. His eyes widen in surprise. Oh, well, look at that. What a pure and bright kid. It is extremely rare to see someone so innocent and full of life in a place like this. Een waves at a little girl standing a short distance away. Her cheeks turn bright red as she shyly mutters, hello. Een walks over and gives her a warm smile. Hey there. Suddenly, she looks down, hesitating for a moment. Then she slowly extends her small, dirty hands. Buzzin smiles gently at her bravery, looking into her sparkling eyes. All right, hold on a second. If I stay here any longer, all the kids in the neighborhood will swarm me. Suddenly, Ujin freezes. His eyes widen as he spots a heavy, bulky vest hidden beneath her torn clothes. Before he can even react, boom. Damn it, I am cooked. The already ruined street is engulfed in a massive, blinding explosion. A system prompt flashes, soul armor activated. Bullies stands in the smoke, his face completely dark. That innocent little girl is just gone. He grits his teeth, thinking, I have gotten soft. I have barely been back on Earth, and I let this happen. Rachel rushes over, completely panicked. Mr. Wynn, are you okay? Are you hurt? He glares at her, asking, was that hit meant for me? Rachel shakes her head in terror. No, sir. But there were 7 different explosions that just went off at the exact same time. In's expression turns ice cold. 7 kids. That means 7 innocent lives are gone, and who knows how many others are injured. Rachel shivers, absolutely terrified by the murderous aura bleeding off him. Eun turns around, his voice dripping with pure rage. We are pulling out right now, using an innocent child as a meat shield. I haven't been this pissed off in a very long time. Those absolute trash-tier terrorists I will personally hunt down and slaughter every single one of them. 1 week after that nightmare, black SUV speeds through the desert, kicking up dust clouds. In the back seat, 2 blindfolded men are shaking violently, flanked by heavily armed rebel soldiers. One of the hostages, wearing a red hood over his head, starts crying out, begging their god to save them. Underneath his own hood, Ewan rolls his eyes, thinking, seriously, this guy needs to shut up. Back in the commander's office a week ago, David was absolutely losing his mind, yelling a direct assault on the enemy base. No way in hell am I authorizing that. Ewan just crossed his arms, cool as ice, saying, you don't even need to gather your troops. Just send me. I'll handle it alone. Another officer snickers, teasing him, going in all by yourself? What are you even gonna do, kid? Rogers stands there with his hands in his pockets, his voice cutting through the room. It is almost impossible to tell the civilians apart from the rebels. What is your plan, to just slaughter everyone? Do they seriously not know who they're messing with? He looks up, his face dead serious, and every single word he spits hits like a lethal blade. You can't just run in without a game plan. You can't just act on impulse. Colonel Rogers keeps going, warning him that if he just rushes in blind without thinking, those rebel leaders are just gonna scatter, hide, and strike back even harder. David totally agrees with Rogers. He's like, yo, he is actually right. I get that you are absolutely furious with how sideways things have gone, but you have got to understand, you cannot just solo this entire mess. How about we just wait a bit? Ujin just sighs, totally disappointed. But David keeps talking, saying his higher-ups are actually thinking about sending backup to the area. Suddenly, Ujin stands right up, completely shocking David and making him low-key terrified. Ujin looks at him like, yeah, we are done talking here. He walks right out of there. Rogers immediately chases after him, yelling, yo, hold on a second. Ujin stops in his tracks and turns around to glare at Rogers. Do you seriously want to die by my hands? Why are you always riding my back like this? Rogers sighs, his face softening up a bit, and he tries to explain calmly. Look, I am not saying we cannot help you out, but if you want to keep going with this mission, I have got one condition. Instead of charging headfirst into the enemy, I need you to assassinate these specific high-value rebel targets. Suddenly, Ujin's face shifts, and he lets out this smug, victorious smile. Finally, speaking the same language, he slams a photo onto the table. Roman the baker. Turns out, this guy's secretly operating as a major black market arms dealer. He is playing both sides, coordinating with the Afghan government and the rebels, and he is literally the only reason these rebels are even matching us. In a few days, the rebels are going to ambush a transport to take him hostage. So here is the plan. We will help you get captured right along with him so you can keep an eye on him. You will get caught, shadow him, and I am pretty sure you can easily infiltrate their main base without any issues. The rebel soldiers kick Ujin and another hostage straight into a dark, freezing cold cell. But under that hood, Ujin's eyes are absolutely chilling, wearing a straight-up evil smile. He is thinking, nice, the infiltration went perfectly. Should I start the fun now? He is hyped. Achievement points are used, and boom, his goblin is now level 50. The system voice chimes in. Shadow Goblin level 50, your summon limit is now 6. You have unlocked Amplified Perception, allowing humans and goblins to camouflage perfectly with their surroundings. Plus, he just got the Soul Swap skill. Now you can literally transfer your soul into any of your 6 summons. On top of that, he gets free movement. Whenever the player swaps souls with a goblin, they can move completely without restrictions, and zombie amplification power is up by 50%. Ujin orders his goblin, swap bodies with me right now. The goblin grins wickedly and replies, it is a true honor to inhabit my master's body. Dark black aura completely envelops him. Swapping bodies with a goblin is crazy, but right now it is his only play. Feeling hyped, the goblin starts moving. It slips right out through the cracks of the room. Ujin, now inside the goblin's body, thinks, first, there are 2 guys guarding the door. He thinks, I will just mark everyone who is not a civilian with an X. He spots a guard. 2 armed rebels are standing right there, muttering to each other about something. Suddenly, a hand knocks on the door. Ujin spots Hendry chatting with another guy, and he is like, gotcha, finally found him. He is getting hyped looking at the rebel boss. But then, the goblin holding his real body says, Master, should I make my move now? Ujin is like, wait, why? The goblin's face looks deadly serious as it warns him. It looks like an execution is starting. A bullet is literally about to go through your skull. Ujin's voice goes ice cold. Swap us back, now. The goblin grins wickedly and says, right away, master. Out in the blazing desert, with sandstorms howling around them, a rebel soldier raises his hands and screams, as the chosen ones, you all must submit to our God's judgment. And for anyone who resists, you will face a punishment 1,000 times more painful than death itself. Ujin just sits there, face completely dark and expressionless. 25 rebels, 18 hostages. He can hear the silent cries of all the souls who died in this desert, the innocent ones who suffered. One of them weeps, I do not want to die here. I want to live. I want to see my family. Suddenly, the boss Henry glares down at Ujin, mocking him. You must really love your god, do you not? Too bad he is not here to save you. Ujin snaps back. You are nothing but a pathetic piece of trash, using the divine name just to slaughter innocent people. Suddenly, Creeps rips apart like they are nothing, sending the rebel guards stumbling back in sheer terror. Wait, what? Is he an awakened? Ujin steps forward, dead eyes locked on them, as the rebels lose their absolute minds. Shoot him. Kill that monster now. They aim their rifles at Ujin, but does not even flinch, just keeps walking. He says coldly, trash like you is not even worthy of divine judgment. Ujin raises his hand, sending the guards into a panicked frenzy as they aim in all directions. He shows this absolutely terrifying smile. This is for all the innocent souls that you ruthlessly slaughtered. Suddenly, the entire ground starts to shake, and an army of skeleton soldiers rises from the sand. The rebels lose it, screaming. He is a literal demon. He is summoning the undead. One soldier in a vehicle screams, shoot them down, just die already. But the skeleton soldiers raise their shields and lift their massive blades. The rebel grits his teeth, shaking in fear. Crap, get us out of here, drive. He slams the door shut, screaming, go, go, go. Suddenly, Ramson bursts in wielding a massive warhammer, charging like an absolute beast. He roars with insane pressure. Ramson is here. Follow me. He is a level 8 Death Knight 4 of Kang Ujin. Past life, this guy was known as one of the greatest dwarf warriors of all time. He charges ahead without a single flinch, and suddenly, a staff is raised. Boom! A massive explosion rips through the field and screams echo from every corner. Ujin stands on high ground looking down. Time to show your worth to our leader. Flashes a terrifying grin. Consider this divine retribution. These trash are finally paying for what they did, and honestly, we are just getting started. I am going to turn every single one of you into my personal undead army. Ujin strides forward among his skeleton soldiers, searching for the remaining hostages. Henry steps up to Ujin, pointing a gun right at a hostage's head. Don't you dare move! Ujin just coldly stares at the man standing right next to Henry. It's an American citizen, the same guy who was crying his eyes out earlier. Ujin remembers the photo Rogers left on the desk and stares right at him. An illegal arms dealer. Henry threatens him. You take one step and this guy is dead. The American hostage completely loses it and begs, please don't kill me. I'll do whatever you want. Spare my life. Ujin closes his eyes and lets out a soft sigh. Then he unleashes a spell that triggers extreme pain through Henry's body, making him scream in pure terror. Ujin raises his hand, using his power to instantly snap the ropes binding the American. The guy gasps, thank you for saving me. Are you an American soldier? Tell me your name. I'll definitely find a way to repay you. Ujin turns away, no need. The American chuckles. Oh, are you worried because you're in the military? I can send it to you secretly. Wu Jin cuts him off. Hey, shut your trap. He pulls out a knife, threatening him. Shut up, you hear me? The guy panics. What's your problem? I'm an American citizen. Threatens. I won't forget this, you'll see. Wu Jin's face darkens. He slowly lowers the knife, leaving the American utterly confused. Wu Jin laughs dryly. My bad, okay? The American reaches out his hand, it's fine. As an American citizen suddenly, boom, Wu Jin slashes his throat in one swift motion. Holding the knife, Wu Jin says in a chilling voice, but I'm not an American citizen. He stands there, staring coldly at the American's corpse and says, instead of worrying about this, remember the countless lives lost on the battlefield. Farther away, someone is secretly filming with a camera. Wu Jin spots them. Face darkens. He speaks softly, but every single word is, you the one hiding over there. Get out here right now. I'll count to 5. If you don't show yourself, we're dead. Back at a base in the middle of the desert, Wu Jin looks at the man who stepped out and asks, are you a military reporter? The man replies respectfully, yes, my name is Tom. I heard there were hostages, so I came here. Wu Jin lets out a wicked smirk. You came at the perfect time, he says. From now on, follow me and record everything. Tom is shocked. What? What am I supposed to film? Wu Jin turns slightly and says, the end of this nightmare. Meanwhile, at the military airfield's command center, Subordinate hands David a photo. Please take a look at this, sir. It's a bit strange. David's face pales in fear as he looks at the photo. What is this? The rebels have this many tanks? They're all heading toward the base. He asks if there's some internal conflict. The subordinate replies, this information was sent by the hostage rescue team we dispatched. When they arrived at the rebel territory, the guy holding 37 hostages was already captured. We also found Roman's body. David praises them, expected of my elite forces. What are our casualties? The subordinate answers, 0 casualties, Commander. David's eyes widen. What? He can't believe his ears. 0 casualties deep inside rebel territory. The subordinate is just as confused. There wasn't even a single clash. How is that possible? Subordinate points to a tablet screen. Currently, tons of videos and photos are spreading like wildfire online. David can't believe his eyes. A news broadcast shows a video. Finally, a savior has arrived on this battlefield. Kang Ujin, an awakened from South Korea, has declared war on the terrorists. The wrath of Kang Ujin is echoing across the desert. David is stunned, snapping his head toward his subordinate. Is this video edited? Where did you get this from? Subordinate replies, it's from the social media page of a military reporter named Tom. David looks terrified. Is that so? The pieces are finally fitting together. Stares at the screen. The massive rebel force looks ready for a final showdown, marching straight toward Kang Ujin's undead army. Statue of the goddess shines under the sunlight. Melody sits before the statue, praying. The undead lord is unleashing his wrath, not just for himself, but also for the people of that distant land. She wonders sadly, if you had protected Alphen instead of Alandal, could Alphen have been saved? She looks up at the statue, hoping for a miracle. Oh goddess, may your wrath destroy Troshenet. She prays with all her heart, hoping a new order will be established afterward. On the other side, Henry slams his desk in frustration. Damn it, he screams. What the hell are those skeletons? All our key rebel bases have been completely destroyed. Even the army in the city we control. Modern weapons are useless against them, and it's like they have minds of their own. They're only targeting the rebels. His eyes widen in panic. I'm certain they're following our exact route. Our location has been leaked. Henry snaps, we can't just sit here and wait to die. He continues with a dark tone, get it ready. This is the warning of the Necromancer, Wu Jin to the terrorists, and his declaration to the entire world. While the joint forces of the US military and the UN are still debating troop deployments and backup, still haven't decided on anything. Meanwhile, Kang Ujin and his army of 10,000 soldiers are already preparing for the final showdown. Some might feel uneasy seeing a necromancer leading such a massive army, but this is the first time I've ever seen hope in this deep abyss of despair. And I've been a military reporter for 15 years. I hope he rises as a god who can even defeat the King of Death. A victory in this battle truly make him a god. Wu Jin lets out a mysterious smile. That bastard's energy is getting close. He looks into the distance as the sound of approaching vehicles grows louder, wondering how long he was going to hide. He's finally crawling out of his bunker. His face darkens, but his eyes are filled with pure excitement. Let's do this. Standing with his allies, his face is full of confidence. Time to burn the rest of this trash. Loud hoofbeats thunder across the ground. Kiba, riding beside Wu Jin, says, My lord, I never thought the day would come when I'd fight alongside you again. Wu Jin immediately replies, I won't disappoint you. They say you're a legendary warrior after all. Ramson follows closely behind, raising his warhammer. The prince has truly become our lord. Follow our lord and let's enjoy this blood festival. In front of Wu Jin, the enemy is relentlessly firing. Wipe them all out. Hearing this, the skeleton soldiers let out a fierce roar, raising their shields to block the bullets. battlefield is pure chaos as the enemies are sliced down one by one. Seeing this from inside a tank, an enemy commander screams in rage, "You tricky bastards! Blow them to pieces!" Tank's barrel moves, preparing to fire. Right after, Wu Jin spots a blast exploding behind him. He turns and yells, "Ramson!" The orc immediately charges forward. "My lord, leave this to me." The enemy tank gunner isn't intimidated and screams, "Die!" as the tank fires another round. Bullet rips through the air, heading straight for Ramson as he charges forward. He grips his hammer tight and suddenly a crazy purple glow bursts out. Ramson's eyes flare pure blood red, absorbing the energy. That hammer is literally bursting with insane power now. The enemy looking through his binoculars immediately loses his mind. Ramson leaps high into the air, swinging his massive hammer right at the tank. Boom. Total obliteration. Let them loose. Ujin turns back and roars, "All troops, get the knights ready to block those tanks first." Just then, military choppers appear in the sky above the battlefield, making him look up in surprise. Sees a whole fleet of helicopters flying in. In the distance, someone watching the battlefield through binoculars laughs. "That's Henry's gift for you. Go straight to hell, you filthy monsters," barks the ordered fire over the radio. The pilot replies as God wills and slams the missile launch button. The choppers unleash a massive volley, filling the sky with white smoke trails. Barrage of missiles rains down from above, packed with cluster bombs waiting to detonate. Ujin looks up, completely unfazed by the deadly rain falling toward him. Oh, are they turning on each other now? He smirks devilishly, realizing their army is so cornered they don't even care who's friend or foe anymore. Right then, skeleton soldiers raise their staffs all at once. The mage army unleashes a massive barrage of blue magic missiles to block the attack, lighting up the sky with countless explosions. Pilot panics and mashes his buttons. They blocked all of that? Hurry, get ready for a second round. But before he can even react, Ujin leaps right in front of him, launching a spear that impales him straight through the chest. The helicopter spins out of control and crashes to the ground. Somewhere else on the field, a strange golden energy grips another chopper, completely wrapping the machine in a bright yellow light. Inside the cockpit, the pilot loses it. What the hell is going on? Why won't the controls move? All the choppers are being forced to move against their will. What is this? They all smash together into one giant metal ball, crashing down and leaving the enemies absolutely stunned. What in the world? Suddenly, a glowing golden eye lights up. Everyone watches in sheer shock as the helicopter heap transforms into a massive robot. It immediately starts spamming missiles. The enemies stand there, jaws on the floor as the barrage blows the entire area to pieces. Smirks. Now this is a sweet weapon. From a distance, thick black smoke rises from the battlefield. Henry drops to his knees, utterly broken. No way, my entire army. Cold sweat pours down his face as he turns around in terror. Shadow looms behind him. It's him. Ujin stares cold-bloodedly right at Henry, the leader of those monsters. Henry's two guards spot him and scream in pure terror. They immediately ditch their boss and run for their lives. Ujin gives them a cold, blank stare before launching a strike that blasts both of them right in the back. Henry waves his hands and screams, "You absolute monster. God will strike you down. He will never forgive you." Ujin remains completely silent, his expression unreadable. He suddenly remembers a little girl he once met. The little girl looked up shyly and said hello. Ujin looked down at her, replying hello. Then the city erupted in flames and people fled in panic. The flashback ends. Faint smile forms on his lips. Ujin smirks. "I'm just taking out the trash. Why would God be mad about that?" Henry instantly roars in absolute fury. "Bastard." But before he can even finish, Ujin blitzes forward. With one clean slash, his head goes flying. Ujin doesn't even blink. "You talk way too much." He looks down at the smoking, ruined battlefield. After the war with the rebel faction, the news reports that one single man ended a conflict that even the United States military couldn't handle. The news instantly spreads across the globe. He shakes hands with a high-ranking official amidst roaring cheers. The American people, exhausted from the long, brutal war, and everyone involved are singing Kang Ujin's praises. He becomes a global hero. Countless newspapers put Ujin on the front page, but while many are terrified of a single individual wielding power, rivaling an entire nation, will Kang Ujin and his immeasurable power ever be left in peace? Kang Ujin, a South Korean awakener, has just flexed a level of strength that is absolutely insane. Moment, South Korea is highlighted in gold on the map. Ironically, the country most terrified of his power is none other than South Korea itself. Meanwhile, over at the Alandal Guild, Director Hong heard about this yet? Inside the office, 4 people are sitting together and Sunggu hangs his head. "I knew he was capable, but I didn't think he was this terrifyingly broken," he thinks to himself in sheer terror. Commanding an army of over 10,000 C-rank skeletons, Minchin immediately speaks up. "All right. Let's analyze this issue thoroughly and discuss our next move." But even the atmosphere in the meeting room feels completely off. He assesses that They already hated the fact that Ujin rejected their deal. And now that they fully understand just how overpowered he is, things are about to get way more complicated. Hearing this, Sung-hoon gets furious. Why are they acting like we're plotting some kind of government coup? Sunggu is also getting anxious. I heard some high officials are actually proposing to ban our guildmaster from even entering their country. Suddenly, Sung-hoon's phone buzzes, and an emergency alert pops up on the screen. National Defense Disaster Alert. On November 29th, the Daegu dungeon collapsed. He panics and calls out to the vice president, telling him the dungeon breaks have reached all the way to Daegu. Minchin is shocked. That's impossible. He grabs the remote and switches on the TV. There wasn't a single dungeon in Daegu reported to be unstable. TV screen cuts to scenes of absolute chaos on the streets. This is Daegu, and it is currently 8 p.m. We are live on the scene of a sudden dungeon collapse at Gachang Station. The entire area is under red alert and is completely locked down. Evacuating citizens are being assisted by the military. Military bases, Pissit, nearby have been mobilized to evacuate the residents. But with the sudden onslaught of monsters, the situation on the ground looks extremely grim. Government is declaring immediate martial law and pleading for backup from nearby guilds. Minchin stammers this is absolutely unbelievable. Staring at the destruction on screen, he thinks to himself, how could such a stable dungeon collapse out of nowhere? Meanwhile in Daegu, sirens are blaring through the night. A young girl covers her head, shivering under her blanket. Mom, Dad, I'm so scared, please come back. A massive, hideous claw stomps onto the ground as a monster sniffs the air. Its eyes flash with malice. I smell humans. The beast looms outside the girl's window. She turns pale, frozen in horror, as its gaze locks right onto her. The monster smashes through the window, reaching in to grab her. But right at that split second, someone rushes in. Dongdo leaps from behind the beast, throwing a punch with his body fortification skill activated. The monster takes a heavy, brain-rattling punch straight to the head. Dongdo laughs mockingly. How does a fist to the skull feel? Hurts like hell, doesn't it? Several suited guild members rush over to him. Guildmaster Dongdo barks orders. Gather around here. Now, he looks up at the girl who was just attacked. There's a kid up there. Then he realizes something. Dongdo asks, where are the soldiers? Haven't they arrived yet? An assistant replies, they're currently deployed in the search and sweep operation in the east. Still so many civilians without shelter. We can't just sit on our hands waiting for the military. He sacks. Thank goodness we're only dealing with B-rank monsters here. Dongdo's face turned dead serious. Sure, they could barely keep things under control at this rate, but the thought of monsters hunting down innocent civilians, the real problem is these sudden dungeon breaks are not just a one-off thing. With that grim thought, Dongdo looked up at the raging fire in the distance. Only this was a simple accident. Cut to the city, now completely trashed and in ruins. 47 dead, 512 injured, and property damage skyrocketing to nearly 50 billion. The aftermath of that mysterious overnight dungeon break was absolutely brutal. Lines of cars clogged the roads as people fled because the traumatic memories of last year's dungeon disaster came rushing back, triggering a massive wave of panic and evacuations. Over at the Alandal Guild, 2 days after the Daegu dungeon break, someone says, I'm so worried, I do not think I can stay here much longer. Sunggu is completely caught off guard. Still not heard back from the guildmaster? Min-chan replies, yeah, he is probably still on a mission. He will probably reach out to us soon. Hearing this, Sunggu gets super restless. I cannot just sit around anymore. I am going to take a train to the lower-level dungeons nearby. Even if it is just a little bit, I need to get stronger. Min-chan does not stop him. He just looks up at Sung-hun and says, all right, in that case, go with team leader Gu Sung-hun. It will be much easier to stay in contact that way. Later near the train station, Sunggu stands next to Hyeon and turns to Sung-hun, saying, we will be back in about 3 hours. He replies, got it, good luck down there, director. After saying that, Sung-hun turns to the 3 people standing behind him and tells them, all right, just keep watch at the cafes nearby for now. They nod in agreement. Suddenly, he spots someone in a black cloak walking up. The figure passes right by him with a slight nod. Sung-hun immediately looks back, totally confused. What was that? He remembers a masked face smiling, almost like the guy smirked right after seeing him. Sung-hun lets out a sigh. Ah, I must be seeing things. Suddenly, his phone rings. What is it? Hello, director? Heyman screams through the phone. Sung-hun, did Sunggu and Hyeon already enter the dungeon? Sung-hun replies, yeah, they literally just went in. Hearing this, Heyman turns pale. We are in deep trouble. What do we do now? Sung-hun is totally confused. Did something happen? Heyman drops some devastating news. Sedong Station just collapsed a moment ago. Sung-hun's face loses all color. Meanwhile, in another area, 2 people are sparring on a grassy field. Sunggu throws a punch that forces Hyeon to slide back, her white shoes skidding across the grass. drops to one knee, panting heavily as Sunggu reaches his hand out. He helps Haeyeon up, smiling and saying, "You did great out there." She replies, "You too." Haeyeon's face is dripping with sweat. "Director Hong, no matter how many times I see it, your skills are absolutely cracked. I seriously think you are as strong as someone who had a physical awakening." Getting praised like that makes Sunggu blush as he scratches his head, saying, "I still have a long way to go. Compared to the Guildmaster, well, I do not think you would even compare me to the Death Knight." He recalls Kiba, thinking, "Back then, I almost died. I could not even hold my ground against Kiba. That was right before the Guildmaster left for the Middle East on business." Sunggu turns to Haeyeon, saying, "By the way, shall we head out now?" "It is much later than I thought." She agrees. "Yeah, let's go." Sunggu walks ahead and steps onto the escalator, but the moment he reaches the top, his eyes widen at the scene before him. The city is in total ruins, engulfed in a sea of fire, leaving Sunggu completely shocked. What on earth? The city is utterly destroyed. Buildings are burning down and street signs are completely wrecked. Sunggu rushes over to a severely injured person. How could this even happen? Owen spots him and speaks up. "Director, something massive just happened in Sodding." Startled, he thinks Sodding. Owen trembles as he explains that it all started when a 6-star dungeon collapsed, and right after that, several 4- and 5-star dungeons collapsed one after another. Sunggu immediately breaks into a cold sweat. High-level dungeons collapsing all at once? I have family in Sedong. He turns to Haeyeon. "Haeyeon, can you handle things here?" Surprised, she asks, "What about you?" Team leader Hong? A look of pure determination appears on Sunggu's face. "I have to go to Sedong." Cut to another area where the sky is stained a dark, smoky red. A man shouts at the crowd, "Hurry up, run!" Citizens are being hunted down by a massive pack of wolf monsters. Suddenly, a hand wrapped in a glowing blue aura is raised. The force lifts both the monsters and nearby cars high into the air, slamming them back down to the ground with a deafening crash. The man controlling this gravity magic pants heavily, thinking they just keep coming. He is the guild master of the Steel Hammer Guild, Wind Mage of South Korea, Park Sangwoo. He notices Min Chan guiding the survivors into a shelter. Sangwoo shouts to the crowd, "Everyone, head toward the Steel Hammer Guildmaster to find shelter. Staying inside the guild's dungeon is way safer than being out here in the open." He then walks over to Min Chan. Min Chan immediately turns around to face him. Sangwoo smirks slightly. "Who would have thought we would meet again in a situation like this? How ironic." Sangwoo looks at him, thinking, "You used to be my most reliable subordinate, but now you are the vice guild master of a rival guild." Min Chan speaks up, "Our awakened members will be here shortly. Please hang on for a moment." Sangwoo chuckles. "Right, it is super dangerous out here. Let us get inside quickly." Min Chan nods to Sangwoo, "Then I will head in first." Sangwoo lets out a sigh, thinking to himself that Alandal is basically a one-man show carried entirely by Kang Ujin, so he does not expect much help from them. Suddenly, Sangwoo looks back and freezes in sheer terror. Wait, where did those monsters even? A massive horned wolf appears out of nowhere, baring its fangs right at him. The people below completely lose their minds at the sight. How is it that huge? Where did it even come from? Perched on top of a building, it lets out a chilling howl under the crimson moon. Suddenly, a swarm of wolf monsters emerges from the shadows, all showing glowing red eyes and razor-sharp fangs. Seeing the massive pack surround them all at once, Sangwoo breaks out in a cold sweat. Is it calling its pack? He panics, thinking, "I have to hold them off so everyone can evacuate." Giant wolf roars and lunges straight at Sangwoo. He grits his teeth and quickly backs up, but just at that exact second, Sunggu suddenly bursts onto the scene, unleashing an insane punch that sends the giant wolf flying. The crowd's jaws completely drop. Sunggu slams his palm onto the ground and instantly, wild flames erupt all around him. He quickly conjures up a massive wall of fire to completely block off the pack. Firewall! With that done, he fires up the crowd shouting, "There is a ton of them, but we can definitely take them down. Everyone, hang in there." His words instantly hype up the survivors. "Yeah, we can do this." Sangwoo is completely stunned, staring at Sunggu and wondering, who on earth is this kid? Since when did we have such a high-tier fire mage in Seoul? Just then, a missile suddenly blows up right on the giant wolf. The crowd looks up in absolute shock. Several military helicopters emerge from the clouds as people scream, "It is the CDC. The CDC is here." But right after that, the giant wolf actually smirks. Shrapnel from the explosion shreds right through the soldiers and mages. No way, everyone is panicking. But that thing is not even scratched. The beast just bares its teeth with a creepy grin. Earth is actually a pretty wild place. Everyone around Sunggu is totally losing their minds. Did that giant wolf just speak to us? He thinks to himself, no, that's not it. Stares at the massive wolf towering over them. The sound isn't actually coming from its mouth. It is a creepy voice echoing from deep within its body. The giant wolf continues, "I will sacrifice you mere mortals to reach rank 3. Damn, 72 of Janet and Juriel's elite officers only ever made it to rank 2. Suddenly, sparks of pure lightning start crackling from the horn on its head. Everyone below is absolutely terrified watching this go down. The wolf fires a massive bolt of lightning straight into the ground. Sunggu gets hit directly, screaming in absolute agony. Sangwoo gets hit next, his eyes rolling back. It's over. Even the choppers in the sky are instantly fried. The wolf just watches as a helicopter plummets into a building, exploding into a massive fireball. Sunggu tries his best to stand, his whole body shaking violently. We have to stop this thing, I can't fall here. The wolf looks down at him, actually impressed by his grit, but he is still extremely annoying. Another lightning strike blasts Sunggu. He can't hold on anymore, veins popping out all over his face. He is cooked. I can't do this. The wolf leaps down, its heavy claws crushing the pavement. It lets out a smug laugh as it steps right over a defeated Sunggu. All you delicious humans are gathered in one convenient spot. Suddenly, Sunggu spots a dark speck in the sky. A missile is screaming down towards them. No way, did the government really just abandon Seoul like this? Meanwhile, in another location, Folger is furiously typing on a computer. Missile defense system activated. Another missile is launched and the two rockets collide mid-air, blowing up instantly. Then a blinding flash of light cuts through the sky. It slams directly into the ground, shattering the earth. The wolf turns around in shock. Ban steps out of the smoke. Man, this place looks like a complete dumpster fire. It is Wu Jin. He walks right up to the giant wolf. The beast eyes him warily, growling, "You." A smirk spreads across Wu Jin's face. "Are you the one who made this absolute mess?" Sunggu rushes over, completely bewildered. "What is going on? Did you seriously ride that missile here?" Wu Jin smirks and hits him with a savage reply that leaves him speechless. "Obviously. What, did you think I rode in on a reindeer?" The giant wolf's mind starts racing. It remembers back to when its ally retreated, that bastard Razum. He refused to admit who he lost to until the very end. It stares at Wu Jin standing over the shattered earth. But who could have guessed an immortal would be here on Earth? Wu Jin demands, "How did you blow up that dungeon?" The wolf is totally confused, asking what kind of nonsense he is talking about. Wu Jin pauses, thinking, wait, so it was not this guy? Black smoke begins swirling around his feet. Then there is nothing more to say. Get them! Skeletons instantly rise behind Wu Jin, ready to slaughter them all. Skeletons and Kiba let out a massive roar, their eyes glowing crimson. They charge forward to clash with the wolf monsters. "As you command, Your Highness." The skeleton army instantly slices through a wolf. Wu Jin leaps into the air, sword drawn, right in front of the giant wolf. The beast manages to block his strike with its horn, but it still the sting. Wu Jin smirks, thinking he has the upper hand, but then the horn starts sparking with massive lightning. Wu Jin's eyes widen as the electricity flares up. The massive blast erupts right in his face, forcing him back. Taking advantage of the distraction, the wolf leaps up onto the roof of a nearby building. It looks down at the stunned Wu Jin and snarls, "Just you wait, Immortal. When I return, I will come find you." With that, the giant wolf wags its tail and retreats. Wu Jin is absolutely speechless. Did he really just run away? The beast is heading straight for the dungeon gate, and there is no way he is letting it slide. A moment later, Wu Jin is standing in a vast, open area. A system prompt pops up. "You have entered Jurel's domain." 2 system windows pop up, informing him that Duel and Legion Battle are locked because they are not authorized yet. Please select a mode: Visit, Infiltrate, or Conquer. Prized. Oh, what is this? This is a bit different from when I was with Razum, but Wu Jin does not hesitate, quickly making his choice and tapping the screen. Whatever, it does not matter. I am choosing Conquer. A massive pillar of light shoots up in the distance. You have selected Conquer mode. Complete the mission to earn achievement points. Meanwhile, in another part of the domain, giant wolf is resting with its eyes closed. Suddenly, the stone in front of it glows with a blinding light. Wu Jin spawns in, casually walking over to the wolf. Ran away first and now you are giving up? The wolf glares at Wu Jin's smug face, thinking to itself, "Snake creating a gate on Earth. Who could have known someone like you would be there?" Wu Jin just waves his hand dismissively. "Well, this place is great for hunting. I will be visiting quite often from now on." The wolf snaps back, catching Wu Jin's attention. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Bares its sharp teeth. "You know absolutely nothing." Blue light suddenly wraps around the wolf's legs. "If this territory is conquered, the gate will vanish, which means I will not have to see your face ever again." Its body begins to swell with massive muscles. The system alerts. Legion special effect, Domain Guardian. Its eyes flash a brilliant gold, and that is exactly what will happen if I finish you off right here. A status window pops up. All physical skills will increase by 300% for the next 3 minutes, while the Domain Guardian effect is active. Wu Jin summons his weapon. "So you ran all the way back here just because you had this trump card up your sleeve. But at the end of the day, you are still just a rabid dog." The beast growls back, "I am going to rip you into 100 pieces." Ujin gives a mocking laugh. Too bad you can't. Both of them square up, ready to clash. Sure, you can resurrect the wolf roars, but you will not be doing any of that if I obliterate you once and for all. Charges forward at insane speed. Luckily, Wujin's reflexes are cracked, and he easily dodges the massive claws. He raises his hand and yells, "Go!" Blast of dark energy shoots out. Get him! A black blur flies straight at the wolf. Seeing that it is just BB, the wolf is stunned. A cat? It instantly swats her away. You arrogant bastard! It roars. If you do not take this seriously, you are going to lose your life. Suddenly, Ramson and Kiba leap in to attack. You are not getting past us. Dim alert chimes. Remaining time for Domain Guardian. Tins. Hearing this, the wolf grits its teeth and scoffs. It swings its massive claws, swatting both of them aside. It quickly bares its claws and charges straight for Wu Jin. Dealing with these guys one by one will only put me at a disadvantage. The system countdown continues. 7. The wolf raises its right claw, calculating that it has just enough time. I will close the distance and end him fast as possible. Wu Jin grips his sword in a defend stance, but the force of the strike blows his weapon right out of his hand. The wolf's claws pierce right through his chest. At that exact moment, the Legion effect is deactivated. Wu Jin coughs up a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing this, the wolf bursts into manic laughter. I did it! I killed the Immortal! But Wu Jin just smirks, tired of hearing beast babbles about how things even on the Hod's Olmer cut pull off. The wolf stares in absolute shock as Wu Jin starts laughing out loud. Wait, how did he suddenly appear behind the wolf? No matter how smart you think you are still just a dog. The beast is completely mind-blown, roaring. How? How is this possible? Wu Jin smiles, patting BB's head. Our little devil here has some pretty mischievous hobbies. BB giggles, covering her face in excitement. It was so funny watching you dance around all by yourself. Giant Wolf is sweating bullets because turns out that was an illusion mage. It remembers the cat that jumped out earlier. So he was the one warning the wolf through the cat. He goes, how long do you plan on just standing there? Out of nowhere, countless slash marks appear all over its body. Ujin rests his sword on his shoulder, watching the wolf howl in pure agony. He just smirks, flexing his absolute dominance. Don't even think about setting foot on Earth ever again. After deleting the wolf, the stone altar in front of Ujin glows, and a blue fragment floats up, making him gasp. Oh, is this Ujin grabs it, realizing he finally collected them all. The third space fragment. Suddenly, 2 golden fragments fly up too. He and BB watch the 3 scene streams of light dance in the air. System alert. The third space fragment is secured. The fragments link up to form the dimensional proof. The 3 pieces fuse together as a blinding light erupts. Boom! They turn into a glowing purple gem. The system screen pops up. Dimensional proof. A claimable dungeon space. If the dungeon is cleared, Hor will seek a new master. Ujin smirks. Ah, so this is what we actually needed. Back on the surface, Ujin walks out of the dungeon. Sunggu immediately rushes over, shouting, Bro, we are in deep trouble. He panics, explaining that dungeon outbreaks are popping up everywhere one after another. Ujin immediately asks, where? Sunggu quickly lists them off, saying they are all along Line 4. He heard on the radio that the outbreak has already reached Myeong Women's University. Ujin thinks to himself, Line 4? Looking up, the city sky is pitch black with ash. Ujin tells him, I will head over to check it out. You secure the perimeter here. Sunggu replies, On it, boss. Please stay safe. Meanwhile, at another location, a monster gets blown away. Hunters are desperately holding the line. Damn it, why are there so many? Where is our backup? The monsters just keep pouring out of the portal non-stop. The hunters are shaking in their boots. It is over for them. But suddenly, a massive strike slams right into the middle of the horde. Massive stone spikes shoot up from the ground, blocking the dungeon entrance. Powerful roar echoes. The monsters are completely obliterated in a single shot. Ujin is riding a spectral horse, hovering high in the air, looking down at the carnage. He whispers to himself, that should buy them some time. Looking at his map, he is heading toward Myeong Women's University. He has already summoned defenses at every single active dungeon. Ujin analyzes the battlefield below. If he jumps in, he could easily wipe them out. But if these dungeons keep breaking out, it is going to be a never-ending cycle. He needs to cut off the root cause to stop the spread. He realizes these outbreaks are not random. They are all following Line 4. No way. Someone is doing this on purpose. The image of Soon Station flashes in his mind. That is the next target. Cut to near the train station, Ujin is standing with his arms crossed, waiting. But he is confused. This is weird. 30 minutes have passed and nothing is happening. Ujin looks at the silent city. Why is that? The only difference is that he got to Soon Station first. His face suddenly turns dead serious. Theory is correct. Whoever is breaking these dungeons definitely knows him. Suddenly, 2 figures appear and call out his name. Kang Ujin. They introduce themselves. One says, I am Limungjin, vice leader of the KH Guild. I have heard a lot about you. The other says, I am Otaeju, leader of the Jazz Guild. It is an absolute honor to meet you. Surrounding crowd starts whispering in excitement. Look, Kang Ujin is here. Even if soon station blows up, he is going to handle it easily. Hearing this, Ujin falls deep into thought. Making up his mind, he walks straight toward the crowd. Myungin tries to call him back, but Ujin ignores them and stops right in front of a cloaked girl. She panics. What is it? Out of nowhere, he throws a heavy punch straight into her face. Bystanders are completely shocked by this savage move. They all rush over, screaming, Kang Ujin, what the hell are you doing? But then, the girl slowly sits up. Bro, I only disguised myself a little bit, and you hit me? Turns out it is Sunggu. He rubs his bruised face, whining, I am going to expose your terrible personality to everyone. Ujin just glares at him, completely unbothered. The little disguise? What a joke. Without wasting a second, Ujin lands a devastating kick straight into Sunggu's ribs. Bro is left shivering, clutching his stomach, gasping, what are you doing? Ujin sneers, if you commit a crime, you pay the price. Isn't that how it works? Sungho is absolutely stunned. Crime? A sudden panic flashes in his mind. No freaking way, did he actually figure it out? Flow flashes back to when he knelt before the Lord of the 25th floor, EEO. Back when he was a nobody, he became his loyal servant and was granted insane, godlike powers. But Sungho was completely awestruck. At that very moment, he realized something. The Lord flashed a twisted, monstrous grin, claiming he is a literal god and that Earth will be shattered into tiny pieces by his absolute power. He was ordered to trigger all these dungeon outbreaks. Breaking out of his flashback, Sungho summons his dark aura, screaming, what damn crime? You are the one trying to commit murder here. Ujin casually spins, effortlessly dodging the attack. He eyes the floating sword in the air, thinking, not bad telekinesis. He looks at Sangho's disgusting, smug grin, wondering if this trash is actually somewhat strong. But as a barrage of daggers flies toward him, Ujin easily bats them away like flies. He mockingly tells Sungho, just some cheap parlor tricks. Before Sungho can even react, Ujin blitzes forward and drives his blade straight through him. The crowd gasps in sheer terror. Sungho immediately coughs up a huge splash of blood. He falls to his knees, utterly defeated, thinking this world is so unfair. Even with all this power, he still cannot touch this guy. Sungho spits out a bloody laugh. It is useless. You cannot stop this. If it is not me, someone else will finish the job. Ujin just raises an eyebrow, completely unfazed. Wait, so you are the one triggering the outbreaks? Sungho freezes, completely stunned. You did not know? Then why did you beat me up? Ujin just smirks. Wow, you are actually hilarious. Then Ujin drops a line that absolutely paralyzes him with fear. Aren't you the same bastard who sent assassins to kill me back in the Middle East? Did you seriously think I would not find out? He laughs arrogantly. Things are different now, bro. We are gonna have a very long, very nice chat. Dragged into a pitch-black corridor, Sungho is thrown to the hard floor, groaning in agony. Ujin steps forward, looking like a straight-up demon, threatening him. How did you trigger those dungeon outbreaks? Spill it now if you want a quick, painless death. But Sungho just out a pathetic, mocking laugh, spitting back. Do you really think I am going to talk? Ujin does not even get mad. Instead, his smirk grows wider. Taking slow, terrifying steps forward, he asks, oh, so you want to do this the hard way? Suddenly, Sungho starts fall into a state of absolute, mind-bending panic. Where the hell am I? He turns around and books it, desperately trying to escape, remembering he is trapped in a dungeon with this monster. He looks back to see if he is safe, fueled by pure desperation to escape. But Ujin is already walking right beside him, casually twirling a club, whispering, where do you think you are running, bro? Sungho panics, completely losing his mind. How are you in front of me? You were just behind me. Suddenly, multiple clones of Ujin surround him from all sides. Caught you, you little trash! Sungho's face contorts, sweating bullets as he trembles in sheer horror. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the dark corridor. Cut to an elevator with a directory sign. BB is jumping up and down with a massive grin, totally hyped up, saying she cannot believe he found this on Earth. Flynn puts his hands on his hips, smirking, and asks, do you like it? The little girl squeals with joy, jumping up and down excitedly. Of course I do. The original Phantom Cloak was mine to begin with. Meanwhile, propped up against a nearby pillar, Sungho is still bleeding and whimpering in pain. BB looks at him and bursts out laughing, clearly enjoying his misery. Ujin looks at her, totally suspicious, and asks, yo, what did you even show him? The little girl just grins and straight up confesses. A game of hide and seek where getting caught means getting completely wrecked. Suddenly, the dude snaps his eyes open in pure panic. Our MC steps up with a savage cold look and asks, oh, you're finally awake? Terrified out of his mind, the guy immediately drops to his knees and begs, please spare me, I'll spit out everything. But Ujin just stands there with a cold smile, not holding back at all as he lays down the law. I already know everything. In a flash, a massive splash of blood splatters everywhere. Ujin grips his scythe and coldly declares, and you dragged innocent people on Earth into this too. That's when the truth finally comes to light. Trapped inside BB's broken phantom magic, the guy spilled absolutely everything. Ujin starts putting all the pieces of the puzzle together. Dude confessed how he became a loyal servant of Lord Elo just to save his own skin from monster attacks. And now, Ujin has finally cracked the final mystery. But since he was still technically human, he managed to unlock the dungeon barrier using a return stone. BB lets out a massive sigh of relief and smiles. Man, that is such a relief, Master! But our MC is already 10 steps ahead and looks kind of disappointed, predicting what is next. Unfortunately, since he is a servant of the Space Lord, he is going to respawn pretty soon. Ujin looks down with absolute confidence and explains, but once he respawns, he won't even be human anymore, so he can't pull that trash stunt ever again. Wrap it up, let's move! Up in the sky, massive wyverns are soaring with absolute fury when suddenly that familiar black portal rips open. Ujin and BB step right out and he says, "Welcome to the Wyvern Dungeon." A massive, incredibly majestic castle looms before them, featuring a terrifying tiger head statue with sharp fangs on the wall and other creepy creature statues guarding the pedestals. BB looks around, totally creeped out, and whimpers, "Master, this place is so spooky. I feel like some random ghost is about to jump out at us." Jin just shrugs, walks right up, and pushes the heavy doors open. He spots something sitting on the throne and grins. Jackpot, found the return stone. He slowly approaches the glowing gem. Right on cue, the system panel pops up. The proof of space is reacting to the return stone of the Wyvern Lair dungeon. Current synchronization rate is 72%. Do you wish to claim the Wyvern Lair as your personal domain? If accepted, you will receive territory based on your synchronization rate. Confirm or decline. Looking at the glowing stone, the guide's words echo in Ujin's mind once again. A dungeon lord is chosen by the dungeon itself. If you manage to gather dimensional fragments, a matching dungeon will react to it. Remembering this, our MC doesn't hesitate for a single second. No more overthinking. He hits confirm and the system processes it instantly. The Wyvern Lair has been successfully claimed as your spatial domain. Before registering on the global rankings, would you like to rename your dungeon? Ujin thinks for a moment and comes up with a clean name, Adan. With the system update complete, it automatically switches modes. Spatial Domain Management Guide has been generated. Auto-playing tutorial now. After a 30-day stabilization period, you will face Explorer challenge. If you fail to defend the dungeon, you will lose the dungeon gate, and parts of your domain may be plundered. After a 30-day defense period, lords from other dimensions can officially challenge this domain. Current status, Spatial Domain Adan. Lord, Kang Ujin, servant energy residence and dungeon, army. Seeing Ujin suddenly clutch his head in pain, BB runs over, worried. "Master, are you okay?" Ujin grips his throne tightly, his hand trembling. "Even though I planned everything, those bastards were still one step ahead of me." That's when the whole picture clicks in his head. Now I finally get it. Spatial domain is a literal war zone where the great lords and 72 commanders fight for absolute power. Alphen and Earth are nothing but playpens to harvest new energy. Ujin grits his teeth in pure rage. "Trash, I'm going to tear all of you down." Just then, his system stats pop up. Level 75. Name Kang Ujin. Class Necromancer. Inherited class Warrior. Rank Lord. Achievement 713,219,644. Mana 1320 out of 1320. Energy 200 out of 240. The next morning, the city speakers echo throughout Seoul, broadcasting a reassuring message to the citizens. All monsters from yesterday's massive dungeon break have been completely wiped out once again. Standing in front of his familiar towering company building, Ujin steps inside and sighs at the absolute chaos. Damn, this place is completely trashed. Stares at the empty white shelves, completely speechless. The entire warehouse was looted clean. Ujin turns around and straight up commands, "We're moving. Get on it right now." He then lays out his exact demands. Out around Seoul and find a building we can turn into a solid fortress, just like a proper guild headquarters. Min-chan is caught off guard for a second, but quickly nods. "Understood, boss. I'll get right on it." Three of them look at the absolute wreckage. Woo-sung checks his phone and gasps, "Yo, the network is finally back online." He immediately jumps into action. "I'm going to call the staff and get everyone back to work right away." But as Ujin stares down at his own phone, his eyes widen at the unexpected caller ID flashing on the screen. The moment he picks up, Jiwon's sobbing, panicked voice fills his ears. "Ujin, please, you have to help me." Ujin tenses up, waiting for her to explain, but with Jimin in critical condition, he can't wait any longer and cuts straight to the chase. "Jiwon, where are you right now?" Cut to Jimin, who is panting heavily, his mouth forced open to reveal sharp, terrifying fangs. His eyes are glowing a menacing red as he growls in pure agony, and then He lets out a feral roar right there on his hospital bed. The scene cuts to a massive hospital in Seoul, where Jiwon is sitting on a bench, completely devastated and crying her eyes out. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, shaking her out of her despair. Jiwon. Clinging to her last thread of hope, she dashes forward and throws her arms around him, sobbing hysterically. Ujin! Oh God, what's going to happen to Jemin? She buries her face in Ujin's chest, choking on her own words. If anything happens to him, I don't know what I'll do. Ujin gently places a hand on her head to calm her down, giving her a reassuring, warm smile. Hey, it's going to be okay. Jemin is going to pull through. He looks down at her with absolute confidence and adds, just trust me on this, all right? Jiwon looks up at him in complete shock. Ujin then swings the door, the hospital room wide open, and strides right inside. Jemin is lying on the bed, his face pale and gaunt. Hearing someone walk in, he slowly turns his head and glares over. Ujin takes one look at his condition and instantly puts two and two together. Did you get bitten? Jemin weakly nods and points to his shoulder. Yeah, right here on my shoulder. His entire body trembles in sheer terror as he stammers. Ha-hung, what's going to happen to me? But instead of panicking, Ujin remains completely calm and asks, hey, you know about vampires, right? Hearing that, Jemin's eyes widen as he mutters, "The vampires?" Ujin nods with absolute certainty, exactly. To put it simply, you're about to become a vampire. Kid's face goes pale as he stutters. Does that mean I have to live in the dark for the rest of my life? Ujin immediately steps in to clear things up. Nah, still walk under the sun. But tomorrow you'll technically die, and your body will be fully reborn as a bloodsucker. He leans in closer, dropping some harsh truth. The vampire you're thinking of is a high-class true vampire. But you're just gonna turn into a low-level blood-sucking thrall. In other words, you'll be nothing but a wild monster. And unfortunately for you, but once you are bitten, there is absolutely no turning back. It is over. Jemin is totally helpless, crying his eyes out while calling for Woojin. But hold on, Woojin is not done speaking yet. Turns out, there is actually one way to escape certain death. Woojin looks down at him and asks him straight up, Jin, do you want to live? At this point, the guy is practically sobbing, crying out, yes, I want to live so bad. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, Weymouth is busy draining his prey. He sinks his teeth deep into a poor girl's shoulder. After getting his fill, he just tosses her to the ground like trash and wipes his mouth. Strokes his chin with the most satisfied look, thinking this place is straight up paradise. I mean, this world is literally crawling with humans. Weymouth looks up at the sky, a bit undecided. The dawn is coming. Should I really just settle for taking it day by day? But right then, a playful voice cuts through the air. Caught you. Weymouth spins around and immediately recognizes who it is. The kid he bit last night. But wait, who is that guy next to him? Weymouth decides there is no point in picking a fight with the sun rising, so he moves fast, trying to leap away and make a quick escape. But out of nowhere, his arm gets grabbed. Weymouth is completely shocked as he gets yanked right back down. Woojin instantly slams him hard onto the dirt. He whips out a heavy chain and wraps it right around Weymouth's neck. Gagging in pain, the monster tries everything to break free. Woojin looks back and calls out, come here! He hands over a sharp weapon and tells Jin to stab the vampire straight through the heart. But seeing him hesitate like a coward, Woojin asks him, don't you want to live anymore? Jin is still shaking, totally lost. Yes, of course I do. But how do I even stab him? Can't you just do it for me hearing this? Woojin just lets out a tired, fed-up sigh. Woojin has to spell it out for him. Look, this trash is going to burn when the sun comes up anyway. But the catch is, once he dies, you as his freshly turned thrall are going down with him. Woojin lays out two options. You can either follow this monster and die, or you can end him right now and live on, even if it means turning into a vampire. He says it casually, letting Jin make his own choice. It is up to you. Jin falls into deep thought, weighing his options. But deep down, he already knows exactly what he wants. Flashbacks of the hospital rush through his mind. He wants to live. His sister is still crying, waiting for him to come home. Suddenly, his eyes snap open, filled with pure determination. No more hesitating. Jin raises the blade high. I want to live. Boom! He plunges the knife straight into Weymouth. Blood sprays everywhere, splattering into the air. Jin stands there in shock, staring up. He cannot believe what is happening. The blood on the ground suddenly defies gravity, turning around and flying straight back at him. Jin completely panics as the blood rushes towards him. He gasps, and the blood literally forces itself down his throat. Behind him, Woojin just watches with a satisfied smirk. He looks at Jin and declares that the ritual is officially complete. The blood inheritance is done. Jin's ears start to grow long and pointed. His nails grow out, turning pitch black. After absorption of that fresh blood, he is completely transformed. Jin looks at his hands, whispering, I can feel it, I am actually going to live. Changed to a mysterious foggy land. At the same exact time, over in the Adan territory, Kiba is strolling around looking relaxed and satisfied. Wow, so peaceful. stares out into the massive open space, totally vibing. I wonder what lies beyond the borders of this endless territory. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge crowd of people starts marching his way. Kiba immediately growls on high alert. He points his massive hammer forward and demands, "Who goes there? What business do you have in Adan?" Hearing his shout, a mysterious-looking ghost knight steps forward. Speaking in a surprisingly polite tone, he requests, if possible, "Could you please allow us to meet the lord of this territory?" Meanwhile, the entire city of Seoul is in absolute chaos. Unstable dungeons are collapsing left and right, throwing monsters everywhere as the panic spreads. The entire world is shocked by the crazy monster outbreak in Seoul right after Daegu. Traffic is backed up for miles as people desperately try to escape the city. Every single person in Seoul is running for their lives. The government tries to put out an official statement, but literally nobody's buying it. They claim they can keep the dungeons under control for days to stop the panic, but absolutely no one believes that trash. Left with no choice, the government has to change plans. They rush to sign a defense treaty with the Aden Guild to handle the crisis, and thankfully it actually starts showing some results, putting massive pressure on the Aden Guild. Cut to the bustling Seoul airport, where people at the gate are already whispering and gossiping. Wow, that is disgusting. A bunch of guys turn their heads at the same time. Is something happening in Korea? Look, everyone is staring at this one person. Seriously, seeing her in real life is way different than on YouTube. Morty walks out and waves. "Hey Min-chan, long time no see." Min just totally caught off guard, but eagerly reaches out to help. "Wow, that was a long flight. Here, let me grab your bags for you." But she holds onto her bag tight and declines. "No, it is fine." Worried he might get the wrong idea, Morty quickly explains, "This contains the documents requested by the Immortal." She flashes a confident smile, adding, "I am going to deliver it directly to him myself." Meanwhile, Woojin just used a space portal to teleport in. He looks up, completely puzzled, and wonders, what on earth is that? Woojin stares at the massive city gate, totally confused. Since when did our territory have something like this? Suddenly, Bibi comes running from behind, yelling, "Master!" Woojin looks around, completely lost, and asks, "What is all this stuff?" Bibi just smiles playfully and asks, "Isn't it beautiful?" She giggles, totally flexing her hard work. Dimension Shop has literally everything, but it was so hard choosing the prettiest ones. Just then, the system pops up with a detailed notification for the Aden Territory's butler, Bibi. Current space energy is at 0%, with only 30,000 out of 500,000 energy points left. Woojin glares at the flower garden, utterly speechless. I told her to manage the place, and she turned it into a flower garden. That's when he realizes why their energy is completely drained. Turns out, space energy is directly linked to the defensive army protecting the territory. With 0% space energy and only 30,000 out of 500,000 left, he's like, "Wait, did she really blow through the 10,000 points I gave her yesterday already?" Seeing his reaction, Bibi looks super worried and asks, "Master, do you not like it?" Woojin just scratches his head, feeling awkward, and says, "No, it is fine." But suddenly he senses something off and instantly goes on high alert. Woojin looks over with a tense expression and asks, "What is that noise?" Bibi confesses honestly, "Oh, Ramson asked for a favor, so his disciple is currently helping out." She shakes her head, totally side out, explaining that he said everyone needs a hobby to truly live or whatever. Woojin then points toward another spot and asks, "Okay, then what about that?" Bibi giggles excitedly and explains, "That's a mini tavern. We can actually use space energy to buy drinks there." Hearing this, Woojin is highly skeptical. "Wait, monsters drink alcohol too? Okay, I definitely need to take over energy management myself." He puts his hands on his hips and asks with concern, "By the way, how is Jemin doing lately?" Bibi was actually shocked to hear that. That vampire dude? She immediately reported everything that went down. Since the guy was still in a total panic, her disciple hooked him up with a house and left some blood bags, but he hasn't touched them yet. Staring at those blood bags, he's struggling so hard to resist. Like, I want some blood so bad, but wait, I'm literally a human. Damn it. Hearing that, Ujin's was totally satisfied. Nice job. Suddenly, footsteps echoed and a familiar voice spoke up, "My lord." Kiba got Ujin's attention and reported that these guys wanted to meet him. He led the crowd inside to have an audience. Cut to deep inside the castle, our MC is sitting on his throne, looking down and wondering what's up. "What brings you here, Adan?" Adan got down on his knees and made a sincere request. "Please, my lord, let our family stay in your territory." But suddenly, Ujin rolled his eyes with a weird look. The system popped up, summarizing the situation with two choices. The Tiger clan has reached your territory. Completely exhausted from their long refugee life, you can either order your soldiers to kick them out or win them over and make them your citizens. But our MC was just completely indifferent, saying, "None of my business, actually. But I do have a few questions." Adan bowed with ultimate respect, ready to answer. "Thank you, my lord. What would you like to ask?" But then Ujin dropped a super weird question. On a scale of 1 to 10, I honestly don't even know where to start. Hearing this, Adan was completely confused and asked, "If you don't mind me asking, how long have you been the lord of this territory?" Our MC didn't hesitate and straight up dropped the number. One day, hearing that, Adan was shocked. "Ah, that explains it." He then honestly shared his story. "Before coming here, we went to another territory ruled by a lord, but we couldn't stand their insane tax laws, so we abandoned that land and ended up here." Hearing that, Ujin asked, "So you actually came from another dimensional territory?" Odin nodded, quickly confirming it. "Yes, we can travel across territorial borders." The MC recalled the tax detail and asked, "What's this tax law you mentioned, and how does it work?" Sweating bullets, Adan confessed everything. "The Lord taxes the settlers, and we usually pay him bloodstones to compensate for hunting." Hearing that, Ujin got suspicious. "Hunting? Is there even anything to hunt in this wasteland?" Odin smiled excitedly, assuring him, "Don't worry, my lord, because we hunt on the outside." Hearing this, Ujin's face darkened as he began to wonder, where exactly does that gate connect to? Ah, that makes sense. It all clicked for him. There are 4 ways for a dimensional territory to gather energy. Method 1. Pill and absorb the adventurers who enter the dungeon to hunt. Ujin then figured out the second method. 2. Unleash the citizens and army into the outside world, meaning they completely clear out dungeons. Then he thought of the most peaceful way. 3. Cultivate plants with bloodstones or raise livestock. Basically production, but the efficiency is total trash. Finally, Ujin realized the ultimate method. 4. Invade other territories through full-scale war. High risk, high reward. Honestly, letting the citizens hunt and taxing them is the easiest way. While he was lost in thought, Adan's voice suddenly snapped him back to reality. Standing tall, Lord Ujin announced his final decision. "I'm not opening the gate." Adan was absolutely shocked and warned him about the consequences. "But if you do that, the energy will drop, affecting other dimensions." Ujin let out a sigh, staying firm on his decision. "We will just have to find another way. Beyond that gate is my home." Adan looked totally confused, sweating with anxiety. "I'm sorry, my lord." But our MC just smirked and waved it off. "No big deal." Turning around to head inside, Ujin waved his hand and said, "Stay or leave, do whatever you want. Go get some rest." As the hallway lights flickered, Ujin frowned, feeling the pressure of the system notification. The territory is protected for 30 days after declaration. Once the 30-day protection for a new lord ends, you can receive war declarations from other lords. After 30 days of stabilizing your territory, you will face the trial of the challengers. If your defense fails, you lose the dungeon gate. A portion of your territory's assets will be looted. After that, just like Adan said, my territory will become nothing but easy prey for predators waiting for a newly established territory. Ujin quickened his pace. Before that nightmare begins, no matter what, it is not just about building an army, but I also have to find a way to boost the territory's energy. Sometime later, the grind began. 20 days passed in territory time, was only 5 days in real-world time. The Adan dimensional territory was gearing up for invasions from other dimensions. Military bases were rapidly constructed, cut to the other side where things were just as busy. Meanwhile, the Adan Guild was relocating its headquarters near Gun. Min Chan walked up to remind him, "Director, you didn't forget the National Assembly visit at 2 p.m. today." Our MC quickly confirmed, "Of course I know. By the way, did you bring what the US side asked us to look into?" She quickly pulled out the documents and handed them over. "I have it ready, sir." Ujin smiled, completely satisfied. "Good job." Seeing this, Min Chan was curious. "Director, what are those documents?" Ujin casually revealed the title, The Death Note, but Min Chan just stood there with a bright, clueless smile. "Death Note? What on earth is that?" Realizing what it actually was, his face went completely pale as he screamed. Shaking all over, Min Chan asked, "Can I read it?" Our MC didn't mind at all, tossing the booklet over. "Go ahead." As he read through the list, his mind was absolutely blown. This was a list of people involved in Kang Ujin's assassination. This the real reason you agreed to visit the National Assembly. Ujin smirked, his master plan already set. Obviously, it's way easier to take them all out when they are all gathered in one room. With a dark expression, he declared, "I can't believe so many trash were behind my assassination. I'm going to make all their heads roll." Plan set, Ujin began his move. "Contact the assembly. I'm heading out now." Cut to another crucial location, the National Assembly of South Korea. Assemblyman Daegu turned to shake hands warmly. Assemblyman Choi Tae-oh stood up quickly, playing nice. "Oh, come on. No need to be so formal, sir. Please sit down." Sitting back down with a smug smirk, he asked, "I heard that brat Ujin is finally showing his face?" Tae-oh looked over with a scheming, wicked gaze. "Does that punk even have a choice?" Daegu sighed confidently. "If that kid is enjoying the benefits of this country, he better be ready to do some work." The guy next to him totally agreed. "Exactly. He is turning the honorable work of our Ministry of National Defense into a complete joke." Teo brought up the leverage. Speaking of which, are the conditions we set good enough? The hearing is about to confirm. According to the Ministry of Defense, we even offered to recognize their guild on the same level as the ministry itself, but the guy still rejected it. Seo. Buck arrogantly sneered. Do you think that trash has any other choice if he wants to survive in Korea? It is just a front he put up just to make himself look more valuable. Assemblyman Choi got even more amused, laughing out loud as he made a decision. Then today, I am going to expose all of his little tricks. Hearing this, Seo Gook was filled with hope. If you do that, Assemblyman Choi, then I will put my trust in you. Cut to the outside where the cars are rolling out. Sung-hoon nervously glanced over, saying, Boss, you are not actually planning on making this a bloodbath, right? Woo-jin sat in the back with his arms crossed, looking absolutely menacing. Ask me one more time and I will flip this entire place upside down. He stammered in fear, trembling. Yes, boss, I got it. Sung-hoon silently pondered. It seems the vice president did his absolute best to stop him. Surely the worst won't happen, right? Meanwhile, Din-chan was trying his hardest to talk him out of it. No way, boss. That will turn into an absolute mess we can never untangle. Suddenly, the guy in the back called out, Hey, Sung-hoon. Turned around, waiting for orders. Yes, boss. Out of nowhere, Woo Jin gave a sudden command. Change our destination. Cut to a massive private mansion in the middle of nowhere, Bake. Jongman turned around to ask about the situation outside. Are they still protesting? The assistant confirmed with a clear report. Yes. Sir, the citizens are absolutely furious. He held his head in his hands, looking completely exhausted and depressed. This country is cooked and cannot even protect its own people. Baek Gyeongman could only cling to hope. The only thing that can save us from this disaster is getting Kang Ujin's signature on the agreement. This hearing must succeed. Suddenly, someone anxiously burst through the door, shouting, Mr. President. He turned around, already predicting what was coming. I guess it is time we should head to the National Assembly as well. But the messenger, pale as a ghost, gasped, That is not it, sir. Trembling, he rushed to report. Kang Woo-jin is currently at the Blue House. Hearing this, Baek Young-man could not believe his ears. What? He came here instead of the National Assembly? Cut back to the National Assembly. 1 hour after Kang Woo-jin met with the president, everyone inside is still whispering and buzzing with noise. Why is he so late? It is not the first time he has messed with us. He is way too arrogant. Seo Gook whispered, glancing over with a probing look. Nothing bad happened, right? Teo could not give a definitive answer. I am not so sure either. That guy has always treated government summons like absolute trash. Gritted his teeth, scowling with pure rage. Kang Woo-jin, you bastard. Do you think you are above the National Assembly just because you got the backing of the global population? Teo recalled the past with deep regret. I should have killed you in the Middle East before you got this cracked. Suddenly, Woo Jin walked in, wearing a sharp suit with his hands in his pockets, totally chillin'. Hey, looks like everyone is gathered here. An assemblyman furiously demanded, Kang Woo Jin, are you looking down on the National Assembly? But he did not even reply, simply pulling out a chair. Seeing his reaction, the others got even more enraged. You are seriously going to ignore us? Give us an answer. Woo Jin kept his cool and turned to make a demand. Prosecutor Lee Ki-jin, hand over the verified files. He obediently passed them over. Here they are. He looked at the list, making decisions on the spot. I will delete this guy. This one is completely useless. Woo Jin frowned, calculating his next move. There is a lot of trash in here, but I cannot just slaughter all of them. Well, this is actually not too bad, right? That is still more than half of them. Then he stood up, calmly getting down to business. All right, let us keep moving. Sung-hoon stared blankly, completely lost. Wait, what? We are leaving already? Woo Jin tossed the files back, stating, I have already verified their identities. Someone finally lost their mind and yelled, Hey, where do you think you are going? This hearing a joke to you? Sit back down right now. In response, he smirked with pure contempt. A hearing? Just to confirm if I will join your so-called Ministry of Defense? Something I never wanted to deal with in the first place? Woo Jin suddenly grabbed the mic. He did not just reject them. He made it crystal clear, I am not joining the Ministry of Defense or anything else. There is no need for a hearing. I only have one warning for you. Woo Jin did not hold back, dropping a heavy hissing message. Those here who were involved in the missile terror attack aimed at wiping me out. He went out of his way to call out those who triggered the dungeon break, just for their personal gain. Woo Jin threw a chilling warning right in their faces. For anyone we deem useless in the upcoming battles, you are going to pay a heavy price for all the crimes you have committed so far. He smirked as he dropped an absolute bombshell. All the evidence has already been leaked to the press. Woo Jin, with a dark, satisfied grin, added, Make sure to watch the news to see exactly why you deserve to die. Heo stammered, standing up to confront him. What the hell are you talking about? How can you be so damn arrogant? But Woo Jin did not even care, walking straight out, let us go. Sung-hoon quickly followed behind, yes, boss. Enraged by his disrespect, Tae-oh chased after them. Where do you think you are going? Are you not even going to sit down? But Woo-jin turned around, his eyes completely shifting. Tae-oh was instantly frozen, totally paralyzed. Stood there, looking up at the ceiling and screaming in sheer agony. Seo-gook, trembling violently, pointed his finger and demanded, "What do you think you are doing in this sacred national assembly?" Woo-jin looked back with his signature arrogant smirk. "You had better pray your names are not on that list." He could not take it anymore, cursing repeatedly. "You have crossed the line. Are we seriously putting the nation's safety in the hands of a violent thug like this? Where did you even get all this fabricated info? Kang Ujin needs to be deported from Korea immediately." Outside, under a clear and pleasant blue sky, Sung-hoon let out a deep sigh of relief and praised him. "You did a great job holding back, boss." Meanwhile, Woo-jin was breaking a sweat, feeling uneasy. Honestly, I was actually wondering if he would pull a stunt like that. Before all this, he had received a phone call. "It is me, Baek-young-man. Kang Woo-jin is heading to the National Assembly. Please back him up." Even Kang Jin is completely stunned by this crazy plot twist. Following the VIP's order, I already handed over all the files on those corrupt politicians linked to the dungeon incident, but I never expected us to just pull back helplessly like this. He's also getting super stressed trying to predict their next move. Since we already declared war, those trash-tier politicians are going to wipe out all the evidence in a second. In the end, history is just going to repeat itself like an endless loop. Woo-in suddenly locks in, his eyes going cold as he calls it out. "So, should we get this party started?" Then, with absolute boss energy, he commands, "Show yourselves." Second, his massive squad pulls up. Woo-in drops the order. "Wait until they go outside, then delete every single target we memorized earlier." Yong-hun is absolutely panicking right now, screaming, "Boss, didn't you promise there wouldn't be any bloodshed in Parliament?" But our boy just turns around with a smirk to clarify. "That is exactly why I walked outside." Song-hun is completely stunned, like, "No way. That is definitely not what the vice chairman meant." Standing outside for a bit, Woo-in gets totally bored. Waiting for these rats to poke their heads out is such a drag. "Let's shake things up a little, shall we?" Suddenly, a panic scream echoes from the building. Fire. The alarm starts blaring like crazy. Everyone starts sprinting, scrambling to get out in pure chaos. It is a fire, get me out of here. But then, they realize everyone is just huddled up at the entrance. "Move! Why is everyone standing there frozen like statues?" Tae-oh does not care about anything and just shoves people aside. "Out of my way." Runs toward the exit, completely relieved. "Yes, I made it. I am alive." But then Tae-oh freezes when he sees the scene waiting outside. "Wait, what?" A guy clad in full armor turns to report target confirmed. Tae-oh breaks into a cold sweat, looking back in absolute shock. What on earth is that? Panicked out of his mind, Tae-oh bolts back toward the crowd. "Move, I am Choi Tae-oh, out of my way." But unfortunately for him, a massive hand grabs him right by the throat. Tae-oh gets lifted into the air like a rag doll, screaming his lungs out, "Let me go." From the shadows, familiar footsteps approach. Woo-in lets out a smug smirk and drops the cold order. "That is Choi Tae-oh, take care of him." Tae-oh looks down, trembling from head to toe, questioning, "Why are you doing this?" Woo-in looks completely unfazed, dropping the ultimate flex. "Just watch the news, you will find out." Tae-oh, completely losing it, snaps back. "How am I supposed to watch the news if I am dead?" Our boy just gives him a savage smirk. "Sucks to be you then." Tae-oh is sweating buckets, still desperately trying to argue. "Do you think this power can make you a god?" Losing his mind, Tae-oh struggles and screams, "At least tell me why, you bastard." Right then, Woo-in suddenly drops the truth bomb about his secret connection with Lee Sang-ho. He exposes all of his dirty laundry. "You intentionally used the dungeon break to pocket hundreds of millions in dirty cash. And you even funded that missile strike just to assassinate me." Woo-in puts his hands on his hips, looking down on him like an absolute boss. "So, is that enough of a reason to send you packing?" Tae-oh has no choice but to play dumb. "I have no idea what you are talking about. I am innocent. How can you break the law and just execute an innocent man like this?" The crowd starts backing him up, yelling, "He is right. We must follow the law. Let the system handle this." But Woo-in just lets out a cold laugh. "Sounds nice. Today, I am the law." Tae-oh completely loses his mind, screaming, "You insane psychopath. This is the Republic of Korea, a democratic country. Do you really think you can get away with murder?" Before he can even finish his sentence, his neck is snapped. Boom. Folded. The crowd looks on in sheer terror, completely speechless. That terrifying shadowy beast just stands there, growling, "You dared to insult the king." Our boy puts his hand on his hip, looking at the trembling crowd with a smirk. "All right, who is next?" Seeing them shaking like leaves, Woo-in gives them a friendly heads up. "Look, if you do not want to get roasted alive in there, I suggest you start running." Song-hun takes one look at the carnage and literally throws up. Kang Jin rushes over, completely speechless. "This is mental. Is he actually trying to start a revolution in this corrupt country? Even if it means he will be remembered as the most brutal killer in history. Cut to a private, highly secured office. Baek Sung Man. He rests his chin on his hand, stressing over a specific warning and a crazy proposal. He flashes back to their secret meeting. Lord Kang Ujin, why are you here instead of the assembly? Looking at the massive document dumped on his desk, Sung Man is completely stunned. What is this? Wu-in stands there with absolute confidence, laying out his master plan. Before I unleash my revenge, I have one warning and one proposal for you. Wu-in turns around, waiting for his answer. Well, meanwhile on the news, the anchor is going crazy, declaring this as a full-blown national rebellion. Kang Wu-in from the An Guild has launched a hostile takeover of the National Assembly. Back in the office, Sung Man nervously tries to clarify. No. What about his proposal? But his secretary can only sigh. Sir, that is completely out of our hands. Suddenly, an urgent call connects straight to the Minister of National Defense. Kang Wu-in has issued an absolute threat. If this entire area is not cleared within 5 minutes, please order a strike. We need to take control of the situation. Hearing this, the minister breaks into a cold sweat. Sung Man is stressed out of his mind. Take control? Are you insane? Can we even touch him? The guy is literally more dangerous than an entire terrorist army. Trying to keep his composure, he asks what the casualty count is looking like. The intel team reports back immediately. We have 57 casualties so far, starting with Delegate Park. Hearing this, even Sung Man is blown away. Kid actually keeps his word. After a heavy silence, he finally makes the call. Clear the area. But the Minister of Defense on the other line immediately pushes back. Cannot do that, sir. This is a straight-up act of terror against the state. Slamming his desk in anger, Sung Man snaps. I said clear the area. That is a direct order. The other side goes completely silent. Understood, sir. Sung Man immediately goes into high gear. Secretary Hwarang set up a press conference for him right now. The secretary quickly nods. Understood, sir. Cut back to the guild headquarters where everyone is completely losing their minds. I never actually thought the boss would go this far. Heian is literally shaking with anxiety. Vice Chairman, what is going to happen to us? Min Chan completely collapses, burying his face in his hands. This is not some minor incident. Meanwhile, the TV is still blaring with breaking news. He grabs his head, pacing back and forth, completely unable to believe that they are witnessing the most brutal and unpredictable rebellion in the nation's history. Min Chan is just letting out heavy sighs. Taegang scratches his head, totally clueless. Those politicians were bad guys anyway, right? Won't we be fine since a ton of people are actually hyping him up online? But Min Chan just gets more stressed, snapping back, it is not fine at all. Horty just smiles, unbothered, with one simple thought. The Immortal has already become king. He is definitely not the type to let himself be controlled by anyone. The leader of this ruined country. Min Chan was totally helpless, begging Saintess, please read the room. Hey Min, here is some water and a pill. Please take another calming pill. He tried his best to stay calm. All right, but just as Min was drinking his water, the TV flashed some crazy breaking news. As soon as the news dropped, he spit his water out. The president just announced the Adan Guild's independence in a press conference. Bonn is now officially recognized as a sovereign state, and the news anchor kept going. On top of that, expressing his gratitude to the leader of the Adan Guild, Kang Ujin, the president announced that as soon as the ruined National Assembly is rebuilt, a public referendum will be held to turn the Adan Guild into an autonomous state. Right then, our boy walked in. What is up? Why the long faces, everyone? Jumped in shock and yelled, boss. Min Chan, completely exhausted, started whining. Boss, I literally begged you. I did not want any blood spilled in the National Assembly. Ujin casually sat down and asked, is that why you did not do it inside the building? Bro just hung his head, totally dead inside. Do you have any idea how worried I was when I saw the National Assembly on live TV? Then Min Chan suddenly snapped out of it and got back to the point. Wait, how did you turn to an independent state? Our MC just casually shrugged. Oh, that? Ujin gave the most basic explanation ever. The government kept bugging us, right? So I just went ahead and made our own country. Now nobody can mess with us, and you guys can work in peace. Bro was literally flexing and looking so proud of himself. Where else are you gonna find a boss who cares about his employees this much? Min Chan facepalmed, realizing the harsh truth. That just means way more work for us. He was still super confused. But how did you even talk to the president? Ujin leaned back, acting cool. I just made him an offer. I told him I would wipe out those corrupt trash, build a country, and asked for his cooperation. Bro, straight up explained the whole negotiation. I told him as long as he stays out of our way, I do not mind forming an alliance. Guess he was down with that. Mori bowed her head, totally amazed. I am in awe of my king's compassion. But Min Chan was still trying to be the voice of reason. Okay, maybe it worked this time, but that is way too dangerous. I get that you wanted revenge, boss, but what about the future? But our MC cut him off, making it clear this was not just about some assassination attempt. He let out his deep anger. Countless innocent people suffered just for their power play, only 57 deaths. To appease their souls is honestly a steal. Ewan looked at him coldly. You get what I mean? Hearing that, Min Chan completely changed his tune. Turns out the boss had a deep, satisfying reason for his wild moves. Our MC's eyes narrowed, ready to drop some more news. Min Chan was startled, waiting for what was next. Suin dropped the bomb. From now on, you are the Prime Minister. Min Chan's eyes went wide. No way, Prime Minister? Deadpan face, the MC confirmed it. Yup. Prime Minister, when laid out his master plan. If we are building a country, someone needs to do the heavy lifting for me. Min Chan closed his eyes, completely regretting his life choices. Sure, I want a promotion, but this is great.